In the beginning, one chooses to become the third Golden Crow, the brother of Jun and Tai Yi. Well versed in the narrative, how could he stand idly by and witness the tragic calamity of the Lich? In this lifetime, he resolved to remain hidden on the Sunstar, steadfast as a Golden Crow. Yet, one day, the Witch clan seized control of the entire primordial world and launched an assault on the Sunstar. Ling Xiao emerged from the Sunstar, heralding the darkest hour of the Witch clan. It was only many years later that the remnants of the Witch clan could not forget that day, forever haunted by the terror instilled by Ling Xiao. Chapter 1. The Choice to Become the Third Crow. In the primordial world, endless ages have passed since Pangu split heaven and earth. Some souls have perished, yet not entirely. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Lin Xiao murmured, observing his surroundings, a realm of chaos, utterly devoid of substance. Beep. The host has awakened. The divine selection system is now officially activated. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Devour Jun and Tai Yi, becoming the sole Golden Crow. Reward: 12-petal pure world white lotus. Option 2. Become the third Golden Crow. Reward: a fragment of the Tao creation jade plate. Option 3. Continue to wander, awaiting transformation. Reward: a wisp of primordial purple chi. A sudden mechanical voice jolted Lin Xiao from his confusion. What the hell? Have I traversed to the primordial era? In his past life, aside from the grind of 996 work schedule, his sole diversion was reading novels. Thus, he understood his current predicament all too well. Not only had he traversed to the primordial world, but he also possessed the system. Though he often daydreamed about such a scenario while reading, when the moment truly arrived, Lin Xiao found himself less than elated. It was simply this: the world he had entered was rather terrifying, and even with the system, the difficulty level was akin to hell. Lin Xiao sighed wryly, deciding not to dwell on it further, and shifted his focus to the choices before him. Since he was here, he might as well accept it after all. What's the worst that could happen? At first glance, the first option seemed the most advantageous, becoming the sole Golden Crow with a commendable reward. However, if he truly became the only one, he might find himself fighting against 12 ancestral witches. He was no Yi1, effortlessly taking on 10 adversaries. Even in the primordial world, forming alliances and building connections was the most prudent strategy for survival. Take the 3 pure ones, for instance. Aside from having formidable roots before they attained sainthood, they stood united against a common foe, supporting one another proved far superior to going solo. With this thought, Lin Xiao had arrived at his decision that he could easily rally Jun and Tai Yi to form a 3 Crows alliance. With the 3 pure ones ahead and the 3 crows behind that they asked for the last option, Lin Xiao swiftly dismissed it without a second thought. Though the reward was primordial purple chi, one needed life to utilize it. In a world where roots mattered significantly, who could predict what form he would take? What if he transformed into a mere pig? That would render everything moot. System: I choose option 2, to become the third Golden Crow. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao finally made his choice. Beep. Host has chosen option 2. You shall become the third Golden Crow. Commencing alteration of the host's roots. The process will take considerable time. Please prepare yourself. A sharp pain surged from the depths of his mind. Lin Xiao's consciousness dimmed. Darkness enveloped him, and then he knew nothing more. Ultimately, a fragment of his true spirit transformed into a fleeting light, silently traversing the primordial world, landing upon the Sunstar. Beside 2 Golden Crow eggs, he became the 3rd egg, absorbing the energy of the Sunstar, slowly growing. At this moment in the primordial world, the heavens and earth shifted, and conflicts raged incessantly. After the demise of the ferocious beast god, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans seized the opportunity to ascend the historical stage, striving for dominance over land, sea, and sky. Each clan unwilling to yield to the others, all intent on ruling the primordial world. Under the instigation of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the 3 clans ignited a great war. This battle endured for countless ages, ultimately leading to the exit of the 3 clans from the historical stage and the onset of the Tao demon conflict. In the end, Hong Jun, with superior skill, forced Luo Ho to self-destruct, obliterating the western spiritual meridians, while Hong Jun himself sustained grave injuries. Following the conclusion of the Tao demon conflict, the most ferocious and terrifying calamity in the history of the primordial world began to brew quietly. In the eastern part of the primordial world, the Sunstar hung high in the sky, radiating light across the land. It was formed from Pangu's left eye, imbued with unparalleled ferocity. At this moment, upon the sun star, 3 golden eggs basked in the true fire of the sun, gradually enhancing their strength amidst the haze that on this day. Amidst the tranquility of the sun star, thunder descended, and one of the golden eggs suddenly shattered, giving birth to a golden crow. He was tall and imposing, clad in golden armor, exuding majesty and dominance. With a handsome countenance that radiated masculinity, in his hands, he held the river diagram and Luo Shu. As the young man transformed, he comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, and immediately proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder, I am the 3-legged golden crow. Having taken form today, I am named Jun. His resounding declaration echoed across millions of miles, shaking the very heavens and earth. As if in response to Jun's words, the transformation thunderclap struck, symbolically causing no harm. For a being of such formidable roots and profound fortune, the transformation thunderclap was akin to a mere formality. After the thunderstorm subsided, Jun glanced at the 2 nearby golden crow eggs, a warm smile gracing his lips. Surely these 2 eggs are my younger brothers. Very well, I shall assist you both. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed 2 streams of pure energy into the eggs, immediately releasing a surge of potent aura. Time passed, and soon, the 2nd egg shattered, giving rise to a golden crow that coalesced into a young man. He bore a striking resemblance to Jun, but appeared slightly younger, adorned in a flowing golden robe, exuding an unparalleled imperial aura. I am the 3-legged golden crow. Having taken form today, I am named Tai Yi. With his domineering proclamation, the heavens resonated in response, and the subsequent transformation thunderstorm crashed down, only to be dispersed by the sound of chime. The chaos bell floated above Tai Yi's head, chaos energy enveloping him. What a treasure! Jun gazed enviously at the chaos bell above Tai Yi, feeling a significant disparity in strength compared to his river diagram and Luo Shu. He felt no jealousy, only admiration. It brought him joy to see the powerful companion treasure of his brother. Tai Yi pays respects to elder brother. Tai Yi bowed, instinctively sensing the bond of their shared origin, and as he had transformed later, he naturally addressed Jun as elder brother. Haha, no need for formalities, no need for formalities. Jun laughed heartily, gazing with satisfaction at his younger brother before him. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, as the entire sun star seemed to convulse, with spiritual energy from across millions of miles rushing in. Frantically, Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, each reading the astonishment in the other's eyes. This astonishing phenomenon was caused by their yet-obebern 3rd brother. Given this commotion, our 3rd brother's aptitude is quite extraordinary. He may even surpass you and meet Jun remarked with a smile, his eyes sparkling with delight. The stronger his brothers were, the happier he was as the eldest. Indeed, yet I wonder what level of strength our 3rd brother will attain upon transformation. Tai Yi nodded, fully agreeing, his gaze filled with anticipation. Heavenly anomalies descended, golden lotuses floated, auspicious clouds gathered, and myriad phenomena began to envelop the sun star. This spectacle attracted the attention of countless beings, who marveled and exclaimed at the emergence of yet another innate deity. A tumultuous sea of thunderclouds gathered, enveloping the sun star at long last. The final golden crow egg shattered, and a figure emerged from its confines. Chapter 2. Ascendance of the Golden Crow. As the 3rd golden egg shattered, a figure emerged with a resounding thud. A cascade of black hair flowed gracefully down to his waist, crowned with the celestial diadem of the primordial universe, clad in a robe adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. This was a youth, bearing the heavenly Tao royal mark upon his brow, exuding an air of defiance, his eyes shimmering like distant stars, with brows elegantly arching into his hairline, strikingly handsome beyond compare. I am the 3-legged golden crow, and today I take form, henceforth known as Ling Xiao. The heavens and earth resonated in harmony, the sound of the Tao reverberating, seemingly acknowledging the youth's identity with utmost reverence. As the thunderous tribulations rained down from above, they were completely absorbed by the cauldron hovering above his head. This individual was none other than Ling Xiao, who, even before emerging from the egg, had gained consciousness and whimsically altered his name to the homophonic Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi surrounding him, the sudden appearance of an ordinary name like Ergo would have felt profoundly incongruous. From that moment forth, he would be known as Ling Xiao. As the thunderclouds dissipated, the world became clear. Ling Xiao turned to face his brothers, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, who were observing him with cheerful smiles, and he slightly cupped his hands, greeting them with a smile. Greetings to my two elder brothers. Ling Xiao pays his respects. Haha, no need for such formalities. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi replied, nodding with satisfaction. Ling Xiao gazed at his brothers, a warm sensation coursing through his heart, a profound sense of kinship, as if they were of the same womb. In a world fraught with peril, these two would become his allies. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron that floated above descended into his grasp. This was his innate treasure. Through the memories of his lineage, Ling Xiao learned its name, the primordial cauldron. To his astonishment, it was an innate supreme treasure, on par with Tai Yi's chaos bell. Although named primordial, it had not yet reached the level of a chaos artifact, which left Ling Xiao with a slight sense of regret. Elder brother, third brother. We have only just taken form. What are our plans moving forward? Tai Yi inquired with a smile, having just grasped the profound mysteries of the universe upon his transformation, yet utterly at a loss regarding their next course of action. It was Emperor Jun, with his straightforward and bold nature, who immediately proclaimed, "We three brothers possess considerable strength. The vast expanse of the primordial world is teeming with heroes. However, united as one, we can carve out a resounding legacy and achieve unparalleled feats. I propose we venture forth into the primordial lands, seeking treasures of the universe, and then decide on our subsequent plans." Emperor Jun's words held merit. Despite their innate treasures, they were still insufficient, possessing only a single sun star and nothing more. Tai Yi pondered for a moment and nodded, agreeing with his brother's reasoning. Subsequently, both turned their gazes toward Ling Xiao, eager to hear his thoughts. "Brothers, I possess the innate ability of foresight. Allow me to deduce our path," Ling Xiao stated earnestly, refraining from giving an immediate response, for at the moment Emperor Jun suggested they depart from the sun star, the system began to activate once more. Upon hearing this, both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Their third brother had demonstrated extraordinary prowess upon his transformation, and now he revealed a gifted divine ability. Thus, they fell silent, eagerly awaiting his insights. Ling Xiao began to feign a calculation, his thoughts deeply immersed within the system. Detection indicates that the host has successfully transformed. You now face your first choice in life. Please make the following selection. Choice 1. Depart from the sun star. Showcasing your prowess to the beings of the primordial world. Reward. A wisp of primordial purple chi. Choice 2. Remain steady and refrain from venturing forth. Reward. The postnatal merit treasure, the primordial measuring ruler. Ling Xiao did not choose immediately. He needed to ascertain the current circumstances. System, what is the present period? He inquired. Feeling uncertain, he had just employed his divine sense to survey the surrounding world, yet the vastness of the primordial realm rendered him unable to glean any useful information. The current time is after the conclusion of the Dao Magic War, the system's mechanical voice responded. Ling Xiao was taken aback. According to the primordial novels of his previous life, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had transformed around the end of the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, or at the latest, during the Dao Magic War. Yet now, the Dao Magic War had concluded, and they had only just taken form. It should be noted that after the Dao Magic War, Hong Jun would soon attain sainthood, followed by the preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace. By then, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, having participated in the sermon, would have already reached the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, at this moment, the newly transformed Emperor Jun and Tai Yi possessed only the early stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal realm, while he himself had only attained the mid-stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal. The disparity was quite significant. System, why did we transform so late? Ling Xiao inquired, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was this not a predicament? At this juncture, the prominent powers of the primordial world had already matured, while they had only just emerged. Especially concerning their future adversaries, the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestor witches likely already boasted the strength of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Any one of them could easily overpower the three brothers. This is due to the host's involvement, which siphoned a portion of the sun star's energy, resulting in an extended transformation period, the system elucidated. Ling Xiao felt as though he were gazing into another version of himself, as if he had split apart. After all this, it was still due to his own actions. He had hoped that by uniting with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, they could confront the impending calamities of the witch and demon tribulations. Now, however, their cultivation had been significantly hampered, leaving them far behind others. Ling Xiao reflected on the events transpiring in the primordial world. As far as he was aware, the witch and demon tribulation was being orchestrated by unseen hands. The master of those hands was none other than Hong Jun. Of course, this could also be considered a form of conspiracy theory. The truth of the matter remained to be determined. Ling Xiao pondered, seeking countermeasures, when suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, illuminating his thoughts. The witch and demon tribulation, at its core, was merely a conflict between two races, leading to mutual destruction. As long as he and his brothers remained within the Sun Star, adopting a low profile and allowing time for growth, could anyone truly drag them out to instigate calamity? Even if Hongjun were plotting behind the scenes, any scheme would be futile against those who chose to remain passive. The demon clan? Whoever desires to interfere may do so. The demon court? Whoever wishes to establish it may proceed. What concern did the affairs of the demon clan hold for their Golden Crow clan? Regardless of what transpired, their priority was to develop their strength discreetly, entirely disregarding the calamities to come. As long as they did not seek to unify the demon clan or establish a demon court, they would face no issues. These matters were merely fleeting shadows. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Once their own power became formidable, they could counter any schemes with sheer force. Having come to this understanding, Ling Xiao felt a great sense of relief. Although this approach seemed rather passive, it was the best strategy he could conceive. He possessed a system. As long as he was granted time to develop, there would come a day when he could master everything. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao was already aware of how he would choose. Chapter 3, a second choice, the mysterious pearl. System, I choose option 2. After careful consideration, Ling Xiao made his decision. Setting aside other factors, the primordial purple chi held no allure for him. Host has chosen option 2. Rewards have been dispensed. Third brother, what was the outcome? At last, Emperor Jun, unable to contain his curiosity after the prolonged silence, inquired. Ling Xiao returned to the present, pausing for a moment before slowly speaking. Elder brother, second brother. I believe now is not an opportune time to venture out. Through my deductions, the current primordial world is filled with formidable beings of unfathomable strength. Moreover, our transformation came rather late. Many treasures have already been plundered. Instead of venturing out in search of treasures, it would be wiser to cultivate at home. And once our strength has significantly increased, we can then embark on our adventures. He spoke with utmost seriousness, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Jun and Tai Yi pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in Ling Xiao's words, and thus acquiesced. Although they yearned to explore the world, it was indeed prudent, as the third brother suggested, to first focus on cultivation to enhance their power. Do not feel disheartened, my elder brothers. There may still be treasures on the Sun Star that we can seek out, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. The Sun Star, formed from Panga's left eye, is vast and boundless, teeming not only with peril, but also with the potential for treasures. As the saying goes, one must first secure their own home before venturing forth. It would be wise to familiarize themselves with their own territory before discussing anything else. Within their nurturing land lies Fusong, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, a divine tree of great significance. In the primordial chaos, it served not only as the habitat for the 10 golden crows, but also as a means to forge the celestial flags of the Zhoutian star array, making it immensely important to their kin. Since the third brother speaks wisely, shall we set forth? Jun said, beaming with excitement, having longed to stretch his legs. Tai Yi nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. Thus, Ling Xiao led Jun and Tai Yi out of their nurturing land, commencing their search of the Sun Star. The overwhelming flames surged forth like countless dragons, tumultuous and ferocious, making it challenging for even golden immortals to linger for long. This was the heart of the Sun Star, fraught with danger, yet 3 figures strolled leisurely as if traversing a flat surface. As Ling Xiao had anticipated, they had scarcely begun their search when they stumbled upon an opportunity. A primordial grand formation enveloped above the Sun Star, exuding an aura of infinite lethality, potent enough to annihilate even the Deluo golden immortal. It was no wonder they had been able to thrive here for so long without disturbance. In this era of the primordial chaos, apart from the likes of Hongjun, the Deluo golden immortal was the pinnacle of combat prowess. Now, having arrived at the depths of the Sun Star, they sought to refine this grand formation. Jun, cradling the river diagram in Luo Shu, was engaged in deciphering the intricacies of the formation. This formation is wondrous. Once refined, it could serve as a protective array for our clan. Jun exclaimed, his face radiant with joy as he contemplated. Indeed, this array is exceedingly formidable. A moment's inattention could lead to peril. Tai Yi concurred. This exchange nearly elicited a chuckle from Ling Xiao, who remarked, when it comes to formations, 2 of the 4 great killing arrays of the primordial chaos are right here with you. It is akin to holding a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Ling Xiao felt it prudent to offer a hint. Elder brothers, I have just contemplated the accompanying treasures and gained profound insights. You should also take the time to ponder. You may uncover unexpected rewards. The Zhoutian star array and the Hunyuan Heluo formation both originated from the accompanying treasures of Jun and Tai Yi, a realization that had yet to dawn upon them. Really? Tai Yi inquired, his interest piqued. He immediately began to multitask, delving into the study of the chaotic bell. Jun remained silent, focused on his efforts to refine the nameless grand formation. Thus, Ling Xiao and Tai Yi engaged in the exploration of their accompanying treasures while waiting for Jun to refine the formation. Ling Xiao, with the Hongming ding atop his head, earnestly contemplated its mysteries. Since his transformation, he had yet to thoroughly appreciate its profundities. As for the shards of the creation jade plate, they were temporarily set aside. For such an item was of little use until one reached the stage of understanding the laws at the level of a Deluo golden immortal. Suddenly, as Ling Xiao turned his introspection inward, he discovered a pearl quietly resting within him, silent and unassuming. Had he not glimpsed it during his introspection, he would have remained entirely unaware of its presence. With a thought, Ling Xiao began to probe the mysterious pearl with his divine consciousness, ultimately merging with it. Instantly, he was enveloped by an immersive sensation, and the scene before him transformed into a vast expanse of chaos, nothingness. This feeling was oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. That's right. This was the very image from his initial awakening. The scene he witnessed then mirrored the current one, suggesting that he had indeed been within this pearl at that time. Could it be the Chaos Pearl? Ling Xiao was taken aback, having read tales of the primordial chaos. He could easily surmise that this might indeed be the essential artifact required for traversing the primordial realm, the Chaos Pearl. With this thought, Ling Xiao endeavored to refine and manipulate the Chaos Pearl, only to find it utterly unyielding, completely disregarding his attempts. I refuse to be thwarted. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, fueled by a stubborn determination, and resolved to exert all his efforts in refining this mysterious pearl. Time in the primordial chaos was unmarked, and it was unclear how long had passed. One day, a magnificent aura surged forth across the sun star. Ling Xiao and Tai Yi were startled awake, exchanging a glance before vanishing from their spot and reappearing beside Jun elder brother. Has the formation been refined? They asked in unison, having sensed the shift in the lethal aura enveloping the sun star just moments prior. Jun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flowing within them, and his smile grew ever more radiant until he could no longer contain his laughter. Thanks to the blessings of my second and third brothers, I have successfully refined this grand formation. I have even named it the Sun Grand Formation. What do you think? Jun beamed with pride, invigorated by the assurance this formation provided for the safety of their brotherhood. Indeed, elder brother is wise, Tai Yi remarked, his joy evident. Now that this formation has been broken, let us hasten to search for treasures, Ling Xiao suggested with a smile, free from the constraints of the Sun Grand Formation, allowing them to roam the sun star freely. Let us heed the third brother's words and set forth. Jun nodded heavily. Subsequently, the three brothers dispersed, racing towards various parts of the sun star. Their search continued for over a century, as the sun star was vast and numerous perilous areas remained untouched, marking their explorations as a slow endeavor. Eventually, the three brothers reconvened to share the treasures they had discovered: sun essence stones, the source fire, fire attribute spiritual roots, and a plethora of other treasures. After dividing the spoils, Jun spoke. Second brother, third brother, I felt a resonance while refining the Sun Grand Formation. There is a similar grand formation on the moon star. I wish to explore it. What are your thoughts? At this, Jun unexpectedly expressed his desire to visit the moon star, seeking the opinions of his brothers. Tai Yi was quite straightforward, lacking any objections, and also wished to meander through the moon star. However, Ling Xiao hesitated. He had only recently chosen to remain hidden, and now, if he ventured out, would it not be akin to exploiting a glitch? He consulted the system for answers. Host, you must trigger the next choice. Exploiting system loopholes is not permitted. Ling Xiao understood and shrugged. Elder brothers, I shall remain on the sun star to guard our home. You may go. Jun and Tai Yi nodded, not insisting further. Then stay here. When we return with treasures, we shall share them with you, Jun assured. Ling Xiao nodded, warmth flooding his heart. Subsequently, the three parted ways. Ling Xiao returned beneath the fusang tree, sitting cross-legged. With a flick of his thought, the pearl within him appeared in his hand. After much effort, he had finally begun to gain preliminary control over this mysterious pearl. For now, I shall call you the Chaos Pearl, he murmured, continuing his attempts to refine it. No matter how formidable a magical artifact may be, it cannot manifest its true power without proper refinement. With a mere thought, Ling Xiao's spiritual force began to flow into the Chaos Pearl. After a considerable duration, he opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of astonishment on his face. Good heavens! This object possesses 3,000 prohibitions. Ling Xiao was left speechless, having just broken through the first of the Chaos Pearl's prohibitions, only to discover that there remained 2,999 more. This is absurd. In the novels of my previous life set in the primordial wilderness, It was stated that a typical magical artifact contains at most a few dozen prohibitions. While the Chaos Pearl is indeed remarkable, it surely cannot harbor 3,000 prohibitions. Can it? Is this truly a genuine Chaos Pearl? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. 3,000 prohibitions. How long would it take to refine them all? Nevertheless, he had to continue with his days, resolutely engaging in the process of refinement. Unbeknownst to him, a lengthy span of time had passed. On this day, upon completing his refinement, Ling Xiao opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. He sensed a significant advancement. After successfully refining the first prohibition of the Chaos Pearl, the subsequent prohibitions appeared to be considerably easier to handle. During this period, he had made remarkable progress, having refined 100 prohibitions. His mastery over the Chaos Pearl deepened further, and as his consciousness entered the interior of the Chaos Pearl, the chaotic expanse expanded significantly, no longer shrouded in the initial haze. He could even gradually draw upon the innate energy within for cultivation, far surpassing his current cultivation pace. With this thought, joy blossomed on Ling Xiao's face. As long as he remained on the Sun Star and continued to cultivate while refining the Chaos Pearl, once he reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he would be able to comprehend the power of the laws through the Chaos Pearl. Just like that, cultivating for countless eons, he would become invincible before stepping into the world. When he eventually emerged, he would undoubtedly astonish the entire primordial wilderness. Ding! Detection of Jun and Tai Yi engaged in a fierce battle on the Tyne Star. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Stay steady and unmoved. Reward. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, Qilin Seal. Option 2. Strike immediately to provide support. Reward. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, 12-Petal Pure World White Lotus. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. He had just resolved to endure for countless eons, and now the system tempted him. System, I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao made his decision. Jun and Tai Yi were in peril, and he could not remain indifferent. The battle was taking place on the Tyne Star. Had he encountered those two? Ling Xiao murmured to himself, stowing away the Chaos Pearl and rising to provide assistance. On the Tyne Star, a fierce battle raged on. For powerful auras enveloped the Tyne Star, their cataclysmic clashes causing the entire celestial body to tremble. You shameless thieves, stealing from my Tyne Star. Today, you shall pay the price. A chilling female voice reverberated through the void, imbued with deep-seated fury. The speaker was a tall woman clad in blue and white gossamer. Her beauty striking, yet her countenance marred by frost, exuding a murderous intent that seemed to freeze the very air. Friend, there has been a misunderstanding. I merely sought to comprehend the formation and did not intend to steal your treasures from the Tyne Star, Jun explained, his golden armor stained with blood. Who could have anticipated that while he was studying the formation of the Tyne Star, he would inadvertently provoke the innate deities residing here, whose prowess far surpassed that of the two brothers. Had it not been for their exceptional magical artifacts, they would have long since been incapacitated. Humph. Everyone who comes here says the same thing. You do not strike me as virtuous folk. Another star deity on the Tyne Star chimed in. Her stature considerably smaller, yet exquisitely formed, with mischievous glints in her sparkling eyes beneath her willow-shaped brows. We are the deities of the Sun Star, not nefarious individuals. Might we engage in a civil discussion? Tai Yi, standing firm with the chaos bell above him, remained in a position of relative safety. Though his cultivation was not on par with his adversaries, he faced no immediate peril. Deities of the Sun Star? The tall woman raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Then a sly smile graced her lips. How weak the deities of the Sun Star are. Her expression was one of disdain, looking down upon her opponents. As the notion of the Sun Star deities being so feeble was simply unfathomable. Upon hearing this, the faces of Jun and Tai Yi darkened. This was their first battle since their emergence, and they were being so openly derided. Boom. The battle erupted anew, transforming the area into a terrifying spectacle. With the innate spiritual energy running rampant and the air thick with a sense of impending doom. Even with the added fury of Jun and Tai Yi, they were far from their opponent's level. Were it not for the protection of the Chaos Bell, they would have been utterly defeated by now. As fellow star deities, I can spare you once. The tall woman spoke again, deftly countering their attacks without resorting to lethal force. The identity of the Sun Star deities was unique, and any rash actions might bring about grave consequences. Hand over the Fusong wood from the Sun Star, and we shall resolve this misunderstanding. She had no intention of killing the two-star deities, but was willing to demand some benefits, confident that they would not retaliate in the future. Given their cultivation, pursuing her sisters would be akin to chasing a fantasy. Once a certain level of strength was reached, it was not so easy to catch up. Upon hearing her words, Jun and Tai Yi were filled with even greater indignation. You must be dreaming. The Fusang Wood is the foundation of my Golden Crow clan. How could we possibly hand it over? Dijun retorted coldly, refusing without hesitation. They did not choose to retreat, as this could very well bring danger to the Sun Star, potentially involving their third brother as well. The two women were far more powerful than they, and even with their brother's assistance, they would not stand a chance. Stubborn fools. The tall woman's expression turned icy as she unleashed her full power, her vast magical energy sweeping across the battlefield, causing blood to splatter into the void and threatening to shatter their physical forms. Just then, a great cauldron seemingly descended from another dimension, crashing into the fray as it aimed to suppress the two women. Chapter 5. The third star deity of the Sun Star? The sudden appearance of the great cauldron caused the two women's expressions to shift. They responded in unison, unleashing their formidable auras, causing the surrounding star rivers of the Tai Yi star to stir. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the cauldron was sent flying, hovering momentarily before finally landing in the hands of a figure. Who are you? The woman demanded coolly, her demeanor suddenly cautious. The newcomer, with flowing black hair cascading down to their waist, wore a crown of primordial chaos and a robe adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. Their eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Third brother, what brings you here? Quickly leave. These two women are exceedingly formidable, and we are no match for them. Upon seeing Ling Xiao's arrival, Jun and Tai Yi felt no relief, only urgency, urging him to retreat. We brothers shall advance and retreat together. Ling Xiao's expression grew increasingly solemn as he observed the dire state of the two. He turned his gaze towards the women. If I am not mistaken, you are Shiha and Changxi? At these words, the two women's eyes narrowed. The tall one spoke coldly. You are their brother? I never anticipated the Sun Star would have a third star deity. She regarded Ling Xiao with surprise, her gaze scanning him from head to toe, instinctively sensing that this star deity was far from ordinary, as she could not see through him. Hey, where did you hear my sisters and my names? The smaller woman inquired with curiosity. Since their transformation, they had never left the Tai Yi star, nor had they left any footprints in the primordial wilderness. How could this person know their names? The secrets of the heavens can indeed be divined, Ling Xiao replied softly. If one cannot deduce this, then it would indeed suggest a deficiency in his intellect. Can the secrets of the heavens be deciphered? I am eager to witness the audacity behind such brazen claims. Shia's expression turned frosty as she raised her delicate hand to strike forward, unleashing a vast reservoir of magical power that extinguished the celestial stars above. Third brother, be cautious. Dijun urgently called out. He and Tai Yi were poised to intervene. However, Ling Xiao acted with swiftness, brandishing the Hongmeng measuring rod and attacking without the slightest hesitation. The cultivation of Shiha and Chang, she had already reached the later stages of the Tai Yi golden immortal realm. Due to Ling Xiao's presence, Jun and Tai Yi had been delayed in their transformations, causing their cultivation to be surpassed by the lunar star god. Ling Xiao himself was only at the mid-stage of the Tai Yi golden immortal realm, nearing the latter stages. Boom! In an instant, the multitude of stars above them cracked and then shattered, a terrifying spectacle born of the tumult of battle. The Hongmeng measuring rod radiated divine brilliance, resembling a cascading galaxy, its might seemingly boundless. Although this treasure had not yet been fully refined by Ling Xiao, the power it exhibited was already immensely formidable. Being renowned as the foremost offensive artifact of the postnatal realm, Ling Xiao fought 2 against 1, his offense and defense unparalleled. Despite being at a lower realm than the two women, he still held the upper hand. This display left Jun and Tai Yi utterly astounded, their jaws agape in disbelief. They understood Ling Xiao was stronger than them, yet they had not anticipated such a vast disparity. That treasure in third brother's hand is extraordinarily remarkable. Is it also his companion treasure? Tai Yi remarked in astonishment. This artifact carries the essence of Hongmeng, akin to the Hongmeng Ding. It must be a companion treasure of third brother. Jun analyzed with rationality, envy flickering in his gaze. His own treasures, the Hichu and Luoshu, paled in comparison to Ling Xiao's. At that moment, the battle took a turn as Ling Xiao wielded the Hongmeng measuring rod, striking Changxi with a resounding crack. Caught off guard, Changxi was sent flying, crashing into the lunar star, her fate uncertain. Sister, she had gasped, abandoning Ling Xiao to rush to her sibling's side. Changxi, bloodied at the corner of her mouth, had been grievously injured by the strike, the searing pain in her back nearly devastating her foundation. Witnessing her sister's dire condition, Shiha's fury ignited, and she prepared to confront Ling Xiao, only to be halted by Changxi's grasp. Sister, do not act impulsively. I am unhurt, she urged, casting a fearful glance at Ling Xiao. Shiha's face was a mask of anger, clearly unconvinced. Do not look at me like that. Had I not shown mercy, your sister would likely be dead. Ling Xiao remarked coldly, his long hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an air of defiance and arrogance. If anything happens to my sister, I shall unleash the killing array of the lunar star and ensure you remain here, Changshi declared. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. Do not put on a brave face. I can see you lack the ability to control the killing array of the lunar star. Changshi's expression shifted, and she blurted out, How do you know? I have previously stated that the secrets of the heavens can be discerned. How could you possibly conceal anything from me? Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, they were rather naive. Though these two women had transformed early, they had never ventured beyond the lunar star, having experienced too little to comprehend the treachery of human hearts. A mere jest had revealed their vulnerabilities. In an instant, the two women regarded Ling Xiao with newfound caution, sensing in his gaze that their secrets were laid bare. Previously aware of their names, he now knew they could not command the grand array. The convergence of these two revelations was far beyond mere coincidence. Not only were the two women astonished, but even Jun and Tai Yi felt that their third brother was exceedingly formidable. Do not become overly conceited. The lunar star is our territory. Even without the killing array, you will find it impossible to defeat us. Shiha regained her composure, knowing she had many means at her disposal on the lunar star, and did not solely rely on the killing array. Have you forgotten something? I have brothers, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. As his words fell, Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances and promptly positioned themselves beside Ling Xiao, forming a united front. Shiha's expression stiffened. She had momentarily overlooked them. Although their individual strength was lacking, together they were not to be underestimated. What do you intend? Shiha remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, her tone betraying a hint of concession. Jun and Tai Yi remained silent, both directing their gazes toward Ling Xiao. It is simple. Allow my brother to comprehend the great lunar array, Ling Xiao stated. That is impossible. If you grasp the great lunar array, what will prevent you from turning against us? Shiha asserted, standing firm on her principles. Turn against you? Do not overestimate your importance. The entire lunar star holds no allure for me beyond the killing array, Ling Xiao retorted. You. Shiha's anger flared, her jade-like visage frostbitten with ire. What kind of talk is this? Are we truly so feeble? If you feel at a disadvantage, we shall allow you to comprehend the solar array in exchange. Ling Xiao continued. Upon hearing this, Shiha was both enraged and indignant. They could scarcely comprehend the great lunar array, let alone the solar array. This exchange is unfavorable for us. I require you to agree to one condition. Shiha paused, then spoke. A condition, the pure world White Lotus. Shiha proposed an alternative condition. What condition? Please elaborate, Ling Xiao inquired after a brief pause. The two sisters exchanged glances, seemingly consulting one another, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words regarding what condition to propose. How about this? We have yet to decide. We shall inform you once we have reached a conclusion. Rest assured, we will not propose excessive demands, and it will certainly be within your capabilities, Shiha assured in a clear voice. As her words fell, it was Ling Xiao's turn to exchange glances with the two brothers. Jun urgently gestured, as if to say, agree to it quickly. Very well. I shall accept your condition, Ling Xiao replied after a moment's hesitation, nodding. To refuse such an opportunity, akin to catching a wolf with empty hands, would be foolish. Who knows what the future holds? The two parties reached an accord, and soon after, Jun, holding the Hichu and Luoshu, began to decipher the great lunar array openly. Unbeknownst to them, time passed swiftly. On that day, a vast aura surged forth as Jun finally succeeded in his comprehension. Thus, Ling Xiao and his companions swaggered away under the envious and jealous gazes of Shiha and Changshi. The two sisters gazed at Ling Xiao's retreating figure, unwilling to avert their eyes for a long while. On their way back, Jun could not contain his joy and shared it with his two brothers. Though this journey to the lunar star had yielded no heavenly treasures, having acquired the great lunar array surpassed all expectations. As he spoke, he could not help but express his gratitude. This time, it was all thanks to third brother. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother, we are all family. You are too courteous, Ling Xiao shrugged, then recalled something. Looking at Jun, eldest brother, have you considered merging the lunar array with the solar array? The harmony of yin and yang may yield a qualitative transformation. Jun's eyes brightened. I have contemplated this as well, but merging the two arrays seems no easy feat. I have no leads whatsoever. I have some ideas. You may wish to listen. Ling Xiao began to describe various formations from his past life knowledge, such as the two instruments micro-dust array, the extermination immortal array, and the 5 elements array, along with others he was familiar with. Ling Xiao merely spoke in jest. Yet Jun found himself increasingly intrigued, a smile gradually blossoming upon his lips. Marvelous. My dear third brother, Your ideas are indeed exquisite. They have illuminated my mind. I am now exceedingly confident in my ability to merge the two formations and create an even more formidable array. Jun exclaimed with excitement. Initially engulfed in confusion, his thoughts were clarified by Ling Xiao's insights, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Once I amalgamate the formation, our safety as brothers will be significantly ensured, rendering us fearless against any foes, he declared, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes. The recent battle had deeply impressed upon him the weight of his responsibilities as an elder brother. Rather than protecting his siblings, he felt he had become a burden, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. By the way, elder brother, I have a gift for you, Ling Xiao suddenly announced, a thought prompting the appearance of the 12-petal pure world white lotus in his hand. Though your river diagram and Luo book are extraordinary, they lean more towards auxiliary functions. And in battle, one is bound to suffer losses. This treasure will remedy your deficiencies in offense and defense. Jun gazed in astonishment at the 12-petal pure world white lotus. What is this? He asked, bewildered. The 12-petal pure world white lotus, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Ling Xiao replied with a smile, adding, I discovered it on the sun star after you and the others ventured to the moon star. Jun, regaining his composure, immediately shook his head. No, this treasure is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. As for me, I have the formation and do not require it. Elder brother, I possess the Hongmeng Ding, which integrates offense and defense, and I also have the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. I have no need for this. You are in greater need of it than I, Ling Xiao urged, recognizing that Jun clearly needed the 12-petal pure world white lotus more than himself. The previous battle had made it evident, while Tai Yi was sheltered by the Chaos Bell and sustained only minor injuries. Jun would have faced dire consequences had he arrived later. In terms of cultivation, they were on par, yet their treasures varied significantly. What my third brother says is correct, elder brother, take it. With this treasure, your strength will undoubtedly increase, and you will no longer be a liability, Tai Yi jested, exhibiting a hint of sharp wit. Jun, initially reluctant, felt a breach in his defenses upon hearing those words. He shot Tai Yi a glare before accepting the 12-petal pure world white lotus, vowing to diligently cultivate upon returning home to earn his brother's admiration. Upon returning to the Sun Star, the three brothers embarked on a lengthy retreat to hone their skills. Ling Xiao became engrossed in refining the Chaos Pearl, finding it difficult to extricate himself. Endless eons passed. One day, Ling Xiao awoke from his meditation, his eyes swirling with chaos, the heavens and earth unfolding before him, stars shimmering, ultimately converging within his pupils. Throughout this interminable period, he had simultaneously cultivated and refined the Chaos Pearl, progressing from the mid-stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal Realm to perfection. Within a realm, there exist initial, mid, late, and perfected stages. The levels of cultivation, not accounting for those below the Immortal Realm, are categorized as Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Yi Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thereafter, one either cultivates the laws to prove their path, becoming a Hunyuan Golden Immortal or a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, or one may sever the three corpses. Post-Great Luo perfection, severing one corpse leads to the initial stage of a sage, two corpses to the mid-stage, three corpses to the late stage, and then cultivating to perfection, merging the three corpses to seize the creation of heaven and earth, thus attaining the Hunyuan Dao fruit. A third path involves the proof of merit. All three can be referred to as sages, yet notable distinctions exist among them. The latter two paths involve the primordial spirit being entrusted to the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao endures, the sage does not perish. The first path, proving one's Dao through strength, involves cultivating one's own Dao fruit, forcibly breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly Dao through one's profound magical power and cultivation. For Ling Xiao, wielding the Chaos Pearl and cultivating the laws to prove his path was the clear choice, dismissing the other two options. On this day, Jun and Tai Yi also emerged from their meditative states. The three brothers convened to assess their progress. I have now reached the late stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal Realm. Second and third brothers, what of you? Jun proclaimed jovially, bolstered by his recent insights and rapid advancement. Fortunately, I too have broken through to the late stage, Tai Yi modestly replied with a faint smile. Jun's smile faltered, but the revelation was not yet complete, as Ling Xiao chimed in. Elder brother, I have been fortunate as well, achieving perfection. You two are truly prodigious. Jun remarked after a prolonged silence, finally managing to utter those words. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated across the heavens. I am Hongjun. Today, I attained sagehood. In 3,000 years, I shall impart teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Those with fate may come forth. Chapter 7. Hongjuan's sagehood and the choices ahead. The sudden proclamation swept across the vast expanse of the primordial earth, echoing through the skies, grand and boundless, reaching every corner. Golden flowers descended from the heavens, while the earth blossomed with countless golden lotuses, their fragrance permeating the air, enveloping all in a mystical haze. Above, a figure flickered into view, shrouded in infinite mysterious yellow energy and golden light of merit. The sound of profound music arose, imbued with the essence of the Tao, awakening a profound resonance among all beings. By the heavens, has Hongjun attained sagehood? Upon hearing this voice, Ling Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. His gaze drawn to the extraordinary phenomena enveloping the world, as well as the indescribable figure, his expression growing increasingly complex. It was all rather sudden. Unbeknownst to him, Hongjun had achieved sagehood, signaling the onset of the great calamity between the Wu and the Liao. This would be the most ferocious calamity in the entire primordial realm, resulting in the fall of the Wu and Liao, leaving scant survivors, with even the primordial world being shattered into fragments, descending from its peak to ruin. Who exactly was this Hongjun, and what did attaining sagehood entail? Yet, it seemed immensely powerful. Even through this voice, one could sense an overwhelming might. Second brother, third brother. Shall we go to hear his teachings? Jun proposed. His interest piqued as he observed the phenomena unfolding throughout the cosmos. Who would have thought such a mighty being existed? Tai Yi remarked with a sense of wonder, recognizing that listening to such an existence impart wisdom would greatly benefit their cultivation. After speaking, they turned to Ling Xiao, seeking his opinion. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, saying, Elder brother, second brother, do you know the whereabouts of the Purple Cloud Palace? To reach the Purple Cloud Palace, one must traverse through chaos and journey beyond the 33 heavens, where time remains eternal. To enter and listen to the teachings, one must leap beyond the river of time. This meant that without the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, even if they managed to traverse the chaos, they would not be able to enter the Purple Cloud Palace. As Ling Xiao explained, he gradually relaxed, his thoughts becoming clear. Although the calamity between the Wu and Liao was terrifying, he could simply refrain from participating, focusing instead on cultivating alongside Jun and Tai Yi, leaving the affairs of the demon race and heavenly court to those who wished to engage. He could only express his apologies for that. Attend the Purple Cloud Palace for teachings? Laughable. With our current cultivation, we cannot even go. Is that so? Jun exclaimed in surprise, not realizing that entry into the Purple Cloud Palace required the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. It seemed they would indeed miss the opportunity. Third brother, exert yourself a bit. Perhaps you can still catch up, Tai Yi suggested, feeling regretful yet hopeful, turning to Ling Xiao, who remained their only hope. Ling Xiao gently shook his head and remarked, the journey to the Purple Cloud's Palace is exceedingly distant. Merely traversing the chaos will take at least a millennium. And time is not on my side, since I have no intention of participating in the calamity of the witch and the lich. I must sever any ties with Hongjun, and certainly refrain from attending his discourse, setting aside other considerations. The sudden emergence of a third golden crow raises uncertainties about what might transpire when I stand before Hongjun. If he perceives me as an aberration, what if he decides to eliminate me outright? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Jun and Tai Yi expressed their regret even more profoundly. In this case, it appears our trio will lag far behind. Not necessarily, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Hongjun's inaugural teaching will expound upon the path of the great Luo golden immortal. It is not about instructing you on how to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal, but rather the complete doctrine of the great Luo golden immortal. Since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix has passed, those beings who transformed into great Luo golden immortals experience a slow progression in their cultivation, lacking direction. Of course, this issue is trivial for the three of us. When the opportunity arises, I shall reveal the path of the great Luo golden immortal and the subsequent cultivation methods to Jun and Tai Yi. Ding. Detection of Hongjun achieving sainthood. Beings of the Honghuang world have begun to make their way to the Purple Cloud's Palace. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Depart immediately for the Purple Cloud's Palace to attend the discourse. Reward. The primordial top 10 spiritual roots, Huang Zhongli. Option 2. Remain steady and inactive, living as a mere bystander. Reward. A fragment of the creation jade plate. Just as Ling Xiao resolved to make a decision, the system's voice echoed after a long absence. Ling Xiao was speechless. Did this system truly wish for him to venture out? In its eagerness to entice him, it even produced the primordial top 10 spiritual root, Huang Zhongli. This artifact is remarkably valuable. With just one fruit, one could attain the status of great Luo golden immortal. It is evident that the system has invested heavily to coax him into action. It seems it would suffer significant losses if he chose not to comply. However, He resolutely refused to attend the discourse at the Purple Cloud's palace. System. I choose option 2. Ling Xiao declared firmly. The announcement of Hong Jun's sainthood reverberated throughout the entirety of Hongwang, astonishing numerous formidable beings. Coupled with the impending discourse at the Purple Cloud's palace 3,000 years hence, the once tranquil Hongwang world erupted into a flurry of activity. Countless beings hurried toward the Purple Cloud's palace, perceiving this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the foot of Mount Buzhou in the eastern region of Hongwang, 3 Taoists sat facing each other, an elderly man with white hair, a dignified middle-aged figure, and a handsome youth. I never anticipated that there would be beings who achieved sainthood before us. Hong Jun possesses the great fortune and transcendent abilities. I find myself lacking. Shouldn't we, as brothers, also attend his teachings? The young man in black suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, he was reprimanded by the dignified middle-aged man, as disciples of the Pango lineage. How could we attend his teachings? Brother, do not utter such words that would tarnish our reputation. The young man in black was immediately defiant, and the two began to bicker. At this moment, the elderly man, who had remained silent, interjected, Enough. Tong Tian has a point. The Tao knows no precedence. Those who attain should come first. Since Hong Jun achieved his Tao first, and our cultivation has progressed slowly, it is only right that we attend his teachings. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian said little more, implicitly agreeing with the elder's assertion. On the Taiyin Star, Shi He and Chang Shi, after enduring endless years of arduous cultivation, finally broke through to become great Luo golden immortals. Upon hearing that Hong Jun was to expound upon the Tao, they naturally resolved to participate. Sister, we cannot miss the teachings at the Purple Cloud's palace. This is a splendid opportunity for us to enhance our strength, Shi He said to her sister, her gaze resolute. Chang Shi nodded emphatically. Suddenly, her attention shifted to the Sun Star, and she remarked with suspicion. It seems the 3 star gods of the Sun Star have no intention of attending the discourse. So far, there had been no sign of movement. The atmosphere was as still as a stagnant pool. Hearing this, Shi He chuckled softly. Perhaps they are aware of their own insignificance and have chosen not to attend. This is fortuitously an excellent opportunity for us to widen the gap. The sisters shared a knowing smile, unhesitatingly departing from the Taiyin Star to make their way to the Purple Cloud's palace. In various corners of the Hongwang world, many slumbering powers began to emerge from their abodes. Although there was still a span of 3,000 years until the discourse, the journey was long, and it was better to arrive early than late. In no time, countless formidable beings soared through the skies, some guided by spiritual beasts, others escorted by treasure carriages, each showcasing their unique prowess as they hastened toward the Purple Cloud's palace. Chapter 8. The discourse begins. Where are the golden crows? The Purple Cloud's palace is situated beyond the 33 heavens, at the juncture between chaos and the Hongwang world. To enter the Purple Cloud's palace, one must traverse the layers of thunder in the 9 heavens and the gales of the 33 heavens, parting the turbulent chaotic energies. Within, various illusions arise, and if one's heart is not steadfast, it may recoil, leading not only to an inability to enter the Purple Cloud's palace, but also potentially damaging one's foundational Tao. After overcoming myriad dangers, to gain entry to the Purple Cloud's palace, one must also traverse the river of time. Without great fortune, immense blessings, unwavering determination, and transcendent abilities, one would be destined to remain unrelated to Hong Jun, as he described. Time in Hongwang is unrecorded, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. At the Purple Cloud's palace, all those who were meant to arrive had gathered, while those who were not meant to come naturally remained absent. The last to arrive, the duo of Jun and Tai Yi, after a display of theatrics, successfully occupied the finest lotus cushions. This provoked the other great beings to feel the audacity of these 2 oddly dressed Taoists for the first time. However, they merely scoffed, not comprehending the significance represented by the 6 lotus cushions, and thus did not vie for them. Once Jun and Tai Yi settled onto their cushions, the 6 lotus cushions resonated with the celestial order, and Hong Jun subsequently made his appearance. Instantly, the entirety of the Purple Cloud's palace fell silent, and all the great beings rose to bow, unable to resist sneaking glances. Before them stood an old Taoist, his hair as white as snow. The aura emanating from him was ethereal and obscure. Even at close proximity, the great beings felt as though they were in the presence of the Tao itself. Lofty and inscrutable. Impressive. Is this what it means to be a saint? Indescribable and unfathomable as the sea. The great beings were inwardly astonished. Although Hong Jun did not reveal his strength, the mere sight of him instilled an invisible pressure upon them. Perceiving the reactions of the numerous great beings, Hong Jun slightly nodded, seemingly satisfied, his gaze discreetly landing upon the front row, the 3 pure ones, Niwa, Jane, and Tai Yi. With all the key figures present, he felt content. before slowly speaking. Good. From now on, please take your seats in the order you are currently in. It must not be altered. As he spoke, he gazed toward the back, akin to a searchlight. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The process seemed interminable. The great beings felt somewhat bewildered, their expressions filled with confusion. What was Hong Jun searching for? The endless circling left them perplexed. At this moment, Hong Jun himself was also in a daze, filled with questions. Upon further inspection, he was shocked to discover that 2 crucial individuals were conspicuously absent. As a saint, he had naturally comprehended part of the heavenly secrets. And the pivotal figures for the forthcoming calamity, the 2 golden crows of the Sun Star, had not arrived. His intention for this discourse was to absorb the fortunes of the great beings, hastening his path to unity. The absence of the main characters for the next calamity posed a considerable loss for him. Could they still be en route? Contemplating this, Hong Jun's gaze shifted, his mind calculating. They are not. He directed his attention toward the Sun Star, penetrating through all illusions, ultimately sensing 2 distinct auras. Upon this realization, Hong Jun nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. He began to comprehend why these 2 individuals had not arrived. After much deliberation, it became evident that their cultivation had yet to transcend the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. They displayed a degree of self-awareness, realizing their inability to enter the Purple Cloud Palace, and thus opted not to attend. How could they be so inept? At that moment, Hong Jun felt a twinge of concern. If this continued, there would be no grand battle between the Wu and the Yao, but rather a one-sided massacre. Just a single ancestral which could easily overpower them. Hong Jun furrowed his brow in silence, recognizing his own hasty judgment. Had he known that these 2 golden crows possessed such low cultivation, he would have postponed his teachings. Nevertheless, he resolved to ensure their presence at the next lecture. As the powerful beings could barely contain themselves, Hong Jun finally withdrew his thoughts and began to speak. This time, the discourse on the great Luo Dao would span 3,000 years, urging everyone to engage earnestly in their comprehension. Before the heavens and earth were born, there existed a formless entity, a primordial essence that predated creation, shrouded in silence and solitude. The great Luo Dao entails the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies returning to their source, relying upon one's own understanding of the heavenly principles. Meanwhile, in the Sun Star, Ling Xiao gradually opened his eyes. After 3 millennia of diligent cultivation, he finally broke through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, just in time for Hong Jun's teachings. He pondered what expression Hong Jun would wear upon discovering that Jun and Tai Yi had not attended the lecture. A faint smile crept across Ling Xiao's lips. Having achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal status, he could now grasp the laws of the universe. This marked a significant transformation for him. Possessing the Chaos Pearl and the Creation Jade Plate as treasures for enlightenment, his progression would likely surpass even that of his time as a Tai Yi Golden Immortal. With this in mind, Ling Xiao retrieved the Chaos Pearl and the Creation Jade Plate. Both artifacts contain the laws of the Tao and could be utilized in tandem. Although the Creation Jade Plate was merely a fragment, the complete version was a chaotic treasure. Hong Jun's ascent to sanctity was undoubtedly aided by this artifact. Thus, Ling Xiao held the Chaos Pearl in one hand and the fragment of the Creation Jade Plate in the other. For him, the most harmonious and easily comprehensible paths were naturally the Tao of origin and the laws of Yang. Born of the sun, no being understood it better than he. Consequently, his grasp of these laws would be the swiftest. Additionally, there were the laws of fire. These 2 principles were exceptionally advantageous for him. Ling Xiao planned to first delve into these 2 laws to elevate his strength, gradually exploring the more profound principles thereafter. On another front, Jun and Tai Yi had achieved the pinnacle of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal realm over the past 3 millennia and were now attempting to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. As Hong Jun's final words echoed, the mighty beings slowly awakened, their expressions reflecting a lingering desire for more. Joyous moments are always fleeting. Unbeknownst to many, 3,000 years had slipped by. During this time, each individual had made varying degrees of breakthroughs, their understanding of the Tao deepening significantly and the path ahead becoming remarkably clear. Among them, the formidable trio of the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the 2 saints from the west, Fuxi and Kuanping, along with Zenyuanzi, had all reached at least the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with some even advancing to the late stage. The only powerful entity that had not broken through was the ancestral witch, Hutu. She had merely come to observe, curious to see if Hong Jun's teachings would benefit her kin. Unfortunately, her clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, rendering Hong Jun's teachings ineffective for them. Thus concluded this lecture. Hong Jun said calmly, seeing that the mighty beings had comprehended, and added, The next lecture is scheduled for 10,000 years hence, focusing on the path of the quasi-saint. He deliberately left a cliffhanger as his voice faded. His figure vanished without granting anyone the opportunity to inquire further. At that moment, the minds of the powerful beings were set ablaze with tumult. The path of the quasi-saint. They were learning for the first time that there existed a realm between the great Luo golden immortal and the saint. In an instant, all the mighty beings were filled with anticipation. Chapter 9. A steady course, Ling Xiao Palace. 3,000 years passed, and Jun and Tai Yi finally broke through to the great Luo golden immortal. Leading the charge, Jun had assumed his cultivation surpassed that of his two younger brothers. To his surprise, Tai Yi matched his level, and Ling Xiao had even surpassed him. Throughout these 3 millennia, Ling Xiao had comprehended the laws of yang and fire, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Just as he had anticipated, upon entering the realm of great Luo, his advantages began to manifest. With the chaos pearl and the fragments of the creation jade plate, grasping the laws felt as natural as swimming in water, as if riding a gentle breeze. Third brother, now that we have attained the great Luo golden immortal status, we can be considered formidable figures in the Hongwang. Why not venture out for a while? Even in our cultivation, we must balance diligence with leisure, said Jun to Ling Xiao. Upon transforming, Ling Xiao immediately cautioned them. The Hongwang world is perilous. One must possess at least the great Luo golden immortal cultivation to safeguard oneself. Now that we have finally reached that level, it is indeed time to explore. To say I have been confined for so long, the farthest I have ventured is the Taiyin Star. I am nearly going stir-crazy. Hearing Jun's words, Ling Xiao smiled wryly, responding, Elder brother, second brother, the times have changed. Currently, merely entering the great Luo golden immortal realm is far from sufficient. Considering the timeline, Hongjuan's first lecture has concluded, and the batch of innate mighty beings from the 3 pure ones should nearly all be at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. When they transformed, even at the early stage, they were more than adequate, but now the gap has widened significantly. How many attended the Purple Cloud Palace for the lecture? The 3,000 guests were merely a general reference. The actual number was likely much greater. Hongjuan's teachings have elevated the cultivation of the mighty beings in the current Hongwang to a new level. Is it truly that terrifying? Tai Yi asked in astonishment, not doubting Ling Xiao's words. To him, it seemed his third brother possessed prophetic abilities, making it illogical for him to deceive his kin. There is nothing to fear. We are not seeking trouble. Even if issues arise, we are 3 brothers together. If we cannot win, we can still flee. Growth through experience is the fastest path. Jun declared with a grand gesture. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, feeling that Jun's reasoning held some merit. Most importantly, Hongjun had just concluded his teachings, and those who attended were likely still absent. Currently, the Hongwang was in a period of vacuum. It was an opportune moment to take action. With this thought, Ling Xiao felt invigorated and was about to nod in agreement when the long-absent system voice echoed once more. Detected the conclusion of Hongjuan's first lecture. The calamity between the Wu and Yao has officially commenced. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Leave the Sun Star and forge a magnificent reputation. Reward. A strand of primordial purple energy. Option 2. Remain cautious and stay put. Reward. Ling Xiao Palace. Just as Ling Xiao was poised to take action, upon seeing the options, he promptly settled back down. Ling Xiao Palace? Was this prepared specifically for me, or was it the same as the later Jade Emperor's? Intrigued, Ling Xiao felt an affinity for the palace bearing his name and was quite fond of it. He decided to delve deeper into its details. Ling Xiao Palace, a postnatal extraordinary treasure, capable of growing alongside its master, a defensive artifact that naturally manifests a domain. Any being that enters the palace will have their cultivation suppressed, with the more severe cases facing a reduction in their power. Flight is restricted. Apart from the master, outsiders can only walk, thus reflecting the master's authority. What a marvelous treasure! Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled. It was clear that this Ling Xiao Palace differed somewhat from the one belonging to the Jade Emperor. This entity astonishingly possesses the ability to grow alongside its master, potentially reaching a level that rivals the treasures of chaos. In this moment, Ling Xiao had already made his choice. What he initially intended as a leisurely outing was now transformed by a sudden change of heart. It was better to remain hidden. He mused. System, I choose option 2. Ling Xiao promptly made his selection. How could he easily relinquish the treasure named after himself? He had no desire to even glance at the primordial purple aura. Third brother, let us depart. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Jun urged as he noticed Ling Xiao's sudden stillness. It seems our third brother has grown attached to home, refining the Sun Star to carry it with him, making it his abode wherever he goes. Tai Yi jested, his words laced with sharp wit. Ling Xiao, returning to reality, offered a resigned smile and replied, eldest brother, Second brother, I fear I cannot accompany you. Just now, I experienced a sudden epiphany. I must remain at home to enter seclusion. Reluctantly, Ling Xiao fabricated a flimsy excuse. Is that so? Your talent truly is extraordinary. In that case, remain at home and cultivate. Tai Yi and I shall venture forth, Jun expressed, his face beaming with a mixture of surprise and envy. Understanding the gravity of the moment and the inappropriateness of venturing out, Ling Xiao nodded, cautioning, do not stray too far, avoid perilous places, and return within a millennium at most. He refrained from insisting that Jun and Tai Yi stay behind. Since they wished to explore, it would be unseemly to persist in dissuasion. Furthermore, during this period, the formidable beings who had gone to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to teachings had yet to return. With Jun and Tai Yi's cultivation levels, they would be more than capable of handling any situation. Rest assured, third brother, we are well aware of the risks. You may focus on your cultivation at home. Should I discover any treasures, there shall certainly be a share for you, Jun assured with a smile. Subsequently, the two departed the Sun Star with great anticipation. Once they had left, Ling Xiao's thoughts shifted, and he summoned the Ling Xiao Palace, commencing the process of refining it. He adeptly divided his focus, engaging in both refinement and comprehension of the laws of cultivation. To speak endlessly, the world of the primordial era is one where the strong reign supreme. Without formidable strength, one might unexpectedly encounter calamity. For instance, the Northern Sea's mystical tortoise, whose limbs were severed to prop the heavens, lost its existence without cause, only to have its merits claimed by another. This illustrates that without power, all is mere empty talk. In the blink of an eye, a millennium slipped by. The group of mighty beings who had ventured to the Purple Cloud Palace began to return to the primordial era, some entering seclusion to assimilate their newfound insights, while others roamed in search of opportunities. Among them, the only one who returned empty-handed was the ancestral witch, Ho-Tu, who subsequently gathered with the 12 ancestral witches in the Pangu Temple to share her insights from the teachings. Despite her best efforts to fabricate something compelling, the somewhat naive and straightforward Ho-Tu ultimately found herself unable to do so, and she had no choice but to convey the truth, for words, utterly without gain. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches erupted in laughter, showing no intent to reproach Ho-Tu's sister. I have long maintained that we ancestral witches, being the true lineage of Pangu and inheritors of our Father God's legacy, are best suited to our own teachings. Why should we seek out those of others? Dijiang, the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, laughed heartily, reiterating his earlier sentiments, lamenting that Ho-Tu had chosen to pursue teachings elsewhere, wasting several thousand years in the process. Chapter 10, The Witch Clan's Plans, Gathering at Mount Buzhou. Eldest brother speaks wisely. The world of the primordial era was indeed created by our Father God. As his bloodline, we enjoy his blessings and fortune. It is only a matter of time before we attain saintly forms, remarked the ancestral witch Zhu Rong, her tone both arrogant and unconcerned. Hearing this, Ho-Tu gently shook her head and replied, it cannot be said so lightly. During my visit to the Purple Cloud Palace, I encountered many formidable beings. Not to mention, those who also claim to be the true heirs of Pangu, the three purities, bear significant fortunes and should not be underestimated. Their strength is already comparable to mine, and given time, they may pose a threat to our witch clan's fortune. She spoke earnestly, asserting that her trip to the Purple Cloud Palace was not without merit. Sister, I believe you are overthinking it. Those three who merely inherited our Father God's primordial spirit are hardly worthy of the title of true heirs of Pangu. Do not forget, our Father God's greatest strength lies in his physical form. What is the primordial spirit worth? Chu Gong interjected with a laugh, filled with disdain. Ho-Tu, unable to refute this, acknowledged that it was only her intuition. While the three purities were not weak, they were merely 3 in number, whereas they had 12 siblings. Perhaps she was indeed overthinking. At that moment, Xian Ming, who shared a close relationship with Ho-Tu, pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, sister has a point. While we siblings are indeed favored by our Father God, we must not let our guard down. The pressing task remains to strengthen our power, just in case. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witch's expressions shifted, recognizing the validity in Xian Ming's words. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans have fallen. This realm should rightly be governed by our witch clan. Otherwise, we would do a disservice to the world our Father God has created. The ancestral witch Changliang, exuding immense authority, declared with a voice that resonated like thunder throughout the hall. It is indeed reasonable. Over the years, our witch clan's power has accumulated significantly. It is time to dominate the entirety of the primordial era. Zhu Jiuyin spoke calmly, his voice tranquil yet undeniably domineering. The silent ancestral witches nodded in agreement. For if the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had once ruled the realm, how could they, as true heirs of Pangu, not claim the right to govern as well? Dijiang, the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, surveyed the room with piercing eyes and solemnly inquired, "Are you all in agreement?" The ancestral witches exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet nodding vigorously. Dijiang, understanding the consensus, paused for a moment before slowly articulating, "What you all say is indeed correct. The time is ripe. Currently, our witch clan faces no adversaries. Perhaps this is also our Father Goddess blessing, ensuring our clan thrives and grows strong. Therefore, we must not squander this divine favor. Unifying the world of the primordial era is the best way to repay our Father God." Upon uttering these words, the ancestral witches were ignited with fervor, as if responding to the call of a higher purpose. "From this day forth, let us swiftly expand our territory until we encompass the entirety of the primordial era," Dijiang declared, rising to his feet with a resounding proclamation. The ancestral witches unanimously expressed their agreement, with only Ho-Tu appearing somewhat hesitant, ultimately unable to suppress her interjection. "Eldest brother, will this not incite discontent among certain beings, leading them to unite against us?" She voiced her concerns, prompting laughter from the assembly of ancestral witches. "Sister, you worry too much. Those ragtag beings, chaotic and disorganized, who could possibly unite them? Even if they could, they would merely be a disjointed mob, certainly no match for us." Zhu Rong scoffed, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. "Our witch clan is united by a common origin. Naturally, we are of one heart and mind. Those chaotic beings, with their myriad forms. How could 1,000 beings ever unite? They would be fundamentally misaligned," Zhu Rong asserted. "What you say is indeed accurate, sister. Your concerns are entirely unwarranted." On this occasion, even Xianming refrained from supporting Ho-Tu, viewing her as overly cautious, bordering on timid. In the end, Ho-Tu murmured softly, acknowledging her potential overthinking, feeling somewhat guilty and lacking in confidence. "Very well, since there are no objections, let us return and make our respective arrangements in preparation for our expedition." With a grand gesture, Emperor Jiang proclaimed his command. At once, the 12 ancestral witches returned to their respective tribes, and the entire witch clan stirred into action. For these warriors, inherently combative, could no longer contain their fervor. Led by the great witches from various tribes, they began to push outward, vying for territory and seizing resources. The witch clan, burdened by their innate impure energy, could not absorb the essence of the world. Apart from the ancestral witches, they were reliant on sustenance, making the demon race their prime source of nourishment, at least until the emergence of humanity. The expansion and aggression of the witch clan naturally met with formidable resistance, resulting in relentless battles, leaving a landscape littered with severed limbs and rivers of blood, gradually enveloping the primordial realm in a thin veil of malevolent energy. Meanwhile, at Mount Buzhou, a gathering of formidable beings awaited the advent of treasures in hushed anticipation. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light soared skyward, accompanied by an astonishing aura. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the universe, casting a golden sheen over the mountain. A gourd vine, exuding a spectrum of spiritual rain, unfurled from thin air, constantly morphing and radiating powerful waves of energy. At last, it had emerged. Laozi stroked his beard and smiled, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. The three brothers had returned not long ago and sensed that a significant opportunity awaited them. With the appearance of this treasure, the aura suggested it was an extraordinary innate spiritual artifact. "Haha, this object seems destined to be linked with the West," he mused. In another direction, the figures of Jane and Jun and Tai Yi exchanged knowing smiles. Having returned from the Purple Cloud Palace without haste to return to the West, they serendipitously encountered the emergence of this treasure. Was it not a sign of their destiny? It appeared that this treasure longed to accompany them back to the West. The siblings Enhua and Fushi, along with Hongyun and other mighty beings, displayed expressions of delight as they clearly saw 7 resplendent gourds hanging from the vine. Surely one of these gourds must belong to them. At this moment, in a corner of Mount Buzhou, 2 golden figures peered curiously, eager to make their move. "Brother, is the treasure you sensed truly over there?" "Indeed, I have a strong feeling that this treasure is of great importance to me," Emperor Jun affirmed with a firm nod. "Such is the nature of fate. In the primordial realm, if a treasure is meant for you, you will sense it even from afar. Conversely, if it is not, it may be right before your eyes, yet remain unclaimed." Having traversed the primordial world for 1,000 years, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had unwittingly arrived at Mount Buzhou, guided by Emperor Jun's instinct that a treasure awaited him there. "Very well, I will distract them while you seize the opportunity and flee," Tai Yi suggested solemnly. "What about you?" Emperor Jun inquired, astonished and ready to refuse. "I have the Chaos Bell in my possession, capable of both offense and defense. Even if I cannot win, I can escape. You need not worry about me," Tai Yi replied nonchalantly. This was a reluctant strategy, as every powerful being present surpassed them in cultivation. A direct confrontation would yield no chance, leaving them with no choice but to resort to cunning. Be astute and act when the moment is ripe. Once I succeed, we shall escape together, Emperor Jun declared earnestly, unwilling to see Tai Yi in danger. Tai Yi nodded in agreement. They then concealed their auras and stealthily advanced. At this juncture, the seven-colored brilliance retracted, and the innate gourd vine finally reached maturity. Above the towering vine, 7 gourds of varying hues swayed enticingly, as if inviting onlookers to join in play. The gathering of mighty beings, unable to resist such temptation, immediately showcased their powers in a bid to seize the gourds. That golden gourd is mine. None shall contest with me. Heh, I fancy the green one. The red gourd is beckoning to me. Cursed be it. I shall take it back for proper discipline. In an instant, a dozen streams of radiant light cleaved through the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura, and swiftly tangled together. Amidst this chaos, the 3 pure ones gained the upper hand. Their formidable cultivation and remarkable synergy rendered them nearly invincible, repelling numerous adversaries. The innate spiritual treasures belong to those fated to possess them. You are unaware of your fate. Why engage in senseless conflict? Depart at once, Yuan Shi proclaimed haughtily, his voice echoing throughout the realm. Indeed, those not involved should withdraw quickly. Jun Tai Yi echoed, aiming to reprimand the contending powers. He had already calculated that among the 7 gourds, each of the 3 pure ones would claim one, with Enhua being one of the foremost of the Purple Cloud Palace, receiving another. The final gourd would be contested based on merit. Other mighty beings were simply unworthy of participation. Nonsense. I feel a connection with all 7 gourds. Why should I retreat? Roared a hot-tempered mighty being. To think that a mere claim of fate would compel them to depart was utterly ludicrous. Words are futile. Let strength prevail. Instantly, a brawl erupted anew, as over a dozen mighty beings clashed in a tumultuous battle in the void. At this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stealthily approached. Now, the brothers exchanged a glance and transformed into streaks of divine rainbow, racing towards the 7 gourds. Despite their utmost efforts to conceal themselves, they inevitably attracted the attention of the powerful beings. What audacity! The furious Taoist voice thundered down, and immediately, several attacks were directed at Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. They were engaged in combat. How could they allow such insignificant figures to snatch away the treasure right beneath their noses? Who dares to challenge us? We are the Solar Star Gods, Emperor Jun boldly declared, acknowledging their exposure with a sense of resolve. Solar Star Gods? Pathetic and weak. Depart at once. This treasure is beyond your grasp. A furious mighty being retorted, his immense power surging like a tempest. Naturally, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, both at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, were dismissed with ease. Outrageous. To underestimate us. Emperor Jun seethed, his golden armor igniting with the flames of the Golden Crow, enveloping the void in searing heat. Ha, your foundation is commendable, but alas, your cultivation is lacking. Perhaps another 1,000,000 years of training will suffice, Jun Tai Yi smirked, dismissing the sudden intruders. Boom. Tai Yi launched an immediate counterattack, the chaos bell resonating through the heavens and earth, pressing forward with overwhelming force. In that instant, another fierce battle erupted, and Emperor Jun and Tai Yi found themselves engulfed in the fray. Solar Star. Ling Xiao slowly awakened from his meditation, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The laws of space, he murmured softly, unable to conceal his excitement. He had not anticipated that one of the most difficult laws to comprehend, the law of space, would yield to him even the slightest insight. Time reigns supreme. Space holds dominion, causality remains unbroken, and fate reigns sovereign. Just from this simple phrase, one could grasp the formidable nature of the law of space. Its power was indeed formidable and challenging to fathom. Ling Xiao had initially intended to merely experiment, yet he unwittingly grasped a fragment of understanding. At present, he primarily focused on the laws of the sun and fire, as these 2 laws resonated most harmoniously with him, resulting in the swiftest advancement. He planned to extend his height with these 2 laws while broadening his scope with others. Ding! Detecting that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are engaged in battle at Mount Buzhou. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Rush to their aid. Seize the opportunity. Reward. The top 10 innate spiritual roots, Huang Zhongli. Choice 2. Continue to remain hidden. Disregarding the situation. Reward. The 10 divine fires, the essence of the burning heaven purple fire. Ling Xiao's expression froze, lost in contemplation. Mount Buzhou. An opportunity. Could it be that the innate gourd vine has emerged? Ling Xiao pondered, calculating the time. It seemed about right. As for Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, it can be surmised that they were drawn to the allure of the gourd. This gourd, which nurtured the legendary flying sword that could slay immortals, was bestowed upon Jinwu Luya by Emperor Jun's system. I choose option 1. Ling Xiao made his choice without much hesitation, despite the system's insinuation to tempt him out. Even Huang Zhongli was brought into the equation. Ling Xiao had to accept this. Not only did he wish to take advantage of Huang Zhongli, but he also aimed to seize the gourd. If he chose to venture out, he must profit from it. With this thought, Ling Xiao rose abruptly, his robe of sun, moon, and stars billowing in the wind, vanishing above the sun star. At Mount Buzhou, the relentless battle had driven away several formidable beings, leaving only the 3 pure ones. The duo from the west, Inhua, Fuxi, Hongyun, along with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. The reason Emperor Jun and Tai Yi remained was not due to their strength, but rather their weakness. The 3 pure ones had focused their main efforts on the powerful beings that posed a threat to them. They concentrated their firepower on others, dismissing Emperor Jun and Tai Yi entirely. Dear friends of the 3 pure ones, and fellow Taoist Inhua, I, a humble monk, propose we eliminate the extraneous nuisances. How about we each claim one of the 7 gourds? Jun and Tai Yi suggested aptly, already preparing the distribution of the 7 gourds, 1 for each. I only desire a golden gourd. Inhua responded with clarity, ignoring Jun and Tai Yi's suggestion, her intentions unmistakable. Jun and Tai Yi's lips twitched before he burst into laughter, declaring, "It is the will of heaven. Our barren western lands deserve 3 gourds, while the remaining 3 shall be entrusted to the 3 pure ones." His words flowed naturally and with an air of entitlement. Hearing this, Tong Tian scoffed derisively, taunting, "You 2 Taoists are quite presumptuous. What merit do you possess to deserve 3 gourds?" This was open to negotiation. Jane, who had been silent, slowly spoke, his expression troubled. "We are the true lineage of Pangu and should rightfully claim 4 gourds. Conceding 2 to you is already quite magnanimous." Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke coolly, his eyes filled with disdain for the duo from the west. Jun and Tai Yi, refusing to yield, attempted to haggle but was halted by Jane, who then turned his authority on others, stating, "Enough, those uninvolved should retreat. We do not wish to resort to violence and cause embarrassment." Chapter 12. The Great Powers. This golden crow is rather formidable. Jun and Tai Yi commanded imperiously, daring not to show his teeth to the 3 pure ones. Yet he felt no restraint towards Emperor Jun and the others. Red Cloud, donning a robe of 9 layers of auspicious clouds, sighed inwardly, realizing he had little chance. Had Xinyuanzi accompanied him, he could have contended. The duo from the west did not consider giving Red Cloud a gourd out of courtesy. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, already formulating a plan in their hearts. On the surface, they remained unperturbed. Retreating without a fight was not their style. They were similarly built, both strikingly handsome. Their long hair flowing like golden light, with golden pupils radiating like sharp swords. How absurd. These 2 insignificant birds dare to covet our fortune. Let it not be said that the humble monk is merciful. Jun and Tai Yi declared coldly, angered that these 2 birds were disregarding him. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi grew vigilant, ready to initiate their plan. One would seize the gourd while the other distracted the enemy. Suddenly, their expressions froze, sensing a familiar aura, their divine gazes scanning the horizon. This unexpected behavior piqued the curiosity of the powerful beings present. Who approaches? A figure emerged slowly from the horizon, appearing to move slowly yet arriving in an instant, as if stepping from another time and space. "Third brother, what brings you here?" Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed in surprise and joy. Jun and Tai Yi instantly relaxed, having anticipated the arrival of a formidable entity, only to find it was merely a younger brother. The presence of one more golden crow changed little. However, Jun and Tai Yi gazed at the figure in the distance, which seemed to belong to another realm, as Ling Xiao's true body remained far away. That figure, traversing the river of time, left behind fleeting shadows that gradually became clearer. The next moment, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared before Jun and Tai Yi, his gaze captivating, golden flames dancing, looking down upon him. "Repeat what you just said." All the powerful beings were taken aback, having not sensed Ling Xiao's sudden approach. The 3 pure ones exchanged silent glances, each recognizing the wariness in the other's eyes, for they had just discerned that the recent movement had involved the laws of space. In an instant, he had crossed from afar to right in front of them. Such speed was beyond normal flight, a direct manipulation of space. Jun and Tai Yi's expression was one of uncertainty, still reeling from the shock. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. "What do you intend to do?" Jun and Tai Yi swiftly attempted to retreat. Ling Xiao followed with a single step, his golden hand radiating overwhelming might, invoking the power of space as he struck out fiercely. A loud crack echoed, blood splattered, and Jun and Tai Yi was sent flying, several teeth knocked loose. Covering his face, Jun and Tai Yi was a mix of disbelief and fury. "You dare to humiliate me?" he roared, unable to contain his wrath. Being struck in front of so many was a humiliation that nearly drove him mad. Ling Xiao's expression was frigid as he spoke indifferently. To insult my golden crow lineage, I shall prepare a 3-foot pit to bury your remains. He had no intention of instigating trouble, but Jun and Tai Yi had truly provoked him. Perhaps influenced by the tales of the primordial wilderness in his past life, seeing these two stirred his anger. This fellow Taoist, you have gone too far. As a newcomer, you must understand the heights of heaven and depths of earth, Jane interjected, stepping in front of Jun and Tai Yi. He had not anticipated Jun and Tai Yi would be defeated so swiftly. Too fast for him to react. Brother's cultivation is still somewhat lacking, he mused, though he himself was at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Unafraid of anyone present except Laozi. Without further ado, Ling Xiao summoned the Hongming Ding and the Hongming measuring ruler, launching an immediate assault. Jane's expression changed dramatically. Having originated from the desolate west, he possessed no significant treasures. Boom! The Hongming Ding erupted with immeasurable mystical light, chaos energy enveloping it, suppressing all like an entire world. Ling Xiao wielded the Hongming measuring ruler, akin to a celestial river, severing the connection between heaven and earth. Jane let out a long howl. A white hair emerging from his brow, radiating 12-colored brilliance, manifesting a towering golden body. The towering golden body had a pronounced forehead, eyes gleaming with brilliance. Forming seals with its hands, surrounded by an imposing golden light, adorned with precious lotuses, lamps, and jeweled garlands. The three pure ones, Enhua, and other powerful beings all displayed shock, acknowledging Jane's profound magical prowess. Even Ling Xiao was somewhat astonished. Jane's strength exceeded his expectations, and without using his treasures, victory would not come easily. Truly, he was the foremost existence from the west. Jane revealed his Dharmakaya, engaging in a bare-handed confrontation, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. However, this state did not last long before he began to cough up blood, his physical body nearly cracking. The gathered powerful beings were deeply alarmed. It was not that Jane was inadequate, but rather that those two treasures were extraordinarily formidable. That ding was born from chaos energy and even contained primordial energy. At least a congenital supreme treasure, and possibly even a chaos spiritual treasure. Tong Tian exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes revealing envy. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. Laozi and Yuanshi shared similar sentiments. Although they harbored feelings of envy, they were devoid of any malicious intent to seize what belonged to others. As the true disciples of Pangu, their pride rendered them disdainful of such sordid actions. On another front, it came as a surprise that the three-legged golden crow was indeed so formidable. Fuxi could not help but exclaim that had he not encountered Ling Xiao and his companions today, he might have forgotten that the Sun Star was still home to the golden crows, feeling almost like an outsider. Truly remarkable, he mused. Yet it was curious that despite the teachings of the Tao ancestor, they had not ventured forth. Nuwa, gazing at the figure suspended in the void, expressed her perplexity. With such immense power, they would surely rank among the elite in the Zixiao Palace. Perhaps they simply could not locate it. Fuxi shrugged and jested. The clash between Ling Xiao and Jane was so thunderous that it attracted the attention of numerous mighty beings. While Jane was familiar to them, Ling Xiao was a novel sight. Instantly, all the powerful entities grew curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Such strength could not possibly go unnoticed. On the Tying Star, Shiha and Changxi were left dumbfounded, staring blankly at the figure enveloped in golden flames, questioning their very existence. They had assumed that after attending the Zixiao Palace to gain enlightenment and elevate their cultivation to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they would easily outpace Ling Xiao. They were utterly unprepared for the staggering disparity in strength. Just moments ago, they had been evenly matched. Sister, why is it that he did not attend the teachings yet remained so powerful? Changxi bitterly inquired, feeling profoundly disheartened. If you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? Shiha replied with a mix of exasperation and amusement, turning to enter the Guanghan Palace. She intended to enter seclusion for cultivation. She would not emerge until she achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 13. This item has no connection to me, the three crows and the three pure ones. The battle between Ling Xiao and Jane escalated to a fever pitch, the scene astonishing, the air resonating with power, dimming the sun and moon. The true fire of the sun engulfed the heavens, summoning the sun's essence and cascading down a deluge of golden sacred flames, transforming into a boundless sea of fire, overturning the cosmos. Senior brother, I come to assist you. Upon witnessing Jane falter, Jun and Tai Yi cried out, eager to join the fray, only to be intercepted by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. While they could not best Jun and Tai Yi, they could certainly stall for time. Nonsense. Jun and Tai Yi erupted in fury, and the two sides clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Jane could no longer endure. He was nearly rendered senseless, his golden body form battered, his visage bruised and marked with wounds, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Fellow Taoist, let us pause. We have matters to discuss. Seizing a moment of respite, Jane hastily spoke. Fighting will not resolve our issues. We are all cultivators and should not stoop to such base conduct. Oh, what do you wish to say? Ling Xiao raised a hand, the Hongming ding hovering above his head, oscillating incessantly, a symbol of his invincibility. Jane cast a fearful glance at the Hongming ding, forcing a smile as he replied, in essence, are we not here for these 7 gourds? If that is the case, I shall relinquish 1 gourd as an apology to you, fellow Taoist. We in the West only require 1. At this juncture, he directed a rebuke towards Jun and Tai Yi, who was still engaged in combat. Junior brother, cease this impoliteness at once. The sudden outburst left Jun and Tai Yi momentarily bewildered. In that instant of distraction, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi seized the opportunity to deliver a slap to either side of his face. Jun and Tai Yi erupted in anger, feeling as if he might explode. Yet Jane, quick to act, restrained him, urging, Junior brother, do not be impulsive. Relax, relax. Ling Xiao chuckled silently, saying, Jane, these 7 gourds are treasures of the East, unrelated to you in the West. Do not think to take even a single leaf from them. Fellow Taoist, we are all beings of the primordial earth. Why must we delineate between East and West? Jane's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. He had already compromised, asking only for 1, yet Ling Xiao was unwilling to part with even a single gourd. It was utterly unreasonable. Were the most formidable duo of the West to be so disregarded? I believe the Golden Crow Taoist is correct. Jane, you ought not to meddle. Return to the West and resume your cultivation. At that moment, Taoist Han Yun unexpectedly interjected, his words devoid of malice, merely resonating with the reasoning Ling Xiao had presented. You. Jane glared, astonished by Hong Yun's sudden pronouncement. Was this truly the same good Taoist who had offered him a seat in the Zhixiao Palace? In the path of cultivation, one must maintain an unwavering heart. Your constant shifts may lead you astray. Jane's lingering ire flared anew, further inflamed by Nuwa's interjection, as she signaled for their departure. Fellow Taoist Jane, fellow Taoist Jun and Tai Yi, it is time to return to the West. Her serene visage exuded an unusual tranquility. Ling Xiao regarded both Hong Yun and Nuwa with some surprise. He had merely spoken casually, yet these two had chosen to stand with him. Naturally, he understood Hong Yun's actions quite well. Jane's countenance, once contorted with distress, now transformed as he turned his gaze toward the 3 pure ones, preparing to appeal for their intervention. To his astonishment, Tong Tian spoke first. Jane, Jun and Tai Yi, cease your insistence here. They speak the truth. These are treasures of the East, and I believe you truly have no connection to them. Fate is not something to be forced. You. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi exchanged incredulous glances at the 3 pure ones and the others. Just a short while ago, they had been comrades, sitting side by side. Now they exhibited such disloyalty. The tide had turned. With these mighty beings uniting, they could not hope to take even a single gourd, let alone a leaf. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi shared a glance, calming their rising anger. If they were to depart, they would do so with dignity. In that case, fellow Taoists, until we meet again. Jane spoke coolly, leading Jun and Tai Yi away, and as they passed the primordial gourd vine, he scoffed, humph. This item is of no relation to the West. After the departure of the duo from the West, the atmosphere grew tense once more, for there were only 7 gourds but 9 individuals present. Esteemed friends, my brothers and I require 3 gourds. We hope you might grant us this favor. Laozi initiated, shattering the impasse. Indeed, we the 3 pure ones are the true disciples of Pangu. Seeking 3 gourds is not unreasonable. Yuanshi added haughtily. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled. Interestingly, my 3 crows were born from Panga's left eye. We too are of Panga's lineage. 3 crows? The 3 pure ones were taken aback. We are pure. While you are impure, are you intentionally opposing us? A poor imitation. Ling Xiao continued. Let us say this. My 3 crows shall take 2 gourds, while the remaining ones will go to fellow Taoist Nuwa and fellow Taoist Hong Yun, each receiving 1. Ling Xiao paused momentarily before continuing, believing that the red gourd, which rightfully belonged to him, should be given to Hong Yun for being the first to support him. This gourd was crucial for Hong Yun's future. He could not take advantage of Hong Yun's good nature. The combined strength of the 3 pure ones surpassed that of the Western duo, especially Laozi, who was undoubtedly stronger than Jane. They could not match the 3 pure ones in brute strength. Furthermore, Nuwa represented the demon clan and was destined to become a sage. Ling Xiao did not wish to harbor enmity over a mere gourd. With his words, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa were all taken aback. While Hong Yun was not weak, he was but one individual. The gourd could easily be withheld from him. Even Hong Yun was profoundly shocked, staring at Ling Xiao with astonishment, feeling a flicker of gratitude in that moment. Since no one has objections, let us proceed with this allocation. Yuanshi promptly stated, fearing Ling Xiao might retract his agreement. After all, they were still acquiring 3 gourds, and their interests remained unscathed. The assembly of powerful beings remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Yuan Shi's expression brightened with delight as he prepared to cast a spell to retrieve the gourd. The 7 gourds, each of a distinct hue, varied in potency. Particularly notable was the final black gourd, enveloped in chaotic energy, which undoubtedly surpassed the remaining 6 in strength. Wait a moment, Ling Xiao interjected, positioning himself before Yuan Shi. We, the 3 crows, have already suffered losses and made concessions. Should we not be allowed to choose first? That is out of the question. You have already gained a tremendous advantage by claiming 2 gourds, Yuan Shi replied, his pride preventing him from yielding. How can the 3 crows even be compared to us? The 3 pure ones? Dear Yuan Shi, you have already taken 3 gourds. It would only be fair to allow the 3 crows to select first, Red Cloud chimed in. Approaching Ling Xiao's side, making his intentions clear, should conflict arise, he would undoubtedly support Ling Xiao. Yuan Shi's expression shifted slightly, casting a fierce glare at Red Cloud. This insufferable goody two-shoes. Why are you always around? Do you believe that standing with the 3 crows implies that I, Yuan Shi, am inferior to them? Chapter 14. The 7th Gourd, entrusted to you by the demon race. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Niwa intervened, decisively altering the course of events. 3 pure ones and 3 crows. The latter have already made concessions, so let them choose first. At this, the faces of the 3 pure ones paled. This scenario felt eerily familiar, as if rehearsed. Indeed, it had been similar when the duo from the west was coerced into retreat. That cunning golden crow had managed to garner support. The distribution scheme he had just proposed aligned perfectly with the sentiments of both Niwa and Red Cloud. A mere phrase had shifted their allegiance, now pressuring the 3 pure ones. The devious golden crow had likely set his sights on that black gourd, orchestrating his retreat as a tactical advance. In a fleeting moment, the 3 pure ones regarded Ling Xiao with varying expressions. After a brief pause, Laozi spoke slowly. What you two have said holds merit. Let the golden crow choose first. Though they possessed formidable strength, they could not guarantee their victory overall. This indignation would have to be swallowed for now. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. At that moment, he was a scheming little golden crow. Elder brother, second brother, let us proceed to select our gourds. He then beckoned to Jun and Tai Yi, who were still reeling from Ling Xiao's maneuvering. Upon hearing his call, they snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Ling Xiao swiftly approached the gourd vine, his gaze fixated on the 7th black gourd. Those familiar with the legend of the gourd children knew that the 7th was the most formidable. To him, while the other 6 might be exquisite innate spiritual treasures, this black gourd had the potential to be an innate supreme treasure. However, this gourd had been scarcely mentioned in the ancient texts of the primordial world. Perhaps cursed by heaven and left incomplete, or possibly pilfered by Hong Jun regardless. Ling Xiao resolved to first secure this black gourd within the Chaos Pearl for safekeeping, to prevent any divine envy from damaging it. After plucking the black gourd, Jun successfully acquired the alluring purple-white gourd that could nurture the slaying, immortal flying knife. Once Ling Xiao and his companions had completed their selections, the other powerful beings did not hesitate to cast their spells to claim the gourds they desired. Red Cloud also achieved his wish, obtaining the red gourd, which would eventually become the 9-9 Scatter Soul gourd. Niwa received the golden gourd that would later birth the summoning demon banner. With the gourds distributed, the 3 pure ones wasted no time in departing, eager to avoid encountering Ling Xiao's countenance. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao, seemingly oblivious, began gathering the gourd vine and the soil of the 9 heavens. Sister, let us take our leave. Fushi called to Niwa. Yet, Niwa, observing Ling Xiao's diligent efforts, fell into deep contemplation. In the depths of her being, she sensed the profound significance of the gourd vine and soil, but they had already caught Ling Xiao's eye. After a moment of internal conflict, Niwa approached Ling Xiao. Dear Ling Xiao, I have an impolite request. Might you allow me to have the gourd vine and soil? I could offer a gourd in exchange. Her expression was earnest, her words sincere. Her intuition told her that these 2 items held greater importance than the gourds. Ling Xiao regarded the golden gourd before him, pondering the implications of claiming it. If he took it, would it bind him to the demon race in some inevitable fate? He had no intention of establishing a connection with them. Dear Niwa, it would be best for you to keep this gourd for now, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, adding in his heart, the demon race shall be entrusted to you henceforth. Niwa's expression froze in surprise. She could hardly believe it. Was he truly willing to forego such treasures? What about the gourd vine? She found herself perplexed by Ling Xiao's intentions. Was he offering them to her, or not? I can part with these items, but understand that this connection will require repayment in the future, Ling Xiao stated, casually tossing the gourd vine to Niwa and dividing the soil, keeping half for himself. He intended to return one day to see if he could create a golden crow. Niwa's joy was palpable as she nodded vigorously. Of course. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Ling Xiao inclined his head, gesturing for her to take her leave. Nuwa and Fushi bid farewell, while the ever-kind Red Cloud lingered, approaching Ling Xiao with gratitude. Thank you, dear friend. Without your assistance, I would not have acquired this gourd. There's no need for such formality. It is rightfully yours, Ling Xiao replied dismissively, knowing that had it not been for his arrival, the gourd would still belong to Red Cloud. Red Cloud, still appreciative, contemplated how he might reciprocate, but found himself at a loss for anything more valuable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Ling Xiao, may I be permitted to visit you? I wish to discuss the Tao with the three esteemed friends. Red Cloud boldly invited himself, noting that while the three crows had not attended the lecture at Xiao Palace, he had, and could relay the teachings to them. This was his sole offering in return. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow at Red Cloud's audacity. He was not only a good-natured fellow, but also quite the smooth talker. Very well, he acquiesced, recalling the old adage that one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, the three crows and Red Cloud returned to the Sun Star. Red Cloud surveyed the Sun Star. His first time setting foot here. It was indeed a splendid locale. No wonder it could nurture such remarkable talents. The eyes of the Pangu god. How could it be anything less? Tai Yi replied with a smile. Third brother is the true talent. We are but mediocre, Jun remarked, as Ling Xiao's recent display had once again reshaped their understanding of the world. Absolutely absurd, they mused. Do not belittle yourselves. Your foundations are formidable, but what you lack is a deeper understanding of the Tao. Fortunately, I had the privilege of listening to the Tao ancestors' teachings, and I can share them with you. Red Cloud seized the opportunity to say, is that truly the case? Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed in delight. Indeed, it is true. Not only did I listen to the Tao, but I also sat at the head of the audience, Red Cloud affirmed. Ling Xiao could not help but jest. This Red Cloud is indeed warm-hearted. To repay them, he has taken it upon himself to act as a messenger of the Tao. Fortune favors the fortunate. It was merely a stroke of luck. How did you come to know of this, dear Ling Xiao? Red Cloud inquired, puzzled, as he had not seen Ling Xiao at Xiao Palace. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. I heard it from a friend who returned from Xiao Palace. Han Yun nodded, astonished within himself. Was he truly garnering such attention now? It was merely a matter of offering a seat, wasn't it? Subsequently, they commenced a discourse, with Han Yun predominantly articulating his thoughts. Jun and Tai Yi listened attentively, gaining invaluable insights from the exchange. As for Ling Xiao, he was multitasking, placing a black gourd into the Chaos Pearl, followed by the system-rewarded Huangzhongli. This caliber of innate spiritual root could not thrive in an ordinary environment. It required a portion of soil to be planted within the chaos. Once matured, a single fruit could yield a formidable Deluo Jinxian. Chapter 15, Comprehensive Advancement. The Surge of Cultivation. The discussions on the Sun Star persisted for a millennium. Han Yun, selflessly and without reservation, imparted all he had gleaned from his time in the Xiao Palace. After the discourse, both Jun and Tai Yi achieved breakthroughs to the mid-stage of Deluo Jinxian, marking a significant gain. Over the span of a millennium, Ling Xiao, utilizing the Nine Heavens soil and the Chaos Pearl, grasped a fragment of the Earth's principle. Coupled with his advancements in the principles of space, yang, and fire, he had ascended to the late stage of Deluo Jinxian. His current cultivation level placed him among the elite, rivaling even the formidable beings such as the Three Pure Ones and the duo from the West, second only to Hongjun. In the present era of the Hongwang, comprehending the principles was arduous. Thanks to Hongjun's teachings, numerous powerful beings experienced exponential growth in their cultivation. However, Ling Xiao remained steadfast, gradually catching up. Yet, he felt it was not enough. He yearned to accelerate his progress. Ling Xiao mused, resolved not to depart from the Sun Star lightly. For upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, these powerful beings would employ the method of severing the three corpses, taking shortcuts to advancement. Merely severing one corpse could result in a leap in cultivation. The path to becoming a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian, however, bore no shortcuts. As one progressed, the principles became increasingly elusive. To ascend to the Hunyuan Jinxian, one needed to attain a certain mastery over a single principle, while the Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian required complete mastery of an entire principle. The journey ahead was long and arduous. Ling Xiao contemplated this, realizing he must hasten his cultivation speed and would not leave the Sun Star again unless absolutely necessary. I am deeply grateful for your generous teachings, Hongyun Taoist friend, he expressed. On that day, having digested their insights, Jun and Tai Yi gratefully addressed Hongyun. There is no need for such formalities. Compared to the assistance I have received from the three Wus, this is but a trifle. Hongyun waved his hand, a warm smile adorning his face. In a few thousand years, the Tao ancestor will once again impart teachings. At that time, you three may visit the Xiao Palace to listen. He kindly reminded them. Jun and Tai Yi nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with anticipation. At that moment, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Hong Yun, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Hong Yun Daoist friend." The mention of the teachings at the Zixiao Palace reminded him of the primordial purple energy. He had initially intended to remind Hong Yun, but upon reflection, it seemed premature, as the division of sacred positions and the distribution of primordial purple energy would likely occur during the third lecture. "No, Ling Xiao Daoist friend. It is I who should be thanking you," Hong Yun humbly replied, rising to take his leave. "Please." The three, Ling Xiao, Jun, and Tai Yi, rose to escort him, remaining until Hong Yun had departed the Sun Star. "Truly, Hong Yun is an exemplary Taoist friend. His company is exceptionally pleasant," Jun remarked, gazing at Hong Yun's receding figure with a sense of admiration. "Indeed, the contrast with those two from the west is particularly stark," Tai Yi added with a smile. After bidding farewell to Hong Yun, the three returned to the Sun Star beneath the Fusong tree. Jun and Tai Yi immediately settled down to continue their absorption of insights. Ling Xiao glanced at them, then spoke, "Eldest brother, second brother, do not rush into cultivation just yet. I have something to show you." "What is it?" Jun and Tai Yi queried with curiosity, intrigued by their younger brother's knack for presenting new wonders. "Do not be overly surprised, nor too excited," Ling Xiao said with a serious demeanor. "Do you think we are the sort to be easily astonished?" Jun chuckled, sensing that Ling Xiao was perhaps overreacting. Though they had ventured out once since their transformation, their innate understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth left little unknown to them. Few things could truly excite them. Ling Xiao nodded, raising his hand to reveal a fragment of the creation jade plate, radiating profound mysteries. "This is..." Jun and Tai Yi stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily short-circuiting, unable to articulate a name. It felt familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. "A fragment of the creation jade plate," Ling Xiao calmly disclosed. Upon his words, silence ensued. Boom. Jun and Tai Yi immediately stood, pointing at the fragment of the creation jade plate, speechless in their astonishment. Ling Xiao not only possessed a fragment, but two. "Third brother, from where did you acquire this?" Jun inquired, calming his racing heart, his voice tinged with disbelief. "This is simply something I was born with. Do you believe me?" Ling Xiao replied with a casual tone, which left both Jun and Tai Yi momentarily dumbfounded. After a moment of contemplation, they slowly responded, "Of course we believe you. You are my brother." "Third brother, I do not need this. You should keep it for yourself," Tai Yi stated decisively, showing no reluctance. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. "I still have another fragment. It is sufficient for my needs. A Deluo Jinxian requires comprehension of principles, and with this, cultivation becomes significantly more efficient." In truth, he possessed only two fragments of the creation jade plate, but with the existence of the chaos pearl, the fragments seemed less significant to him. As the calamity between the Wu and the Yao approached, enhancing his strength became paramount. Although Ling Xiao did not intend to involve himself with the Yao, the unpredictability of the situation could not be ignored. Jun and Tai Yi were his foundational brothers. During the impending calamity, they would be his most capable allies, and thus, their strength must not lag behind. To avoid being constrained by Hong Jun in the future, they all needed to pursue the path of Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. The method of severing the three corpses was unique to Hong Jun and could not be traversed. Similarly, the path to attain sanctity through merit required one's primordial spirit to be anchored to the heavenly Tao. Only by achieving the status of Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian could one truly roam freely within heaven and earth. Jun and Tai Yi were utterly speechless, astonished that Ling Xiao possessed yet another fragment, as if they could be procured in bulk. "Second brother, we shall take this. We cannot continue to hold back our younger brother," Jun declared solemnly. This statement struck a chord with Tai Yi, prompting him to promptly accept the fragment without further ado. "Remember, do not reveal the fragments of the creation jade plate to outsiders," Ling Xiao cautioned. Jun and Tai Yi nodded gravely, fully aware of the implications. They then eagerly returned to their studies of the creation jade plate fragment. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao continued to refine the chaos pearl while comprehending the principles. Since reaching the stage of Deluo Jinxian, his pace of refining the chaos pearl had significantly accelerated. Of the 3,000 prohibitions, he had currently refined over 500. Ling Xiao immersed himself in the refinement of prohibitions and the comprehension of principles, entering a state of tranquility without uttering a word. The Sun Star had descended into a fervor of cultivation. The outside world remained oblivious. The conflict between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan has escalated into a frenzy. At this time, the Demon Clan remains divided, a mere collection of scattered entities, wholly incapable of contending with the Witch Clan. As the Witch Clan continues its relentless expansion, disputes erupt across the vast expanse of the primordial land, invariably skewed in favor of the Witch Clan. In this dire situation, the myriad races of the primordial realm find themselves compelled to place their hopes in the hands of formidable beings, yearning for a leader who can rise to the occasion and fend off the Witch Clan's onslaught. Chapter 16. Who can unify the myriad races? Amidst the cataclysmic warfare between the Witch Clan and the myriad races of the primordial realm, several powerful figures begin to emerge. Among them are Bai Ling Xiao, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Zhou Ying, and Gui Che. These are the most distinguished experts among the myriad races, originally reclusive and reluctant to reveal themselves. But the encroachment of the Witch Clan has gradually threatened their very existence, necessitating their alliance. Most of them possess early-stage Deluo golden immortal cultivation. Yet in the face of the fierce ancestor witches, they are utterly powerless. One day, several great demons convene to discuss strategies. Bai, my friend, you are reputed to possess profound knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters. Could you perhaps divine when the accursed Witch Clan shall meet its demise? Gui Che exclaimed angrily, recalling a recent encounter with the formidable ancestor Witch Chong Liang, from which he narrowly escaped. Bai sighed, a hint of resignation in his smile. The heavens are inscrutable. Given the present chaos of the world, even I find it challenging to unravel the complexities at play. Rather than wait for the Witch Clan's downfall, it is more prudent to discuss actionable plans. If this continues, we may well perish before the Witch Clan ever meets its end, Ji Ming remarked, his expression somber. The 12 ancestor witches are overwhelmingly powerful. We cannot withstand them. Only annihilation awaits us, another great demon voiced, expressing a bleak outlook on the current situation. For the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestor witches are paramount, not only unmatched in combat prowess, but also capable of creating witch warriors from their own blood. Unless someone can subdue the 12 ancestor witches, the myriad races of the primordial realm stand no chance against the Witch Clan. They could exhaust us to the last. Bai, an elegant young man exuding the aura of a sage, shook his feather fan and spoke, in my view, the actions of the Witch Clan are detrimental to the balance of heaven and earth. Even they, in their rampant slaughter, shall incur a loss of fortune. The myriad races of the primordial realm are rife with grievances and will eventually turn against the Witch Clan. The great demons appeared to grasp Bai's words, finding them commendable, yet somewhat nebulous. The concepts of fortune and causality are notoriously elusive. Presently, as the Tao ancestor expounds on the great Tao, those who attend his teachings experience rapid advancements in strength. The Witch Clan, inherently flawed, struggles to comprehend the great Tao, likely leading them to desperation and reckless expansion in a bid to bolster their power. I believe the urgency lies with us, Ji Ming insisted. Is there truly no viable strategy among us, dear friends? The great demons fell silent, glancing around until their gazes converged on Bai. It was clear that any cerebral endeavor would rest upon his shoulders. Bai, rising to the occasion, had already formulated a plan. I have been contemplating this, he began, prompting eager attention from the assembly. In my estimation, the strength of the myriad races is not to be underestimated. They can stand toe-to-toe with the Witch Clan. The crux of the issue lies in their fragmentation. To alter this predicament, we require a capable and influential figure to unite the races. Only then can we hope to withstand the Witch Clan's assaults. Bai articulated his thoughts with clarity and precision, and upon hearing his insights, the gathered powers experienced a moment of enlightenment. Such an apparent truth, how had they failed to recognize it? Bai's proposition is indeed sound. I find it feasible. Ji Ming readily concurred. Then it is settled. Bai shall assume the responsibility of unifying the myriad races, he suggested, and the other great demons remained silent, tacitly agreeing. However, Bai gently shook his head, stating, my standing is insufficient, and none here possess the stature to undertake such a monumental task. His words were candid, unequivocally dismissing not only his own capabilities, but also extinguishing any flickers of ambition among the assembled demons. Such truths must be voiced to avoid intrigue and unnecessary strife. Then, Bai, who do you believe is fit for this significant role? At present, there are two suitable candidates, Bai revealed. Firstly, Kunpeng, among the myriad races. He commands the highest respect. The great powers nodded in acknowledgement. They had certainly heard of Kunpeng's fearsome reputation, and he undoubtedly ranks among the foremost powers in the current primordial realm, with both might and renown. And the second? A great demon inquired. Bai paused before responding. You may have heard of a remarkable entity that appeared a millennium ago, the Three Crows from the Sunstar. The Three Crows? The great powers exhibited expressions of intrigue, recalling the peculiar moniker. Following the contest for the gourd at Mount Buzhou, Ling Xiao's name had finally gained prominence in the primordial realm, etching itself into the memories of many great powers. I have heard that the Three Crows are comparable to the Three Purities. with whispers claiming they are known as the upper three crows and the lower three purities. It is said they dwell upon the sun star. Is there any truth to this? Gu Che queried dismissively, having heard of the three crows only through hearsay, finding little merit in their reputation. He even suspected them to be somewhat overrated. The three purities are of a caliber far beyond comparison, renowned since the era of Pangu, while the origins of the three crows remain obscure, Zhe mused. Perhaps they are not far from the truth. I have learned that Jinwu Ling Xiao once repelled the figures of Jin and Tai Yi, indicating they possess considerable strength and standing, though they may lack in renown. What are your thoughts, dear friends? Zhe surveyed the assembly, seeking their input. He had merely proposed two options. The final decision hinged upon their collective judgment. I lean towards Kunpeng. He embodies all the requisite attributes. The three crows are but a name. We have yet to witness their presence, and even their strength is uncertain. All we know is that they have repelled Jin and Tai Yi, but who here has truly seen it with their own eyes? The majority of the great powers voiced their support for Kunpeng over Zhe's second suggestion, as they found the three crows too abstract. After a moment of contemplation, Zhe proposed, let us divide our efforts. You shall approach Kunpeng while I seek out the three crows. We will gauge their willingness and reconvene to plan our next steps. The great powers unanimously agreed. Promptly splitting into two groups, Zhe and Jimeng would journey to the Sun Star, while the others would seek out Kunpeng. After a period of travel, Zhe and Jimeng finally approached the Sun Star. Jimeng, let us proceed with caution. I shall take the lead, Zhe cautioned. Concerned about Jimeng's impulsiveness despite his formidable strength, it is prudent to clarify our roles to prevent any missteps. Rest assured, Zhe, I am fully aware. Jimeng assured confidently. With Zhe nodding in approval, the two arrived at the outer reaches of the Sun Star, where they sensed a formidable aura of menace. What an impressive formation. The two demons shivered at the palpable threat and respectfully called out, Brothers of the Three Crows. Zhe and Jimeng pay their respects. Chapter 17. Zhe, these two crows are not so formidable after all. Zhe and Jimeng pay their respects. Under the sacred Fuso tree, Ling Xiao, who had been engrossed in meditation, was startled by the sudden intrusion. Isn't that the demon god from the demon clan? What brings them here? Ling Xiao's expression shifted as he calculated the timing. It was precisely during the intense conflict among the Witch clan that these two individuals had arrived. Presumably for the sake of the demon clan. Despite their low profile, they still remembered him. After discerning Zhe's intentions, Ling Xiao felt somewhat speechless. He had only ventured out once since his emergence, yet he was still being sought after by the demon clan. Could it truly be that fate was inescapable? Zhe, Jimeng, let us step outside and investigate. Jun rose, ready to soar from the Sun Star. Wait a moment, brother. Ling Xiao called out to him, prompting Jun to turn back, his expression one of confusion. Are you aware of the purpose for which Zhe and Jimeng have come? Jun replied candidly. We have not yet met. How could we possibly know? From what I gather, their arrival surely heralds no good tidings. The tumult in the Honghuang world is relentless. Their timing is suspect, coming now rather than earlier or later, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. Observing Jun and Tai Yi appearing to grasp the situation, yet still uncertain, he continued, Thus, you two should go out first. Regardless of what Zhe proposes. Do not acquiesce, firmly decline. And you? Tai Yi inquired. I shall join you shortly. Jun and Tai Yi nodded gravely, naturally heeding Ling Xiao's advice as they promptly flew outside. Zhe and Jimeng hesitated, contemplating whether to call out again, only to witness two divine rainbows emerging from the Sun Star. What is this? They paused, recalling that the three crows were said to consist of three, yet only two had emerged. Who, then, were these two? As they pondered, Jun and Tai Yi approached. Greetings, esteemed friends. What brings you to our Sun Star? Zhe paused momentarily before responding. I have long heard of the illustrious three crows. May I inquire who you are? He needed to ascertain their identities before proceeding with his discourse. Jun, Tai Yi. The two introduced themselves, and as their names echoed, Zhe's gaze shifted subtly. It was said that among the three crows, the one named Ling Xiao was the most formidable. Why had he not come? Esteemed friends, I have heard that there is another named Ling Xiao among the three crows. Why is he not present? Zhe inquired with a beaming smile, his words exceptionally gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. My third brother is currently engaged in cultivation. Please feel free to state your business without preamble, Jun replied, somewhat impatiently. He had little tolerance for those who beat around the bush. Third brother? So, this Ling Xiao is the youngest among the three crows? Zhe mused, puzzled. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao was the strongest, yet he was not the leader among them? Did this imply that Jun and Tai Yi were even more powerful? That seemed unlikely. They did not appear particularly formidable. Esteemed friends, the current situation in Honghuang is dire, as you are surely aware. The witch clan is aggressively expanding, wreaking havoc upon the innocent, and the grievances of countless beings have reached an unbearable crescendo, Baize eloquently articulated, analyzing the situation with great depth. One could not deny that Jun and Tai Yi felt a surge of fervor as they listened, nearly compelled to rush out and tear the witch clan asunder. However, recalling Ling Xiao's admonitions, they regained their composure. Are you suggesting that we should rise and unite the myriad clans to resist the witch clan's onslaught? Jun asked earnestly after absorbing Baize's words. Indeed, esteemed three crows possess the stature and strength to do so. Aside from you, there is no one else capable of consolidating the myriad clans to withstand the witch clan's aggression. Baize responded with a smile, gently waving his feather fan. He had observed Jun and Tai Yi's reactions keenly and felt a sense of confidence about his proposal. The innate royal destiny of the Golden Crows made the prospect of ruling the myriad clans highly appealing. It would be difficult for them to decline. In truth, Jun and Tai Yi did possess such royal destinies and were inherently drawn to such matters. However, the circumstances had changed. Esteemed Baize, while your assertions hold merit, my brothers and I possess only mediocre strength. We fear we may not be up to the task, Jun continued, his words a mixture of truth and evasion. The recent battle at the Unending Mountain had illuminated their shortcomings. Most importantly, Ling Xiao had already instructed them not to agree to anything Baize proposed. You are being overly modest, esteemed friends. May I inquire about your cultivation levels? Ji Ming interjected, unable to restrain himself. Such a personal inquiry could only be posed by him, as Baize would not dare. Jun and Tai Yi had initially intended to deflect the question, yet they had no intention of concealing the truth. To be candid, we are both at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Baize and Ji Ming exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. This level was rather unremarkable, though slightly higher than theirs. It fell short of being impressive. Was it not said that the three crows could stand shoulder to shoulder with the three pure ones? This cultivation level was a tier below that of the three pure ones. Did this mean that Ling Xiao possessed a far greater cultivation level? That seemed implausible. As his younger brother, it was illogical for him to surpass his elders in power. At best, he could only match them. Or perhaps Ling Xiao was an anomaly among golden crows, with 4 legs instead of 3? In an instant, Baize and Ji Ming found themselves engulfed in perplexity. Esteemed friends, your strength is already formidable, and you are capable of shouldering great responsibilities. After a moment of silence, Baize smiled as he spoke, though his words held a hint of insincerity. From another perspective, while the Golden Crow's strength may not rank at the pinnacle, they were still 3 in number, which collectively could rival any opponent. As long as they were stronger than others, that sufficed. Enough of this verbal sparring. We shall not be departing from the Sun Star in the near future. Tai Yi waved his hand, already eager to dismiss them. He was single-mindedly focused on returning to his cultivation, seeking enlightenment of the principles, and had no desire to engage in such matters. Baize found himself at a loss for words. What was the matter with these 2 golden crows? Born with royal destinies, how could they be so unambitious? Might it be possible for Ling Xiao to make an appearance? He was reluctant to concede, resting his hopes on the last golden crow. If the rumors held any truth, then this 3rd golden crow was indeed noteworthy. Jun and Tai Yi were about to decline once more when, at that moment, a tranquil voice resonated from deep within the Sun Star. Even if I were to emerge, the outcome would remain unchanged. As the words fell, Ling Xiao's figure gracefully stepped forth. Ling Xiao, esteemed friend? Baize and Ji Ming gazed upon the approaching figure, adorned in robes of the primordial sun and moon. His countenance strikingly handsome, with eyebrows slanted yet refined, exuding an aura of youthful arrogance. You 2 should take your leave. There is no need to waste time with us. Ling Xiao said with a gentle smile, his words clear in their intent to dispel any lingering hopes. Esteemed Ling Xiao, the world is in chaos. Now is the perfect opportunity to rise to prominence. Such a rare chance, should it be missed, will not return. Baize implored earnestly, his determination unwavering. Chapter 18. The Unification of the 3 Crows? A hint for Baize. Baize was undeterred, his expression serious as he spoke. The moment he beheld Ling Xiao, an innate intuition fortified his resolve. He possessed knowledge of the heavens and the earth, though he could not decipher Ling Xiao's destiny. The remaining intuition urged him to believe that this golden crow was extraordinary. Ling Xiao remained silent, not in contemplation, but as the system presented him with a choice. Detection of the conflict between the witch and demon clans has reached a critical juncture. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Agree to Baize's proposal to unite the myriad clans. Reward. The Pangu inheritance technique. 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Option 2. Reject Baize. Remain steadfast. Receive the method of creating avatars and transform into the 3 purities. The moment this choice was presented, Ling Xiao hesitated not at all. System. I choose option 2. He had no intention of venturing out, and the offer felt akin to a gift bestowed upon him. Although the 9 transformations mystical art was formidable, its utility for him was negligible, being primarily tailored for the physical cultivation of the Wu clan. With his primordial spirit intact, the significance of such corporeal training diminished. Did they think a mere 9 transformations mystical art could entice him into the world? Alas, he was a principled being. His decision to remain was resolute. Ling Xiao, have you given it some thought? If you agree, I, Bai Zhe, shall wholeheartedly assist you. Bai Zhe, noticing Ling Xiao's silence, further elaborated on his conditions. In the world of the primordial, who did not recognize Bai Zhe's profound wisdom in celestial and terrestrial matters, regarded as an auspicious omen and a spirit of great fortune, Ling Xiao, regaining his composure, responded with a smile. Bai Zhe, my Jin Wu clan holds no ambition to unite all races. I suggest you seek a more suitable candidate. Bai Zhe's expression shifted, a hint of frustration crossing his face as his gaze flickered. Ling Xiao, in my heart, you are the only fitting choice. Should you decline, I truly would be at a loss for whom to approach. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao revealed a knowing smile. As far as I am aware, suitable candidates abound, such as the North Sea Kunpeng. Did he also refuse your overtures? Just as Bai Zhe was about to respond, the reticent Ji Ming interjected, not at all. We shall act separately. Ji Ming, Bai Zhe exclaimed, casting a sharp glare at his companion. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's smile deepened, confirming his suspicions that Bai Zhe and his cohort had not exhausted their options. Esteemed friends, our discussion has reached its conclusion. It is time for you to depart. He was disinclined to elaborate further, issuing a clear dismissal. Ling Xiao, please allow me to explain. In my heart, you are the most suitable to command all races. Bai Zhe lamented, his words sounding almost like a feeble defense. Yet, it was indeed his genuine sentiment. Or else, he would not have taken the trouble to come to the Sunstar. Ji Ming, sensing his misstep, shrank back, realizing he had spoken out of turn. However, he could not be entirely blamed. When Ling Xiao had posed his question, his gaze had been directed towards him, as if prompting him to speak. And he had unwittingly fallen into the trap. Bai Zhe, there is no need for explanations. Regardless of your thoughts, they hold no relevance for me. Our Jin Wu clan shall not emerge into the world, Ling Xiao stated earnestly, having no intention of entering the fray, indifferent to Bai Zhe's sentiments. Bai Zhe sighed in resignation, casting a wistful glance at Ji Ming, pondering whether there might have been a chance had his companion not spoken out of turn. Observing this, Ling Xiao felt compelled to offer a few more words of counsel. Bai Zhe, do not lose heart. Although we shall not emerge, I can provide you with some advice. Please, speak. Ling Xiao, Bai Zhe replied, forcing a semblance of enthusiasm. Yet, he yearned for Ling Xiao to take the lead. In my view, not only the Jin Wu clan or Kunpeng, but other powerful beings could also unify the races. Furthermore, there are those more fitting than us, Ling Xiao said slowly, preparing to broaden Bai Zhe's perspective. Bai Zhe's expression turned skeptical as he inquired, pray tell, who does Ling Xiao refer to? Most of the preeminent beings today remain hidden. Who among them would be willing to step forward? There are indeed some. It depends on how you approach it, Ling Xiao replied. You might consider visiting Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou, Bai Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. There are far too many powerful beings there. As he prepared to ask further, he noticed Ling Xiao shaking his head. That is all I shall say, depart now. Bai Zhe hesitated, his curiosity unquenched, but ultimately refrained from pressing further, bidding farewell instead. Farewell, esteemed friends. We take our leave. Ling Xiao and his companions watched them depart. Third brother, I fail to comprehend why we cannot acquiesce to Bai Zhe, Jun remarked, his confusion evident. He could not fathom why such a splendid opportunity should be turned down. Uniting the races would bring them endless fortune. What a splendid affair that would be. Elder brother, have you forgotten? Our third brother possesses foresight, and there must be sound reasoning behind his decision, Tai Yi interjected, placing unwavering trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cast a glance at the two, finding Tai Yi's perspective acceptable, but Jun's line of thinking raised concerns. It seemed he harbored aspirations of establishing the demon race, a notion Ling Xiao could understand, for if Jun did not desire it, he would not be destined for imperial greatness. However, such aspirations were perilous. It was imperative to guide him towards a more prudent mindset. Dear brothers, I understand your difficulty in grasping my refusal of Bai Zhe. Uniting the races and conquering the primordial realm may seem appealing, yet the times have changed. Now, Hong Jun has attained sanctification and will impart teachings, leading to the emergence of numerous powerful beings, even those surpassing mundane forces. When that day arrives, even if one were to dominate the entire primordial, they would still be regarded as mere ants in their presence. Is it truly that terrifying? Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed in disbelief. despite the current might of the Wu clan and the ferocity of the 12 ancestors. In the eyes of entities like Hong Jun, they were as insignificant as insects. Ling Xiao continued, reshaping Jun and Tai Yi's perspectives. The struggle for supremacy in the primordial is but an illusion. Even if one were to truly conquer it, what of it? Everything remains an uncertain variable. Only possessing formidable cultivation is genuine. Our goal must be to diligently train and evolve into beings akin to the saints. Jun and Tai Yi sat in stunned silence, suddenly recalling the day Hong Jun achieved sanctification, exerting immense pressure over the primordial realm, an overwhelming presence beyond description. In his presence, all beings appeared as mere ants. Contemplating this, the allure of uniting the races to confront the Wu clan paled in comparison to the prospect of safely cultivating at home. As Ling Xiao had articulated, what was the merit in claiming supremacy over the entire primordial if it did not guarantee their ascendance to the level of the saints? If they could not achieve that, then they would merely be regarded as slightly larger ants in the eyes of the saints. Third brother, we have come to an understanding. Chapter 19. Bai Zhe, no one summoned me. I came of my own accord. Bai Zhe and Ji Meng departed from the Sun Star and arrived at Mount Buzhou. Following Ling Xiao's assertion that there existed beings capable of unifying the races, they sought to test their luck. Bai Zhe pondered deeply. The renowned powerful beings of Mount Buzhou were likely the Three Purities and Nu Hua. Other powerful entities lacked such capability. Could it be that Ling Xiao referred to the Three Purities? Standing at the foot of Mount Buzhou, Bai Zhe's eyes flickered as he contemplated this possibility. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. The Three Purities, claiming to be the true lineage of Pangu, were exceedingly proud. Aside from the great god Pangu, they likely looked down upon all others. The likelihood of them leading the myriad races was slim, akin to asking a phoenix to command sparrows. They could not lower themselves to such a role. Bai Zhe, where are we headed? Ji Meng, unable to contain his curiosity after Bai Zhe's prolonged silence, finally spoke up. Bai Zhe snapped back to focus and replied, we shall seek out Nu Hua and Fu Shi. Nu Hua and Fu Shi? These two siblings are primordial deities. Would it not be inappropriate to seek their leadership over the races? Bai Zhe smiled confidently. Whether it is appropriate or not can only be determined through trial. I trust that Ling Xiao would not have sent us to Mount Buzhou without reason. Jimong nodded slightly, remaining silent, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Baze cast a glance his way and cautioned, Jimong, refrain from speaking recklessly later. I shall handle everything. This individual has a dubious past and requires some admonition. Rest assured, my friend Baze, I shall not utter a single word this time, Jimong vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Baze nodded in response and swiftly ascended into the unyielding mountain. Upon reaching the sanctum of Nu Hua and Fu Shi, before Baze could utter a word, a voice resonated from within, esteemed friends, please enter to converse. Without hesitation, Baze and Jimong stepped into the sanctum and, upon catching sight of Fu Shi and Nu Hua, approached them with warmth. We come to intrude, please forgive us. Baze said with a smile, his spirits lifted. The fact that Nu Hua and Fu Shi permitted their entrance indicated promise, unlike their experience on the Sun Star, where they had not even been allowed through the door, leading to an inevitable outcome. No matter, may I inquire the purpose of your visit, esteemed friends? Nu Hua inquired with a gentle smile. Baze did not conceal his intentions. He eloquently reiterated the sentiments he had expressed on the Sun Star, employing various embellishments. After listening, Nu Hua and Fu Shi exchanged glances before Fu Shi slowly remarked, Friend Baze, how could we, as innate deities, involve ourselves in matters concerning the myriad beings and the Witch clan? This statement came from Fu Shi, for they, as primordial spirits, were not to be compared with ordinary beings of the wilderness. Even if the Witch clan were to grow powerful, they posed no threat to them. Was it not a thankless task to attempt to unify the myriad clans? Baze maintained a composed demeanor, having anticipated this inquiry. He had already been contemplating how to persuade these formidable beings to take action on the journey here. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Esteemed Fu Shi and Nu Hua, the Witch clan is brazenly expanding, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, causing widespread grievances among the myriad beings of the wilderness. Such an act, detrimental to the harmony of heaven and earth, cannot be tolerated. If anyone could rise to lead the myriad clans in resisting the tyranny of the Witch clan, they would not only enjoy the fortune of the clans, but may also accrue significant merit. Although you too are innate deities, you are still part of the wilderness. None other than you possesses this qualification. Baze spoke with utmost seriousness, his analysis thorough and compelling. Nu Hua and Fu Shi were indeed somewhat moved. Since Hongjuan's teachings, many powerful beings had experienced a surge in strength. Although they were rooted in innate divinity, they felt a significant pressure. Friend Baze, the Witch clan is ferocious. And with the 12 ancestor witches, I fear that even a united front of the myriad clans would struggle to withstand them. Nuwa remarked with a smile. Sensing an unspoken connection, perhaps a fortuitous opportunity for herself. Having cultivated to her level, she could foresee certain outcomes, the so-called pursuit of auspiciousness and avoidance of calamity. Bei's heart leaped with joy. Nuwa's words indicated she was contemplating the matter. Indeed, friend Ling Xiao truly does not deceive me. Nuwa and Fushi were renowned figures within the wilderness. Their strength only slightly inferior to the top-tier beings, such as the three pure ones. Their involvement would be most advantageous. Nuwa, you need not worry. Within the myriad clans of the wilderness, there are many powerful individuals who, united, may indeed contest the witch clan. Most importantly, under the teachings of the Dao ancestor. The 12 ancestor witches cannot benefit indefinitely. One day, our strength will surpass theirs, Beis elucidated confidently. Nuwa nodded, her expression inscrutable, drifting into silence for a moment before suddenly asking, Friend Beis, who sent you to seek us out? No one. It was my own volition. Surely, esteemed friends, you understand that I possess knowledge of celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography, allowing me to unravel threads of the future, Beis replied somewhat ostentatiously. He refrained from disclosing Ling Xiao's intent, for that would imply he had sought others' approval before approaching them. Is that so? Nuwa said softly, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Indeed, it is as I say. Friend Beis possesses foresight and is privy to matters beyond the ken of ordinary beings, Jimong interjected, unable to resist supporting Beis. Earning himself a look of approval from his ally. He proves to be somewhat useful, Beis mused inwardly. Your methods are truly commendable, Nuwa remarked casually, though she did not genuinely believe in Beis' capabilities. In the current state of the wilderness, aside from the Dao ancestor, it seemed no one could perceive the greater picture. Her incredulous attitude ignited Jimong's rebellious spirit. He felt compelled to vindicate Beis. Nuwa, please do not doubt. The golden crows of the Sun Star mentioned that the savior of the myriad clans resides in the unyielding mountain, and Beis' calculations surely reveal that it is you. I ask, are you not formidable? Beis' complexion shifted dramatically, nearly choking on his own breath, as he coughed vehemently, desperately signaling Jimong to cease. He wished he could deliver a kick to his imprudent ally. Just moments ago, all had been well, and now, he was in a predicament. Nuwa's expression froze before she broke into a cold laugh, saying, Beis, could you elucidate how this came to pass? Beis forced a smile, bracing himself to explain. It is as follows. I am a friend of the golden crows of the Sun Star, and in passing, we discussed this topic. He surmised that a powerful being would emerge from the unyielding mountain to unify the myriad clans. I deduced it must be you. That is the situation. Beis spread his hands, feigning sincerity. Do you truly believe I would accept such a tale? Nuwa retorted with a scoff, scrutinizing Beis with piercing eyes. She then shifted her gaze to the distant void, staring at the sun suspended high above, lost in contemplation. Friend Ling Xiao, what exactly do you mean by this? Chapter 20. Just 3 golden crows. Who can face them? Nuwa did not dwell on the implications for long, quickly surmising that the golden crows Beis spoke of were indeed Ling Xiao. The clash from a millennium ago remained vivid in her memory. She had taken something from him, incurring a debt to Ling Xiao. Now the question arose, was Ling Xiao's involvement inadvertent, or did he have ulterior motives? Aside from them, only the 3 pure ones possessed the strength to unify the myriad clans. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Was it merely an unintentional act? Nuwa's thoughts spiraled into confusion, yet one thing remained clear. She sensed that uniting the demon clan could present an opportunity for her. There must be a connection between her and the myriad clans. Perhaps I am overthinking this. I shall inquire further with my friends among the 3 pure ones. As Beis observed Nuwa's fluctuating expressions, he worried she might contemplate turning against him. He hastily rose to withdraw, believing that wise individuals do not linger beneath precarious walls. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, he resolved to escape. Only by preserving his life could he aspire to greater endeavors. Wait. Just as Beis and Jimong turned to leave, Nuwa's clarion voice rang out, devoid of any discernible emotion. Beis' heart skipped a beat as he turned back, forcing a less than pleasant smile. Nuwa, is there anything else you require? I have acquiesced, Nuwa said coolly. Beis and Jimong exchanged astonished glances, joy illuminating their faces. Meanwhile, within the witch clan, the formidable ancestor witch Qiangliang scoffed derisively upon hearing the news that Beis had gone to the Sun Star. Since the onset of the war, the volatile ancestor witch of thunder had been at the forefront. Beis and his fellow powerful beings had crossed paths with him. Had it not been for their elusive nature, they would have been torn apart long ago. Little did he expect Beis to appear on the Sun Star. Behold how I shall rend you asunder. The voice of Qiangliang roared like thunder as he prepared to set forth to the Sun Star, intent on extinguishing the life of Beis. At present, his cultivation was akin to that of a mid-stage Daluo Jinxian, merely a step away from the late stage. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft possess a unique method of cultivation, inheriting the principles of 12 elemental laws by birth. They need only to comprehend the laws embedded within their bloodlines and integrate them into their corporeal forms to elevate their cultivation. Through continual refinement of their physical bodies, their prowess grows steadily, devoid of the hindrances typically encountered in the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Thus, the cultivation of the 12 ancestors is scarcely inferior to the most formidable powers within the primordial world. Among the foremost are Digimon, Jumeng, and Zhujiuyin, whose cultivation has reached the late stage of Daluo Jingxian. Not only are the ancestors formidable in strength, but their numbers are also considerable. While the Sanqing comprises merely 3, the ancestors boast 12. This explains why the Witch Clan can act with impunity in the primordial world. Unless all the great powers unite, any opposition would be futile. Just as Qiangliang was about to depart the tribe, Dijiang summoned him to the Panga Temple. Very well, I shall grant you a few more days of life, he mused, turning to hasten towards the Panga Temple. At the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestors convened. After a millennium of conflict, our territory has expanded several-fold, and the offspring of the Witch Clan have increased significantly. However, this has incited fierce resistance from myriad clans. I seek the opinions of my brothers and sisters. Shall we continue to expand, or should we pause to recuperate before proceeding further? Dijiang, seated at the head, surveyed his peers before speaking. As the eldest of the 12 ancestors, he bore numerous considerations. Although the Witch Clan was currently thriving, he believed haste could lead to downfall. Hence, he had summoned all the ancestors to deliberate on their next course of action. I advocate for a period of rest. We must not act recklessly. Ho Tu was the first to voice her opinion. Having opposed war from the outset, she naturally favored a pause now. Sister, you speak nonsense. The situation is favorable, and we must seize this momentum to fight to the end, to dominate and unify the primordial world. Otherwise, when the myriad clans react, it will become troublesome. Zhu Rong interjected with a smile, her fiery temperament tempered by sagacity. The other ancestors nodded in agreement, having commenced hostilities. Halting now would merely afford their adversaries time to prepare. Combat is the finest sustenance for our Witch Clan. Only through relentless conflict can we grow stronger. Zhu Jiuyin stated calmly. Aside from the ancestors, the witch cultivators required the essence of flesh and blood to thrive. Mere seclusion would yield little progress. At this moment, Xiangliang chuckled softly, saying, I recently acquired an intriguing piece of news. He paused dramatically, leaving his audience in suspense. As all the ancestors turned their gazes towards him, he continued, Baze and Jaimin have ventured to the Sunstar, though their intentions remain unclear. Upon hearing this, the ancestors exchanged glances filled with intrigue. What purpose did Baze have in the Sunstar? The Sunstar was the sacred ground of the Golden Crows. Was he seeking the 3 crows? Xianming's expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. The 3 crows? The ancestors recognized the title, having heard it a millennium prior. Baze, reputed to be knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters, must have some ulterior motive in seeking the 3 crows, one ancestor speculated thoughtfully. At this juncture, Ho Tu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. I surmise Baze seeks the 3 crows to act on behalf of the myriad clans against us. Though she had not actively participated in the battles, she had kept a keen eye on the shifting dynamics of the primordial world, particularly the movements of the myriad clans. It was not difficult to deduce Baze's intentions from the various signs. As soon as her words were uttered, several boisterous ancestors erupted into laughter. It appears Baze has lost his wits. I could dispatch those so-called 3 crows with a mere hand, Gong Gong remarked, the 4th ranked of the 12 ancestors. A late-stage Daluo Jingxian. Although he had heard of the golden crow named Ling Xiao repelling Jane, he considered himself equally capable. The idea of Baze seeking their assistance to oppose the Witch Clan was sheer folly. 3 golden crows? Who could possibly be intimidated by that? They are hardly worth the effort. Ho Tu smiled lightly, dismissing the notion. Even if her guess proved accurate, it bore little consequence. With merely 3 golden crows, they posed no threat to the Witch Clan. Dijiang surveyed the assembly, gleaning from the ancestors' reactions that this campaign could not falter. It must persist until total victory was achieved. Just as he prepared to issue a command, a great witch arrived seeking an audience, one from Qiangliang's tribe, tasked with gathering intelligence on the ongoing battles. Great ancestors, he announced, I bear the latest news. Baze and Jaimin have departed the Sunstar from Mount Buzhou. In Chapter 21, the intent was to strike a blow against the arrogance of their adversaries. The sudden arrival of the Great Witch startled the ancestors. Baze has gone to Mount Buzhou? What significance does that hold? Mount Buzhou is home to the Sanqing, Nuwa and Fuxi. What could this fool be plotting by leaving the Sunstar from Mount Buzhou? Qiangliang gestured for the Great Witch to take his leave. Is it not clear? He likely faced rejection from the three crows and is now casting his hopes upon the Sanqing. One ancestor remarked cynically, their disdain palpable. Might it be possible that Base seeks to unite the three crows and the Sanqing against us? Zhu Meng pondered aloud, his brow furrowed in thought. This suggestion was met with skepticism from many of the ancestors. Impossible. These great powers are no fools. They would hardly heed Bei's summons, Zhu Rong declared dismissively. Indeed. Across the entire primordial world, who would dare to oppose our witch clan? Gong Gong echoed, his tone brimming with arrogance. The ancestors engaged in fervent discussion, each voicing their perspectives. After some time, Di Jiang discerned that the conversation had reached its peak and spoke slowly, regardless of the outcome. I believe we must not allow this momentum to continue unchecked. The entirety of the primordial world's powers must be made aware that opposing the 12 ancestors will lead to dire consequences. As Di Jiang's words resonated, silence enveloped the assembly, all eyes fixed upon him. Brother, do you mean we should launch an assault on the Sanqing or the Three Crows? Making it known to all powers that any engagement with the myriad clans will incur our wrath? Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with understanding. I believe that is an excellent approach. We must curtail the arrogance of these powers and let them know that aiding Bei's and his ilk is tantamount to opposing our witch clan. Xiang Liang declared fiercely, exuding a domineering presence that suggested he would not hesitate to engage should the opportunity arise. Most ancestors found this sentiment entirely reasonable, as they had long been accustomed to such a manner of dominance. So, it is decided then. Who shall we target, the Three Crows or the Sanqing? An eager ancestor inquired, anticipation surging within them, their violent inclinations stirring. Naturally, we shall target the Sanqing. Bei seeks them out because the Three Crows have wisely declined to ally with him. This indicates that the Three Crows possess self-awareness and do not dare to oppose our witch clan. Therefore, there is no necessity to take action against them. Xianming said with a smile, his eyes gleaming brightly. In my view, it is of paramount importance that the threat posed by the Three Crows does not eclipse that of the Three Pure Ones. Let us focus our efforts on the latter, remarked Zhu Jiuyin with a calm demeanor. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, finding Zhu Jiuyin's reasoning quite compelling. As none of them had ever encountered the so-called Three Crows, likely mere fabrications. The Three Pure Ones, however, were a different matter. Having crossed paths with them multiple times since the inception of the Yuanhui, they were well aware of the formidable nature of the Three Pure Ones. Thus, all the ancestral witches, save for Di Jiang, concurred to take action against the Three Pure Ones. Seeing that the discussion among the ancestral witches was reaching a consensus, Di Jiang interjected, targeting the Three Pure Ones is indeed the right course of action. However, there exists another significant reason. For far too long, the Three Pure Ones have brazenly paraded under the banner of Pangu's true lineage, yet they have never paid homage to the Father God. Such treachery must be avenged. We must strike a decisive blow against the Three Pure Ones, and if possible, eliminate them entirely. This matter extends beyond the mere name of Pangu's true lineage. It directly affects the fortunes of the witch clan. Di Jiang's countenance was grave, reflecting his immense resolve. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. With Ho Tu voicing her dissent, Elder brother, the Three Pure Ones are manifestations of the Father God's primordial spirit. Is it truly wise to slay them? Di Jiang responded, precisely for that reason, such action is warranted. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian are indeed the Father God's primordial essence, while we, the ancestral witches, embody his corporeal form. By vanquishing them, we may potentially rectify our inherent deficiencies. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. As Di Jiang's words resonated, the ancestral witches exhibited expressions of intrigue, finding merit in his argument. I concur with my elder brother. Even if we cannot eliminate the Three Pure Ones, we must strip them of the title of Pangu's true lineage, Zhu Jiuyin stated coldly, devoid of compassion and resolute. The primordial world itself is a manifestation of the Father God. The title of Pangu's true lineage transcends mere nomenclature. It embodies the legacy and fortune bestowed by Pangu. Should we manage to wrest the Three Pure Ones' fortune away, it could result in an astonishing transformation for our witch clan. Let us proceed with this plan. We are destined for expansion, and we might as well seize the territory of the Three Pure Ones in the process, Xianming added with a smile. Though his gaze betrayed a chilling intent, the ancestral witches nodded in collective agreement, signifying their concurrence. Let us act swiftly. We set forth. At the base of Mount Buzhou, in the eastern Kunlun, the grand hall of the Three Pure Ones was abuzz. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian stood united, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a semblance of Panga's essence. Laozi, with his flowing white beard and brows, wielded a staff, flames dancing and shimmering around him. The dignified Yuanshi held the three treasures Rui, exuding an aura of golden radiance. Tian, steadfast and proud, brandished the green-edged sword, resonating with an ethereal sound. The staff, Rui, and green-edged sword were all transformed from the Chaos Green Lotus, a serendipitous encounter during their sojourn in Mount Bujo, aside from the gourd. These were their only artifacts. After a brief interval, the three pure ones gradually opened their eyes, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossing their faces. Through diligent cultivation during this period, their powers had indeed advanced, particularly Laozi, the eldest among the three pure ones, who was nearing the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. When the Tao Ancestor next imparts wisdom on the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal, perfection shall be within reach. In the current primordial world, few possess cultivation surpassing that of the three brothers. Tian remarked, his heart brimming with uncontainable delight. Indeed, it is laughable that rumors circulate that the three golden crows of the Sun Star can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. To compare the three crows with the three pure ones is the height of absurdity. Yuanshi retorted icily, his disdain palpable. We, the three pure ones, are the true lineage of Pangu. How have we fallen to be equated with mere beasts? Elder brother, second brother, let us refrain from arrogance. Our aspirations should not be confined to this, but rather directed towards loftier goals. Laozi remarked nonchalantly, mindful of the Tao Ancestor looming above them. That is their true aim. As for the so-called three crows, he had no regard for them. One day, those three golden crows would lack even the qualification to gaze upon them. Your words resonate with wisdom. Yuanshi and Tian nodded in agreement, affirming Laozi's sentiments. In this tumultuous contest among the witch clan, with chaos reigning across the heavens and earth, we must hasten our cultivation to prepare for the uncertain changes that lie ahead, Laozi said calmly. The primordial land has been plunged into turmoil by this group of witches. Tragically oblivious to the celestial mandate, they fail to recognize that the world has transformed, and ignorance of the celestial order will ultimately lead to their demise. Yuanshi chuckled, his divine senses probing the land, when suddenly, his expression shifted in surprise. He beheld the 12 ancestral witches advancing with an imposing presence towards Mount Bujo. Chapter 22. The struggle between Pangu's corporeal and primordial essence. Meanwhile, on the Sun Star, the 12 ancestral witches had mobilized en masse. What could be their intent? Not long ago, Ling Xiao had emerged from his seclusion and fortuitously observed the 12 ancestral witches advancing menacingly towards Mount Bujo. The collective aura emanating from the 12 ancestral witches resembled a signal fire, rising into the skies of the primordial world, surging forth with great momentum, even permeating the Sun Star above. In the eastern primordial realm, myriad beings trembled in fear, sensing the approach of doom. The towering figures of the 12 ancestral witches appeared as if they were primordial deities, striding through the heavens and earth, capable of annihilating all with but a gesture. Fortunately, the 12 ancestral witches did not intend to target the insignificant creatures beneath them. Ling Xiao stood upon the Sun Star, gazing down at the 12 colossal entities, and could not help but note their grotesque visages, each more unappealing than the last, enough to terrify any opponent into submission. One figure caught Ling Xiao's eye, this ancestral which possessed a human form with a serpentine tail, 7 arms protruding from its back, and 2 hands clutching a writhing serpent, an embodiment of ferocity. This must be Ho Tu, Ling Xiao mused, unable to suppress a smirk. It appeared that tales from previous lives had been deceptive. They spoke of Ho Tu's unparalleled beauty, yet upon witnessing the reality, she could frighten one into impotence. Might there be another aspect to her? Ling Xiao pondered, chuckling softly to himself. He wondered what had prompted this sudden collective action from the 12 ancestral witches, advancing with such force towards Mount Bujo. What lay within Mount Bujo? The 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi. Were the ancestral witches truly intent on confronting them? This seemed an act of desperation, creating adversaries where none existed. Ling Xiao considered this, noting that if the original narrative held, Jun and Tai Yi would likely be intersecting paths with the witch clan at this juncture. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. Jun and Tai Yi had abandoned their ambitions of dominance in favor of pursuing cultivation. Ever since the last encounter, during which they had undergone a transformation in mindset, these two had taken to their cultivation with fervor that rivaled his own. Ling Xiao found it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind the 12 ancestral witches' intentions and chose to dismiss the matter entirely. As long as they did not seek trouble on the Sun Star, all else was of little concern to him. At Mount Bujo, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tian stood, their expressions solemn as they gazed in a singular direction. The 12 figures, shrouded in malevolent energy, approached rapidly, now drawing near. What brings the 12 ancestral witches here? Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged silent glances, pondering the timing of their arrival, having just mentioned the ancestral witches. Was it mere coincidence, or had they sensed their derogatory discourse? Such absurdity. Their intentions do not appear benign, Laozi remarked gravely. The 12 ancestral witches, radiating an aura of hostility, clearly did not come in search of leisurely exploration. What could possibly compel them to unite their forces? Surely, it could only be the 3 pure ones. Just as they contemplated this, a thunderous voice boomed. 3 pure ones. Step forth. The ancestral shaman of thunder bellowed, causing the very heavens to tremble and dark clouds to swirl ominously, heralding a scene of utter dread. The 3 pure ones wore expressions of grave concern as they stepped outside the hall. My esteemed fellow Taoists, what brings you here with such fervor? Laozi inquired sternly. Fixing his gaze upon the leading figure, Emperor Jiang. There is indeed a matter at hand. I must ask you, have you had clandestine dealings with Bai Zhe? Emperor Jiang responded calmly, yet his voice resonated like the thunderous drums of the heavens, echoing across vast distances. This was a warning to all unrelated powers. Interfere at your peril. For the 12 ancestors of Wu would soon arrive. Bai Zhe. The 3 pure ones exchanged bewildered glances, silently questioning if any of them had encountered Bai Zhe. Esteemed Taoist Emperor Jiang, I do not comprehend your insinuation. We have been in seclusion for our cultivation and have not encountered Bai Zhe, Laozi replied, feeling perplexed. Such deceit. Countless eyes have witnessed Bai Zhe's arrival at Mount Buzhou, yet you seek to hoodwink us? Zhu Jiuyin scoffed, his tone sharp and commanding. Laozi paused, then patiently elucidated. I fail to grasp your meaning, but we truly have not seen Bai Zhe. Furthermore, given the vastness of Mount Buzhou, how can you assert that Bai Zhe has undoubtedly come here? I refuse to listen. Emperor Jiang waved his hand dismissively, smirking as he declared. These 3 shameless scoundrels still attempt to argue their case. I am convinced that Bai Zhe has visited you. Aligning with Bai Zhe is tantamount to declaring enmity with our Wu clan. There shall be no peaceful resolution today. Their primary objective was to suppress the 3 pure ones, seeking any excuse to instigate conflict. The 3 pure ones quickly grasped that the 12 ancestors had indeed come seeking trouble. What madness is this? Have you all lost your senses? Yuan Shi shouted coldly, having long harbored disdain for them. If you are unafraid, then come forth and meet your doom. Gong Gong stepped forward, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. His towering form compelled even the 3 pure ones on the slopes of Mount Buzhou to look up in awe. Calm yourself, my second brother, Laozi interjected, wishing to avoid immediate conflict. While they were not afraid of the ancestors in a one-on-one confrontation, the dynamics shifted drastically with all 12 present. In the entirety of the primordial world, save for the Tao ancestor, no one could single-handedly contend with the 12 ancestors. Even the 3 of them together would be at a disadvantage. Emperor Jiang, state your intentions clearly. What is it that you desire? Laozi spoke with a serene demeanor, intent on diffusing the situation momentarily. This was not cowardice, but rather a tactical decision. Emperor Jiang smirked, saying, You 3 pure ones have long claimed the mantle of Pangu's true lineage, leveraging the lingering power of our progenitor to deceive. Yet you have never truly honored Pangu. We have come today for this reason. The legacy of Pangu's true lineage can have but one heir. At these words, the expressions of the 3 pure ones shifted subtly. And after a moment of silence, Laozi replied nonchalantly, Esteemed Taoist Emperor Jiang, your assertion is erroneous. We, the 3 pure ones, are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. The unity of the 3 pure ones is Pangu himself. This is an immutable truth. Even if the heavens were to collapse, we shall remain the true heirs of Pangu. They had always held this belief since their transformation, and none could usurp it from them. Are you implying that Pangu's physical form is not Pangu? I perceive a lack of respect towards us. Zhu Rong thundered, fury emanating from him as he stirred the tempest. Your audacity is intolerable. The fiery-tempered Tantian could no longer contain himself, as the Qingping sword emitted a resonant hum. A pitiful assembly of incomplete beings, ignorant of the heavenly order, daring to usurp the title of Pangu's true lineage. Do you even deem yourselves worthy? Yuan Shi retorted, his gaze defiant, though he might not best the 12 ancestors. He refused to regard them with anything but contempt. The Wu were divided into 2 kinds. The ancestors, who possessed primordial spirits but were inherently flawed, and the ordinary Wu, who lacked primordial spirits altogether, including the great shamans. In Yuan Shi's view, these beings, lacking even complete primordial spirits and failing to comprehend existence, were unworthy of the title of Pangu's true lineage. To even mention them in that context was an affront to Pangu. You insolent wretches, I shall see you perish. Yuan Shi's words shattered the composure of all the ancestors, and in that instant, the 12 ancestors surged forth, encircling the 3 pure ones. Chapter 23, Kunlun's dramatic shift. The attention of the great powers. Mount Buzhou, Eastern Kunlun. The aura of the 12 ancestors descended like a tempest, pressing down upon the 3 pure ones. engulfing Mount Buzhou in an atmosphere of unending terror. Winds howled and the skies darkened, the very essence of the world convulsing as endless voids rippled with divine patterns. This region resembled an apocalypse, with 12 auras soaring skyward, igniting countless stars before they erupted. In that moment, many great powers who had been in slumber awakened, sensing the violent energies of the 12 ancestors, and turned their gazes toward Mount Buzhou. Were the 12 ancestors seeking to uproot Mount Buzhou? Was conflict imminent? Who had provoked their wrath? Meanwhile, in the northern sea, Ling Xiao, Guiche, Zhou Ying, and other powerful beings were engaged in discourse with Kunpeng. After relentless efforts, it seemed Kunpeng was nearing agreement to make an appearance. They were currently in a tug-of-war phase. If the negotiations went smoothly, an agreement would soon be reached. If not, it would require further persuasion or adjustments in their approach. Kunpeng was a cunning strategist. He understood the benefits of uniting the myriad clans, but also recognized the inherent risks. He was still weighing his options. Rest assured, Brother Kunpeng, should we unify the myriad clans, the Wu clan poses no threat. There is no need for concern. I doubt the 12 ancestors would dare to come knocking, Guiche declared, his 9 bird heads bobbing in amusement. Ling Xiao, Zhou Ying, and others nodded in agreement. They had dealt with the Wu clan for many years and had never witnessed all 12 ancestors mobilizing together. It seemed they were positioning themselves within the Wu clan, fearing an ambush. Thus, the conflict between the Wu clan and the myriad clans would largely depend on the actions of the lesser beings. The leaders would not intervene lightly. The group continued to engage in dialogue, coaxing Kunpeng to acquiesce. Once he took that final step, the internal barrier would be surmounted, and the rest would follow smoothly. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng found some merit in their reasoning. Moreover, with his swift form, he could always escape if conflict arose. Setting down his cup, he rose, a surge of bravado welling within him. Yes, this is the spirit. Ling Xiao, Guiche, and the other entities also set down their cups, standing in anticipation of Kunpeng's declaration. At that moment, Kunpeng's countenance shifted, and he suddenly gazed into the void, feeling a nuanced yet terrifying aura. The explosive presence of the 12 ancestors, even from across immeasurable space, was unmistakable to him. What madness were these 12 lunatics engaging in? They had all mobilized together? Kunpeng's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of composure. No, this is far too perilous. Now is not the time to step forward and unify the myriad clans. He quickly resolved, tipping the scales decidedly against action. To appear now would be akin to inviting disaster. Should the 12 ancestors arrive, even with 12 wings, escape would be impossible. Thus, under the expectant and encouraging gazes of Ling Xiao, Guiche, and the others, Kunpeng waved his hand decisively. See them out. What? They were taken aback, confusion etched upon their faces. What was Kunpeng doing? Just moments ago, he had seemed filled with bravado, and now he was dismissing them? Soon, Ling Xiao, Guiche, and the others comprehended the shifting atmosphere. They too began to sense the violent energies unleashed by the 12 ancestors. The cunning Kunpeng has grown timid. In another part of Mount Buzhou, Niwa and Fushi were expressions of utter bewilderment. The dialogue between the ancestors of the Witch clan and the 3 pure ones resonates clearly in their ears. The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan are preparing for battle. And it appears to be concerning Bays. They had assumed Bays sought out the 3 pure ones. Little do they know, Bays had only recently departed from their presence. Are the 12 ancestors also intending to strike against us? Fushi voiced his concern, feeling the overwhelming and ferocious aura, even without facing the 12 ancestors directly. He feared he could not contend with even a single one of them, let alone all 12. Do not fret, Niwa responded calmly, a light laugh escaping her lips. The 12 ancestors are likely focusing on the 3 pure ones. Bays is merely an excuse. There seems to be an underlying warning in this. What of our promise to Bays? Fushi inquired. Since we have made a promise, it is not in our nature to go back on our word. Though I never specified it must be fulfilled at this moment. Niwa's phoenix-like eyes glinted with mischief. Fushi paused, grasping his sister's intent. At this juncture, conflict became inevitable. The 12 ancestors unleashed their vast presence, locking onto Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tantian. A chilling intent to kill shook the heavens. The 3 pure ones recognized there was no escape. Exchanging glances, they summoned their treasures to unleash the protective light of the 3 pure ones. The 12 ancestors made their intentions clear. They aimed to annihilate them. To hesitate now would be to lose face, unworthy of the name of Pangu's true lineage. In an instant, the 3 pure ones struck together. Their treasures shattered the void, causing the stars to rain down around Mount Buzhou. At their level of power, a full-force strike could obliterate myriad worlds, extinguishing the cosmos itself. Their every movement exuded the might of creation, were it not for the fact that Mount Buzhou is transformed from Pangu's very spine. It could have been reduced to dust in an instant. "Watch as I shatter you," shouted a fierce voice as a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a river of stars cascading down, conjuring cataclysmic thunderbolts. Terrifying lightning flowed from the bodies of the ancestors as thunder dragons surged forth, instantly enveloping the treasures above the three pure ones. Flash. With hair billowing, Tongtian wielded the Qingping sword, unleashing a sword light that cleaved the heavens. An endless divine radiance coalesced into a singular, razor-sharp sword aura, embodying the principles of the universe. This strike was horizontal, aimed directly at the 12 ancestors, intending to cleave them in twain. Not so fast. Zhurong's cold voice boomed, as brilliant laws erupted from his eyes. Time danced, flowing in reverse. The starry rain descending upon Mount Buzhou began to rise again, as if the very fabric of reality had been turned inside out. The unparalleled sword light found itself repelled, now aimed back at the three pure ones. "My swordsmanship never strikes at myself." Tongtian's sword tip pointed skyward, the laws of the sword stirring the cosmos, creating a formation that veiled Zhurong. "Seal." Di Jiang raised his hand, lightly reprimanding, as the force of space twisted the void, separating this realm from the rest. The expressions of the three pure ones shifted. In an instant, they were extracted from Mount Buzhou and cast into the endless void. With the howling winds and the passage of time, this was not the end. Di Jiang's maneuver sealed them in an independent space, akin to a vast world. Annihilation, destruction, and the ravages of time loomed, as they unwittingly approached the obliteration of this realm. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, the aura of the three pure ones hovering above them. They would need to unleash their ultimate divine powers. Chapter 24, Ling Xiao's surprise, an unyielding standoff. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, crowned with the aura of the three pure ones, Taiji, Yujing, and Shangqing. The scriptures resonated, akin to grand bells, rolling thunder echoing through the cosmos. 3 bolts of 7-colored lightning flickered above their heads. These 3 bolts were the Taiji Divine Thunder, Yujing Divine Thunder, and Shangqing Divine Thunder, inherited from Pangu's primal thunder. After Pangu split the heavens and the earth, the first divine thunder rang out, heralding the birth of all things. This was the manifestation of Pangu's spirit and will, embodying the power of creation. The 3 pure ones, as part of Pangu's spiritual imprint, naturally inherited Pangu's grand pathway. The 3 divine thunders exploded, tearing through chaos and giving rise to myriad worlds, countless in number. They also obliterated the expansive world created by Di Jiang. As the 3 pure ones broke through the confines and returned, their bodies enveloped in divine lightning. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian combined their powers, directing a divine thunder that pierced through heaven and earth, aimed directly at Di Jiang. "Elder brother, be cautious." The remaining ancestors' expressions shifted, and with a frenzied roar, they unleashed their might, shattering the void with their every move, uniting to withstand the divine thunder that resembled a heavenly pillar. Though they suffered no grave injuries, they were left in a dire state. Di Jiang's countenance darkened. In that moment, he felt an unsettling sense of danger. Had his siblings not intervened, he would have faced severe injury. "Strike together and annihilate the 3 pure ones," he commanded coldly, his murderous intent boiling, as the heavens wept with ominous blood rain. "No more games, it's time to get serious." The grand battle erupted instantly, as all 12 ancestors joined forces, and in a mere exchange, the 3 pure ones were nearly obliterated. The terrifying clash stirred endless storms and clouds. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao stood, brimming with excitement, his gaze fixated on the 12 ancestors, darting from one to the next. It was not their beauty that captivated him, but the manifestation of their laws that opened his eyes to new realms. Although he possessed the Chaos Pearl, containing the 3,000 laws, its comprehension required time. The 12 ancestors, however, demonstrated these laws in action, and with the aid of the Chaos Pearl, the experience was unparalleled. Ling Xiao's pupils shimmered as he etched the battle scenes of the 12 ancestors into his memory. This was a rare opportunity. It was not often one encountered such formidable sparring partners as the 3 pure ones. Against ordinary foes, they would have been reduced to dust long before the 12 ancestors needed to intervene. "Keep going, just hold on a little longer." Ling Xiao silently cheered for the 3 pure ones while diligently recording and absorbing the experience. The 12 ancestors, masters of the laws, were beyond the comparison of ordinary cultivators. Each ancestor wielded a profound understanding of their own laws, proving immensely beneficial to Ling Xiao. Are the 3 pure ones attempting to flee? At that moment, Ling Xiao noticed the 3 pure ones, amidst the battle, seeking an opportunity to break free. Their endurance seemed lacking. Around Mount Buzhou, the boundless void was thick with the scent of destruction. The 3 pure ones were disheveled, blood splattering the emptiness. The 12 ancestors had become exceedingly fierce, and in a brief span, the three pure ones had brushed against death countless times. Had it not been for the protective light surrounding them, they would have been ground to powder long ago. Though fleeing carried a tinge of disgrace, it was their sole path of retreat. The 12 ancestors, aware of the three pure ones' intentions, sought to thwart their escape. Three shameless wretches, do you still dare to claim the title of Pangu's true successors? So easily vanquished. How can you bear to masquerade in the name of our father? Zhurong scoffed. Let us propose this. If you swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, vowing never to flaunt the name of Pangu again and sever all ties with our father, we shall grant you a chance to escape. Dijiang spoke softly, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, leaving one to ponder whether it was genuine or feigned. The three pure ones, though enervated, felt an inferno of wrath igniting in their eyes upon hearing his words. How audacious! What pitiful creatures, oblivious to the celestial order, dared to covet the illustrious title of Pangu's true lineage? Do you deem yourselves worthy? I bellowed in fury, invoking the words of Yuan Shi, which I had previously deemed excessive. Yet, in this moment, they seemed perfectly fitting. Indeed, what ancestors of the witch clan? To my eyes, they are no different from those beastly entities adorned with fur and horns. Yuan Shi's countenance hardened with defiance. Even faced with death, he would not alter his conviction. The voices of the two reverberated without restraint, shaking the very heavens, leaving the mighty who observed this confrontation in utter disbelief. The contention for the authentic lineage of Pangu between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan had escalated to this extent. One might wonder, can the heavenly oaths truly bind the great Pangu? Some among the mighty harbored doubts, sensing that the minds of these ancestors had become deranged, dragging the three pure ones into an abnormal state as well. Pangu, the primordial being who cleaved the cosmos, birthed the boundless wilderness. To employ heavenly oaths to restrain the creator deity of the universe, was that not a sign of madness? The three pure ones, in their naivety, foolishly adhered to the whims of the ancestors, opting to impose a heavenly oath rather than yielding. They sought their own demise. If you are willing to sacrifice your lives, then we shall bear no blame. Di Jiang, in a fit of rage, unleashed a murderous intent that rent the heavens. He raised his hand, summoning a shadow that obscured the sun, vast as a miniature world, intent on obliterating the three pure ones. The three of us, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tontian, exchanged glances, with the radiance of the three pure ones enveloping us, transforming into a protective law as we charged forward. The remaining ancestors of the witch clan, equally ruthless, launched a formidable counterattack. An overwhelming divine force caused the entire Mount Buzhou to tremble, the power of over a dozen supreme golden immortals beyond reckoning. The three pure ones were repeatedly sent flying, tossed like balloons amidst the 12 ancestors. 12 ancestors, my three pure ones are irreconcilable with you. Should we survive today, I shall annihilate your entire lineage on another day. Yuan Shi roared, his eyes blazing with fury, humiliated before the gaze of the multitudes. Still defiant, Di Jiang retorted coldly, his fist radiating like a blood-red sun, crashing heavily upon Yuan Shi's corporeal form. Elder brother, I and Tontian shall rush to aid. Yet we are being relentlessly assaulted by the other ancestors. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the stars, as Yuan Shi was sent hurtling millions of miles, blood spraying forth. The ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, manipulating the flow of time, reached out and pulled Yuan Shi back. Such a maneuver left the gathered mighty shaking their heads. Even the formidable three pure ones were powerless against the united force of the 12 ancestors. After this battle, it seemed the three pure ones would no longer exist in the realm. The momentum of the witch clan was overwhelmingly fierce. Who could withstand their advance? The mighty lamented in awe. At the next sermon in the Zixiao Palace, it appeared that 3 additional seats would be required. From this day forth, the true lineage of Pangu would belong solely to my witch clan. The world would know no more of the three pure ones, Di Jiang declared, his voice resounding through the heavens, echoing across the realms. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the cosmos in chaos. The 12 ancestors paused, a foreboding sensation washing over them as they cleared the space around them. Upon looking again, the figures of the three pure ones had vanished. Chapter 25, Ling Xiao, do you wish to strike? The 12 ancestors, consumed by rage, found the three pure ones had suddenly disappeared amidst their skirmish. What had just exploded? Had they been distracted, allowing the three pure ones to escape? Pursue them. We cannot allow them to flee. Chong Liang bellowed, immediately intent on chasing down the three pure ones. Enough. The three pure ones are cunning. Pursuing them now would be futile. Let them be, Di Jiang interjected, halting Chong Liang's advance. Although the three pure ones had not perished, their objective had largely been achieved, suppressing the three pure ones and seizing their fortune. After this battle, the hearts of all beings would gradually come to regard the 12 ancestors as the true lineage of Pangu. The 3 pure ones, having been bested, could no longer claim to compete with them. Elder brother speaks wisely. We shall temporarily set aside the 3 pure ones. I refuse to believe they will not re-emerge in the wilderness. When they do, we shall strike them down, Zhu Rong remarked with a smile, dismissing the 3 pure ones as inconsequential. From this point forward, the eastern Kunlun of Mount Buzhou shall belong to our witch clan, Zhu Jiuyin stated solemnly. For this was the birthplace of the 3 pure ones, the entire mountain range intricately connected to Mount Buzhou, endless and unyielding. Let us tidy up and return to the ancestral land to prevent any disruptions from the 3 pure ones, Di Jiang instructed. The ancestors of the witch clan sprang into action. In a valley of the primordial earth, 3 disheveled Taoists were recuperating. Damn those beasts. I vow not to rest until I avenge this indignity upon the true lineage of Pangu. Tong Tian seethed, his Qing Ping sword gleaming ominously at his waist. While the 12 ancestors remain at Mount Buzhou, why not seize the Panga temple from the witch clan's ancestral land? Yuan Shi's eyes flickered with a fiery intensity. His wrath was still unquenched, and he felt compelled to voice his discontent. Had they not ignited a gourd, he feared he might have already met his end. What a pity for such a treasure. Nay, it would be unwise to act rashly. The risks are too great. Should we be captured by the ancestors, we would face certain death. Despite his anger, I remained composed, recognizing that venturing to the witch clan's ancestral land at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if we managed to escape, we would still be pursued mercilessly by the 12 ancestors. We must first find a place to heal our wounds and diligently cultivate, awaiting the second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace. After that, our cultivation will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds, and we shall have our revenge in due time. They even managed to let the 3 pure ones escape. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao murmured to himself, reflecting with a sigh. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel a twinge of regret. The 3 pure ones were indeed beings of great fortune, not so easily vanquished. Despite the collective might of the 12 ancestors, they had managed to flee in such a pitiful state. One could not deny their tenacity. This conflict over the true lineage of Pangu, while appearing to favor the 12 ancestors, was a realization only he grasped. They had irrevocably alienated the 3 pure ones. One day, when the 3 pure ones achieved sanctification, this karmic debt would inevitably be settled. Such a scenario could lead to the war of witches and demons evolving into a war of witches and purity. Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept across Ling Xiao's lips. Precisely. In this manner, he could remain at ease on the Sun Star, devoting himself to his cultivation. Third brother, what has you so amused? Jun and Tai Yi approached Ling Xiao, inquiring with smiles, having been roused from their meditation by the tumult of the ancestors' battle. Nothing much. Merely a pleasant thought crossed my mind, Ling Xiao replied casually. These ancestors are exceedingly powerful. It is fortunate we did not heed Bai Zai's call to unite the myriad clans. Otherwise, who could withstand the 12 ancestors' onslaught? Tai Yi remarked in astonishment, gazing at the 12 colossal figures traversing the cosmos. At my current strength, I could only face one, and not even the strongest among them. This is precisely why our third brother urges us to cultivate diligently. Without witnessing the vast world, one remains oblivious to the multitude of beings stronger than oneself. Jun seized the opportunity to admonish Tai Yi, reviving the noble demeanor of their elder brother. Tai Yi glanced at Jun with a playful smile and remarked, Brother, do not take offense at my candor. You are currently no match for me. Jun felt as though struck by lightning, nearly losing his composure. It was quite exhausting. Both of his younger brothers were increasingly formidable, while he, as the eldest, found himself the weakest. Where could he seek justification? He felt despondent. Elder brother, do not take it to heart. Though you may be the weakest, you will forever remain our elder brother. Neither Tai nor I would ever disdain you. Ling Xiao teased with a grin. Do not hinder me. I shall return to the egg and recreate myself. Although Jun feigned anger, he did not dwell on it. This was merely the playful banter among the 3 brothers. At that moment, a vast aura permeated the Sun Star. The smile on Ling Xiao's face gradually faded as he gazed into the distance with piercing eyes. On the eastern wasteland, a colossal figure was scrutinizing the Sun Star, its immense pupils resembling black holes, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Dijiang. In an instant, both Jun and Tai Yi adopted a grave demeanor, preparing for battle. Are you contemplating a confrontation? Ling Xiao's expression remained tranquil, his gaze profoundly intense, with streams of law power swirling within his eyes. Dijiang coldly regarded the Sun Star, piquing the curiosity of the other ancestral witches. Elder brother, shall we conveniently deal with these 3 golden crows? Asked Xiangliang, his eagerness palpable, ready to engage at a mere glance. I believe it is feasible. After all, If even the 3 pure ones have been confronted, adding another 3 crows is hardly excessive. Zhurong remarked nonchalantly, flames engulfing him, consuming the void. In his view, these so-called 3 crows were vastly inferior to the 3 pure ones. He could handle them single-handedly. Merely a hollow reputation. Zhurong echoed, his pride evident, as time fragments danced around him, intertwining the past and future in ceaseless evolution. Elder brother, spare their lives. They pose no threat to us, Xianming said with a smile, encased in a realm of ice extending for millions of miles. She was the only ancestral witch capable of wielding 2 elemental laws, the laws of rain and ice. Although she ranked second to last among the 12 ancestral witches, her strength could easily place her among the foremost. Xianming is correct. Our confrontation with the 3 pure ones is justified by the conflict over Panga's true legacy. However, attacking the 3 crows without cause could provoke the vigilance and resistance of other formidable beings. If they were to unite against our witch clan, it would indeed present a significant dilemma, Hota calmly analyzed, her gaze fixed upon the 3 figures on the sun. Dijiang did not respond immediately. He was weighing the pros and cons. Should he take action? Chapter 26. The Law of Thunder, the Fortune of the West. Dijiang's eyes flickered, the void shifting. Moments later, he sneered and declared, "Very well, I shall spare them for now." His gaze remained fixed on the 3 silhouettes on the sunstar. 2 of the presences were weak, but the central figure was somewhat inscrutable. Dijiang did not take it to heart. The 3 crows, like them, shared a common origin, and their strengths would not differ significantly. Even if one were stronger, it would not be drastically so. As Hoodoo had stated, their engagement with the 3 pure ones was a matter of lineage, which was understandable. However, striking at the 3 crows might alert all powerful beings, leading them to unite against the witch clan, resulting in a loss that would not be worth the gain. Let us return. Dijiang withdrew his gaze, smiling as the remaining ancestral witches nodded in agreement, having no objections. After all, it was merely a trivial matter. Whether or not to act was of little consequence. Finally, they departed. On the sunstar, both Jun and Tai Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 12 ancestral witches leave one after another. The atmosphere had been exceedingly tense, teetering on the brink of conflict. The pressure exerted by the 12 ancestral witches could only be truly comprehended through direct experience. I shall enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I attain the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Jun declared, deeply affected. Not only were his brothers superior, but he could not even contend with the ancestral witches. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Take me with you, Tai Yi said, offering no further comment. His previous vivacity subdued, clearly feeling the weight of pressure. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. The provocation from the 12 ancestral witches had ignited the fighting spirit of Jun and Tai Yi. They must have genuinely sensed the impending crisis. This is as it should be. Remaining here on the Sunstar to cultivate is far superior to anything else. I too must commence my training. Ling Xiao returned beneath the Fusong tree, where he could more intimately connect with the laws of Yang, while also benefiting greatly from cultivating the laws of fire deep within the Sunstar. At present, his insights into these 2 laws had propelled his cultivation to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should his comprehension of the laws of space and earth catch up to those of fire and Yang, although his cultivation might not see a significant increase, his combat prowess would soar. Ling Xiao's gaze shimmered as scenes flashed rapidly through his mind. Battles between the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones. He repeatedly immersed himself in these experiences, grasping the profound law powers. Simultaneously, he divided his focus, seeking enlightenment from the myriad laws within the Chaos Pearl. Understanding the laws is a gradual process. Unless one can enter a state of sudden realization, even after countless millennia, one may yield no fruit. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. During this time, the friction between the witch clan and the myriad races intensified, with the formerly disunited myriad races gradually becoming shrewder. Unable to defeat the witches, they resorted to changing locations or striking and fleeing. Alas, the world of Honghuang was vast and boundless. Even if the witches were infuriated, there was little that could be done. While the myriad races could not match the witches in strength, evading them remained within their capabilities. On the Sunstar, Ling Xiao awakened from his seclusion. The moment he opened his eyes, arcs of lightning flickered, tearing through the void with a mere wisp. Creation and destruction, the cycle of life and death. The law of thunder, Ling Xiao murmured softly, his smile growing increasingly radiant. Throughout these 3,000 years, he had comprehended the law of thunder. As one of the most ferocious powers in existence, the law of thunder would significantly enhance his destructive capabilities. Go. Ling Xiao raised a finger, releasing a stream of pure energy that landed on the ground before him. Lightning surged forth, wreaking havoc as it gradually took on a humanoid form, mirroring his own. One Qi transforms into 3 crows. Ling Xiao pointed successively, channeling the powers of fire and earth, which manifested into the appearances of Jun and Tai Yi. This was a technique bestowed by the system, akin to One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones, now adapted for One Qi transforms into 3 crows. This technique differed somewhat from the one utilized by Laozi in the original narrative. His version was primarily for deception and lacked inherent combat power. Otherwise, during the function period, Laozi alone could have shattered the Zhuxian formation. The system's reward for One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones produced avatars with up to 90% of their original combat strength. Sustained for a period, truly a remarkable divine skill. Ling Xiao raised a finger to retract the avatars. Otherwise, if Jun and Tai Yi saw them, they might misconstrue the situation. For instance, if Laozi's One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones was perceived as him having pilfered the essence of Yuan Shi Tianzun to attain such mastery, it would be a misunderstanding. As the eldest among the 3 pure ones, Laozi had transformed first, easily manipulating matters while Yuan Shi Tianzun had yet to take form. In contrast, he was the last to transform among the 3 crows. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a stirring within his heart and suddenly looked towards the west. There, the heavens and the earth underwent a transformation. The winds surged and clouds billowed. An endless tide of fortune seemed to be in turmoil, as if drawn by some unseen force. Meanwhile, in the western wilderness, at the ancestral roots of the west, on Mount Shumi, Jane and Jun and Tai Yi were deep in contemplation, validating the teachings they had absorbed from the Tao ancestor, gaining new insights. Together, they delved into the mysteries of heaven and earth, capturing the heavenly mechanisms and deciphering the enigmas of all things. At that moment, they sensed a sliver of heavenly insight. Binding their own fortune to that of the West would yield boundless merit and immeasurable luck. Junior brother, if we make a grand vow and embrace the fortune of the West, we shall reap countless benefits. Jane managed to force a smile through his sorrowful expression, sharing his thoughts and feasible plans with Jun and Tai Yi. Such a great cause and effect might be burdensome, no? Jun and Tai Yi hesitated to ask. Jane shook his head gently and replied, at this juncture, none but ourselves are worthy of this task. Reflect on our encounters in the East, junior brother. Strength is of utmost importance. As his words fell, Jun and Tai Yi seemed momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching to touch his cheek. The memory of being struck and losing a tooth by Ling Xiao lingered vividly, as if it had happened just yesterday. Senior brother, let us proceed with this, Jun and Tai Yi declared, clenching his teeth and nodding resolutely. He was determined to enhance his strength and reclaim his dignity. Otherwise, he would face obstacles in his cultivation in the future. Excellent. Jane nodded, and the two brothers conferred. A radiant light soared above them, illuminating the entirety of Mount Shumi, growing ever more intense. In the next moment, a voice, calm and grand, resonated throughout heaven and earth. From this day forth, all beings in the West may come under my guidance, receiving protection. All sentient beings, those with affinity, shall be taught, invoking my name. With faith bolstered, the echo of this benevolent proclamation spread across the western wilderness. A figure, topped with an everlasting azure sky, manifested in the void. His expression one of compassion and sorrow. It was the Taoist Jane. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi gently tapped their foreheads, their 3 flowers blooming atop, releasing fragrant aromas. As subtle and profound vibrations emanated from Mount Shumi, enveloping the beings of the West. As their words concluded, a resplendent vortex appeared in the celestial void. Streams of golden merit descended, and an unprecedented aura of creation and fortune coalesced around Mount Shumi. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi immediately felt an influx of immeasurable fortune. Their cultivation began to grow. They were originally at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, and now they were advancing towards perfection. Chapter 27. Jun and Tai Yi's urgency for revenge. Is Ling Xiao in danger? Having made their grand vow to aid and protect the beings of the West, countless creatures sensed a compassionate aura enveloping them, all kneeling in gratitude towards Mount Shumi. The faith of the myriad beings connected with the heavenly Tao, leading to the descent of divine essences, and a multitude of auspicious colors fell like rain. Floral canopies, blooming flowers, and rare treasures surged forth. Divine flowers rained from the heavens, and sweet springs gushed from the earth. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi felt the void above them parting, as torrents of merit descended, forming a radiant sphere of virtue. Their cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Haha, Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, an exhilaration unlike any he had previously experienced. Merely issuing a grand vow had brought such benefits. He even contemplated issuing dozens more grand vows to ascend further. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. He stood and clasped his hands to Jane, acknowledging that without his elder brother's direction, he could not have reached this point. There is no need for such formalities between us, Jane replied with a smile, equally filled with joy, feeling the boundless power of a perfected great Luo golden immortal. Invigorated by a sense of triumph, he felt he had surpassed Laozi, standing as the foremost being beneath the Tao ancestor. Senior brother, I wish to venture to the Sun Star. After regaining his composure, Junti gazed at the Sun Star, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. Are you seeking revenge on the Golden Crow? Jane inquired. Indeed, he once humiliated our brotherhood. To not retaliate would be an affront to a cultivator, Junti stated solemnly, revealing that his vow was for vengeance, and now that his power had increased, he naturally sought to reclaim his honor. Jane nodded lightly, saying, that Golden Crow truly deserves punishment, but the Tao ancestor's lecture is about to commence. We must not incite further trouble. Let us spare him for now. There will be time for revenge after the lecture. Jane, too, harbored the desire for vengeance, but to him, attending the Tao ancestor's lecture was of paramount importance. Time was not a commodity they could afford to squander. There was no urgency in this moment. Senior brother, it's merely a Golden Crow. Should we brothers take action? Avenging our honor would not take long. Junti persisted, feeling that Ling Xiao was like a thorn in his heart that must be removed. Jane chuckled softly, sensing that his junior brother was somewhat overly eager, yet patiently explained, if I am not mistaken, there exists a primordial formation on the Sun Star. Should we recklessly approach, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. After the Tao ancestors lecture, our powers will have increased, and I will have the confidence to break this formation. The Tao ancestor had previously mentioned that the next lecture would expound on the path to quasi-sainthood, having attained perfection in the great Luo golden immortal stage. They might very well break through to quasi-sainthood after the lecture. By then, even a mere Golden Crow could be vanquished with a wave of their hand. Why rush this moment? Jane articulated calmly, recalling the time when they merged their fortunes. His divine sense had spread across the heavens. He had noted the subtle, yet formidable formation enveloping the Sun Star, which was not easily discernible unless approached closely. This, he surmised, was the Golden Crow's confidence, believing that hiding on the Sun Star rendered him untouchable. Unbeknownst to him, once Jane's cultivation advanced further, he would have the means to breach this formation. At that point, no matter where the Golden Crow fled, he would be at their mercy. Junti listened, momentarily taken aback by his senior brother's astute attention to detail, and naturally agreed to abide by his counsel, saying, then, as you say, senior brother, we shall wait until after the lecture to act. Junior brother, your mind seems troubled. You must quickly regain your composure. Our aim is to attain sainthood and become ancestors. Do not fixate on the present. Jane took on the role of the elder brother, admonishing him. Your teachings are wise, senior brother. Junti nodded, refraining from dwelling further on the matter. Once the lecture concluded, it would mark the end for Ling Xiao. This brief interval felt like a fleeting moment to him. In the western wilderness, at Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi bore a grave expression as he sensed the changes in the western realm, exclaiming in astonishment, Jane and Junti possess remarkable means, managing to consolidate all the fortune of the West to themselves. Though he was in the West, Zenyuanzi realized that all the fortune had been appropriated by Jane and Junti, leaving him with none to share. Damn it, why didn't I think of such a tactic? He lamented, striking his chest in frustration. He had once been on par with Jane and Junti, but now, inexplicably, he found himself at a disadvantage. Genuine, why the anger? At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed, arriving before the figure did. Subsequently, a figure clad in a bright red robe entered, beaming with a radiant smile, akin to a small sun breaking through the clouds. Zenyuanzi cast a sidelong glance at his old friend, silently muttering, if only I could be as carefree as you. Are you not aware? Jane and Junti have claimed all the fortune of the West for themselves. I shall receive not a shred of it henceforth. Zenyuanzi could not help but confide in his friend. It's simple, Honyun replied cheerfully, without a hint of hesitation. Simple? Zenyuanzi's expression shifted, taken aback by his friend's confidence. What plan do you have? Pray enlighten me. Honyun shrugged his shoulders and said, why not just move out of the West then? Zenyuanzi was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his breath in disbelief. Fine, he conceded. It was indeed a hasty suggestion. Knowing Hongyun's temperament, he should have refrained from asking. Such an absurd solution could only originate from him. What kind of reaction is that? I am being serious. Hongyun replied earnestly. He was offering a well-meaning suggestion. Yet Zenyuanzi seemed to think he was jesting. Hongyun, do not jest. I can leave at any time, but how can the ginseng fruit be moved? Without the primordial soil, it cannot be transplanted elsewhere. You have consumed this fruit more than once. I ask you, do you wish to eat ginseng fruit in the future? Zenyuanzi reprimanded sternly. Wait, what about the primordial gourd vine soil? Hongyun's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled something, asking excitedly. Of course, it's viable. They are both among the 10 great spiritual roots of primordial origin. Zhengyuanzai responded somewhat irately. It's settled then. I know a fellow Taoist who possesses the soil of the primordial gourd vine, Hongyun said with a smile, clearly pleased with himself. Zhengyuanzai's expression turned to one of surprise as he inquired, are you referring to that Taoist Ling Xiao who helped you acquire the gourd? Precisely. Taoist Ling Xiao has half of the soil. If we borrow it from him, we can move the ginseng fruit, Hongyun said, his face beaming with joy. However, upon hearing this, Zhengyuanzai's expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. Taoist Ling Xiao may be in danger. Why do you say that? Hongyun asked, his smile faltering, his expression now one of suspicion. Did you not mention that during the gourd acquisition, Ling Xiao injured Jane and Junti? Now that Jane and Junti have gathered the fortunes of the West, their cultivation has greatly advanced. They are likely to seek revenge on Taoist Ling Xiao. Zhengyuanzai stated gravely. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the Sun Star to assist. Hongyun exclaimed, unable to remain seated, rising to walk towards the door. Chapter 28. Ling Xiao, let them come and not return. Meanwhile, at a certain celestial mountain in the eastern part of the wilderness, the three pure ones, their divine gazes piercing, sensed the commotion emanating from the west. Vaguely, they could discern two powerful auras soaring upward. Jane and Junti have attained completion, Yuan Shi remarked, his expression darkening. Were it not for the 12 ancestor witches causing chaos, wounding him, and seizing his Taoist grounds, he too would have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal by now. Unbeknownst to them, the three pure ones had been surpassed by Jane and Junti. Their connection to the fortunes of the West presented an immeasurable opportunity and great merit. Jane and Junti were indeed skilled in their methods. Laozi spoke solemnly, his countenance grave. Such tactics may only succeed in the West, they would never work in the East. At that moment, he felt a tinge of envy. Being born in a barren land was not always a disadvantage. The previous battle between Hongjun and Luo Ho had devastated the spiritual veins of the West. In hindsight, this was both a blessing and a curse for Jane and Junti. We must strive harder and aim to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal before the next sermon. The three pure ones exchanged glances, each recognizing the urgency reflected in the other's eyes. As the rightful heirs of Pangu, they had no reason to lag behind Jane and Junti. Their breakthroughs stirred the hearts of many powerful beings within the wilderness. The Blood Sea, the Western Kunlun, the Purple Mansion Island, and the Northern Sea all resonated with vast auras. As the second sermon by Hongjun approached, these great beings intensified their efforts, eager to elevate their cultivation to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This would facilitate their comprehension and absorption when the Tao ancestor expounded upon the path of the quasi-saint. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao was equally astonished, not expecting Jane and Junti to make such grand vows at this time. Their verbal commitment to link the fortunes of the West with their own cultivation to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal was indeed unexpected. It was no wonder they would later declare 48 great vows to achieve sainthood. The signs had already begun to show. Unlike others who had genuinely accomplished something on their path to sainthood, these two relied solely on their words. In his own world, they would undoubtedly be exceptional pyramid scheme leaders or masters of success. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered, three blossoms of light appearing atop his head, embodying a golden figure seated in profound tranquility, suffused with endless Taoist essence, radiating a sense of completeness. Now, he too was a great Luo Golden Immortal. Should he further comprehend a single principle, he would achieve the status of a primordial Golden Immortal. The path of understanding the principles was exceedingly arduous, and his progress was not considered slow. However, it was insufficient. He desired to hasten his advancement. Jane and Junti had grievances against him. Should they achieve sainthood before him, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Thus, he aimed to accelerate his pace, striving to attain the chaos great Luo Golden Immortal before Jane and Junti could become saints. With Hongjun's second sermon imminent, it represented yet another opportunity for advancement for all formidable beings in the wilderness. I must surpass them and attain the status of a primordial Golden Immortal, Ling Xiao thought, preparing to delve deeper into the principles of cultivation when he suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching the Sun Star. Hongyun, one aura was familiar to him. The other must belong to Zhengyuanzai. What business could these two have here? Ling Xiao pondered with a hint of skepticism. At this moment, Hongyun and Zhengyuanzai had arrived outside the Sun Star. Before they could speak, an ethereal voice resonated from deep within the Sun Star. Esteemed Taoists, please enter. They are here. Hongyun replied cheerfully. Zhengyuanzai's eyes flashed with surprise. This Ling Xiao seemed even more formidable than he had anticipated. Though he could not sense his exact cultivation level, an innate intuition warned him. Taoist Ling Xiao, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Zhengyuanzai from the five. Han Yun began enthusiastically as they met. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Esteemed Taoists, what brings you here? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. We have come to assist you. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi have gathered the fortunes of the West, and their current strength is unfathomable. I suspect they may come seeking trouble, which is why I brought Xinyuanzai along. Han Yun stated earnestly, displaying a demeanor akin to facing a formidable adversary. Ling Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. No worries. Should Jane and Jun and Tai Yi dare to come, I will ensure they do not return. He said this casually, seemingly unperturbed. Xinyuanzai, however, wore a strange expression. Startled by Ling Xiao's audacious words, Han Yun, still incredulous, was about to say more when Ling Xiao raised his hand to interrupt. I appreciate the goodwill of both esteemed Taoists. I am fully aware of the situation. There is no need for concern. Han Yun chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzai sensed something amiss. Feeling the intricate formation enveloping the sun star, a faint yet profound aura of impending danger. Surely, this must be Ling Xiao's reliance. By the way, Taoist Ling Xiao, we have one more request, Han Yun continued. What is it? Ling Xiao asked with a pleasant demeanor. We wish to borrow your gourd vine soil for a while. To facilitate the relocation of the ginseng fruit tree, Han Yun said with a friendly smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyuanzai became anxious. Taoist Ling Xiao, please do not heed his absurd claims. I have no such intentions at present. From the beginning, it was Han Yun who proposed the idea of relocation, and he had never entertained such a notion. Ling Xiao chuckled in silence, saying, whenever you require it, just let me know. As the three conversed, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi also arrived, and they exchanged greetings. Taoist Han Yun, Taoist Xinyuanzai, how about we engage in a discussion on the Tao? Jun proposed a suggestion, noting that among their company, his understanding of the Tao was the most superficial, yet he yearned to discuss it. Elder brother, did you not once proclaim that you would not emerge from seclusion until you achieved complete perfection? Ling Xiao interjected, teasingly, eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Tai Yi, who could only shrug in response. Jun flushed crimson, stammering, when a fellow cultivator comes to visit, one must at least extend a greeting. Ha. Subsequently, under Jun's insistence, the group gathered together to engage in a discourse on the Tao. At their level of cultivation, discussions of the Tao were commonplace. Occasionally, such dialogues could span several millennia. Through mutual validation of their respective paths, unexpected insights could be gleaned. Unbeknownst to them, over 1,000 years passed. On a day that began peacefully, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled with a resounding roar. The chaotic skies quaked as a pillar of chaotic light descended. Sweeping across the cosmos, a magnificent purple palace materialized, casting its reflection across the heavens, appearing like a mirage floating among the clouds. Though no bells were heard, a deep, resonant sound echoed, the 81 chimes radiating from the infinite vault above. Instantly, the mighty beings in the primal world opened their eyes simultaneously. The manifestation of the purple sky palace signified the commencement of the second sermon. In a moment, a tempest stirred in the primordial realm. As the energies of various sacred mountains surged skyward, great beings exited their meditation halls, eager to journey to the purple sky palace to attend the sermon. Chapter 29, the second sermon, invited by the crimson cloud. The great beings of the primordial world emerged from their seclusion, hastening towards the purple sky palace. In the western Shumi mountain, the cultivators Jane and Jun and Tai Yi, engrossed in their meditative practices, were filled with delight. Since reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, their cultivation had stagnated. Now, with the Tao Ancestor's sermon about to commence, the prospect of ascendance to the quasi-saint level was within reach. Let us go, brother. Last time we dawdled and nearly missed our seats. This time, we must be the first. Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed, his joy bubbling over. They had awaited this day for far too long. Indeed, we must arrive first to showcase our powers. Jane nodded in agreement, rising to his feet. The two set off towards the purple sky palace side by side. On Mount Buzhou, Nuwa, having spent years in deep meditation, had attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Fushi was still a step behind, having yet to reach the completion of his path. In the northern sea, Kuenpeng had been diligently cultivating since the last time he was startled by the 12 ancestor witches' presence, finally attaining the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal just as the sermon approached. Renowned figures such as Ancestor Mingi, the Queen Mother of the West, and the Eastern King also achieved either the late stages or the completion of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Ing Zhao, Goei Che, and Jiao Ying, famous pioneers against the witches, had all reached the mid or late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, standing just a hair's breadth away from the top-tier powers. On the Taiyin Star, Shiha and Changshi awakened from their seclusion, having reached the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Since returning from the first sermon, Their cultivation had progressed from the mid-stage to a higher realm after nearly 10,000 years of seclusion. Sister, let us depart. Changxi eagerly urged Shiha within the Guanghan Palace. Indeed, Shiha replied, nodding, but before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at the sun star. Strange, is it still not planning to attend the sermon? She pondered. Perhaps the lack of attendance during the first sermon was due to inadequate cultivation, yet now there was still no movement. Was the Tao ancestors' sermon truly lacking in allure? Shiha found herself perplexed and chose to disregard it, hastening with her sister towards the Purple Sky Palace. This time, as the Tao ancestor would impart the quasi-saint path. Although she still had some distance to cover before reaching that state, listening would be more beneficial than remaining uninformed. Once she attained the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, she could then cultivate the quasi-saint path. At that time, it would be an entirely new domain. She remained unconvinced that even after 2 sermons from the Tao ancestor, she would not surpass that single golden crow. On a celestial mountain in the eastern part of the primordial realm, 3 vast and powerful auras soared into the sky, ascending vigorously. The pressure of the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal stunned all beings. After relentless effort, the 3 pure ones finally broke through. This achievement came much later than they had anticipated, primarily due to being injured at the hands of the 12 ancestor witches, which had consumed much time in recovery. Once they broke through, they did not linger, immediately making their way to the Purple Sky Palace. In the Panga Divine Hall, the 12 ancestor witches engaged in discussion. Since the auras of the 3 pure ones, those brazen ones have actually achieved the perfection of the Great Luo? Strong Liang exclaimed, incredulous. Despite having suppressed them so thoroughly, these 3 old geezers managed to break through. He himself was still a step away from completion. It must be said that since they had oppressed the 3 pure ones, their fortunes seemed to have increased significantly, even accelerating their cultivation progression. Perfect timing. Let us ambush the 3 pure ones, preventing them from reaching the Purple Sky Palace and meeting their demise along the way. Zhu Jiuyin coldly suggested, leaving no room for leniency. That won't be necessary. It's too late to act now. Di Jiang replied calmly. Unless we can catch them off guard as we did last time, sealing off their retreat. Without thorough preparation, it won't be easy to eliminate the 3 pure ones. Elder brother, what if we wait until the 3 pure ones return from the Purple Sky Palace and have attained the quasi-saint level? What then? Xianming inquired, a note of concern in her voice. Her worry was echoed by the other ancestor witches. When their realms were comparable, they could easily overpower with numbers. But if their opponent's realm was significantly higher, achieving an advantage would be exceedingly difficult. Fear not, for your elder brother is on the verge of making that leap. Di Jiang declared with a smile, then released a subtle yet boundless aura. It seemed as though he had already transcended the boundaries of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Elder brother, you are nearing the quasi-saint level? The other ancestor witches rejoiced, realizing the source of their brother's calm demeanor. Indeed, I am but a step away from breaking through at any moment, Di Jiang affirmed confidently. The fortune gained from suppressing the 3 pure ones has indeed accelerated our cultivation speed. The upcoming sermon at the Purple Sky Palace represents an opportunity for our witch clan to act swiftly, expanding our territory and seizing resources while the great powers are absent. In this way, you all may also have the chance to break through to the quasi-saint level, and when that time comes, what fear would we have even if the 3 pure ones greatly increase their cultivation? Di Jiang articulated his thoughts and plans, igniting a spark of excitement among the ancestor witches. If such a time were to come, who in the entire primordial world could stand against the 12 ancestor witches? They practiced the might of the physical body and the power of the laws, and within the same realm, they had few rivals. As long as they continued to expand their territory, seize resources, and enhance their cultivation, they would secure an invincible position. While the ancestor witches were engrossed in their discussions, Ho Tu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Elder brother, I wish to attend the sermon at the Purple Sky Palace. At this declaration, the entire hall fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of dissenting voices. Sister, you previously stated that Hongjuan's teachings would be of no use to us. Why do you wish to attend? Di Jiang questioned sternly. Now that we have become sworn enemies of the 3 pure ones, what if they pose a threat to you? Ho Tu stubbornly explained. Perhaps the quasi-saint path may hold value for us. Besides listening to the teachings, it would also allow us to gain a clearer understanding of the strengths of the great powers. Do not be concerned about the dangers. Within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, they dare not act recklessly. After the discourse concludes, you merely need to come to my aid. Yet, she remains undeterred, yearning to attend the teachings once more. Go indeed. Di Jiang, understanding the nature of Ho Tu, opted not to dissuade her further. The solar star, the protracted discourse, lasting a millennium, has finally reached its conclusion. This session has proven invaluable to all participants. Originally, they wished to continue, But with the imminent teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, it became evident that no discussion could surpass that of the Tao ancestor. The distinction between what is trivial and what is significant remains clear. Thank you, dear friends. This discussion has been immensely enlightening. Jun expressed his gratitude. No need for formalities. The teachings are about to commence. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, shall we proceed together? Hongyun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Jun and Tai Yi instinctively turned towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 30. 3 Choices, Subtle Decisions. Jun and Tai Yi's eyes sought Ling Xiao. Seeking his counsel, Ling Xiao hesitated, as the system presented him with options. Detected that Hong Jun's second discourse is imminent. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Attend the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the teachings. Reward. The complete method to sever the 3 corpses, with no adverse effects. Option 2. Decline Hong Yun's invitation, resolutely abstaining. Reward. A fragment of the creation jade plate. Option 3. Opt not to attend. Allowing Jun and Tai Yi to go instead. Reward. A supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal, along with a fragment of the temporal divine law. 3 choices? System, just how many fragments of the creation jade plate do you possess? Ling Xiao pondered the options, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. There are 36 fragments in total. Please choose boldly, dear host. Without concern for scarcity, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. Is my concern truly about sufficiency? Ling Xiao mused silently, recognizing the system's intent to entice him to venture out. Undoubtedly, the complete method for severing the 3 corpses is highly alluring. Theoretically, achieving the mixed Yuan Great Luo is far simpler than proving one's worth through sheer strength, without the fear of being outmaneuvered by Hong Jun, alas. If only you had arrived sooner, I might have chosen differently. Ling Xiao contemplated, for he had already embarked on a journey, having painstakingly comprehended numerous laws. How could he easily forsake them? The first option was dismissed. Just as he was about to select the second option, a thought struck him, and he turned to Jun and Tai Yi, inquiring, Eldest brother, second brother, do you wish to attend the teachings? He sought their opinions. For the third option presented by the system held considerable weight. Upon reflection, this choice was indeed delicate. After all, they had refrained from attending the first discourse. Should they forego the second, it might raise suspicions with Hong Jun. If Jun and Tai Yi were to feign attendance, it would buy them some developmental time, which could prove advantageous. Even a languid fish must occasionally flip over. Should Hong Jun begin expounding on the path to the sage, it could greatly benefit us. Jun remarked with a smile. Although Ling Xiao had previously shared the subsequent cultivation methods with them, it was rather vague. Perhaps the Tao ancestor could provide something different. Listening to the teachings is secondary. I wish to broaden my horizons. Tai Yi chimed in with a grin. Ling Xiao nodded and addressed Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Esteemed friends, might you excuse us momentarily? My brothers and I have matters to discuss in private. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, not pondering further, stepped outside the solar star to wait. What secrets do you wish to share, third brother? Jun and Tai Yi queried, somewhat suspicious. Ling Xiao did not keep them in suspense and directly addressed the matter. Eldest brother, second brother, I shall not be attending this discourse. However, I have a few words of advice for you. What? You will not accompany us? Jun exclaimed in surprise. Third brother, this opportunity to hear Hong Jun expound on the path to sage is rare. Are you truly not going to witness it? Both Jun and Tai Yi sought to persuade him, asserting that attending the teachings was far superior to remaining at home in isolation. I have my own insights. I truly cannot attend, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, a tried and true excuse. Indeed, upon hearing it pertains to cultivation, Jun and Tai Yi ceased their urging, instead expressing astonishment. Third brother, you are not about to break through to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, are you? Given that Ling Xiao had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, further insights could indeed signify an imminent breakthrough to the next great realm. Roughly so, Ling Xiao casually responded. Hiss. They both inhaled sharply, as if the solar star itself had grown colder. That is astonishing. After their discussions with Jun Yuanzi and Hong Yun, their cultivation had advanced significantly, nearing the late stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, with perfection not far off. They had believed themselves to be on par with Ling Xiao, only to discover he was on the verge of transcending to an entirely different realm. During your visit to the Purple Cloud Palace, remember to act discreetly. Adhere to the 3 knots. Do not compete, do not grasp, and do not accept. Ling Xiao continued, his expression earnest. In the Purple Cloud Palace, do not strive for any benefits, nor accept anything offered. Simply focus on listening to the teachings and refrain from concerning yourselves with any other matters. With Hong Jun's second discourse at hand, if the narrative follows the original path, the Demon Clan and Heavenly Court are nearing establishment. If Hong Jun deviates from the norm and directly prompts Jun and Tai Yi to establish the Heavenly Court, Given their natures, they would likely comply. Would that not lead to chaos? Thus, it is imperative to clarify, listen to the teachings, and avoid any unnecessary distractions. Third brother, we are merely attending to hear the teachings. Surely that cannot be too problematic? Jun remarked with a smile. This matter is of great significance, with potential for both monumental consequences and trivialities. Just keep it in mind, Ling Xiao stated with a serious demeanor. Seeing the gravity in Ling Xiao's tone, Jun and Tai Yi set aside their mirth, nodding solemnly. Although they could not fully grasp their brother's concerns, they trusted his judgment and would follow his counsel without fail. Third brother, is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave. Go ahead. Ling Xiao waved his hand, watching as Jun and Tai Yi departed. System, I choose option 3. The reward for the third option is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin Seal, along with a fragment of the temporal divine law. The Qilin Seal, a companion treasure of the primordial Qilin, ranks alongside the ancestral dragon pearl and the Yuan phoenix furnace. While formidable, Ling Xiao's true interest lay with the fragment of the temporal divine law. The law of time is among the most powerful and elusive to comprehend. With the fragment of the temporal divine law, coupled with the chaos pearl, he could swiftly delve into the profound depths of the time law. Here I come, temporal law, Ling Xiao thought, beginning to absorb the fragment of the temporal law and immersing himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, Jun, Tai Yi, Zhenyuanzi, and Hong Yun departed the solar star, soaring into the endless expanse of chaotic void. For Jun and Tai Yi, this marked their inaugural visit to the Purple Cloud Palace. While Zhenyuanzi and Hong Yun were seasoned veterans, the four traveled together, exuding a formidable aura that deterred any would-be challengers. Upon entering the chaos, Jun and Tai Yi, having mastered their skills, summoned their treasures to shield themselves, pressing onward through the layer of thunder and fire. Standing resolute against the onslaught of countless bolts, Zhenyuanzi and Hong Yun mirrored their actions, invoking their artifacts or employing great divine powers to protect themselves from the deluge of lightning. Having navigated through the layer of thunder, they ventured into the realm of the Nine Heavens Gale, where azure blades of wind transformed into swords, axes, and knives, surging forth in a relentless tide. Aside from the four of them, numerous powerful beings were fervently making their way towards the Xiao Palace to attend the teachings. United in their efforts, Zhenyuanzi, Hong Yun, Jun, and Tai Yi surged ahead, like a force of nature, outpacing the rest. The journey was long, and before they knew it, a millennium had passed. At last, the Xiao Palace appeared before them. They breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a twinge of surprise, for fellow Taoists were already gathered at the palace entrance. Having arrived before them, Chapter 31, Hongjun, here, yet not entirely here. Jun, Tai Yi, Zhenyuanzi, and Hong Yun had assumed they had arrived early, but to their astonishment, a host of formidable beings awaited them outside the Xiao Palace. As Jun and Tai Yi gazed upon the palace, they could not help but feel a sense of awe. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Xiao Palace suffocated their thoughts, compelling all beings to submit. The Tao unfolded in a spectacular display, multifaceted and elusive, beyond capture or articulation. Only by experiencing it at close range could one truly comprehend the terror of a sage. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao had always urged them to diligently cultivate. In the face of such an existence, power and authority were but ephemeral illusions. Only one's own strength remained eternal. While Jun and Tai Yi were inspecting the Xiao Palace, the three Pure Ones, along with Jane, Zhuanti, Niuhua, and Fuxi, observed them with expressions of intrigue. They could understand why the Golden Crow had come to attend the teachings. But where was the other one? The one named Ling Xiao had likely not arrived. The three Pure Ones exchanged silent glances, recalling the incident at Mount Buzhou, where they had suffered a setback at Ling Xiao's hands, an event etched in their memories. To not recognize the heavenly cycles, and to miss such a grand opportunity when the Tao ancestor speaks, is this blind arrogance or sheer folly? Yuan Shi remarked with a smile. To not attend the discussion on the path to quasi-saintship, does he truly believe he can chart the way on his own? Even if he could, the time it would take would be incalculable. There are countless mighty beings in the primordial world. He is not the only one absent, so it is not particularly surprising. Perhaps he possesses his own unique methods, Tong Tian nonchalantly replied. As the three Pure Ones continued their discreet discussions, Jane and Zhuanti's gazes flickered towards Jun and Tai Yi. Had it not been for their presence outside the Xiao Palace, they would have already acted. However, they were not in a hurry. They could deal with Jun and Tai Yi after the teachings concluded. The only flaw in their plan was Ling Xiao's absence, which meant they would have to visit the Sun Star alone. Esteemed friends, why do we not see Taoist Ling Xiao present? Niuhua and Fuxi greeted them. My third brother is currently in seclusion and cannot attend, Jun replied with a smile. In seclusion? Niuhua's eyes sparkled with surprise. to enter seclusion before the teachings commence. Does the Tao ancestors' discourse hold no allure for him? Disappointment washed over her, as she had intended to inquire directly with Ling Xiao about the matters concerning the myriad clans, and why he had hinted for Bays to seek her out. Alas, he had not come at all. Reluctantly, she returned to her original position alongside Fushi. As time passed, more and more powerful beings gathered outside the Xiao Palace. Finally, the grand doors of the palace swung open, and a young man and woman emerged, inviting everyone inside. These two were Hao Yin and Yao Qi. The assembly of mighty beings flowed into the Xiao Palace, where their previous seating arrangements had already been established, negating the need to vie for positions. Jun and Tai Yi seated themselves behind Jun Yuanzi and Han Yun, their eyes wandering curiously about the Xiao Palace as they engaged in casual conversation. It is indeed a pity that Taoist Ling Xiao could not attend. We are deprived of hearing the words of the sage, Jun Yuanzi lamented. While it is somewhat regrettable, it is of little consequence. Once we return, we can discuss the Tao with Taoist Ling Xiao and convey the teachings of the Tao ancestor to him. Han Yun replied with a smile. Jun and Tai Yi nodded in agreement, finding solace in this notion. Soon, as all the mighty beings gathered, the figure of Han Jun appeared upon the cloud bed at the forefront, and an immediate silence enveloped the entire Xiao Palace. One could hear a pin drop. Even Jun and Tai Yi were raptly focused on the figure before them. He is extraordinarily powerful. Although he did not exude a terrifying aura, merely a glance was enough to convey an indescribable strength that was both profound and elusive. In that moment, their desire to attain sainthood intensified. Hongjuan's gaze swept over the assembly, effortlessly landing on the figures of Jun and Tai Yi, who sat with an innocent demeanor. Yet there was a glimmer of strange yearning in their eyes. Indeed, Hongjun silently nodded. This time, the Golden Crow had not disappointed him and had arrived to hear the teachings. But wait, is there an unexpected variable? Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a flicker of disturbance crossed his eyes, the laws of the universe swirling within. Another Golden Crow has not arrived? Contemplating this, Hongjun furrowed his brow. The Tao's 50 principles and the heavenly changes were normal, and as long as the overall trend remained unchanged, all would fall into place. However, he had not anticipated that 3 Golden Crows had emerged from the Sun Star. Previously, he had been so preoccupied with attaining sainthood and preparing for the unification of the Tao that he overlooked the existence of another Golden Crow. Yet upon further reflection, this additional Golden Crow might not be a bad thing. It could help balance the scales against Jun and Tai Yi's current shortcomings. After all, given their present cultivation levels, it was exceedingly difficult to contend with the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. As for the Golden Crow that had not come to hear the teachings, Hongjun did not dwell on it. As long as the destined individuals, Jun and Tai Yi, were present, that sufficed. With everyone gathered, why was the discourse not commencing? Inside the Xiao Palace, the mighty beings wore expressions of confusion, even a bit befuddled. This sensation was reminiscent of the first time teachings were delivered. A classic scene revived. However, this time felt somewhat different. They had the distinct impression that the Tao ancestor was watching Jun and Tai Yi intently. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was giving them extra attention because they were newcomers? Jane and Junti, seated in the front row, exchanged knowing smiles. Could it be that these two have inadvertently offended the Tao ancestor upon their arrival? If that were the case, it would be splendid. It would save them the trouble of taking action themselves. In an instant, the gazes of all the mighty beings converged upon Jun and Tai Yi, secretly pondering whether they had committed some misstep that displeased the Tao ancestor. Jun and Tai Yi shared a glance, both feeling an unsettling sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Fortunately, at that moment, Hongjun spoke, announcing, "The teachings on the path to quasi-sainthood shall span 3,000 years. You must focus and reflect." Instantly, the assembly of mighty beings exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The previous atmosphere had been truly strange and oppressive, but now it had returned to normalcy. Thus, all the mighty beings held their breath in concentration, fully devoted to absorbing the words of the Tao ancestor. The way of heaven is to follow the way of the heavens, and thus it is complete. Therefore, heaven has 5 thieves. Those who perceive them shall prosper. The 5 thieves reside in the heart and manifest in the heavens. The universe rests in your hands, and myriad transformations arise from your being. Establish the way of heaven to determine one's nature. Nature can possess both skill and clumsiness, and can be concealed. The 9 orifices harbor malevolence, resting upon the 3 essentials, which can induce motion or stillness. Fire arises from wood, calamity must be averted, treachery arises from nations, and chaos must ensue. The words of the sage were naturally resplendent, akin to flowers blooming amidst golden lotuses, overflowing with countless beauties that defied description. The assembly of mighty beings listened, entranced, some displaying joy, others sorrow. some scratching their heads in confusion, while others sat in silent meditation. Time flowed gently, and the sound of the Tao within the Xiao Palace continued unabated. Soon, the 3,000 years drew near. On this day, within the Xiao Palace, the sound of the Tao gradually ceased. Chapter 32, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Tree of Celestial Bodies. Meanwhile, upon the solar star, an immense torrent suddenly surged forth, with ferocious flames transforming like a true dragon, manifesting in myriad forms. Blossoms of law emerged, each as large as the stars, cascading down endlessly. Ultimately, these countless fiery dragons became remarkably docile, bowing towards a singular direction. Amidst this boundless inferno, Ling Xiao sat in tranquil meditation, utterly motionless, with 3 flowers of chaos emanating from his crown, a figure flickering in and out of existence. With a casual gesture, Ling Xiao summoned a radiant sun to his palm, and esoteric waves radiated outward from the solar star, sweeping across the celestial bodies. His consciousness unfurled like a delicate vine, continuously expanding and amplifying, encompassing the 365 primary stars and 14,800 secondary stars under his mental dominion. At last, it was accomplished. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils ablaze with golden flames, incinerating the ancient firmament. Through his diligent efforts, he had finally shattered the shackles of the laws of fire, advancing further to attain the level of a primordial golden immortal. Although only one law had ascended to the realm of primordial golden immortal, his strength had undergone a monumental transformation. This was not merely a manifestation of the Tao, but a significant elevation in the hierarchy of life itself, akin to a domestic cat evolving into a fierce tiger. Moreover, fragments of the time demon goddess law had deepened his understanding of the law of time, nearly reaching the profundity of his insights into the law of fire. Were he to acquire 100 or more fragments, he might well cultivate a complete law of time. Has Hong Jun's sermon reached its conclusion? Ling Xiao mused, calculating the passage of time. At present, his power undoubtedly eclipsed that of the entire Pangu world, with the exception of Hong Jun. However, he could not afford to be complacent or careless, for after reaching the quasi-saint level, the 6 ordained saints would soon unleash their full potential. The roots of everything trace back to the birth of humanity. Ling Xiao had no intention of obstructing Nuwa from creating humanity. Ethically and rationally, he could not do so. Even if he were to withhold the gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil from Nuwa, the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly manifest alternative methods to create humanity. To futilely attempt to thwart Nuwa's endeavors would be courting disaster, provoking the heavenly Tao and potentially leading to dire consequences. Minor matters can be altered, yet major events are irreversible. At most, he could only delay the developmental timeline. Thus, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retract his consciousness and immerse himself in his training, he was suddenly drawn by an elusive aura. His gaze flickered as he pierced through the infinite dimensions of time and space, where a purple point of light captured his attention. The aura emanated from that very point. The purple microstar? After a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao rose to his full height and stepped into the boundless void. Crossing the endless expanse and traversing countless stars, he finally arrived at the vicinity of the purple microstar. This celestial body, suspended in the infinite void, was surrounded by an ethereal purple atmosphere, exuding an immeasurable aura of nobility. It was colossal, with a microcosmic world flourishing upon its surface. The purple torrents resembled primordial energy, making it resemble a vast primordial realm. Truly, it is the star of sovereigns, Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. In his previous life, the purple microstar was revered as the pinnacle of stars, the progenitor of myriad phenomena, hailed as the emperor among celestial bodies. It was said that as long as the purple micro did not emerge, the sun and moon held supremacy. However, these were merely the sayings of a past life. In the Pangu world, the sun and moon were transformed from the eyes of Pangu. It would be more reasonable to assert that when the sun and moon do not appear, the purple micro reigns supreme. Furthermore, with his presence, no star could claim anything but a subordinate position. How could a rudimentary concealment formation possibly impede me? With a mere glance, Ling Xiao discerned the formation upon the purple microstar. It was, in fact, no longer rudimentary. Had it not been for his breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal level, he might not have even noticed it. Reflecting on this, Ling Xiao took a step forward, his surrounding laws surging forth, dispersing the endless purple aura as he approached the purple microstar. Upon arrival, his eyes fell upon an immense, unseen towering tree. This colossal tree stood at the very heart of the purple microstar, encircled by starlight, its entirety a deep obsidian hue, as if countless stars were concealed within its form. Most remarkably, this giant tree bore 365 branches, each adorned with precisely 365 buds, no more, no less. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao comprehended the tree's origins. The Tree of Celestial Stars. The Tree of Celestial Stars sustains itself on the essence of celestial bodies, devouring the inexhaustible epochs of the cosmos to bear fruit. Its fruits are limited to 365 each time, corresponding to the 365 most ancient stars. Consuming these star fruits allows one to transform into the corresponding celestial body, wielding the primordial power of that star. Moreover, the 365 branches of the Tree of Celestial Stars can be utilized to create the celestial star banner, enabling the arrangement of the grand celestial formation. Who are you? And why have you intruded upon my domain? At this moment, a crisp yet wary voice echoed, and a youth materialized beneath the starry tree. Clad in a purple robe, he appeared no older than 13 or 14, remarkably handsome, yet exuding an undeniable air of nobility, an innate imperial demeanor. Just passing by, and thought to take a look. Are you the lord of the purple microstar? Ling Xiao inquired with a smile, instantly perceiving the youth's cultivation, which was that of an early-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Indeed, this purple microstar is mine, and this tree is also mine. I am the purple micro-emperor. The youth, now at ease, earnestly responded to Ling Xiao's question, his expression reflecting a certain pride. Purple micro-emperor? Ling Xiao could not suppress a chuckle. This youth seemed newly transformed and had likely not undergone the trials of the world, rendering his intellect somewhat lacking. I am called Ling Xiao. A pleasure to meet you. Since a guest has arrived, shall we engage in a discussion of the Tao? The youth suggested cheerfully, sensing no hostility from Ling Xiao and being unable to gauge his cultivation. Having spent too long in solitude upon the purple microstar, he was eager to converse with another being, seeking to validate his own understanding of the Tao. Very well. Ling Xiao nodded, his form flickering as he appeared beneath the starry tree. The youth's gaze sharpened, astonished. This was a formidable expert, likely not weaker than himself. They settled across from one another, and the youth, unable to contain his excitement, spoke first. As his voice resonated with the heavens, 3 auspicious clouds manifested upon his crown. And with the utterance of his Tao, the purple microstar radiated with resplendent light, as if the powers of the surrounding celestial bodies were being summoned, cascading down in immeasurable brilliance. Endless and continuous, it flowed without cessation. Ling Xiao's attention was piqued. What intrigued him was that the youth's cultivation revolved around the purple microstar, commanding the powers of the celestial bodies, even encompassing the sun and moon. The purple micro-emperor star, suppressing myriad stars. The celestial bodies are ever-changing, giving rise to infinite avenues. The purple micro-emperor star governs the celestial bodies. This is my path. With the purple micro suppressing the sun and moon, my Tao can thus be realized. My friend, how do you find my Tao? The youth inquired eagerly, exhilarated by his own profound understanding. Ling Xiao shook his head in resignation, responding coolly, alas. Chapter 33. Treating the saint's words as mere fancies. How have you achieved this? Ling Xiao's expression revealed a hint of regret, leaving the youth momentarily stunned. My friend, why the sense of regret? Once I command the myriad stars and suppress all star deities, my Tao shall come to fruition. What is amiss? The youth queried, perplexed. Ling Xiao smiled mysteriously, saying, It is indeed amiss, for I am the god of the solar star. You? The youth pointed at Ling Xiao, about to speak, only to find Ling Xiao's form growing increasingly majestic in his eyes, his presence expanding, vast and boundless, unfathomable and invincible. He stared in astonishment, his expression frozen, rendered speechless. A delusion? No, this is no delusion. In the heart of the young boy, a fervent cry echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Why, among the celestial deities, was he so overwhelmingly powerful? This level of mastery extinguished any flicker of rebellion, for any act of defiance would be utterly futile. The chasm of disparity was too vast. I grant you a choice. Abandon your dreams of reigning as an emperor over the stars and instead, become my disciple, Ling Xiao declared with a smile, a spark of affection igniting within him. A choice? A disciple? The boy's expression darkened, fluctuating between shadows of despair and glimmers of hope. What kind of choice was this? As a dignified emperor of Ziwei, he was being reduced to the status of a mere disciple? Was there no alternative? Reluctantly, he inquired. There is, Ling Xiao replied, gesturing towards the celestial tree of stars. You could become its sustenance. He was not a system that offered multiple options. Sustenance. The boy's spirit jolted, and he shattered the barriers of his resolve. I choose to become a disciple. Though he bore the mandate of an emperor, death rendered him naught but a misfortune. He would yield for now. Very well. I shall name you Ziwei. Henceforth you shall be known as Ziwei the disciple. Ling Xiao said with a pleasant demeanor. Ziwei nodded, a bitter acknowledgement, too apprehensive to voice any dissent. Subsequently, Ling Xiao set up a formation for Ziwei Star and departed with his new disciple. The celestial tree of stars thrived on Ziwei Star, and any arbitrary transplantation would be less than aesthetically pleasing. On the journey back, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. His mood buoyed by the fruitful expedition. He had not only acquired a promising disciple, but also obtained a primordial spiritual root. With this thought, he could not help but glance towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace, pondering the circumstances of Jun and Tai Yi. At the Purple Cloud Palace, the 3,000-year sermon had reached its culmination. As Hongjun's final words resonated, the mighty beings gradually regained their composure, lingering in a state of rapture, unable to extricate themselves from the experience. Some were enraptured by the sage's teachings, while others wore expressions of doubt, grasping only fragments of understanding. The profundity of the sage's doctrines was beyond the ken of many. Though it was termed the path to quasi-saintship, upon conclusion, the way to transcendence remained elusive. Hongjun's gaze shifted, and he discerned the expressions of all the mighty beings, understanding their confusion. Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to voice them, he proclaimed. As soon as his words fell, a mighty being posed a question. Dare I ask, O sage, for I am but a dullard, how might one transcend to quasi-saintship? Or even to saintship? His inquiry garnered unanimous agreement among the assembly. Some among them had gleaned the path to quasi-saintship, yet clarity eluded them. This fellow not only inquired about the way to quasi-saint, but also about the path to becoming a saint. Even Jun and Tai Yi were intrigued, for they had already comprehended the method to attain sainthood and wished to hear the sage's unique insights. Hongjun nodded slightly, casting an appreciative glance at the questioner, and replied in a calm yet deliberate manner. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, all capable of leading to enlightenment. However, in summation, the attainment of quasi-saintship, or the realization of saintship, can be distilled into three primary routes. The first is through the power of strength. This entails comprehending the principles of the Tao, wielding one's own power to shatter the limits of the Deluo Golden Immortal. This realm is termed the Primordial Golden Immortal, and beyond it lies the Primordial Deluo Golden Immortal. However, as the Tao has receded into obscurity, comprehending the principles has become increasingly arduous. Thus, this path is now rendered impassable. The second path is through merit. It involves undertaking significant deeds that contribute to the heavenly Tao, through which boundless merit is bestowed upon the practitioner, merging with their primordial spirit, thereby achieving enlightenment through virtue. The specific methods I shall elaborate on in due course. Upon hearing this, the mighty beings felt a twinge of disappointment. These two paths were too abstract. One was already severed, and the other required contributions to the heavenly Tao. Without actionable methods, they could not truly be called methods. Hongjun deliberately paused, observing the somber expressions among the assembly, and inwardly nodded. He then spoke in a voice even more resonant than before. The final method is my own path to enlightenment. The eyes of the mighty beings brightened. The living sage stood before them, which assured them of the method's viability. We beseech the sage's benevolence. Grant us this path, implored one eager flatterer among them. Unable to contain his impatience, Hongjun, satisfied, regarded him for a moment before continuing. This method is known as the severing of the three corpses to attain enlightenment. All sentient beings possess three aspects: goodness, evil, and self. By severing one aspect, one can attain the early stages of quasi-saintship. By severing two, the mid-stages. And by severing three, the late stages of quasi-saintship. Ultimately, when the three corpses merge with the self, one may realize the supreme Tao. However, the three corpses must first be entrusted to a primordial treasure. As his words lingered in the air, Hongjun's gaze discreetly scanned the assembly, only to find two figures appearing somewhat dazed, seemingly struck dumb. These two figures were none other than Jun and Tai Yi. A flicker of suspicion crossed Hongjun's mind as he inquired, Jun, Tai Yi, did you comprehend my teachings? Should there be any confusion, do not hesitate to ask. His tone hinted at the possibility of offering them special guidance, as he perceived their cultivation levels as insufficient. All the mighty beings turned their gazes towards Jun and Tai Yi. How should one articulate this? Their inability to grasp the teachings was understandable, given that it was their first time attending the sermon and having missed a prior lecture. It was perfectly normal to find aspects incomprehensible. Jun and Tai Yi, regaining their composure, were not actually unable to understand. Rather, they were reluctant to listen, having already been informed of these matters by their third brother. Moreover, while Hongjun claimed that the path of the principles was impassable, their third brother was on the verge of becoming a primordial golden immortal. Was this not a contradiction? Though these thoughts churned within their minds, they dared not reveal a hint of dissent, since the sage had already inquired. Failing to offer a response would be inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, a thought sparked in Jun's mind. prompting him to ask, "Dare I inquire, O sage, among the 3 methods to attain saintship, which is the most formidable?" Upon this utterance, every mighty being fell silent momentarily, gazing at Dijun with expressions of admiration, unsure whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. The sage had already proclaimed that the path of the principles was blocked, yet here he was, questioning which of the 3 methods was the strongest. Was this not seeking trouble? Did he consider the sage's words to be mere bluster? Chapter 34. Hongjun, would you care to govern the world? The purple cloud palace fell into an immediate hush, all eyes converging upon the brothers Jun and Tai Yi. Many among the assembly reveled in their misfortune, while others, like Jane and Juanti, nearly erupted in laughter. This golden crow was audacious indeed. Had he always been so bold? Perhaps prolonged exposure to the sun star had scorched his intellect. A frown creased Hongjuan's brow, a flicker of barely perceptible ire flashing in his eyes. This wayward child. Had he not elucidated enough? There were only 2 viable paths, and yet he queried about 3? Was his hearing impaired, or was he deliberately seeking to provoke? Or perhaps he remained obstinately attached to the path of principles. Had it not been for the significance of Jun and Tai Yi, Hongjun might have been tempted to send these 2 inept individuals away, sparing himself the annoyance. His emphatic emphasis on the path of severing the 3 corpses was intended to preserve his teachings for future generations. Before all those present, Dijun had the audacity to raise such a question. Hongjun understood that at this moment, it was not appropriate to declare which of the 3 methods was the strongest. Thus, he maintained a serene smile and offered a response. There is no precedence in the Tao, nor is there strength in methods. All strength lies within oneself. Thus, the 3 paths to enlightenment are not defined by strength or weakness. Ultimately, it is a matter of one's own essence. Hongjun, feeling somewhat reticent to overtly proclaim the supremacy of his 3 corpses path, offered a rather ambiguous response. "Thank you for your enlightenment, sage." Dijun's eyes sparkled with interest, and he fell silent, sitting obediently. Yet in his heart, a different landscape unfolded. What Hongjun articulated bore a resemblance to the words of the 3rd brother. The true strength lies within oneself, and the path of the laws is fundamentally a journey of self-cultivation. The crux of the matter is that the 3rd brother once asserted that the path of the laws is the strongest, for it is unshackled by any constraints, being rooted in one's own power. In contrast, other paths to sanctification require the primordial spirit to be tethered to the heavenly principles, which imposes limitations. How could a sage, bound by restrictions, be deemed truly strong? It was evident that Hongjun had not spoken the whole truth to them. Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. The sage's words were not necessarily infallible, especially when he claimed that the path of the laws had been severed. Little did he know that their 3rd brother, Ling Xiao, was on the verge of attaining the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Gradually, Hongjuan's prestige in their hearts began to diminish, and his proclamations failed to instill confidence. The brothers contemplated standing up and leaving, utterly disinterested in continuing to listen. Following this brief interlude, Hongjun resumed his detailed exposition on the 3 corpses path. The 3 pure ones, Jane, Juanti, Nuwa, Fushi, Kuanpeng, Dongwangong, and a host of other formidable beings were all deeply moved, striving to sever their own 3 corpses. Among them, some had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and upon hearing the teachings for achieving quasi-saint status, they naturally commenced their cultivation. Those who had yet to attain completeness could only listen attentively, secretly taking notes. Some rejoiced while others were troubled, for not every powerful being possessed innate spiritual treasures. Throughout this time, Hongjun remained seated, eyes closed, displaying no intention of departing. The non-cultivating mighty beings immediately sensed that the sage had more to convey. Indeed, after a considerable interval, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of powerful beings, and he began to speak. Now, in the wake of the Dragon Han Great Catastrophe, the myriad beings of the Honghuang world find the path to enlightenment arduous, and the order of heaven and earth remains unsettled. I am prepared to select those with affinity to establish the heavenly court, to regulate the celestial sphere, oversee the world, and stabilize the order of Honghuang. As these words echoed, the assembly erupted in a cacophony of discussions. The establishment of the heavenly court, the regulation of the celestial sphere, the oversight of the world. Who among the ambitious would not yearn for such power? This authority could be deemed the highest beneath the sage, allowing one to traverse the entirety of Honghuang with ease. Of course, there were rational mighty beings who harbored doubts. Setting aside other concerns, merely managing the Witch clan posed a significant challenge. That group, consumed by thoughts of battle and slaughter, could hardly be governed with ease. Nuwa's gaze flickered. The establishment of the heavenly court bore similarities to her efforts to integrate the myriad races. With her backing of Baizé, Ji Ming, Gui Che, and Jiao Ying among other powerful beings, and with the Tao ancestors' approval, it would be a formidable endeavor. This sentiment was shared among Bai Zhe and the others, who were equally eager, almost wishing to step forward and implore the Tao ancestor to entrust this responsibility to Nuwa. Furthermore, Kuanping was secretly reaching out to the myriad race's powerful beings, coveting this position for himself. Previously hesitant due to his lack of renown, now, with the Tao ancestors' law in place, who would dare defy him? Even the three pure ones, Jane and Juanti, felt a stir of ambition. This position was simply too exalted, ranking just beneath the Tao ancestor and above all spirits. Hongjuan's gaze shifted subtly, his eyes discreetly resting on Jun and Tai Yi. This was a move of necessity, for these two golden crows were far too complacent, requiring a nudge to spur them into action. At this moment, he fervently wished for Jun and Tai Yi to rise and willingly embrace this significant responsibility. However, the brothers were solely focused on completing the discourse and making a swift exit, lacking any inclination to engage further. Moreover, they had been forewarned by Ling Xiao not to accept any benefits, a caution they remembered well. Amidst the anticipation of the multitude, Hongjuan's gaze feigned a survey of the powerful beings before fortuitously landing on Jun and Tai Yi. What a coincidence! Jun, Tai Yi, as the solar star deities, born with the destiny of emperors, do you wish to establish the heavenly court and oversee the world? Upon uttering these words, the powerful beings below nearly erupted in astonishment, their eyes flashing with indignation as they turned to Jun and Tai Yi. How were they any less deserving than these two birds? In terms of lineage and cultivation, neither Jun nor Tai Yi ranked at the pinnacle. Why should such a boon befall them? It was utterly incomprehensible. Jane, Juanti, and the three pure ones were expressions of deep discontent, for they had past grievances with the golden crows. Kuanping, too, felt his scalp tingle with anger, more incensed than when he had first heard the Tao. Having his seat usurped, if a top-tier being like the three pure ones were to be chosen, he might have accepted it more easily, for he acknowledged their superiority. Yet, Jun and Tai Yi had yet to attain completeness even as great Luo golden immortals. Why should they rise above him? Nuwa felt a twinge of disappointment, but bore no resentment. As for Bai Zhe and the others, they had already begun strategizing how to align themselves. At this moment, Jun and Tai Yi emerged from their daze. Was Hongjun truly serious? Would such a favor genuinely be bestowed upon them? Had it been the Jun and Tai Yi of the original narrative, they would have been overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling in gratitude. Yet now, having been influenced by Ling Xiao's teachings and admonitions, they were naturally unwilling to acquiesce. Thus, under the envious and jealous gazes of the assembly, the brothers clasped their hands in salute, with Jun speaking first. In response to the sage, our powers are feeble, and our temperaments are scattered. We are truly unworthy of such a great responsibility. We beseech the sage to retract this decree. Chapter 35, Kuanping, Why am I inferior to the golden crows? Jun's words reverberated throughout Zhixiao Palace, rejecting the sage's decree. This left the assembly of powerful beings in a state of utter bewilderment, as if struck by lightning. Their astonished gazes fixed upon Jun and Tai Yi, as though they had witnessed a ghost. Could one truly refuse such an offer? At this moment, every powerful being felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, unable to comprehend the audacity of the golden crows and so calmly rejecting the position of heavenly court lord, a role of such transcendent significance and honor. Had their minds been scorched by the sun's true fire? Following the initial shock, some powerful beings began to reveal expressions of delight and amusement, sensing that an opportunity had once again presented itself. Kuanping's face brightened with anticipation, even nervously rubbing his hands together. With the golden crows having declined, surely it was now his turn. As a fellow avian, who could be more deserving than he? The sage's criteria for selecting a worthy candidate seemed to be related to avian lineage. Perhaps believing that those who could fly would manage the oversight of the world more efficiently. The three pure ones exchanged discreet glances, sharing faint smiles. The golden crow's rejection of the heavenly court lord position aligned perfectly with their own desires. Jane and Junti were elated, having narrowly escaped a fright. Fearing what might have transpired had the golden crows claimed the heavenly court, vengeance would have been impossible, and they might have faced unwarranted grievances. Thankfully, these two foolish golden crows had chosen to refuse. What a path to self-destruction. Their spirits lifted. They began to entertain the notion that perhaps they too might have a chance. However, they understood the reality. Jane and Junti knew full well that it was unlikely the sage would bestow such a position upon beings born in the West. As for Nuwa, Bai Zhe, and the others, they were taken aback, their minds swirling with confusion. Why would the golden crows refuse such a role? Upon contemplating Ling Xiao, the confusion only deepened. The one who initially rejected the dominion over myriad tribes was none other than him. Behind the Xiao Palace, within the hearts of Shiha and Changxi, tumultuous waves were already surging. When did the Sun-Star God become so formidable? To be favored by a sage, it seemed like just yesterday she had been effortlessly overpowering them. Of course, aside from the other Star God, they had presumed that Jinwu had not come to listen to the teachings, only to find out he had. Yet the strongest among them remained absent. What perplexed them most was why Jinwu would decline such a colossal opportunity. What were they truly thinking? Hongjuan's countenance darkened slightly, a flicker of displeasure glimmering in his eyes, though he concealed it well. He had not anticipated that these two Jinwu would exhibit such a lack of ambition. Even with his direct invitation, they were unwilling to establish the heavenly court, citing their insufficient strength. Though, to be honest, their prowess was indeed rather meager. It might be that the time had not yet arrived. A thought crossed Hongjuan's mind. Perhaps he had been a tad too hasty, as these brothers had not fully matured. Very well, he decided to take a step back and allow them to establish the heavenly court at the next discourse. He subtly gestured for Jun and Tai Yi to sit, at which point Kunpeng could no longer contain himself. Sensing his opportunity had come, he boldly volunteered, proclaiming, "Sage, I am willing to undertake this heavy responsibility. To uphold world peace and stabilize the order of heaven and earth." Kunpeng's sudden self-nomination left the other mighty beings dumbfounded. Once they regained their composure, a mix of astonishment and indignation surged within them, cursing him silently. How dare such a shameless wretch aspire to such a significant role? What an impertinent creature! After finishing his declaration, Kunpeng bowed his head, motionless, awaiting the sage's response, his heart a tumult of joy and trepidation. He had indeed acted impulsively, yet could not restrain himself, fearing the sage might forget him. Perhaps being proactive would yield an opportunity. Hongjun cast a deep glance at Kunpeng and said, "The matter of establishing the heavenly court shall be discussed later. For now, I have another announcement to make." At these words, the expressions of many mighty beings shifted slightly, a hint of disappointment evident. The decision had been postponed. Similarly, some powerful figures smirked at Kunpeng, the one daring to take the lead now finding himself in a predicament. Kunpeng sat down awkwardly, acutely aware of the derisive gazes surrounding him, wishing he could burrow into the earth. He had utterly embarrassed himself. Not only had he failed to secure the position of the heavenly court's ruler, but he had inadvertently exposed his own insignificance. He cast a furtive glance at Jun and Tai Yi, harboring some resentment, shifting the blame for his failure onto them, feeling that had it not been for them, he would not have suffered such humiliation. Moreover, the sage had proactively invited them to establish the heavenly court, while he himself had actively sought the role only to be rebuffed. Did this not imply that he, Kunpeng, was inferior to Jinwu? In what aspect was he lacking? Hongjuan's gaze shifted, observing that the Xiao Palace had fallen into complete silence before he slowly began to speak. The matter of establishing the heavenly court will be discussed at a later date, but the order of the primordial chaos must still be upheld. For I shall select 2 capable individuals from among you to maintain this order and ensure the tranquility of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, the mighty beings were immediately perplexed. Again, 2 positions? Surely it cannot be that they are once more aimed at Jinwu? In an instant, countless eyes involuntarily turned toward Jun and Tai Yi. Hongjun stifled a smile within, continuing, "These 2 capable individuals shall oversee the male and female immortals, acting on my behalf to maintain the order of the primordial world. 1 male and 1 female?" The eyes of the mighty beings sparkled with newfound interest. Although this role did not seem as grand as establishing the heavenly court, the authority it conferred was still substantial. To become the leader of either the male or female immortals would grant them significant influence over the vast primordial lands, as they would effectively govern in place of the sage. Realizing this, their gazes grew increasingly fervent. Another splendid opportunity. In an instant, the mighty beings straightened their postures, showcasing their prowess, hoping to catch the sage's attention. Hongjun, mindful of the situation, surveyed the crowd before addressing a woman. "Zhuangmu, you are the embodiment of the first primordial Yin energy. You shall be the leader of the female immortals." Zhuangmu paused for a moment, quickly rising to her feet, astonished that such unexpected joy would befall her. "I now bestow upon you the Western Plains Pure Cloud Banner, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. I hope you will utilize it wisely to lead the female immortals and uphold order." Hongjun raised his hand, directing a small white flag to float gracefully before Zhuangmu, exuding an aura of profound mystery. "I shall obey the sage's decree." Zhuangmu nodded, gently accepting the treasure, her demeanor poised and dignified in her white palace attire, yet unable to suppress her excitement. She had been worried about lacking a good innate spiritual treasure for her 3 corpse severing, and now this gift had arrived. Becoming the leader of the female immortals came with such unexpected advantages. it was truly a delightful surprise. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. The other mighty beings gazed enviously, aware that treasures of this caliber would incite fierce competition in the outside world. Aside from the sage, no one could resist the allure of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, especially upon learning of the method to sever 3 corpses, which made it even more precious. In that moment, the mighty beings were filled with yearning, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the position of the male immortal leader. Some female immortals wished they could transform into male immortals to contend for that title. Chapter 36. Reluctance among the mighty. The 3 pure ones, Jin, Zhuanti, Kuanpeng, Mingyi, Fushi, and other powerful beings all displayed expressions of anticipation. The dual temptation of position and a supreme innate spiritual treasure made it difficult for them to resist. Particularly, Dong Wanggong was so excited he could hardly contain himself, nearly rising to his feet, for Zhuangmu was the embodiment of the first primordial yin energy, while he was the embodiment of the first primordial yang energy. Thus, the position of the male immortal leader should rightfully belong to him. Hongjun surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across the mighty beings before finally resting on Jun and Tai Yi. Those who sensed this moment suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that the position of the male immortal leader was also intended for Jinwu? Even Jun and Tai Yi appeared bewildered. Again, in the next moment, Hongjun shifted his gaze, anticipating that Jinwu would likely refuse, so he turned to Hongyun. He noticed that Hongyun had a good rapport with Jun and Tai Yi, and sought to leverage Hongyun to draw them into the fray. Given Hongyun's qualifications, becoming the male immortal leader would be challenging to accept, inevitably requiring Jinwu's assistance. Thus, the situation would naturally unfold. Hongyun, you are the manifestation of the first primordial red cloud, endowed with great fortune. You shall be the leader of the male immortals. Hongjun spoke in a calm tone, his expression grave and dignified. As soon as the words left his lips, the mighty beings erupted in disbelief, their faces reflecting resentment. Hongyun is worthy of the male immortal leader? What merit does he possess? Merely the first primordial red cloud, and with such a background. Any powerful being seated before the Xiao Palace could easily dispatch him. Not only were the mighty beings outraged, but even Hongyun himself felt incredulous, as if in a dream. It would be no exaggeration to say he felt unworthy. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he prepared to express his gratitude for the sage's grace, only to suddenly awaken to the hostility in the gazes surrounding him, recalling Dijun's recent actions. Hongyun realized that this might not be a favorable position. It could very well pose a threat to his life. At that moment, Hongyun bashfully scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Respected sage, I fear my talents are humble and my strength inadequate. I would find it difficult to shoulder such a great responsibility. I earnestly request that you retract your decree." His words were sincere and magnanimous, displaying no hint of greed for the esteemed position of the male immortal leader. Splendid. Behind Hongyun, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost breaking into applause. Hongjun's expression momentarily faltered, seemingly taken aback by Hongyun's unexpected refusal. Unbelievable. This fellow has been corrupted by the Golden Crows. Hongyun, do you truly wish to decline the honor of being the male immortal leader? Hongjun asked solemnly, his gaze revealing a hint of displeasure. Indeed, I am unworthy of such a title, and I implore the sage to rescind the decree. Hongyun replied with utmost seriousness, without a trace of hesitation. A supreme innate spiritual treasure may be alluring, but one must possess life to utilize it. I, Hongyun, shall never accept the position of male immortal leader. His resolve grew ever stronger, for after his rejection, he could distinctly sense the hostile gazes around him gradually dissipating. The other powerful beings were naturally pleased. Hongyun's perceptive refusal opened up opportunities for them. Hongjun gently gestured for him to sit down, opting not to elaborate further. He then shifted his gaze to Zenyuanzi, who stood beside Hongyun. If one step back is not feasible, then let us take another step back. Zenyuanzi and Hongyun shared a close bond, akin to 2 peas in a pod. It mattered little who assumed the role of male immortal leader. Just as Hongjun was about to speak, he noticed Zenyuanzi's furtive glances, his eyes darting about, clearly displaying his dissent. This, very well, let it be destroyed. And let us merge with the Tao. Hongjun's expression grew increasingly frigid. It was not wise to express ire in front of so many powerful beings. The atmosphere became palpably tense, and the other powerful beings sensed this subtle shift, immediately silencing themselves, wary of revealing their thoughts. Yet, a bold figure emerged. Dong Wanggong perceived his opportunity and promptly stood up, respectfully proclaiming, "I am willing to alleviate my master's burdens by accepting the title of male immortal leader." His demeanor was grave, exuding righteousness, though inwardly, he felt a surge of trepidation. Dong Wanggong's unexpected move elicited quiet ridicule among the other powerful beings. Such folly. The sage's expression darkened. How dare he seek prominence at the cost of his own life? To the astonishment of the assembled powers, however, Hongjun merely cast a glance at Dong Wanggong before slowly nodding. Very well, if that is the case, let Dong Wanggong assume the position of male immortal leader. I bestow upon you a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed scepter. I hope you will utilize it wisely, maintain order among the male immortals of Hongwang, and not disappoint me. With a flourish of his sleeve, Hongjun conjured a resplendent dragon-headed scepter, which landed before Dong Wanggong. He accepted it with both hands, kneeling in reverence, and fervently declared, Dong Wanggong shall not fail the sage's expectations. A multitude of powerful beings were left in stunned silence. Was it truly that simple? They had anticipated a fierce contest, only to witness the sage casually bestowing the title of male immortal leader upon him. Some among them cursed their own indecision, lamenting that had they known, they too would have stepped forward. I would have done so as well. The powerful beings were consumed by jealousy, secretly resenting the fact that Dong Wanggong had secured the title simply by taking the initiative. The only ones who might feel at ease were Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Xinyuanzi, along with Hongyun, especially Xinyuanzi, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune. Preferring tranquility over turmoil, for whatever reason, he had no desire to assume the title of male immortal leader. Thus, when Hongjun's gaze had shifted towards him, he had surmised that the sage intended for him to take on this role. After all, if even his friend Hongyun had caught Hongjun's eye, he had no reason to fall short. Well then, this discourse shall conclude here. 10,000 years hence, I shall deliver my final teaching. At that time, I will impart the complete path to sanctification and select a group of fortunate individuals to become my disciples. As these words fell, Hongjun's figure gradually faded from view. Moments later, the Xiao palace erupted in a cacophony, the powerful beings buzzing with excitement. The sage is to accept disciples. One cannot understate the thrill that Hongjun's final pronouncement evoked within them. Although those who had come to the Xiao palace to listen to the teachings often considered themselves disciples, they were, in truth, not even recognized as nominal disciples by the sage, nameless and unacknowledged. Now, with the sage's explicit declaration to accept a group of disciples, the exact number remained unspecified. Each powerful being felt a surge of hope. Should they become the sage's disciple, their status would be irrevocably transformed. Not only would they receive the sage's guidance, but they would also command respect throughout the Hongwang realm. Additionally, the prospect of acquiring the complete path to sanctification filled them with anticipation, making them yearn for the next 10,000 years to pass in an instant. As before, Hongjun left behind an endless array of mysteries for the next lecture, enticing the powerful beings before he had even begun. Chapter 37. The arrival of opportunity. Following the conclusion of the discourse, the powerful beings began to disperse gradually. Dong Wanggong, brimming with ambition, immediately set about attempting to woo the other powerful beings, seeking to establish his own faction. Some paid him heed, while others ignored him. Many were eager to return to pursue their own ascendance to the quasi-saint realm, unwilling to entertain the ambitions of this newly elevated individual. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tantian, having observed Hutu's departure, followed suit, their expressions unfriendly, clearly intent on settling old scores. Dong Wanggong found himself rebuffed, as the Sanqing made haste to leave, treating him as if he were invisible. Frustrated, Dong Wanggong then noticed that Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun were also preparing to depart. He smiled and called out, "Esteemed friends, do you have time for a discussion?" "No time," was the curt reply from Emperor Jun and the others as they strode away, not even sparing him a glance. Dong Wanggong's smile faltered, gradually darkening into a scowl. While there may have been some suspicion of unfair advantage in the male immortal leader position, surely they could at least grant him a modicum of respect. He watched the departing figures of Emperor Jun and the others, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jane and Zuni, having seen Emperor Jun and Tai Yi leave, also exited the Xiao palace. "Senior brother, with Xinyuanzi and Hongyun alongside the Golden Crows, we may find it difficult to act." Zunti pondered aloud, his eyes glinting with malice. This was a prime opportunity for revenge. They could first extract some interest before returning to slay the corpses and ascend to quasi-saint status, then strike at the Sunstar. Such was the plan, yet with Xinyuanzi and Hongyun by the Golden Crow's side, any attempt to act would likely provoke their interference. No matter. I refuse to believe they can remain together indefinitely. We shall observe and wait for the opportune moment. If none arise, we will return to slay the corpses and attain quasi-saint status, then descend upon the Sunstar and capture all 3 Golden Crows in one fell swoop. Jane spoke calmly, exuding an air of confidence. He had already grasped the method to slay the virtuous corpses, and the quasi-saint realm was within reach. Should this opportunity for vengeance slip away, He would wait until he achieved quasi-saint status before personally making his way to the Sun Star. At that time, wouldn't it be splendid to deal with all three golden crows at once? Thus, he remained unperturbed, not in a rush for immediate action. However, his junior brother did not share his composure. He needed to find an opportunity to guide him. Let us proceed as you suggest, senior brother. Zuni nodded in agreement, finding merit in his brother's counsel. They had already attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and slaying corpses was but a trifling matter for them. As Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, along with Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, emerged from the chaos, Emperor Jun addressed his companions, esteemed friends, it is time for us to part ways. We shall return to our secluded meditations. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun stood side by side, deeply moved by their recent discourse, and with innate spiritual treasures in hand. They resolved to return and attempt to sever the corpses. Very well, let us part ways here, Jun Tai Yi said, clasping his hands in respect. Immediately thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun departed together. Just as Jun Tai Yi was about to leave, he sensed an astonishing surge of battle fluctuations emanating from the distant, boundless expanse of the outer heavens. Despite the considerable distance, the chilling aura was palpable. The ancestor witches were clashing with the three pure ones, utilizing their divine powers. They observed Xianming, Hutu, Xiangliang, and other 6 ancestor witches besieging the three pure ones. These ancestor witches have grown even stronger, Jun exclaimed, astonished. Compared to their last encounter, these ancestor witches had significantly enhanced their prowess. Now at least at the late stage, or even the consummation of the great Luo golden immortal realm. It appeared that the name of Pangu's true lineage held immense significance for both the three pure ones and the ancestor witches, seemingly influencing their cultivation. My third brother once mentioned that we Jinwu also count as part of Pangu's true lineage. I wonder if the fortune of Pangu's true lineage has any bearing on us. Tai Yi mused with a smile, recalling the words spoken by Ling Xiao at the Buzhou Mountain. According to his interpretation, all beings within the vast wilderness could be deemed as part of Pangu's true lineage. Let us return to seclusion. This time, we shall not emerge until we break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Jun declared with resolute determination, feeling the weight of pressure once more. He was perpetually surrounded by stronger brothers at home and formidable beings outside. Tai Yi nodded in agreement, and just as they were about to depart, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped them. Jinwu, it has been a long time, came the voice of Jin, descending amidst an aura of virtue and serenity. They had originally intended to head westward, only to discover that Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun had parted ways with the Jinwu. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? Long time no see. Did we not just meet at the Zhixiao Palace? Tai Yi chuckled, as the chaos clock slowly hovered above his head. Jun also summoned the river map and Luo Shu, sensing Jin's unabashed murderous intent. I have no desire for idle chatter. What was sown in the past yields fruit today. Prepare to pay with your lives, Jane proclaimed coldly, eschewing any preamble, for delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Swift resolution was imperative. Instantly, both sides moved in perfect synchrony, unleashing lethal strikes that enveloped the entire void in a terrifying display of magical power, sweeping across the cosmos. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao awakened from his meditation, surrounded by the flowing passage of time. He sat as if at the terminus of the river of ages, gazing down upon the myriad beings, their lives shifting in an instant, spanning eons. Indeed, the laws of time have reached the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Ling Xiao remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since absorbing the fragments of time last time, he had been on the brink of attaining the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level in his comprehension of the laws of time. Remarkably, during this period, he had briefly entered a state of enlightenment, further advancing his understanding of the laws of time to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Although his cultivation remained at the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, his power had increased exponentially. Ding. Detected that Jin is engaged in battle with Jun and Tai Yi. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Rush to their aid, slay Jin, and uphold the dignity of the Jinwu clan. Reward. The Heavenly Dao's killing artifact, the God-slaying spear. Choice 2. Maintain a steady course, ignore the battle, and receive a drop of Pangu's essence blood. These two choices are rather intriguing. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened as he contemplated his options. The first choice not only required him to intervene, but also entailed defeating Jin, with the reward being the God-slaying spear of the demon ancestor Luo Hu, the foremost killing artifact of the Heavenly Dao. Yet the question remained, could he truly defeat Jin at this juncture? Setting aside the possibility of victory, should he forcibly confront them, he would likely suffer grave consequences himself. A disciple favored by Hong Jun, a destined saint of the future, was not easily vanquished. If he could not secure a kill, the reward would be moot. It appeared that either choice led to a similar outcome, even without rewards. He would need to assist Jun and Tai Yi. The second choice was to remain passive, yet even if he chose that, he would still need to intervene, thus forfeiting any reward. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make a decision, a sudden thought struck him. Saving them does not necessitate my personal involvement. Chapter 38. Ziwei Tong Zi. My lord is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had formed a plan in his heart and promptly made his choice. System. I choose the second option. He then summoned the Ziwei Tong Zi. My lord, what is your command? The Ziwei Tong Zi, clad in robes of purple, radiating the essence of heaven and earth, exuded an air of nobility, now serving as Ling Xiao's attendant. Child, take my treasure and retrieve my two elder brothers. Ling Xiao gestured, and the Hongmeng Ding appeared in his palm, its chaotic aura enveloping him in divine majesty. Yes, the Ziwei Tong Zi, astonished, accepted the artifact with both hands. The small cauldron, no larger than a palm, emanated a mist of Hongmeng Qi, continuously evolving wondrous phenomena, as if a grand Hongmeng world was unfolding within, truly astonishing. This was the first time he had witnessed Ling Xiao produce such a treasure. From his perspective, there were few artifacts in the entire vast wilderness that could rival this one. Ling Xiao informed him of the location and provided a brief overview. Upon hearing this, the Ziwei Tong Zi became somewhat anxious. You want me to wield this artifact and repel Jane? Is this not a jest? Although he was not well versed in the outside world, he had heard of Jane, one of the two most potent entities in the West. With just himself and a single artifact, was he not merely offering himself up? Not only was he unsure of being able to repel Jane, but he feared surviving the encounter altogether. My lord, could this task prove too challenging? The Ziwei Tong Zi tentatively inquired, hoping to prompt Ling Xiao to reconsider. As assigning such a task felt akin to courting death, Ling Xiao chuckled softly. Just go. Upon your arrival, cast the cauldron, and I shall handle the rest. The Hongmeng Ding was his lifebound treasure, and now that he had ascended to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, infused with a portion of the power of the laws, even from millions of miles away, he could still wield it to vanquish foes. As long as Jane had not severed the corpses, he could confidently assert that, below the level of quasi-saint, defeating or even repelling him posed no issue whatsoever. Very well, the Ziwei Tong Zi nodded, clutching the Hongmeng Ding as he departed from the Sun Star, appearing resolute and undaunted. How delightful to acquire a drop of Panga's essence blood without any cost. Ling Xiao observed the retreating figure of the Ziwei Tong Zi, a contented smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the battle between Jun and Tai Yi against Jane had escalated to a fervent climax, transforming the battleground into a scene reminiscent of chaos, filled with an aura of destruction. Although Jun and Tai Yi's cultivation was inferior to Jane's, their treasured artifacts allowed them to hold their ground, maintaining parity in the short term. Jane grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. They had harnessed all the fortunes of the West, their cultivation on the cusp of transcending to another realm, yet they were unable to subdue the two Jinwu. Recalling their previous encounter at Buzhou Mountain, when these two Jinwu had been feeble and easily manipulated, it was astonishing how they now stood nearly on par with him. This cannot continue. I must swiftly sever the corpses and attain quasi-sainthood. Jane felt a twinge of crisis. Only by becoming a quasi-saint could he truly establish a significant distance from them. The intensity of their battle reverberated, attracting many recently returned powerful beings who had just emerged from the chaos, their expressions transforming into delight upon witnessing the earth-shattering spectacle of the battlefield. The Eastern King, accompanied by a newly gathered entourage, emerged from the chaos. Upon witnessing Emperor Jun and Tai Yi being overwhelmed, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Wasn't he quite smug at the Zhixiao Palace? He had extended a courteous invitation, yet they rebuffed him. Now, it seems, they are finally tasting the bitterness of their folly. Shall we intervene, as they engage in this unwarranted conflict, disrupting the primordial order? One of the Eastern King's subordinates inquired. Not for now, he waved dismissively. This is a personal vendetta. Let them resolve it amongst themselves. Had it been a typical being, he would have already intervened to showcase his prowess. However, these are no ordinary entities. The Golden Crows are fearless, yet he harbored reservations toward Jane and Juni. He preferred to avoid offending them unless he amassed sufficient power. Meanwhile, having just repelled the three purities, the several ancestral witches were drawn to the clash between Jane and Junti with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Jane and Junti's strength appeared to be comparable to the three purities. The sound of thunderous might echoed, igniting their battle spirit, still resonating from the earlier conflict. This was due to their accumulation of the Western fortunes, coupled with the merits they had gained. Xuanming's gaze flickered, absorbing the combat scene before him. Alas, had the Golden Crows accepted the Saint's mandate and established the Heavenly Court, Jane and Junti would undoubtedly refrain from acting against them. What a pity, Huda lamented. succinctly informing Xianming and the other ancestral witches about the events at Xiao Palace. Such a thing occurred? Xuanming's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Golden Crows had once declined such a monumental opportunity to oversee the heavens and uphold the primordial order. Such an act would surely constrain our witch clan. The Golden Crows are wise, understanding that accepting this heavy responsibility would pit them against us. Hence their refusal, Xianming analyzed, harboring a newfound admiration for their discernment. Who dares tread upon my domain? I shall rend them asunder, Qiangliang declared with a resounding voice. His words accompanied by flashes of thunder, creating a terrifying spectacle. The entire primordial realm is fashioned from the essence of our Father God. Who dares to dictate our actions? Zhurong scoffed, a look of disdain upon his face. Logically, the entire primordial expanse should rightfully belong to them. They could do as they pleased within their territory. Who was there to interfere? Suddenly, as the ancestral witches engaged in their discourse, a purple light streaked across the sky towards the battlefield. The ZY boy had finally arrived, clutching the Hongmeng Ding, bravely charging into the fray. This act bewildered many powerful beings. Upon realizing he was merely a nascent Daluo Jinxian cultivator, their confusion deepened. Was he seeking death, acting recklessly in such a grand battle? Could one merely interfere in the affairs of top-tier Daluo Jinxian combatants? Everyone halt. The ZY boy called out, his heart racing with anxiety, for he felt utterly unprepared. How could he possibly repel Jian and Zhuanti with just a ding? Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Zhuanti glared at the ZY boy, his expression unfriendly and his tone harsh. Had he not sensed the remarkable aura of the newcomer, he would have already struck him down. My lord sent me. You should leave this place quickly. I do not wish to engage, the ZY boy stammered, swallowing hard, attempting to project an air of confidence. At this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's attention was drawn to the small ding in the ZY boy's arms. Isn't this my younger brother's treasure? They exchanged glances, an understanding passing between them. Who is this small thing's lord, daring to involve himself in our matters? Zhuanti coldly inquired, his gaze lingering on the Hongmeng Ding. This object seems familiar. Could it be? The ZY boy, gathering his courage, proclaimed loudly, My lord is the solar star god, Ling Xiao. As the ZY boy's words echoed, Jane and Zhuanti suddenly grasped the situation. The solar star god, Ling Xiao. No wonder this ding looks somewhat recognizable. It once struck me during the incident at Buzhou Mountain. How could I forget? Jane mused. I mistook him for a formidable figure. Turns out he is merely a coward. Sending a boy to face us instead. How laughable. Jane let out a breath of relief, realizing that this so-called lord was just the Golden Crow. Stop with your pretentiousness. I am not here to face death. I have come to defeat you. The ZY boy declared defiantly, despite the fear gripping him, earnestly attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. At this declaration, even the powerful beings observing could not suppress their laughter. If the third Golden Crow, Ling Xiao, had arrived personally, perhaps the three Golden Crows together could indeed challenge Jane and Zhuanti. However, sending merely a nascent Daluo Jinxian boy to confront them was nothing short of absurd. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that this Ling Xiao, who had gathered such a talented disciple, had some merit. The Eastern King and his subordinates wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao was the strongest among the three Golden Crows. It now appeared that reputation might not be backed by reality. If he dared not show himself, how potent could he truly be? Could he triumph over adversaries from the comfort of his abode? Even Emperor Jun and Tai Yi found themselves perplexed, unable to fathom why their younger brother Ling Xiao would send a boy to challenge Jane and Zhuanti. Boy, come to our side. These old thieves cannot harm you. Emperor Jun discerned the ZY boy's bravado and sought to summon him for protection. My younger brother is truly inconsiderate. Look at how he burdens the child. The ZY boy shook his head, asserting, No need, my mission is not yet complete. With that, he lifted the Hongmeng Ding above his head, assuming a pose as if to strike. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, slightly nodding before silently retreating. Haha, you think to defeat us with mere artifacts? What foolishness! Today, I shall seize this treasure. Jane scoffed, feeling insulted by Ling Xiao's apparent disdain. Considering themselves the foremost power of the West, how dare he challenge them with just a ding? Boom. The ZY boy hurled the Hongmeng Ding with all his might towards Jane and Zhuanti. The ding spiraled forth, chaos emanating from it, as the laws within surged and fluctuated, giving birth to fiery blossoms of law that grew ever larger and more dynamic, transforming within an instant into something resembling a celestial mountain. Jane and Zhuanti's expressions shifted, becoming increasingly grave as they sensed a dangerous aura. Retreat. Do not confront it head-on, Jane commanded, stepping forth. Yet curiously, he traversed mountains and rivers, crossing desolation. only to find himself inexplicably returned to where he began. It was as if he were trapped in a maze, unable to break free, endlessly circling in place. The law of time? Jane exclaimed, witnessing his disciple Jun and Tai Yi encountering the same predicament, causing a chill to run through him. Breakthrough. The brothers exchanged glances. Unleashing their full power, their immense magic surging forth, illuminating their surroundings with boundless divine light. With a resounding boom reminiscent of the very fabric of reality fracturing, they finally shattered the confines of time, striving for escape. Yet, it was all too late. Within the Hongming Ding, a vast world unfolded, descending to suppress them, causing the very void to splinter. The flames born of the law of fire consumed the heavens. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi roared, the golden flames mingling with chaotic mists, rendering their surroundings akin to a realm of destruction. Any nascent Daluo Jinxian who ventured into this chaos would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Two beams of dazzling light shot forth, as the entity known as Jun and Tai Yi crashed down upon the earth with a thunderous impact, causing the very ground to tremble and mountains to sway, reverberating across millions of miles. The fortune of the West enveloped him, an immeasurable golden radiance shielding his form. Yet he remained grievously wounded. This scene left all the formidable beings in a state of stunned disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. How could Jun and Tai Yi be vanquished by a mere tripod? Ling Xiao had not even revealed himself, yet he had triumphed over Jun and Tai Yi solely with a magical artifact. The Eastern King's countenance fluctuated between shades of dismay, engulfed by a profound sense of dread. The ability to defeat Jun and Tai Yi with a mere artifact transcended the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A quasi-saint. This was unfathomable. The purple micro-child himself was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that a single artifact could wield such immense power. He had envisioned Ling Xiao's might, yet never anticipated it could reach such staggering heights. The Hongming Ding swayed gently, shrinking to the size of a palm, and floated back. The purple micro-child reverently cradled it with both hands, his face alight with veneration. At that moment, Jun and Tai Yi, his aura diminished, fled westward without a backward glance. "You are formidable. Today's grievances will be repaid in the future," echoed a fierce declaration as their figures vanished from sight. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi gazed in the direction Jun and Tai Yi had departed, stunned, as Tai Yi remarked, "Brother, you are truly extraordinary. This must be the realm of the primordial golden immortal. It is overwhelmingly powerful." At that instant, their resolve solidified to attain the status of primordial golden immortal. "Let us return swiftly. We shall not emerge from our seclusion until we achieve the primordial golden immortal," Emperor Jun declared earnestly. "I share your sentiment." Tai Yi nodded in vigorous agreement. They then departed with the purple micro-child, soaring towards the solar star. In the distant, vast expanse of the earth, the ancestral witches, including Hutu and Xianin, bore witness to these events, their faces awash with astonishment. It was utterly beyond their expectations. The being called Ling Xiao was remarkably powerful. He must have achieved the status of quasi-saint, speculated the wind ancestral witch, Tian Wu. Such prowess can only belong to a quasi-saint. No great Luo golden immortal could possibly achieve this, Xianin remarked calmly. Hutu furrowed her brow, stating, "Ling Xiao has not sought the Tao, yet he strides ahead of us. It is indeed astonishing." She gazed at the solar star above, her expression contemplative. "Stride ahead of us." Xianin suddenly laughed, her eyes sparkling with remarkable insight. "Sister Hutu, you may not yet know that during the millennia you spent seeking the Tao, our witch clan has birthed not one, but multiple quasi-saints." "Who?" Hutu gasped, her face alight with excitement. Xianin did not withhold the truth, slowly revealing, "Our elder brother Di Jiang and our ninth brother Zhu Jiuyin." Truly, Hutu was both astonished and elated, never having anticipated that two quasi-saints would arise among their ancestral witches. This might be related to our plundering of the three purities fortune. We ancestral witches have enjoyed their blessings, and even I am on the verge of breaking through to quasi-saint," Xianin said with a smile, exuding immense confidence. "Even if Ling Xiao is a quasi-saint, he poses no threat to us." Chapter 40. Ancestral Witches seek an opportunity to visit the solar star. In the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestral witches gathered, and Hutu recounted the events that transpired at the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun intends for the Golden Crows to establish the Heavenly Court, overseeing the world and maintaining the order of the primordial. Di Jiang expressed his astonishment. The actions of the sage clearly indicated dissatisfaction with their witch clan, seeking to constrain them through the Heavenly Court. The two Golden Crows had not acquiesced, and soon, Sage Hongjun transferred authority to the leaders of the male and female immortals, also to uphold the order of the primordial. Hutu continued, detailing the occurrences at the Purple Cloud Palace, which plunged the assembly of ancestral witches into deep contemplation. These golden crows are quite perceptive. However, the male and female immortals are rather intriguing. Maintaining the order of the primordial is evidently aimed at us, targeting us. Should they dare to meddle, I shall twist their heads off, Di Jiang exclaimed. The next time, Hong Jun is actually going to expound on the path of the saints. If a formidable being were to ascend to sainthood, it could spell trouble for our witch clan. The ancestral witches murmured among themselves. Hutu's first-hand account was indeed valuable. It was rumored that the golden crow named Ling Xiao might have reached the quasi-saint level, and coupled with Hong Juan's choice to establish the heavenly court, there was likely some hidden agenda at play. Could it be that the sage believes the golden crows can suppress us? Zhu Jiuyin pondered deeply, his gaze penetrating the annals of time, discerning this possibility from Hutu's words. Perhaps the sage has discerned the heavenly secrets of the future? His eyes glimmered with uncertainty and confusion. In my view, it is not so convoluted. The sage simply knows that the golden crows have broken through to quasi-saint. Hence he wishes for them to restrain us. Gong Gong dismissed the notion nonchalantly. After all, in the current primordial world, quasi-saints are few and far between. Hong Juan's actions are merely a way to elevate himself among the diminutive. I believe we must seize an opportunity to visit the solar star to probe the golden crows. If they truly pose a threat to us, we should eliminate them at once. Zhu Jiuyin declared coldly, advocating for preemptive measures. It matters not. Even if one golden crow achieves quasi-saint, 3 would pose no significant threat. Their refusal to establish the heavenly court signifies their unwillingness to oppose us, as evidenced by their earlier rejection of Baizhe. Di Jiang waved his hand dismissively. The pressing task is to accelerate our expansion. Once Hong Jun concludes his teachings on the path of the saints, it is likely that a sage will emerge. Thus, we must enhance our strength swiftly to confront the impending changes. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. I have a premonition that the 3 purities will soon break through to quasi-saint. In my opinion, they represent our greatest adversaries. These 3 shameless beings have been suppressed so severely, yet their fortune remains profound. Zhurong stated earnestly. The next opportunity must be seized to eliminate them and claim all the divine blessings of their father. Strong Liang exclaimed in a fit of rage. Though his words were fierce, they garnered widespread agreement among the ancestral witches, for only through such actions could they expedite their ascent. You all present valid points. Yet the priority must be to expand our territory, for that is the foundation of our witch clan's strength, Di Jiang advised. Subsequently, the council concluded, and the 12 ancestral witches departed from the Panga temple, mobilizing the clan's warriors to launch a new wave of assaults. Solar Star. Upon returning, Emperor Jun eagerly engaged Ling Xiao in conversation about the events at the Purple Cloud Palace. When he learned that Hong Jun desired them to establish the heavenly court, Ling Xiao silently gave a thumbs up. He had speculated about this possibility before, but never imagined Hong Jun would take the initiative to compel Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to create the heavenly court. Although he was not present, he could still envision that scene vividly. He was anxious, truly anxious. Your refusal was wise. While the notion of establishing the heavenly court sounds splendid, it is certainly not a favorable endeavor, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile, relieved that he had intervened, for otherwise, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi would likely have agreed to it. Imagine returning after a mere visit to the Tao, only to bring back the heavenly court and boast about it. Who could withstand such pressure? Brother, you are entirely correct. What is so appealing about establishing the heavenly court? It is a thankless task, far less enjoyable than cultivating at home. Emperor Jun laughed heartily, acknowledging that impulsive decisions could easily lead to rash commitments. Most amusingly, upon seeing our reluctance to establish the heavenly court, Hong Jun simply abandoned the idea. Turning his head, another male celestial fairy emerged as the foremost among them, equally tasked with upholding the order of the Hongwang world. Tai Yi chuckled, expressing his bewilderment at the sage's peculiar maneuvers. Did he truly desire the establishment of the heavenly court? Ling Xiao nodded, recognizing this development as anticipated, and remarked with a smile, so, has the position of the male celestial fairy been entrusted to you as well? Di Jun waved his hand dismissively, stating, not quite. The sage intended for Hong Yun to assume this role, but to our surprise, Hong Yun declined. Hong Yun? Ling Xiao's expression shifted, caught off guard by the revelation that Hong Jun would audaciously propose such a thing. Could he not select another candidate for this troublesome post? After all, he still needed to secure the primordial purple chi. It seemed that Hong Jun, believing that Di Jun and Tai Yi would refuse, sought to embroil them in chaos through Hong Yun. However, unexpectedly, Hong Yun had awakened to the wisdom of refusal. It appeared that Hong Yun also recognized the position was not one to be desired, leading to Dong Wang Gong stepping forward to volunteer, thus receiving the position from the sage. That makes sense, Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. If there were a list of recklessness in the Hongwang world, Dong Wang Gong would undoubtedly rank among the top. Following the conclusion of the sermon, the sage announced a third lecture, imparting the complete path to sanctification and accepting a new cohort of disciples, to which Tai Yi added, "Do you wish to become disciples of the sage?" Ling Xiao inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jun and Tai Yi simultaneously waved their hands, nonchalantly asserting, "Being a disciple of the sage is not all that remarkable. We aim to achieve sanctification on our own." Their resolve was unwavering, particularly after experiencing Hong Jun's formidable prowess. They firmly believed that adhering to the doctrines would not lead to enlightenment, unaware that their third brother had already attained the status of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. "It is best that you think this way," Ling Xiao nodded, sensing that Jun and Tai Yi's attendance at the sermon had indeed fortified their conviction towards sanctification. "When I achieve Hunyuan Golden Immortal status, I shall undoubtedly sever the head of Jane Juanzi," Jun declared with a cold countenance, an air of murderous intent enveloping him as he recalled recent events. "By the way, third brother, why has the star god of Ziwei become your attendant?" Ziwei Star, revered as the mightiest and noblest among the celestial deities, left them puzzled as to how their third brother could have subdued such a being. Jun and Tai Yi exhibited intrigued expressions. "It is a rather simple matter." Ling Xiao recounted the events in a nonchalant manner. Upon concluding, Jun and Tai Yi were taken aback. The Tree of Celestial Stars in the Zhou Tian. Chapter 41, The Law of Power. The three clear ones confidently cut the corpse. Jun and Tai Yi's expressions revealed astonishment. They had not anticipated that during their attendance at the sermon, Ling Xiao had discovered the innate spiritual root, the Zhou Tian star tree. Ling Xiao felt unfazed, for within his chaos pearl resided a Huang Zhongli, the foremost among the 10 innate spiritual roots. "Eldest brother, second brother, I have recently comprehended the Hongmeng Ding and discerned a formation. I suspect that each of our accompanying treasures contains a formation, so you should all engage in diligent contemplation and not grow complacent." Speaking of the Zhou Tian star tree, Ling Xiao intended to subtly remind Jun and Tai Yi to frequently ponder their treasures, aiming to manifest the Zhou Tian star array and the Hunyuan He Luo array. The distinction between wielding a sword and being unarmed is profound. With these two supreme arrays, they would possess an additional trump card. "Really? Then we must delve into this matter earnestly," Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed with delight, immediately resolving to return for seclusion and cultivation. "Until we attain Hunyuan Golden Immortal status, we shall not emerge." They left behind this declaration as they departed. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. As he absorbed the Pangu essence blood bestowed by the system, the essence blood represented Panga's physical power, its greatest efficacy being the enhancement of the physical body. Upon consuming the essence blood, Ling Xiao experienced a sensation of his bloodline expanding, as if millions of volcanoes were erupting within him. An overwhelming and tempestuous force coursing through every sinew and cell. Through introspection, he discovered that each fiber of his being, under the impetus of the Pangu essence blood, was akin to the primordial chaos opening up, giving rise to worlds, as boundless power surged forth from within. The hidden reservoirs within him unfurled, each pore containing a microcosm, which would evolve into a grand world with the ascendance of his physical form. Thus, at this moment, even without invoking the power of laws, Ling Xiao could shatter the vast cosmos merely through the might of his physicality. Of course, once the physical strength reached a certain level, it would become possible to comprehend the law of power. Ling Xiao's gaze shimmered as he momentarily traversed numerous powers of law. He activated the Chaos Pearl, simultaneously grasping the law of power. Since his breakthrough to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he had refined 1,000 of the 3,000 restrictions within the Chaos Pearl. Now, the Chaos Pearl contained an expansive and boundless chaos world, magnifying his perceptions manifold compared to before. Within the chaos, the Huang Zhongli basked in chaotic winds, amidst 9 layers of thunderous seas and various destructive forces, having already borne 9 nascent fruits, which upon maturity could give rise to a great Luo Golden Immortal. Ling Xiao was wholly focused on comprehending the law, while the Pangu essence blood within him gradually diminished. At that moment, as Ling Xiao refined the Pangu essence blood, in the ancestral grounds of the witch clan, Dijiang suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards the sun star. "Strange. I believe I just sensed the presence of the Father God, or perhaps that of my kindred brother," Dijiang murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Could it be a mere illusion? He found it difficult to comprehend, bowing his head in contemplation, engulfed in self-doubt. For the presence of either the Father God or a kin brother seemed implausible. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. The sun star was the manifestation of the Father God's left eye, so it was indeed reasonable to sense the Father God's aura. That was the only interpretation he could accept. After Hong Jun's second lecture, The myriad powerful beings returning from the Purple Cloud Palace entered seclusion to ponder the path of severing the three corpses. Only the Witch Clan and the myriad tribes continued their relentless battles, leaving the entire Honghuang world in a state of tranquil chaos. This persisted for 3,000 years. On this day, by the shores of the Eastern Sea, upon a celestial mountain, 3 Taoists sat upon a cloud bed formed by the rising tides of the Azure Sea, celebrating the convergence of auspicious clouds, which coalesced into a vast chaos-colored cloud, upon which a world was unfolding. There, Pangu wielded the divine axe of creation, cleaving through chaos, manifesting the scenes of heaven and earth, establishing the forces of wind, fire, and water. These 3 Taoists were Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, who had returned from the Purple Cloud Palace and had been contemplating the severing of corpses, and now, finally, there was movement. Suddenly, the auspicious cloud above Laozi's head roiled restlessly, with waves crashing fiercely, at times depicting the scenes of heaven and earth's creation, at others illustrating the interplay of yin and yang, and then presenting the emergence of 1 from 2, 2 from 3, and 3 giving rise to myriad beings. Soon, a wave of energy surged forth, revealing an elder Taoist with gray hair and a crane-like demeanor. Adorned with a 9-cloud cap and clothed in a grand red and white crane-patterned robe, his visage bearing a striking resemblance to Laozi, yet exuding a more benevolent countenance. He descended from the auspicious cloud and addressed Laozi in midair. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Laozi, grinning broadly, replied, "Mutual congratulations, mutual congratulations." In that instant, the Taoist merged into Laozi's form, and simultaneously, a vast aura surged into the skies. In that moment, all beings along the Eastern Sea felt a shiver of dread, nearly gasping for breath. Many mighty beings displayed expressions of shock. Who has achieved quasi-sainthood? Yet, this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, above the head of Yuanshi, a stern-faced Taoist emerged, exuding an aura of malevolence as if he were the very source of all evil, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. He clasped his hands in greeting and then merged into Yuanshi's being, becoming enshrined within the Lingbao. An overwhelming presence swept across the heavens, unabashedly shocking the assembly of mighty beings. Following closely, atop Tongtian, auspicious clouds revealed a tall, strikingly handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes, radiating a sharp sword intent. With a single step, he entered Tongtian's form, devoid of any superfluous actions. The 3 purities successfully severed their mortal ties, and their grand aura pierced the firmament, illuminating the celestial expanse like an enormous pillar supporting the heavens. They did not restrain their energy, seemingly proclaiming the triumphant return of the authentic Pangu, the 3 purities. The formidable aura of the quasi-saints pressed down upon the world, causing the powerful beings who felt it to change countenance, a sense of urgency washing over them. Truly, the 3 purities had returned from the Zixiao Palace, successfully severing their ties within a mere 3,000 years. Recognizing the strength of the quasi-saints, their anticipation for the attainment of sainthood grew. At last, success. At that moment, Tongtian exhaled deeply, retracting his aura. "We are undoubtedly the first to achieve this severance. The might of the quasi-saints surpasses my expectations." Yuanshi, sensing the vast power within him, wore an even more defiant expression. "Let us march upon the ancestral grounds of the Witch Clan to avenge past grievances and seize the Pangu Temple while we are at it." The deep-seated enmity from the past, branded into his very being, made him wish to rend the 12 ancestral witches into countless pieces. Wait, our strength has greatly increased. But do the 12 ancestral witches remain stagnant? They possess a significant portion of Pangu's authentic fortune. Their cultivation may not lag behind ours by much. I am more prudent. While I too desire revenge, I vehemently oppose an assault on the Witch Clan's stronghold. Should we simply let this go? Yuanshi asked, a note of reluctance in his voice. Certainly not. First, we must reclaim our sacred ground, Laozi declared in a grave tone. Chapter 42, The 3 Purities Avenge. Ling Xiao yearns to comprehend the laws of the 12 ancestral witches. We shall first reclaim our sacred ground before formulating our next steps, Laozi articulated, his eyes revealing a shrewd glimmer. If we reclaim our sacred ground, and the 12 ancestral witches do not act rashly, it will indicate their fear. At that point, we shall strike at their ancestral lands. Excellent. Let it be so. Once these words were uttered, they received unanimous agreement from Yuanshi and Tongtian. The thought of avenging their past grievances brought forth uncontrollable laughter. Without further ado, they rose and hastened towards the Kunlun Mountains of Buzhou. The 3 Purities Taoist temple atop East Kunlun had been under the watch of 2 great witches ever since the 12 ancestral witches had taken it. The 12 ancestral witches had their reasons for this, as it served to entice the 3 Purities to reclaim their temple. only for the 12 ancestral witches to descend collectively and eliminate them completely. This was far more efficient than searching for the three purities across the world. However, the three purities were not naive. They had never considered reclaiming their temple without absolute strength. Yet now, the situation was different. On that day, three terrifying auras suddenly descended upon East Kunlun, startling the great witches guarding the site into standing upright. The three purities, do you dare return? One of the great witches bellowed bravely. Even the hounds guarding the mountain dare to bark at us. Yuanshu's gaze shifted, unleashing two beams of annihilating light that melted the two great witches, utterly obliterating them. He then raised his hand to clear the area, erasing the witch soldiers in the process. Upon returning to their long-lost sacred ground, Laozi, Yuanshu, and Tongtian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. A wave of emotion washing over them, elevating their very essence. This was a sign of rising fortunes, for this place was their birthplace, holding profound significance. Now, they awaited to see if those pitiful beings would dare approach. Yuanshu remarked with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. The 12 ancestral witches may remain unaware of our breakthrough. If they do come, we shall surprise them. Laozi chuckled, seated on a mat, engaging in meditation. We cannot be careless. Should the 12 ancestral witches also attain quasi-saint status, we would be in dire straits. Tongtian spread his hands in jest. This statement immediately drew Yuanshu's opposition. Impossible. Those primitive beings, lacking completeness from birth, cannot easily break through. Even if one or two were to achieve it, we would remain unafraid. In our previous encounters, they had a numerical advantage. Otherwise, how could they have posed a threat to us? Yuanshu expressed disdain, never once regarding the 12 ancestral witches with respect. Tongtian nodded, refraining from contradicting him. His elder brother was always so extreme, wishing to voice a differing opinion. He held back for fear of displeasing him. They're here. Suddenly, Laozi rose, his expression solemn. The witch clan was already near, and thus, the 12 ancestral witches would require little time to arrive. Excellent. Yuanshu's face lit up with anticipation, revenge within reach. Moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the entire mountain range to tremble slightly. The formidable forms of the 12 ancestral witches had already surrounded Buzhou Mountain. The overwhelming malevolence instantaneously transformed the very colors of the realm. Winds howled, the sky darkened, and various laws surged forth. Three purities. In the past we spared your lives. Little did we expect you to return now to meet your demise. Dijiang mocked coldly. Laozi, Yuanshu, and Tongtian stepped forth from their sacred ground, unperturbed, into the void. Heh, do you even think you are worthy? Pitiful creatures, still trapped in the past. Yuanshu's words cut sharply, laden with mockery. As soon as he spoke, the smiles on the faces of the 12 ancestral witches vanished, replaced by profound, killing intent. After countless years, Yuanshu's tongue remains as sharp as ever. Yuanshu, soon I shall personally rend you asunder, making you regret uttering such words. Xianming declared coldly, as rain began to fall from the heavens, turning to ice, causing the flora to wither and the earth to fall into desolation. I am eager to see what you learned in the Zixiao Palace that grants you such audacity. Dijiang's gaze turned icy, no longer concealing his strength, the power of the quasi-saint unmistakable, shattering the void with the force of his laws. Dijiang, you have achieved quasi-saint status? Laozi maintained his composure, not overly surprised. As the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, if he could not attain quasi-saint status, it would indeed be hard to believe. One quasi-saint posed no threat to them. Sharing the same level of cultivation, he considered himself equal to any existence. If even you three shameless ones have broken through, why should I not? Dijiang sneered. You are aware that we have achieved quasi-saint status? The expressions of the three purities shifted, growing increasingly grave, realizing that the 12 ancestral witches dared to come back after their breakthrough, which bore significant implications. With your cautious nature, how could you dare return to seek revenge without a breakthrough? Dijiang remarked indifferently, no longer pretending. Enough pretense, reveal your true strength. As these words fell, the faces of the three purities paled, and in the next moment, they felt several overwhelming auras permeate the air, shaking the very foundations of the world. The auras of Zhu Jiuying, Xianming, and Zhu Meng shifted dramatically. As they had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm, the 12 ancestral witches cultivate the laws of the physical body, also referred to as the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. For quasi-saints, the expressions of the three purities darkened, finally comprehending why the 12 ancestral witches dared to approach. Now you are afraid? It is too late. With a resounding roar, Emperor Zhang's voice echoed, casting down the stars as the 12 ancestors of Wu surged forth to confront Laozi, Yuanshu, and Tongtian. The three pure ones swiftly summoned their magical artifacts, enveloping themselves in celestial radiance. They did not engage in a direct confrontation. Rather, they united to strike at those ancestors of Wu who had not attained the level of quasi-saint. These shameless beasts, come forth and meet your demise, shouted Zhu Juyin, twisting time itself, unleashing the grand might of temporal powers against the three pure ones. Although Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian found themselves at a disadvantage, they were no longer as passive as before. Their strategy was straightforward: to first capture the weakest of the ancestors and eliminate them one by one. Emperor Jiang, Zhu Juyin, and the other ancestors, while needing to protect the weaker among them, found themselves unable to effectively contend with the three pure ones for the moment. On the Sunstar, Ling Xiao was roused from his slumber by the aura of battle. Gazing toward the direction of Mount Buzhou, he couldn't help but smile. The three pure ones have come to serve as sparring partners once more. I observed their previous battle with the ancestors for quite some time and gleaned insights into the laws of thunder. Who would have thought they would clash again? Delightful. Ling Xiao chuckled, his gaze shimmering as he extended his consciousness to feel the power of the laws emanating from the 12 ancestors. Simultaneously, he indulged in the Chaos Pearl. Theory coupled with practical experience sparked an idea within him. What would happen if he were to fully grasp the laws of the 12 ancestors? Chapter 43. A return to the Sunstar? The reluctance of Jane and Pewdie. Unbeknownst to the 12 ancestors and the three pure ones, while they fought desperately, a pair of eyes on the Sunstar were savoring the spectacle and clandestinely learning from it. The aftermath of the great battle reverberated throughout the eastern expanse of Hongwang, awakening many formidable beings. The three pure ones had actually broken through to quasi-saint level. A quasi-saint had emerged among the ancestors. They were not only astonished by the strength of the three pure ones, but equally taken aback by the might of the 12 ancestors. This group, so consumed by bloodshed and conflict, had unexpectedly surpassed them, a reality that was difficult to accept. The expressions of Baizhe, Jimeng, Ling Xiao, and other powerful beings of myriad races turned grim upon sensing the terrifying aura of the 12 ancestors. They had believed that after listening to the Tao at the Zixiao Palace, they would bridge the gap with the ancestors, yet they found themselves further distanced. The strongest among them was merely a fully realized great Luo golden immortal. While most were still in their later stages, such strength was utterly insufficient to confront the ancestors, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Baizhe, do something. If this continues, our myriad races will have no space to survive, Jimeng said, his countenance darkened. Now, they could only hide and evade, lacking the strength to face the ancestors directly. For millennia, the Wu clan had aggressively expanded, seizing resources and territory, while their own space for survival dwindled. It was only a matter of time before the entire Hongwang world would no longer accommodate them. Why has Nuwa been so hesitant to unite the myriad races? Is she toying with us? Guoche expressed his dissatisfaction. Prior to hearing the Tao, Nuwa had promised them action, yet now there was no sign of movement. Patience, Baizhe replied calmly. Nuwa has stated that she will make an appearance to lead the myriad races once she has slain the corpses. What a pity it is that if the Golden Crow could intervene, Jimeng lamented. It is said that Ling Xiao has already broken through to quasi-saint. I wonder if that is true. Baizhe, how about we make another trip to the Sunstar? Jimeng's eyes brightened as he spoke. Baizhe paused for a moment and gently shook his head. No need. Since Hongjun Saint has refused to establish the heavenly court, how could he possibly unify the myriad races? Forget it, forget it. In my opinion, the Golden Crow does not dare confront the 12 ancestors. What use would it be to summon them? Even if that one named Ling Xiao is a quasi-saint, he cannot alter the current situation. Can he truly challenge the 12 ancestors alone? Jiuying remarked dismissively, amused. You speak as if calling upon Nuwa will change the situation, Jimeng retorted, throwing up his hands in rebuttal. Jimeng, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm mistaken? Jiuying's face flushed with anger as he demanded an explanation. Yes, yes, yes. Jimeng nodded repeatedly, not intending to argue further. Jiuying, irate, was about to confront Jimeng when Baizhe raised his feather fan and declared in a deep voice, Enough. Let us cease this bickering. I have already contacted Kunping in secret. He will join Yuwa and Fushi to unify the myriad races. His tone was steady, exuding an air of confidence and composure. The assembled powerful beings gazed at Baizhe in astonishment, taken aback that he had secretly brought Kunping into their fold. Kunping will soon slay the corpses and attain quasi-saint status. Alongside Yuwa, Fushi, and all of you present, we may stand a chance against the Wu clan, Baizhe asserted with calm assurance, waving his feather fan. Once Nuwa and Kunping stepped forward to unify the myriad races into a cohesive force, they would have the opportunity to contend with the Wu clan. The reason the myriad races currently could not match the Wu clan was twofold: the lack of high-level combat power and the disunity among them. If these two issues could be resolved, they might indeed have a chance to confront the Wu clan. Are you suggesting that we will have 3 quasi-saints on our side? The powerful beings were filled with excitement, as the situation suddenly appeared to shift. With 3 quasi-saints united with them, they indeed had a chance to stand against the Wu clan. No wonder Baizé had no intention of seeking the 3 crows. It turned out he had already arranged everything in secret. This configuration was far stronger than the 3 crows. Even if Ling Xiao were a quasi-saint, they had already secured 3 quasi-saints on their side. Both the 1 and the 3 know which choice to make, with the 3 pure ones occupying the 12 ancestors. This might indeed be their moment. Seizing this opportunity, Baizé decided to mobilize the myriad races in secret. I shall make a brief trip to Mount Buzhou to discuss this matter with Taoist Nuwa, he announced to the assembly. Jimeng, you need not accompany me this time, he added, expressing his concern. Subsequently, the powerful beings departed the cave dwelling, flying toward various locations in Hongwang. In the west, at Mount Shumi, Jane and Pewdie found their composure shaken upon sensing the 3 pure ones attaining quasi-saint status. They had once again been surpassed by the 3 pure ones. Originally, they should have been the first to slay the corpses, having achieved full realization as great Luo golden immortals long before the sermon. However, after being gravely injured by the Hongmeng Ding, their progress had been hampered. Cursed Golden Crow, cursed Ling Xiao. If it weren't for them, we would have undoubtedly become quasi-saints before the 3 pure ones. Pewdie's expression darkened, and the thought of it filled him with rage. Initially, they had intended to avenge the humiliation of Mount Buzhou, yet they found themselves further humiliated and wounded. Not only was there shame, but also a sense of helplessness. Who could have anticipated that Ling Xiao could defeat them merely with his magical artifacts? Once we become quasi-saints, we will surely avenge this great grievance, Pewdie declared, seeking affirmation from his senior brother Jane. Jane hesitated before responding. In my view, even upon becoming quasi-saints, seeking vengeance may not be so easy. His gaze flickered with countless calculations. By the time we achieve quasi-saint status, Ling Xiao's strength will have undoubtedly advanced further, especially with the other 2 golden crows and the formations of the Sun Star. Vengeance will not come easily. At most, we could only suppress Ling Xiao, but we would never be able to kill him. What then? Must we let this grudge go unavenged? Pewdie was unwilling to accept this outcome. He had believed that breaking through to quasi-saint would allow him to exact revenge, but now it seemed that was not to be. Why is it that Ling Xiao, who does not attend sermons, can still surpass us? Pewdie posed a soul-searching question, one that he could not comprehend. Jane smiled faintly and remarked, perhaps he has encountered a grand opportunity. However, his neglect of the Tao is undoubtedly a significant loss. When the sage next imparts his teachings, he shall accept disciples. Once we become his students, a mere little golden crow would be easily subdued. Upon hearing this, Jun and Tai's eyes gleamed with delight. Indeed, if we could become disciples of the sage, attaining sagehood would surely not be too formidable a task. Our immediate priority is to slay the corpse. Only by achieving quasi-saint status can we secure the upper hand and become the sage's disciples, Jane declared solemnly. Chapter 44. Nuwa's resolve. In the eastern expanse of the primordial chaos, the battle between the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones underwent a turning point. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tantian, realizing they were at a disadvantage, prepared to retreat. As they fought, the 12 ancestors, brimming with murderous intent, shattered the void in pursuit. 3 pure ones, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall not let you escape, Dijiang bellowed, infuriated. This time, they were determined not to let the 3 pure ones slip away, intent on eradicating them to eliminate future threats. Compared to the last encounter, the 3 pure ones had grown significantly stronger, and they could no longer be easily crushed. Dijiang sensed that failing to eliminate the 3 pure ones this time would lead to even greater troubles ahead. Those shameless beings, dare they confront me head-on? Roared Lei, the ancestor of thunder, as thunderous roars reverberated across the land, reaching far and wide. A mere incomplete barbarian, one-on-one, I could reduce you to ashes, Yuanshi retorted, brimming with arrogance and disdain. Boom. This pursuit had long departed from the bounds of Mount Buzhou. The battle raged on, with the 12 ancestors resolute in their vow to slay the 3 pure ones, showing no signs of relenting. Shortly after they left Mount Buzhou, Baizé stealthily approached the Buzhou mountain range with Jiuying. Nuwa Taoist friend, Fushi Taoist friend, it has been a long time. Upon encountering the siblings Nuwa and Fushi, Baizé immediately clasped his hands in greeting, a warm smile adorning his face. Baizé Taoist friend, have you come today regarding the matters of the myriad clans? Nuwa inquired with a gentle smile, fully aware of Baizé's intentions, knowing it was not merely a social call. Good news. I have recently persuaded Kunpeng Taoist friend to join our cause, Baizé stated directly, diving straight into the topic. He had yet to mention Kunpeng's joining to Nuwa before. Kunpeng? Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly, a mysterious smile creeping onto her lips. Baizé Taoist friend, You truly possess remarkable skills to have swayed even Kunping. However, if he joins, who shall take the lead between us? Kunping's nature is ruthless and cunning. It is unlikely he would willingly play second fiddle, even if he appears agreeable. He likely harbors ulterior motives. Bai Zai's maneuver was akin to making a decision without her consent, drawing Kunping into their fold. Niwa felt some dissatisfaction, her phoenix eyes glinting with authority as she fixed her gaze upon Bai Zai, awaiting his explanation. Naturally, Niwa Taoist friend shall take precedence. I have already assured Kunping of this, Bai Zai explained with a smile. He did not ponder as deeply as Niwa, only recognizing that the myriad clans currently required the protection of formidable beings. Although Kunping's temperament was indeed somewhat erratic, his strength was indisputable. Very well, that suffices. Niwa replied after a brief pause, choosing not to elaborate further. The teachings received from the Xiao Palace had bestowed upon her a glimpse of the heavenly mysteries, such as Hongjuan's desire to establish the heavenly court to uphold the order of the primordial chaos. From a certain perspective, this bore a striking resemblance to the integration of the myriad clans. Even the leaders of the male and female immortals sought to maintain the order of the primordial chaos, underscoring its immense significance. This may present a grand opportunity, Niwa mused, thus finding no fault in Bai Zai's decisive actions. Instead, she felt increasingly compelled to unify the myriad clans. Presumably, Kunping had also sensed this thread of heavenly mystery, which was why he agreed to join Bai Zai. Otherwise, given Kunping's disposition, it was unlikely he would engage in such thankless endeavors without a motive. Currently, the 12 ancestors are preoccupied with the 3 pure ones. This is our splendid opportunity. Let us seize this moment to unite the myriad clans. Bai Zai continued, his gaze fervent and radiant, an embodiment of wisdom. As a being born of auspicious omens, he could foresee fortunes and misfortunes. Were it not for the recent turmoil of heavenly secrets, he would have been able to perceive even more. Thus, based on his current intuition, this was the most opportune moment. Bai Zai Taoist friend, might this be a tad too hasty? We have yet to attain quasi-saint status. Should the ancestors come calling, would we not be in peril? Fushi spoke slowly, his expression solemn, perceiving this as an ill-timed venture. In his view, it was imperative to at least achieve quasi-saint status to have room to maneuver. Niwa had once shared this sentiment. Oh, what is there to fear? Have we not thrived without being quasi-saints? Those ancestors are merely brutes. If you wish to hide, they would be powerless against you. Jiaoying interjected, nonchalantly dismissing the concern. Having coexisted with the ancestors for so long, they had managed to survive quite well. Hiding? Niwa and Fushi exchanged bewildered glances. Was their aim to integrate the myriad clans merely to conceal themselves? How was that different from their current predicament? Let us all hide together then. We need not do anything at all. If you do not seek me out, I shall not provoke you. Cough. Bai Zai gestured to Jiaoying, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Well, it's certainly better than being duped. Niwa Taoist friend, Fushi Taoist friend. Might I inquire when you anticipate being able to slay the corpse? Bai Zai asked earnestly. At least a millennium, Niwa replied after a moment's contemplation, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, Bai Zai fell silent for a moment before saying, that should suffice. Within this millennium, I shall ensure the preparations for the myriad clans are in order. When the time comes, once Niwa Taoist friend breaks through, everything shall fall into place effortlessly. He was quite capable. These intricate matters posed little challenge for him. By the way, have you ever been to the Sunstar? Niwa suddenly inquired, her gaze flickering. Not at all, Bai Zai replied, shaking his head without a hint of hesitation. Since I requested Niwa Taoist friend to step forward, I naturally shall not engage with the 3 crows. Niwa did not respond but instead gazed at the Sunstar, lost in thought. To this day, she remained perplexed as to why Ling Xiao had sent Bai Zai to seek her out. Ling Xiao Taoist friend must have achieved quasi-saint status. If you could convince him to join us, we might indeed stand a chance against the Witch clan, Niwa mused as she returned her gaze, smiling lightly. Upon hearing this, Bai Zai could not help but chuckle bitterly. Niwa Taoist friend, let us not entertain such notions. They are unwilling to establish even the heavenly court. How could they possibly join us in uniting the myriad clans? Such a pity, Niwa nodded, acknowledging that this idea was unlikely to materialize. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiaoying interjected, there is nothing to lament. Kunping Taoist friend shall soon break through to quasi-saint status. At that time, we too shall have a quasi-saint to oversee matters. Even if, his words trailed off as he sensed an unkind gaze directed at him, instantly souring his mood. Bai Zai, why do you look at me like that? At this moment, Niwa's expression had darkened. Bai Zai, why did you not inform me that Kunping is on the verge of breaking through to quasi-saint? Niwa Taoist friend, please do not overthink. I simply wish to alleviate your burdens, truly without ulterior motives. Bai Zai offered a hollow laugh as he attempted to explain, genuinely harboring that intention. Though whether Nuwa believed him was another matter. He cast a glance at Jiao Ying, mentally cursing, what a bunch of incompetent allies. They possess no understanding of timing, nor do they know when to speak. Bai Zhe, are you suggesting that whoever breaks through first shall assume leadership? Fushi spoke coolly, his dissatisfaction beginning to surface. Chapter 45, The Era of Semi-Saints. The Emergence of the Demon Clan and Three Choices. My esteemed friends, you have gravely misunderstood me. I, Bai Zhe, can swear by the heavenly Tao that I harbor no such intentions. Bai Zhe proclaimed with utmost seriousness. As a spirit of auspiciousness, how could he engage in such sordid deeds? He is Bai Zhe, not He Zhe. This shall not be repeated. Nuwa chose not to dwell on the matter, temporarily placing her trust in Bai Zhe's words. Subsequently, the atmosphere lightened, allowing them to deliberate on the integration of the myriad races. Time flew by, and the world of Honghuang remained in tumult. On this day, the once tranquil North Sea was suddenly engulfed by tumultuous waves, as an unparalleled aura surged upwards. The shadow of a colossal divine bird loomed over the universe, obscuring the sky and sun, its wings stirring up boundless gales, uprooting mountains, and tearing apart the very fabric of the earth. Many powerful beings sensed this and revealed expressions of astonishment. The Kunping had attained the status of semi-saint. This marked the swiftest breakthrough since the Three Pure Ones. From this moment forth, there would be no place beyond reach. Deep within the North Sea, a faint whisper resonated, exuding immense confidence. Before long, two auspicious signs emerged from the western Shumi Mountain, stirring the very fate of the West. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi successfully severed their corpses, entering the realm of semi-saints. Humph, how could the Kunping have outpaced us? Jun and Tai Yi remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, having initially believed they would be the second to achieve this feat following the Three Pure Ones. However, this was understandable. Had they not suffered grievous injuries, they would surely have been ahead. Jane's exhilaration was short-lived. On that same day, the Wuzhuang Temple in the west also emitted a vast aura, heavy and profound, akin to a deity of the earth. Zenyuanzi too severed his corpse, stepping into the realm of semi-saints. In the ensuing millennium, various blessed lands, such as the Blood Sea, Zikanlun, Buzhou Mountain, Huiyun Cave, and Zifu Island released the aura of semi-saints. The top-tier beings who had comprehended the Tao at the Zixiao Palace all attained the status of semi-saints, ushering the Honghuang world into the era of semi-saints. The Witch Clan felt an immense pressure and thus intensified their offensive. The myriad powerful beings had no desire for prolonged combat. Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, and others hastened towards Buzhou Mountain. The moment had come for Nuwa and Fushi to break through to semi-saint and unify the demon clan. The foremost male and female immortals who had achieved the semi-saint status began to mobilize, consolidating their forces to maintain order in the Honghuang. They aspired to present a flawless report during the third sermon, aiming to garner the favor of the saints, making it a matter of course for them to accept them as disciples. Among them, Dong Wanggong exerted the most effort, fervently courting every notable male immortal without exception. In a flash, the world of Honghuang was rife with rising winds and hidden currents. On the sun star, Ling Xiao awoke languidly, his eyes reflecting the cycles of day and night, ever in flux. During this period, he comprehended the laws of rain and gold. Among the five elements, he had already grasped metal, fire, and earth. Once he comprehended the laws of water and wood, he would attain mastery over the five elemental laws. Among the myriad laws, their strengths varied widely. The five elemental laws ranked among the most formidable within the 3,000 great Tao laws. The disparity in the potency of these laws naturally translated to a variance in strength. Moreover, he had also reached the level of Hunyuan Jingxian in the laws of Yang. Should he grasp the laws of Yin, he could understand the laws of Yin and Yang, which too were exceedingly powerful. I wonder how Jun and Tai Yi are faring. Ling Xiao mused softly, glancing towards their secluded location. To avoid disturbance, the two had retreated deep within the Sun Star. The Sun Star, transformed from Panga's left eye, was vast beyond measure, even larger than the primordial chaos. Upon sensing the subtle aura of Jun and Tai Yi, Ling Xiao understood they were striving to break through to Hunyuan Jingxian. The breakthrough to Hunyuan Jingxian was infinitely more challenging than severing the corpse to become a semi-saint. Without the fragments of the creation jade butterfly and the chaos pearl, the path to law-based sanctification would be utterly impassable. Too arduous, he thought. By the way, I wonder how my Ling Xiao palace is faring. With a flicker of thought, he delved into the chaos pearl, and in an instant, it felt as though he had entered an endless expanse of chaotic world. He had been nurturing the Ling Xiao palace within the chaos pearl. The system had indicated that it could grow alongside his cultivation. Curiosity piqued. He pondered how much it had matured by now. Within the chaos pearl, Ling Xiao felt as though he were the creator god, the invincible Pangu. effortlessly commanding the entirety of the world. Suddenly, he spotted the black gourd, a treasure he had almost forgotten, now reclining in the chaos, bathed in the chaotic winds, surging thunder, and tumultuous calamity flames, quietly growing. Within the gourd lay the cosmos, inhaling and exhaling boundless chaotic energy, emanating a terrifying aura. Even before its emergence, Ling Xiao could sense the power and terror of this treasure. He pondered what it might yield. Suppressing his curiosity, he fought the urge to split the gourd open. Subsequently, he raised his hand, summoning the palace that floated in the chaotic heavens. An innate spiritual treasure? Upon sensing the palace's power, astonishment flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. Indeed, it has advanced. Very well, let us go outside. With a thought, he brought the Ling Xiao palace into the external world. He pointed, and the palace descended, continuously enlarging, radiating grandeur and majesty, its brilliance immeasurable. Excellent. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Zy Tongzi, sensing the commotion, approached with curiosity, immediately spotting the palace nestled beside the fusong tree. Master, is this also your treasure? Zy Tongzi inquired, both curious and in awe. Indeed, I shall cultivate here from now on. Should you need anything, come find me here, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, glancing at him. Zy Tongzi had now reached the mid-stage of Deluo Jingxian, his energy profound and solid, with the later stages not far off. Such a foundation was indeed extraordinary, nearly on par with their own. Nodding in respect, Zy Tongzi's gaze fell upon the plaque of the palace, which bore 4 majestic characters, Ling Xiao Palace. A strange expression crossed his face, for he had not expected his unfathomably powerful master to be so self-absorbed. Soon after, Ling Xiao entered the Ling Xiao Palace, preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. The situation in the Honghuang had escalated, and only formidable cultivation could ensure safety. He sensed that as each batch of top-tier beings attained the status of semi-saints, it would inevitably raise the vigilance of the 12 ancestor witches, leading to even more intense offensives from the witch clan. Ding. Detecting that Nuwa, with Baizay's assistance, has unified the myriad races, the demon clan is officially born. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Go to congratulate them, gaining Nuwa's favor and receiving the 12-grade extinguishing world Black Lotus. Choice 2. Remain unmoved, receiving a random fragment of a law. Choice 3. Go to cause chaos, establishing your own demon clan, receiving a random chaos spiritual treasure. Chapter 46. The Laws of the World. The leader of the demon sect. What? Nuwa has established the demon clan. Ling Xiao was taken aback. The system's prompt was beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that merely hinting at Baizay would lead him to persuade Nuwa to unify the myriad races. It seemed that Nuwa had an undeniable connection with the demon clan. Even without their involvement, she would still be tied to them. According to the original storyline, Nuwa's decision to join the demon race stemmed from the invitations extended by Jun and Tai Yi. It is rather perplexing that Nuwa and Fushi, both primordial deities, would be invited by Jun and Tai Yi to become part of the demon clan. One can only attribute it to fate. Ling Xiao pondered this thought before glancing at the 3 choices before him. The first option was dismissed almost instantly. The notion of congratulating Nuwa to garner her favor seemed nothing short of sycophantic behavior. Moreover, he had no desire to entangle himself with the demon race. Wouldn't rushing to offer congratulations inadvertently forge a connection? As for the third choice, it was even more ludicrous. Who in their right mind would willingly walk into the line of fire? He was not inclined to establish ties with the demon race, and the idea of rushing over to seize something was utterly nonsensical. Although the reward was enticing, a piece of a chaotic spiritual treasure, Ling Xiao remained unmoved. Perhaps if it were a chaotic supreme treasure, he might consider it for a fleeting moment. With that resolved, he decisively chose the second option. Let me see what fragment of the law awaits, he mused. Upon accepting the reward and absorbing the fragment of law, astonishment flickered in his eyes, and his spirit was stirred. The world law. He had not anticipated that the randomly awarded fragment from the system would turn out to be the world law. Among the myriad of laws, some are potent, while others are weaker. The world law undoubtedly ranks among the highest echelons of the great laws, with only a handful of laws, such as fate and causality, capable of surpassing it. The world law is not merely a single law. It encompasses the amalgamation of various laws, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, and even space and time. It embodies the foundational laws required for a complete world, akin to a grand lang, encompassing all, undeniably powerful, yet equally challenging to comprehend and cultivate. For an ordinary individual devoid of opportunity, even a lifetime of relentless pursuit may yield no understanding of the world law. However, with this fragment of the world law in hand, he could embark on a shortcut, first entering the domain, then gradually comprehending and cultivating it. With his determination solidified, Ling Xiao immersed his consciousness into the fragment of law, instantly feeling as though he had entered an expansive, boundless realm. Countless radiant laws unfolded before him, resembling a spider's web, filled with profound mysteries. The foundation of the world law necessitates a portion of space law for support. The genesis of space forms the initial state of a world. Much like constructing a house that requires surrounding walls, a foundation, and a roof to establish a three-dimensional structure. At this moment, Ling Xiao was engrossed in his comprehension, and as the fragment of world law was consumed, his understanding deepened. Due to his insights into the world law, his original space law also advanced. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the treasure hall, seemingly adrift in an endless void, surrounded by an overwhelming force of spatial power. Meanwhile, as Ling Xiao quietly cultivated, the world of Hongluang was anything but tranquil. A grand, ethereal voice resonated throughout the realms. Heavenly Tao proclaims, "Today I, Nuwa, establish the demon race. All grass and wood spirits, those born from wetness and those adorned with fur and horns, shall belong to this category. Furthermore, I shall establish the demon sect. With myself as its leader, all who fall under this category may enter my fold and receive my protection." Boom. The endless void swirled and transformed, auspicious clouds converged, and a golden river surged forth, stretching across the heavens. At this moment, a terrifying ripple spread across the land of Hongluang, resonating within the hearts of countless beings, all of whom looked up in awe at the golden river above. The merits of the heavenly Tao, Mount Buzhou, Nuwa, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, Beis, and other powerful beings stood in succession, their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at the magnificent merits descending from the heavens. After nearly a millennium of scheming, the myriad races finally unified, and from this day forth, they would share a common identity known as demons. Initially, some powerful beings suggested Nuwa establish the demon court. However, recalling the Zixiao Palace and Hongjuan's intentions to establish the heavenly court, she hesitated to proceed without caution. Thus, she opted for the establishment of the demon sect based on the demon race. Nuwa became the sect leader, with Kuanpeng and Fuxi as vice leaders, while Beis, Jimeng, Jiuing, Guiche, and the other 10 great demons were appointed as the top guardians of the sect. The golden river in the void cast down several profound yellow pillars, bestowing merits upon Nuwa, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, Beis, and the other 10 great demons, along with numerous powerful beings of the demon race. Naturally, Nuwa received the most, her vast merits enhancing her cultivation and Tao. Countless great demons soared through the void, racing towards Mount Buzhou. After enduring suppression by the witch clan for millennia, they finally had an organization to rally under, and thus sought protection. The world of Hongluang was thoroughly shaken. Many powerful beings had not anticipated that Nuwa would suddenly establish the demon race, uniting the myriad races of the Hongluang world. Furthermore, the vast merits of the heavenly Tao descended. It was previously mentioned by the saints that the path to sanctification had 2 methods, one through the severance of the 3 corpses, and the other through great merits. No one expected that establishing the demon race would yield such immense merits. Nuwa's alliance with the myriad races to establish the demon race was undoubtedly a direct challenge to the witch clan. As a quasi-saint, and now enriched with boundless heavenly Tao merits, who in the Hongluang could rival her besides the saints? The days ahead for the witch clan would likely not be easy. "We must congratulate our friend Nuwa on the establishment of the demon sect," they murmured. Simultaneously, at Yujing Mountain, Hongjuan's former dojo, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were engaged in their cultivation. Having sought refuge here after being pursued by the 12 ancestral witches, they felt a sudden shift upon sensing Nuwa's Tao voice. Nuwa has established the demon sect, and such vast merits have descended from the heavenly Tao, Laozi remarked, gazing into the endless void with a hint of envy. Nuwa's cultivation has likely surpassed ours, Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a grave expression. The bloodline of Pangu was once again ignited within him. His pride could hardly tolerate such an occurrence. The establishment of the demon race and the creation of the demon sect, such merits from the heavenly Tao are not easily attained. This will inevitably provoke the witch clan's aggression. Laozi commented with a calm smile, well aware of how formidable the ancestral witches were. Let us go? The establishment of the demon sect by our friend Nuwa is a significant event that warrants our congratulations. Chapter 47. Hongjun, Nuwa has established the demon race? Laozi stood, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze revealing a shrewdness. Nuwa's actions were undoubtedly a defiance against the witch clan, inadvertently alleviating some of their hostility. The 12 ancestral witches must now harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Nuwa. The focus has shifted. Both logically and emotionally, Laozi felt it was imperative to extend their congratulations. Yuanshi and Tongtian quickly grasped Laozi's intention and rose to join him. Haha, perhaps the 12 ancestral witches are even more eager than we are, should we encounter them. A great battle is inevitable, Yuanshi remarked with a smile, though he bore no reluctance to attend. They were merely drawn to the spectacle. Thus, the three departed Yujing Mountain and made their way to Mount Buzhou. Concurrently, powerful beings from the western Shumi Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, and western Kunlun also set out. 33 days hence, at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, sensing an unusual occurrence, awakened from his meditative state. He perceived that Nuwa had established the demon clan and founded the demon religion, leaving him momentarily astounded. The emergence of the demon clan was indeed anticipated. Yet it was unexpected that Nuwa would be the one to institute it. The original golden crows still lingered upon the sun star. Where had their presence vanished? Could it be that the celestial order had shifted? Contemplation flickered across Hongjuan's visage at this juncture. He had yet to attain the Tao and could not fully grasp the intentions of the heavenly law. Nevertheless, since the demon clan had emerged, the inevitable conflict between the witch and demon races was now unavoidable. The momentum of fate was irreversible. Hongjun dismissed further thoughts, prioritizing the completion of his teachings. For that was of paramount importance. At the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan felt the stirrings wrought by Nuwa. Their emotions a tempest of astonishment and fury. Those of a fiery temperament were ready to charge forth. How audacious of Nuwa to unite the myriad races and establish the demon clan. This is an affront to us, the witch clan. Zhurong bellowed, his countenance darkening, his wrath surging like flames to consume the void. Let me rush in and show them the consequences of their actions. What can a horde of mere ants accomplish? Those who dare oppose the witch clan meet only death. Xiangliang roared, striding towards the Pangu temple with the intent to slaughter mercilessly. Allow me to finish. Di Jiang interjected, raising a hand to halt Xiangliang, who felt as if a primordial world had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Our witch clan is not merely million strong. We boast over 100,000 great witches. Through countless years of warfare, we have indeed grown formidable. Di Jiang continued. Nuwa's establishment of the demon clan presents us with an opportunity. For many years, those great demons have remained elusive, making them difficult to hunt. Now that they have formed a collective, they will inevitably gather together, which will facilitate our efforts to capture them en masse. We must seize this moment and strike decisively. Di Jiang analyzed the situation, his eyes glimmering with a terrifying intensity. What my elder brother says rings true. This is not a misfortune for us. Ants remain ants. Even united, they cannot shake the roots of the mighty tree. Zhu Jiuyin remarked nonchalantly. Let us strike while the demon clan is still nascent, catching them unawares. Kill. Kill, kill. The ancestors of the witch clan roared, their murderous intent palpable, their blood boiling. Then let us rally our kin and set forth. Di Jiang commanded, his voice grave. Yes, elder brother. The remaining 11 ancestors responded in unison. Thereafter, they dispersed to their respective tribes, conveying the orders. Each ancestor had their own tribe, such as the Di Jiang tribe, the Zhurong tribe, and the Ho Tu tribe, all named after these 12 prominent figures. Meanwhile, numerous diverse beings of the primordial wilderness hastened towards Mount Buzhou, the birthplace of the demon clan, where Nuwa intended to establish the headquarters of the demon religion. Mount Buzhou held profound significance, and its possession would confer endless advantages upon the demon clan, as suggested by Kunpeng and Bai Zhe. At this moment, the slopes of Mount Buzhou were teeming with beings gathered to extend their congratulations, including many powerful members of the demon clan. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Nuwa on establishing a new religion. Just then, 3 formidable auras suddenly descended. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian traversed the void together. Their presence announced itself before their arrival. The long-vanished 3 Pure Ones had re-emerged. The powerful beings stirred, pondering how the 3 Pure Ones had escaped being besieged to death by the ancestors. They appeared quite invigorated. Esteemed friends, please enter. The current deputy leader of the demon religion, Fushi, personally welcomed them. The arrival of such esteemed figures as the 3 Pure Ones added considerable prestige to the demon religion. The 3 Pure Ones entered without ceremony, but upon seeing Nuwa, their hearts sank. Nuwa was enveloped in a radiant aura of virtue, her presence vast and unfathomable. The establishment of the demon clan had bestowed great benefits upon her, and they silently acknowledged their envy. As the 2 parties engaged in pleasantries, the foremost male immortal, Dong Wanggong, arrived. His intent was straightforward, to win over powerful beings and collaborate with the demon clan to maintain the order of the primordial wilderness. Nuwa's unification of the demon clan aligned perfectly with Dong Wanggong's ambitions, as the previously scattered myriad races had become unwieldy. Now that they formed a cohesive whole, managing them would be far simpler. If he could fulfill the tasks assigned by the saints with excellence, he would undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Nuwa on the establishment of your religion. Such a monumental act of benefaction towards all beings deserves universal celebration. Dong Wang Gong exaggeratedly congratulated. The three pure ones exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly in disdain. While Nuwa's establishment of a religion did bear merit, it hardly warranted such hyperbole. Dong Wang Gong's motives were transparent. He sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the demon religion to assist him in maintaining order. Your words carry weight. Fellow Taoist Dong Wang Gong, Nuwa replied coolly, acutely aware of his ulterior motives. Congratulations to fellow Taoists Kunpeng and Fushi. Dong Wang Gong exclaimed heartily, attempting to curry favor with the two deputy leaders of the demon religion. Fushi nodded in acknowledgement, while Kunpeng remained preoccupied with his own thoughts, dismissing him. At that moment, a group of celestial maidens flew in from afar, led by the exquisite and regal Zhuangmu, the queen of the female immortals. The other maidens were all of considerable cultivation, with most being at least Tai Yi golden immortals, if not great Luo golden immortals. The arrival of Zhuangmu sent waves of excitement through the gathered beings. It was unexpected for both the male and female leaders of the immortals to arrive to congratulate Nuwa on her establishment of the demon religion. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Nuwa on your new religion, Zhuangmu said with a smile, and as she spoke, the maidens presented their gifts. Fellow Taoist Zhuangmu, you are too kind. Nuwa replied warmly, personally welcoming her, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor towards Dong Wang Gong. The latter's expression shifted, his gaze flickering, deep in thought. Dong Wang Gong surmised that Zhuangmu was likely there to court Nuwa. As the queen of the female immortals, she held an advantage over him. He needed a strategy to assert himself. As Dong Wang Gong pondered, he suddenly looked up at the sun in the sky. I've got it. Chapter 48. Do the Golden Crows belong to the Demon Clan? The Witch Clan descends. At the slopes of Mount Buzhou, the demon religion's venue was bustling with powerful beings gathered to listen to the teachings, including those associated with Nuwa or the Demon Clan. At this juncture, Dong Wang Gong surveyed the surroundings and spoke unexpectedly. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, why have the Golden Crows not come to extend their congratulations? The Golden Crows, being born of eggs, naturally belonged to the Demon Clan. Their absence was indeed peculiar. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many powerful beings shifted, as Dong Wang Gong noted. The absence of the three crows was conspicuous. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed they had almost forgotten about the Golden Crows. I heard that one named Ling Xiao has broken through to the quasi-saint level. I wonder if that's true. They had once been renowned alongside the three pure ones, yet it appeared they were beginning to fall behind. Dong Wang Gong, as the foremost male immortal, the Golden Crows fall under your jurisdiction. Why not take the initiative to summon them here? Kunpeng broke the silence, cheerfully adding, in the past at Zhixiao Palace, Jun and Tai Yi made me lose face for no reason. Today presents an opportunity for you to call them forth and reclaim some pride. Now, as the deputy leader of the demon religion, he felt no trepidation, even if one of the three crows had attained quasi-saint status. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe, standing nearby, furrowed his brow as if about to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. Upon hearing the words of Kunpeng, the Eastern King chuckled heartily and remarked, indeed, it is precisely as you say. On the occasion of the establishment of the demon sect, as a creature of the demon race, the Golden Crow ought to come to celebrate. In harmonious accord with Kunpeng, he prepared to dispatch his subordinates to the Sun Star. The Eastern King's intention was primarily to exercise his authority as the leader of male immortals, thereby earning the respect of formidable beings like Nuwa and others from the Demon Clan. The arrival of the Western Queen compelled him to take such actions. He believed that with the title of the foremost male immortal combined with the name of the demon sect to summon the Golden Crow, even if Ling Xiao possessed considerable strength, he would hesitate to refuse outright, unless he wished to forfeit his standing in the primordial world. However, let us pause here. Whether the three crows come to congratulate is their own prerogative, and there is no need for the Eastern King to fret over it. Nuwa, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her tone flat and tinged with a hint of coldness. The Eastern King shrugged his shoulders and called back his subordinates. Since the principal parties had declined, he naturally could not maintain his insistence. At that moment, the entire Buzhou mountain trembled slightly, followed by a series of violent quakes. What was happening? A being stood up, bewildered and questioning. The expressions of the three purities, Nuwa, and the Eastern King shifted unpredictably as they sensed the impending danger. Boom. Ha ha ha. The Witch Clan has come to offer their congratulations, and their gifts are none other than your heads. A long howl echoed from the foot of the mountain, followed by 12 shadowy figures, growing larger and larger, obscuring the sun until they loomed over the mountain, casting their gaze down upon them. Di Jiang, employing spatial magic, silently brought the ancestor witches to Buzhou Mountain. revealing their true forms to prevent the demon sect from sensing their presence and fleeing. The 12 ancestor witches appeared like 12 towering pillars, their combined aura utterly overwhelming. Even the quasi-saint level beings present felt a suffocating pressure. 6 quasi-saints, Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. In the span of a millennium, 2 more quasi-saint level ancestors had emerged. Aside from the quasi-saints, all other beings present wore grim expressions, their minds shaken. They had merely come to offer congratulations, never anticipating the simultaneous emergence of all 12 ancestor witches. Behind the ancestors, on the primordial land, a fierce aura surged into the sky. With millions of Witch Clan warriors roaring, their momentum formidable and relentless, advancing towards Buzhou Mountain like an unyielding war machine. Dijiang, I am merely passing through and have no quarrel with the demon race. Might I be allowed to depart? A formidable being said, obsequiously, wishing to avoid entanglement in the conflict. Passing through? Dijiang scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of mighty beings, quickly landing on the 3 purities. Those shameless ones are here as well. Should a confrontation arise, their alignment with the demon race would prove detrimental. After a brief contemplation, Dijiang retracted his smile and calmly stated, "This is a matter concerning my Witch Clan and the demon race. Those uninvolved should take their leave promptly." He had resolved to deal with the demon race first, and then turn his attention to the 3 purities. Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and strode away ostentatiously. They had merely come to witness the spectacle and would not engage in combat on behalf of the demon sect against the 12 ancestor witches. Observing the 3 purities depart, the other formidable beings also scattered like birds and beasts, having just been brotherly with the demon race moments before, now feigning ignorance. The Witch Clan was fierce, and they clearly understood the situation. Better a dead friend than a poor ally. The demon race, including Nuwa, Kuanping, and Fuxi, also appeared troubled. Should these powerful beings choose to remain, combined with them, they could certainly contend with the Witch Clan. Alas, no one was willing to stay. Seeing the multitude of powerful beings depart, the Eastern King felt a stir of indecision. At that moment, Baizé approached and clasped his hands, saying, "Baizé pays his respects to the immortal leader." Upon hearing the title immortal leader, the Eastern King felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Baizé, do you have something to discuss?" Baizé communicated telepathically, "I wish to request that you, Eastern King, stand with us to collectively confront the 12 ancestor witches." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's expression shifted slightly. "Baizé, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the 12 ancestor witches are advancing with great fervor. Even with my addition, we may not stand a chance." The 12 ancestor witches alone had 6 quasi-saints, while the demon sect boasted only 3. Even with his inclusion, they would only total 4, not counting the remaining ancestors. Is this worth risking our lives for? Baizé maintained his composure, pausing briefly before continuing. "Immortal leader, to be candid, the leader of the female immortals, the Western Queen, has a good relationship with our sect master. She will remain to assist us. If you were to join us, our chances would not be without merit." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's gaze faltered as he glanced at the Western Queen, noticing her apparent lack of intention to leave, which lent credibility to Baizé's words. This was troubling news. If the demon race were to completely align with the Western Queen, how would he navigate the future? Noticing the Eastern King wavering, Baizé then dropped a weighty bombshell. The sage, during the second sermon, mentioned that to recruit disciples. If the immortal leader can maintain order in the primordial world during this period, I believe there is a place for you among the sage's disciples. Perhaps even as the foremost disciple. Baizé emphasized, his expression earnest. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's eyes brightened, as if he had cleared the clouds to see the sun. He had not considered this aspect before. "The sage appointed me as the leader of male immortals to uphold order in the primordial realm. Is this not a form of trial?" The Eastern King's expression turned contemplative, and the more he pondered, the more he felt it to be the case. "The third sermon is not far off," Baizé added leisurely. Suddenly, the Eastern King rose to his feet. "With me as the leader of male immortals, who dares to disrupt the order of the primordial realm?" Chapter 49, Ling Xiao, a battle to the bitter end? The Eastern King stood abruptly, his posture erect, radiating a formidable presence. This unexpected display startled even the 12 ancestor witches. "What is the meaning of this?" "Dijiang, I am the sage's appointed leader of male immortals, tasked with maintaining order in the primordial realm. I implore you to grant me face and withdraw," the Eastern King declared solemnly, his grand voice resounding through the heavens. All the mighty beings were taken aback. When had the Eastern King become so formidable? Did he not fear for his life? Even Nuwa, Kuanping, and Fuxi of the demon race looked on in astonishment. What had Bai Zhe just conveyed to the Eastern King? You are indeed the leader of male immortals? The powerful aura unleashed by him twisted the very fabric of space, causing many beings from the demon race to change countenance. The thunderous energy he expelled shimmered with a pale purple hue, like a true dragon, hurtling towards the Eastern King. Impudent. The Eastern King rebuked, his dragon-headed staff radiating golden light as he dispersed the thunder. However, another bolt struck faster. A slender yet formidable thunderbolt descended from the heavens, infused with chaotic energy and glowing crimson. Boom! Heavenly fire engulfed the area, erupting as if a multitude of volcanoes had exploded. Zhu Rong, the ancestor of fire, joined the fray. A quasi-saint in cultivation, attacking the Eastern King alongside Chong Liang. The Eastern King, enveloped in the radiance of thunder, traversed millions of miles in an instant. Yet the ancestors matched his speed effortlessly. Accompanied by the sounds of thunder and celestial flames, Chong Liang and Zhu Rong arrived in an instant, causing the void to collapse, as the true forms of the ancestors overwhelmed the Eastern King with their violent laws and fist strikes. The Eastern King was mercilessly assaulted, spewing blood as his quasi-saint form neared destruction. Is this what it means to be the leader of male immortals? Truly weak. You dare to grant me face? What face do you possess? Before my ancestors, you are but a trifling matter. What infuriated him even more was the scornful derision from Chong Liang, which pierced deeper than his fists and strikes, shattering his psychological defenses. And that was not the end of it. Another ancestor which entered the fray, wielding a colossal hand of immeasurable brute force, unleashing a torrent of blows that twisted the very fabric of the void, creating a scene reminiscent of catastrophic destruction. Come to my aid. The Eastern King bellowed, summoning reinforcements. The ancestor witches, masters of the corporeal laws of power, transformed into merciless war machines once engaged in battle. He faced 3 opponents simultaneously, utterly outmatched, struggling even to retaliate. Such brutality. A shiver coursed through the hearts of the powerful beings present, their scalps prickling, unable to bear the sight. Truly, the Eastern King was a formidable warrior. Many powerful beings lamented, had they assumed his role, they would have turned to ash in a single exchange, unlike the Eastern King, who remained steadfast and unyielding. This indirectly attested to the Eastern King's might. Seek your own demise, I grant you death, Di Jiang proclaimed coldly, revealing the true form of the ancestor which within the void. The oppressive might was terrifying, suppressing the heavens, as if the entire realm of Buzhou Mountain was shrouded in the essence of countless worlds. The layers of pressure made innumerable beings tremble. This was the spatial law at the quasi-saint level of Di Jiang, capable of manifesting infinite world phantoms with a mere gesture. At that moment, Buzhou Mountain resembled a celestial body amidst the endless cosmic rivers, with these world phantoms swirling around like specks of dust among the stars. Such a spectacle could be felt even from the far reaches of the west. As chaos erupts in the east, I foresee a prosperous destiny awaiting us in the west, Jiejin remarked with a smile, as if catching a glimpse of the future. Excellent. Jun and Tai Yi chuckled, already exuding the essence of a future Buddha mother. Together they would strike. This battle was inevitable. Nuwa, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, and 10 great demons invoked their magical treasures and unleashed their divine powers, charging towards the remaining ancestor witches. Should they allow the ancestor witches to eliminate the Eastern King, they would soon find themselves in the same peril. With the Eastern King currently holding off 3 ancestor witches, it was an exceptionally rare opportunity. The Western Queen hesitated briefly before also summoning the Western Plain Silk Brocade Banner to join the fray. On the primal earth, a great shaman sounded the horn, and millions of Witch Clan warriors surged towards Buzhou Mountain. The heavens trembled, the earth quaked. The heavenly pillar of Buzhou Mountain, the backbone supporting the universe, now shuddered slightly. Countless witches poured forth, towering over 100,000 feet, their every movement resonating with the power to rotate the stars. A sight to behold. Kill. The demon clan's powerful warriors roared, as the demon tribe on Buzhou Mountain retaliated against the Witch Clan's assault. The air was thick with the scent of battle, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the eastern part of the primal world, enshrouded in blood and chaos. The flames of war spread ceaselessly, leaving a trail of devastation. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao sat in tranquility, surrounded by a pulsating energy of spatial force, while within him, monumental changes were unfolding. Fragments of the world's laws infused into his flesh, granting each inch, each sinew, and even down to individual cells, an independent space. Like miniature worlds, they could harbor immense vitality and magical power. It was evident how potent his magical energy had become. Unexpectedly, the absorption of the world's law fragments had also catalyzed a breakthrough in spatial laws. Ling Xiao mused. The immensely challenging spatial laws had advanced further. achieving the level of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Yet, among these laws, his understanding of the fire laws was the deepest, far surpassing the rest. For him, the fire laws were the most comprehensible, as the Jinwu body ranked among the strongest fire physiques in existence, alongside the Yuanfeng. The fire ancestor which Zhu Rong could also be counted among them. Ling Xiao emerged from his meditative state, not because he had completed his cultivation, but because he sensed an unusual aura. Upon exiting the Ling Xiao palace, he beheld a crimson wave surging across the sky, imbued with a menacing energy. Goodness! The witch and demon clans are diving straight into battle? Ling Xiao exclaimed as he extended his consciousness, observing the tumultuous scene at Buzhou Mountain. The densely packed warriors from both clans nearly split the earth in two. The cries of battle, roars, and the sound of horns echoed like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums, resonating across the heavens. The clashes between the 12 ancestor witches and the demon tribe, including Nuwa, were fierce, with the aftermath of their combat sweeping across the cosmos. The aura of bloodshed was perilously close to reaching the Sun Star. One could only imagine the brutality of the conflict. Surely, this battle won't culminate in a grand finale? Ling Xiao muttered, unable to contain his thoughts as he observed the fierce clash between the two clans. Who fights with their strongest right from the start? However, this might also be advantageous. If they wiped each other out, he wouldn't have to worry about being caught in the calamity. Should both the witch and demon clans perish, he would be free. Ling Xiao pondered, harboring a sense of anticipation, optimistic about the capabilities of the clan leaders. Soon, the tides began to shift. Before Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa, radiating boundless merit and unparalleled brilliance, found herself somewhat outmatched by Di Jiang, indicating the tremendous enhancement from the merit of establishing the demon clan. Nuwa, you are indeed formidable. But regrettably, your kin do not share your strength. Di Jiang laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. The demise of the demon clan was ironically rooted in its inception. How paradoxical. Chapter 50. The Great Defeat of the Demon Clan and Future Plans. Nuwa's expression darkened. She had already discerned that the demon warriors could not withstand the might of the witch clan. The witch clan had come prepared, while the demon clan remained unready. Primarily because many demons scattered across the primal earth had yet to arrive. In truth, the witch clan had also sent only a fraction of their forces, not fully mobilizing. While the demon clan was in dire straits, with barely 1 in 10 remaining, it was far from easy to gather them all in the early stages of their establishment. This confrontation quickly tipped in favor of the witches. If it continued, Buzhou Mountain would become their grave. Retreat. Nuwa decisively commanded, though she need not have spoken, for the demon clan was already fleeing in disarray. Fall back. A great demon roared defiantly, fighting desperately against a powerful witch, but after uttering those words, fled without looking back. One could see the witch forces, dense and imposing, surging relentlessly from the horizon, a dark sea of crimson, imbued with overwhelming malevolence. The remnants of the demon clan fled in panic, exhibiting no semblance of fighting spirit. The demon clan's powerful beings were also fighting while retreating. It was utter chaos. The Eastern King seized the opportunity to flee, no longer daring to proclaim the maintenance of order in the primal world. Zhu Rong, my kind has no grievances with you. I am merely fulfilling my duty. I implore you, do not pursue me. The Eastern King cried in a frantic escape, glancing back to plead. Begone. The farther, the better. Do not let me see you again. Zhu Rong bellowed, refraining from chasing him. Indeed, the witch clan bore no deep-seated vendetta against the Eastern King. Rather than pursue him, it was better to annihilate the demon clan. The Eastern King fled without looking back, his countenance grim, increasingly troubled by his thoughts. The sages had tasked him with maintaining order in the primal world, yet as the third sermon loomed, the witch and demon clans clashed in such a manner. Would the sages not hold him accountable for dereliction of duty? At this juncture, he found himself questioning whether he could retain his position, let alone aspire to become a disciple of a sage. As events unfolded, he remained fixated on the title of the foremost immortal. The Eastern King felt a sense of unwillingness, yet at present, he could only prioritize escape. The demon clan's rout sent seismic tremors across the land. This revelation left the mighty spectators utterly astounded. Initially, they believed that the two clans of Lich would engage in a fierce stalemate. Yet the reality proved to be a swift and crushing defeat. The formidable assembly, comprising the revered Nuwa, along with Kuanping, Fushi, the Eastern and Western King, and a host of other powerful beings from the demon race, could not withstand the onslaught of the Witch Clan. This event once again illuminated the immense power of the Witch Clan to the ancient beings of the primordial realm. The Witch Clan had become invincible, united. The 12 ancestor witches were unmatched, and without the intervention of the saints, who could possibly stand against them? A sense of resentment lingered. Why should the legacy of the great Pangu be so disproportionately allocated to the Witch Clan? Did these brutish beings, known solely for their violence and destruction, truly deserve such favor? It appeared that only the 3 pure ones, as the legitimate successors of Pangu, had a chance to contend with the 12 ancestor witches. Although both previous encounters had concluded with the 3 pure ones' defeat, they at least recognized the potential for growth within themselves. To have faced the 12 ancestor witches twice and survived was an achievement unique to the 3 pure ones. At Mount Yujing, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian each reacted differently upon learning of the demon race's defeat. Laozi remarked, "Nuwa, my friend, is still too young. How could she comprehend that establishing a demon race's merit is not so easily attained? Even we, the 3 brothers, could not withstand the might of the 12 ancestor witches. So what could she possibly accomplish?" His tone bore no hint of surprise regarding the outcome. If the demon race had triumphed, that would indeed be a miracle. Even a draw would have been out of the question. Indeed, while the ancestor witches may be pitiable, their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Yuanshi scoffed, though it remained unclear whether he mocked the witch's misfortune or Nuwa's ignorance. This distinction held little significance in his eyes, aside from the 3 pure ones. All others were mere refuse, saints excluded, as they were deemed equal. Thanks to Nuwa, we have inadvertently drawn the attention of the 12 ancestor witches. Had we not departed at that moment, the demon race would surely have had a chance at victory, wouldn't they? Tongtian lamented. With their combined strength, the 3 of them could at least have held off 3 of the quasi-saint level ancestor witches. In such a scenario, the demon race could not possibly have lost to the witch clan. Brother, you are rather naive. It is a fallacy to believe the ancestor witches lack wisdom. Do you think Emperor Jiang has not contemplated this matter? Knowing we would come, what emboldened him to act? Laozi chuckled, adopting an air of cunning foresight. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian's expressions shifted as if a light had dawned on them. Upon reflection, it was indeed so. While the ancestor witches may be reckless, their intelligence was not to be underestimated. To be deceived by their coarse and brash exterior would be the true folly. Furthermore, why should we assist the demon race and become embroiled in this conflict? Such matters are trivial. Our true aim should be the path of the saints. Once we attain that status, nothing shall constrain us, and at that point, the 12 ancestor witches would be as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished with a mere flick of our fingers. Laozi spoke with a grave tone, imparting wisdom to his 2 younger brothers, urging them to realign their aspirations towards enlightenment. We understand. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded solemnly. When it comes to the pursuit of enlightenment, it is indeed the eldest brother who excels, far surpassing the rest of us. The first clash between the witch and demon clans ended in a devastating defeat for the latter, leading to a retreat into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where they concealed themselves. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the stronghold of the demon race, Nuwa, Kuanpeng, Fushi, and the high-ranking demons, having endured a crushing defeat, were expressions of shadowed despair. They convened the demon kin, vowing to return to the witch clan and exact vengeance upon those filthy beings who had dared to strike while they were unprepared. The ghost chariot, with its 8 avian heads, had one forcibly ripped away by an ancestor witch, inciting a righteous fury within him. He was filled with an insatiable wrath, determined to rally all his kin to retaliate. Hold your tongue. What means do we have to return and fight? Can you match even one of the 12 ancestor witches? Kuanpeng reprimanded, unwilling to engage in battle. Having been thoroughly subdued by the time ancestor witch, Ji Jiuyin, he was acutely aware of the 12 ancestor witches' might and had no desire to consider a counterattack, knowing it would be futile. If I were at home, I would simply rise and dismiss you. He had previously been swayed by Baize's flattering words, coming forth to support the demon race, envisioning great merits and numerous rewards. While merits and benefits indeed existed, he had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of the 12 ancestors, which exceeded all expectations. As Kuanpeng's words fell, Fushi's gaze shifted, seemingly struck by a strategic insight. Indeed, even if we summon all the demons to launch a counterattack, the odds of victory are slim, at best. We would suffer mutual destruction. It is my counsel that we focus on our cultivation, awaiting the saint's 3rd sermon. For this time the saint shall impart the complete path to attaining sanctity. By then, even if we cannot quickly ascend to that realm, our powers will significantly increase, rendering the 12 ancestor witches no longer our adversaries. Chapter 51. Occupying Mount Buzhou, Strength and Subtlety. Fushi proposed that they prioritize training while awaiting the saint's 3rd sermon. This suggestion was met with immediate approval. It is indeed rational. The primary distinction between our demon race and the witch clan lies in our possession of the primordial spirit, allowing us to attend the lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace. Merely based on this, those brutes can never hope to compare. Moreover, this time the saint will not only lecture but also accept disciples. Should any among us become a disciple of the saint, how could we fear facing the witch clan? Ling Xiao asserted. The saint's teachings would grant them a tremendous boost, yet the witches would neither comprehend nor attend. In this manner, wouldn't the gap between them diminish? Very well, let us proceed thus. We shall allow the witch clan to revel for a time, and upon my return from the Purple Cloud Palace, I shall surely tear apart one of the 12 ancestor witches. Jiaoying boasted, confidently thumping his chest in assurance. You all choose not to fight, is that it? Fine. Then we shall not fight. The ghost chariot expressed indignation, though ultimately felt powerless. Just as Kunpeng had stated, he could not contend with any one of the 12 ancestor witches. So close, yet so far. Perhaps after absorbing the teachings, I might gain the strength to fight back. To avenge my severed head, I must endure for now. After listening to the other demons, Baizhe fell silent for a moment before finally speaking up. You are all being overly simplistic. Whether we engage in battle is not for us to decide, but rather the witch clan. Should they come knocking at our door, whether we fight or not will be out of our hands. As these words echoed, the assembly fell into silence. Nuwa's expression turned somber, noticing the demon's quietude. She broke the stillness. Let us proceed thus for now. Perhaps the witch clan will temper their aggression before the saint's sermon. Lacking a better strategy, she could only offer these words to console her kin. Their greatest hope now lay in the possibility of achieving enlightenment or even attaining sanctity through the teachings, thus turning the tides of their current plight. Meanwhile, after vanquishing the demon race, the ancestor witches firmly established their dominion over Mount Buzhou. In the past, we were far too lenient, allowing these filthy beings to occupy the spine of our Father God. From this day forth, no other being shall be permitted to tread upon Mount Buzhou except for the witch clan, Di Jiang declared, his proclamation reverberating through the cosmos. Anyone who dares to trespass upon Mount Buzhou shall face the unbridled wrath of the witch clan. At that moment, as the ancient powers felt a wave of trepidation, the 12 ancestor witches took further action. They ventured deeper into the ancient lands of the witch clan, and in the next moment, the earth trembled as 12 colossal figures rose, towering and unseen. Above them, an ancient palace materialized, suspended in the sky, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun. The ancient palace radiated with a luminous glow, entwined with countless laws, as chaotic energy permeated the air, instilling a sense of boundless terror that reverberated through the annals of time, illuminating the entirety of space-time. Is that the Panga Temple? A powerful being exclaimed in astonishment. Their gaze filled with fear. This temple was overwhelmingly terrifying, surpassing even the primordial great world. It loomed between heaven and earth, emanating a sound that shook the very world. The 12 ancestor witches slowly yet forcefully lifted the Panga Temple, ascending towards the high heavens, stepping towards Mount Buzhou. Were they intending to relocate the Panga Temple to Mount Buzhou? The creatures along the way gazed in awe at the actions of the 12 ancestor witches, realizing their intent. Boom! The earth trembled violently, the chains of divine laws sweeping across the 8 directions. The Panga Temple crashed heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust that billowed into the heavens, ultimately settling before Mount Buzhou. Haha, splendid! This is truly commendable. Xiangli clapped his massive hands, summoning thunderous winds, highly satisfied with their masterpiece. With the mountain formed from the spine of the Father God alongside the temple, the fortune of our Wu clan shall undoubtedly rise once more. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, speaking without any basis, yet he felt that this action would benefit the Wu clan. Those foolish beings of the Yao clan still dared to covet Mount Buzhou. From now on, we shall reside here and see who among them dares to challenge us. Gong Gong chimed in with laughter, feeling an inexplicable closeness to Mount Buzhou, yearning to embrace it. Let us also relocate our tribes here. Di Jiang wasted no time, organizing the subsequent affairs. Thus the Wu clan stirred into action once more. On the Sunstar, Ling Xiao observed the movements of the 12 ancestor witches with a hint of surprise. It must be said that while they appeared reckless, their actions were indeed guided by reason. Mount Buzhou, transformed from Panga's spine, contained numerous remnants of Panga's legacy, and the spine served as the pillar of the body. Thus, the 12 ancestor witches symbolized the corporeal form of Pangu. Relocating the ancestral home of the Wu clan to Mount Buzhou would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. If he were an ancestor witch, he would have led his kin to seize Mount Buzhou long ago. Alas, who could have anticipated the Yao clan's utter fragility? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on the possibility that the 12 ancestor witches might swiftly eradicate the formidable beings of the Yao clan. The karmic repercussions of the Yao clan would soon fall upon themselves. Nuwa, dear friend, you must strive to excel. Kunpeng, Fushi, engage in battle. Base, lend a hand. Ling Xiao encouraged the Yao clan inwardly, recognizing that they were still far behind the Wu clan. Others might be unaware, but he, as one who had traversed this path, was acutely aware. The Wu clan possessed a formidable weapon that had never been employed. the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. It remained uncertain whether the 12 ancestor witches had yet comprehended this grand formation or if they simply lacked worthy opponents to deploy it against. In any case, he had never witnessed the ancestor witches utilize this formation. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, in the grand landscape of the primordial world, could arguably be considered among the foremost, if not the very first. Such a formation would give even the saints pause. Outside of formations clashing against formations, none beneath the saints could withstand its might. The Yao clan had a long journey ahead, Ling Xiao lamented, yet he did not dwell on it. Cultivation remained paramount. While everything else was but fleeting clouds, he continued to ponder the loss. After the Great War between the Wu and Yao clans, the primordial world fell into a brief tranquility. Yet all powerful beings were aware that the Wu clan was brewing for their next offensive, a bloodthirsty aura permeating the heavens. Restless and poised for action. Just at this critical juncture, the figure of the Eastern King appeared among the Wu clan. This was but a manifestation of his essence, arriving to seek peace for the primordial world. More precisely, peace before the saints delivered their teachings. Within the Panga temple, Dijiang sat high above, surveying the Eastern King standing within the grand hall, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Eastern King, how dare you approach the Wu clan? Do you not fear for your life? Not at all. The 12 ancestor witches are deeply principled and have always upheld reason. How could they engage in senseless slaughter? The Eastern King declared, mustering false bravado. Even he doubted the veracity of his own words. Ha ha. Dijiang laughed heartily, seemingly pleased, the chill upon his face diminishing significantly. Speak, what brings you here today? The Eastern King adjusted his demeanor, inquiring, I have heard that you, Dijiang, intend to launch a second offensive against the Yao clan? Upon the completion of the Eastern King's inquiry, Dijiang grunted, asking, what of it? Are you, the leader of the male immortals, intending to come here to maintain order once again? His words dripped with unabashed sarcasm and mockery. The Eastern King merely offered an awkward smile before adopting a serious tone. Dijiang, you misunderstand. I indeed have such intentions, but it is certainly not as you imagine. Oh, what is it that I imagine? Dijiang retorted. If you have come today to dissuade me from taking action, then you too shall meet your end. Dijiang's voice was firm, the air thick with cold, murderous intent. The Eastern King was not particularly flustered. It was merely a manifestation of himself, and should he perish, so be it. Ever since his last return, he had grown increasingly resentful. With the teachings on the horizon, the primordial world was in utter chaos. Not only had he failed to fulfill the task assigned by the saints, but it had also worsened considerably. At this rate, he could forget about securing a place as a disciple. He would not allow such a scenario to unfold, hence his visit to the Wu clan, hoping to negotiate. If he could persuade the Wu clan not to attack the Yao clan before the teachings concluded, the situation could be temporarily stabilized. Once he became a disciple of the saints, he could then return to deal with the disobedient. What a brilliant plan. With this thought, the Eastern King began to speak slowly. Please bear with me, Dijiang. As you know, I am the male immortal designated by the saints. This is not to boast, but rather to emphasize that my position grants me access to knowledge beyond the grasp of ordinary beings, especially in front of the saints, where I hold a degree of influence. The Eastern King's words flowed methodically, a hint of pride seeping through despite his composed exterior. Dijiang, however, grew impatient. Snapping, spit it out quickly, stop beating around the bush. What is it you want to say? The Eastern King's expression stiffened, no longer able to feign pretense. And he cut directly to the point. What I mean is, as long as you, Dijiang, agree not to take action against the Yao clan before the teachings conclude, I may be able to inquire about the path to sanctification for the Wu clan from the saints. His words were astonishing, his demeanor serious, though he did not speak too definitively. As these words fell, Dijiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly stood. Eastern King, do you take me for a fool? Our Wu clan lacks primordial spirits. How could Hong Jun know of our path to sanctification? The Wu clan to which Dijiang referred were those witches. Apart from the 12 ancestor witches, who possessed primordial spirits but were incomplete, the witches below, including the great witches, were entirely devoid of primordial spirits. Yet, regardless of the type, the notion of their path to sanctification was sheer nonsense. For the Eastern King to utter such reckless words in his presence was akin to courting death. A violent wave of killing intent surged forth, and the Eastern King felt like a leaf caught in a tempest, unable to withstand Dijiang's overwhelming might. Friend, the saints have once said, all paths can lead to enlightenment. This sentiment is known even to the Earth Mother. If that is the case, the Wu clan must surely have its own path to sanctification. The Eastern King spoke rapidly, maintaining a facade of calm, though internally he was in turmoil. Yet he could not retreat. He had come this far and must finish what he started. Oh, Is that truly the case? As Dijiang's gaze shifted, he recalled the words spoken by Ho Tu upon her return from the Purple Cloud Palace. It seemed as though there was something, yet perhaps nothing at all. If there exists even a half-truth, the Eastern King shall allow you to deal with it, as you see fit. The Eastern King's expression turned solemn, embodying an unwavering integrity. As long as you, Taoist Dijiang, refrain from taking action against the demon race before the conclusion of your teachings, I shall, in exchange, impart to you the path to sanctification of the Witch Clan. For your clan, there would be no loss, merely a temporary reprieve from attacking the demon race. What say you, Taoist Dijiang? The Eastern King articulated his points with clarity, fully relinquishing his reservations. Dijiang responded with a cold smile. Even if the saints possess the means for your clan's ascendance, how can you assure that they will divulge it to you? To be candid, Taoist Dijiang, the reason I have been appointed as the foremost male immortal by the saints is laden with intent. Once I restore the primordial order and become a disciple of the saints, acquiring a method for ascension would be a mere trifle, the Eastern King asserted confidently. Having laid his cards on the table, his words flowing smoothly. Should you become a disciple of the saints, would you still regard our witch clan with any respect? Dijiang queried, casting a condescending glance at the Eastern King. The latter's heart jolted, and he replied slowly, Taoist Dijiang, you jest. Even if I were to become a disciple of the saints, would I not remain at your mercy? At least you are perceptive, Dijiang scoffed, clearly dismissing the notion of a mere disciple of the saints. The Pangu lineage held an equal measure of pride, apart from Pangu himself. Even the saints would not command much regard, let alone a lowly disciple. Remember your words today, Eastern King. I shall grant you a period of grace. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I will ensure your utter obliteration, Dijiang declared coldly, gesturing with his hand, as this interval would be utilized for recuperation and preparation for the inevitable conflict. A span of several millennia was inconsequential for them. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Taoist. The Eastern King responded earnestly before taking his leave. Subsequently, the Eastern King meandered about before ultimately contacting Bai Zhe, arriving at the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Witch Clan had been persuaded, and it was prudent to inform the demon race, lest they provoke the witches unwittingly. Upon reaching the demon race's stronghold in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Eastern King encountered high-ranking members of the demon race, including Nuwa, Fushi, and Kuanping. He briefly recounted the circumstances regarding the Witch Clan. The great beings of the demon race were left utterly bewildered. The Eastern King had single-handedly ventured into the Witch Clan to persuade Dijiang. They had not anticipated such audacity from him. Even Bai Zhe was taken aback, wondering if the Eastern King had somehow opened the door to another dimension as he had suggested previously. Thank you, Eastern King, for your assistance, Nuwa remarked. This way, the demon race can await the saints' teachings with peace of mind. You are truly deserving of the title, the foremost male immortal. A formidable demon praised, raising a thumb in admiration, which flattered the Eastern King immensely. You are all too kind. Maintaining the primordial order is my duty, the Eastern King replied nonchalantly, though his demeanor revealed his satisfaction. Subsequently, a host of powerful demons personally escorted him a considerable distance. The primordial world descended into a temporary peace, with both the witch and demon clans recuperating, while all great beings awaited the saint's third lecture. As time swiftly passed, thousands of years slipped by. On this day, the projection of the Purple Cloud Palace illuminated the heavens, vast and boundless. The third lecture by the saints was finally about to commence. Chapter 53, the third lecture. A decision revisited. On the sun star, two potent auras ascended in succession, soaring into the sky with tremendous strength. The principles of the mixed Yuan golden immortal manifesting as blossoms of the great Tao across the firmament. Within the Ling Xiao treasure hall, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, his form shifting as he ventured into the depths of the sun star, raising his hand to quell the multitude of phenomena and disturbances. My brothers are finally emerging from their seclusion, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile, for after nearly 10,000 years, Jun and Tai Yi had finally achieved the status of mixed Yuan golden immortals. In terms of cultivating the path of principles, this was not a slow progression at all. Without the shattered fragments of the creation jade plate, even 100,000 years would scarcely suffice. After a while, from the depths of the sun star, two radiant figures, akin to shooting stars, flew forth, ultimately transforming into two golden-clad men. Third brother, I have broken through to mixed Yuan golden immortal, finally catching up to you, Jun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The joy he felt in this moment was beyond measure. His elder brother was finally measuring up. Elder brother, do not rejoice too soon. I am already in the mid-stage of mixed Yuan golden immortal. Ling Xiao replied with a playful smile, delivering a merciless blow to their excitement. intending to instill a sense of urgency in Jun and Tai Yi, thus motivating them further. In truth, he had been holding back. Currently, he had 5 principles that had ascended to the level of Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, and disregarding the strength of those principles. Even in the initial stage of Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, his combat prowess was at least 5 times that of Jun at the outset. When considering the formidable principles of time and space, the disparity would be even greater. Moreover, his current realm surpassed that of both Jun and Tai Yi. Third brother, you are truly monstrous. I must return to my seclusion. Jun lamented, feeling deeply wounded, for he understood well the arduousness of advancing along the path of principles. Even so, Ling Xiao managed to maintain a slight edge over them. Forget it, elder brother. You should refrain from comparing yourself to third brother. First, surpass me before you continue. Tai Yi remarked, unaffected by the blow, as he still had Jun to cushion the fall. At least he was not the worst among them. Jun, somewhat dazed, insisted on retreating to seclusion. I shall not emerge until I achieve the rank of Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, he declared. Elder brother, think carefully. I fear this may be the last time I see you. Tai Yi urged with concern. Ling Xiao, meanwhile, observed with a smile. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the boundless void. Boom! The 9 heavens of chaos trembled. The projection of the purple cloud palace swept across the cosmos, resonating throughout the universe, akin to a mirage. As the grand sound of the Tao radiated forth in all directions, reaching every corner. The third lecture was imminent. Jun and Tai Yi's expressions turned serious as they tucked away their smiles. Simultaneously, across the primordial world, numerous meditating great beings opened their eyes. The great powers from places like Mount Sumru, Wuzhuang Temple, Huiyun Cave, and Yujing Mountain emerged, their overwhelming auras permeating the air. The third lecture is finally about to begin, murmured a great being with a twinkle in their eye. This day had finally arrived. In an instant, the primordial world was stirred once more. No one wished to miss the final lecture. Furthermore, during this lecture, the saints would accept disciples, a tremendous opportunity. Becoming a disciple of a saint would mean ascending in one fell swoop. Detecting that Hongjuan's third lecture is about to commence, please make the following choices. Choice 1. Remain steadfast and resolute, refusing to attend the lecture. Pursue the path of the creation jade plate fragments. Choice 2. Extend a courtesy to Hongjun and attend the lecture. Reward: 36 grades of chaos green lotus seeds. Choice 3. Allow Jun and Tai Yi to attend the lecture. Reward: 12 grades of annihilation black lotus and the essence of the 10 great divine fires of heaven and earth. On the Sunstar, as Ling Xiao beheld the emergence of the purple cloud palace, the system activated. There was no hint of surprise, it was an expectation, to entice him into attending the lecture. The seeds of the chaos green lotus were presented. Did they think he had never seen seeds before? Ling Xiao scoffed to himself, pondering that unless he were to be rewarded with a complete and profound principle of the Great Tao, which would allow him to ascend as a Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, any other reward would be but ephemeral. Faced with 3 choices, akin to those presented during the second sermon, he particularly contemplated the suggestion of inviting Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to attend the lecture. Initially, Ling Xiao intended to refuse outright, but upon reflection, considering that they had attended the previous session, not going this time would appear as though he harbored trepidation, potentially arousing Hongjun's suspicion. In the midst of the calamity between the Wu and the Lich, as long as Hongjun still relied on them to fulfill the tribulation, there would be no imminent danger. After careful consideration, Ling Xiao concluded that attending was preferable to abstaining. Appearances must be maintained. According to the original narrative, after the third sermon, Hongjun would soon merge with the Tao. After that, the situation would remain unchanged, and Hongjun would not intervene. As long as he did not overreach, he could safely delay his own ascension to Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal by merely prolonging the process. However, he still needed to inquire about Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's opinions. If they were unwilling to go, Ling Xiao would not press the matter. Eldest brother, second brother, do you wish to attend the sermon? Ling Xiao retracted his thoughts, not rushing to make a choice. The two paused momentarily, and Tai Yi spoke first, saying, "We have been cultivating for so long. It is time we ventured out for some fresh air. Whether or not we listen to the sermon is of little importance. I seek vengeance against those 2 old rascals from the west." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun readily agreed, affirming that his younger brother's reasoning was sound. They should first visit the Purple Cloud Palace and seek retribution. Ling Xiao nodded, cautioning, "You may go, but just like last time, do not accept any benefits." Emperor Jun and Tai Yi nodded gravely, their understanding unspoken. System, I choose option 3. Ling Xiao made his selection, and the rewards were dispensed. Then, with a thought, he retrieved the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus from the system rewards and handed it to Tai Yi. "Second brother, during your secluded cultivation, I traveled and acquired this treasure for you. This is too precious. Third brother, you should keep it for yourself. I have the Chaos Bell, which is sufficient for me. Tai Yi waved his hand, declining the offer, though he felt a slight desire for it, still wishing to leave it for Ling Xiao. Please, take it. I have plenty more, Ling Xiao replied casually. He was not lacking in treasures. Aside from the innate Hongmeng cauldron, he also possessed the Chaos Pearl, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the Qilin seal, and the Black Gourd. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun had the river diagram and the Luo book, along with the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and the innate gourd. Tai Yi, on the other hand, had nothing but the Chaos Bell. Second brother, take it. Stop hesitating. I have already accepted the Pure World White Lotus from third brother. You can have the Black Lotus. It's a perfect balance with our contrasting colors. Emperor Jun patted Tai Yi on the shoulder, chuckling. Tai Yi no longer hesitated and accepted the gift. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to keep this under wraps, Ling Xiao reminded. This item was once a treasure of Luo who. Casually displaying it could provoke Hong Jun understood. Tai Yi nodded, securing the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Just as Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were about to depart, a visitor arrived at the Sun Star. Fellow Taoists from the Three Crows, the sermon is about to commence. Would you care to join us? Chapter 54. Ling Xiao's hint. Tai Yi. So you were this week? Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun arrived at the Sun Star, fortuitously passing by and wondering if Ling Xiao and the others wished to accompany them. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, fellow Taoist Hong Yun, please come in. Ling Xiao exchanged glances with his companions and shared a gentle smile. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were among the rare, few sages of morality in the primordial realm. Shortly, the two Taoists appeared together. Hong Yun donned a vibrant red robe adorned with 9 layers of auspicious clouds, plump and jovial, reminiscent of a wealthy gentleman. In contrast, Jin Yuanzi exuded an ethereal aura, appearing as a transcendent being, clearly a venerable sage. Fellow Taoists from the Three Crows, I thought you had already departed. I happened to pass by and inquired, only to find you at home. The sermon is about to begin. Shall we go together for mutual support? Hong Yun smiled warmly. I shall not attend. My 2 elder brothers will accompany you, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. You are not going, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao? Hong Yun inquired, visibly surprised. Raising his voice. Indeed, I have experienced a sudden epiphany and cannot attend. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. This time the saint will not only expound upon the saint's teachings, but will also take in a batch of disciples. With your talent, there could be a chance for you to become a disciple of the saint, Hong Yun urged, feeling it would be a pity for Ling Xiao to miss this opportunity. To become a disciple? That only reinforces my decision not to go, Ling Xiao mused inwardly, yet maintained his outward refusal, seeing that his earnest persuasion was in vain. Hong Yun resigned himself to the outcome. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi observed with a contemplative expression, sensing that Ling Xiao's absence might be for a particular reason, thus refraining from the foolish persistence exhibited by Hong Yun. Last time, Ling Xiao claimed he could not attend due to a sudden insight, and now it was the same. What were the odds of such coincidences? As for the reason, it was perhaps better not to delve too deeply into the myriad of Tao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to wave them off, a sudden thought crossed his mind. The third sermon would see Hong Jun bestowing the Hongmeng purple qi. With this in mind, Ling Xiao could not help but speak up. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun, on the path of cultivation, one must remember not to be overly ambitious. Remember, running fast does not guarantee victory. Not stumbling is the true success. Hong Yun was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion, asking, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, what do you mean? Please speak plainly. I do not understand. Ling Xiao cleared his throat and replied calmly. What I mean is, some things do not belong to you, and you must not covet them, especially those that you least expect. At this moment, Ling Xiao transformed into a riddle maker, fearing that a direct revelation might lead to complications. Hong Yun was even more bewildered, but Ling Xiao offered no further explanation. Let us proceed, Ling Xiao implied, and the others understood his meaning. When venturing into the world, one should not compete or covet, and all would be well. Emperor Jun, embodying the wise older brother, earnestly declared, indeed, one should not strive or seize. Hong Yun murmured to himself, reflecting on this phrase, and unconsciously followed Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Jun Yuanzi as they departed. Ling Xiao watched the 3 retreating figures in silence for a moment before turning back to the Ling Xiao Palace to continue his cultivation. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Jun Yuanzi, and Hong Yun left the Sun Star, making their way towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Along the journey, Jun Yuanzi and Hong Yun were quite eager regarding the notion of becoming disciples of a saint, yearning fervently for the complete path to sagehood. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, however, were less enthusiastic, showing little interest in the so-called discipleship. Their gazes wandered, searching for those 2 old rascals. Fortune favored the diligent. Just as Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were about to enter the chaos, they caught sight of two figures ahead. Their heads crowned with radiant halos and draped in auspicious symbols, their appearance utterly captivating. They have arrived. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed with delight, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they had discovered a celestial treasure. Old rascals, stop right there. The two figures moved in unison, transforming into fiery red divine rainbows and pursuing forward. The sudden bellow startled both Jiejing and Juanti, who turned to look back, instantly erupting into laughter, their amusement laced with a chilling intent. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the two clumsy birds from the Sunstar. Are you in such a hurry to seek your demise? Juanti chuckled, clearly delighted, recalling that not long ago, he had discussed with his senior brother whether the golden crows of the Sunstar would attend the sermon, and here they were. What thrilled them further was that it was indeed these two whom they had previously bested, while Ling Xiao had not come along. Since Ling Xiao was absent, the burden of retribution would fall squarely upon Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Seek death? We have come to deliver your end. With a flicker of thought, Tai Yi summoned the chaos bell above his head, a vast expanse of chaotic energy enveloping him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Haha, after thousands of years apart. Have you learned to boast? Do not presume that minor advancements can vanquish us. Juanti chuckled lightly, unfazed. There are always some fools, self-righteous, living in their own worlds, believing that their cultivation has ascended to such heights that they can look down upon all others. Do they think that their peers remain stagnant? Over these millennia, others have made significant progress, transforming beyond recognition. I dare not claim to be the strongest beneath the saints, but defeating two incompetent birds should pose no challenge. Let it come. Dijun spoke without hesitation, unleashing his treasure to attack. His form radiated brilliance, dazzling and luminous, transforming him into a golden figure in an instant. His aura surging. Simultaneously, Tai Yi also struck, the bell tolling melodiously, purging the heavens and earth, as boundless power of the laws manifested into fierce assaults with every motion. Juanti and Jane's expressions shifted slightly, and they summoned their treasures, and in an instant, the two sides clashed. The laws surged, divine inscriptions roared, and the battle at the quasi-saint level reached its zenith, annihilating all in its wake and extinguishing the stars. However, the moment they engaged, Juanti sensed something was amiss. Have you both attained quasi-saint status? He inquired, astonished, disbelief flickering in his eyes, momentarily losing his composure. Boom. Tai Yi responded with a cold smile. His hand entwined with the laws, as the golden crow, racing against time, unleashed a strike capable of extinguishing worlds upon Juanti's face. Uffed. Juanti spewed blood, hurtling backward into the endless chaos, suffering significant injury from but a single blow. You worthless thing, once you pressured me with your realm. Now that we stand on equal ground, it turns out you are so feeble. Tai Yi scoffed, feeling inexplicably elated. Junior brother, Jane shouted, his form radiating solemnity laced with a murderous aura. You scoundrel, surrender to defeat. Dijun roared, his aura soaring once more. Witnessing Tai Yi's triumph over his opponent while he remained in a stalemate, urgency crept into his voice. I shall assist you. Tai Yi stepped forward, joining the fray. Boom. The chaos bell descended with a mighty force, causing Jane's countenance to change as his Dharma form faltered, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and fled, racing towards Juanti as they plunged into the chaos. Pursue. Dijun and Tai Yi shattered the void in their pursuit. In the distance, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 55. Hong Jun, Primordial Golden Immortal? They had intended to intervene. Yet Dijun and Tai Yi swiftly turned the tides, decisively overpowering Jane and Juanti. Dijun and Tai Yi are truly formidable. With such cultivation and innate talent, it is likely that saints will seek them as disciples. Hong Yun exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and envy in his voice. Keep up, Zhen Yuanzi commanded, transforming into a divine rainbow and dashing into the chaos. Dijun and Tai Yi, treasures aloft, traversed the chaos, relentlessly pursuing Jane and Juanti. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a millennium had elapsed. Before the boundless expanse of the Purple Cloud Palace, numerous powerful beings had gathered, some meditating, others conversing, awaiting the opening of the palace's doors. Boom. At that moment, the distant chaos erupted, a terrifying aura sweeping forth, fierce winds howling, accompanied by thunderous calamities. Jane and Juanti dashed out, one after the other, panic-stricken, their auras diminished, their robes stained with blood, even the halo above their heads dimmed. What is happening? The powerful beings were taken aback, ceasing their meditations and conversations, their gazes fixated upon the pair. Arriving late need not be such a disheveled affair. Could it be that they encountered some terrifying entity in the chaos? Then, Two golden beams of light followed, as the figures of Jun and Tai Yi emerged in pursuit. "You old rascals, running quite swiftly. Where has your former grandeur vanished to?" Tai Yi remarked with a cold smile. "Come and face me for a showdown," Jun bellowed. His golden armor stained with blood, yet not his own. Jane and Jun Ti reached the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, eager to push the doors open and seek refuge. Jun, Tai Yi, do not be too presumptuous. In such a holy place, how can you call for battle in sullied matters? Jane attempted to maintain composure, feigning a desire to avoid conflict, yet it was evident to all that the two were frightfully eager to barge in. Clearly, they had been soundly beaten by Jun and Tai Yi. The powerful beings couldn't help but feel a shiver the last time they had preached. Jun and Tai Yi had not been a match for Jane and Jun Ti. Now, the tables had turned, with Jane and Jun Ti being the ones in flight, explaining their disheveled exit from the chaos. Nuwa, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and other powerful beings from the demon race gazed at Jun and Tai Yi in astonishment. The might of the Golden Crow is truly formidable. Just last time, they were but juniors. Now, they have become the fathers of Jane and Jun Ti. Such a rate of growth is genuinely terrifying. Should the Golden Crow be integrated into the demon race, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, rendering them capable of contending with the witch race. In that instant, the demon race's powers gazed upon Jun and Tai Yi with a mix of envy. Yuanshi cast a sidelong glance at Jane and Jun Ti, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Once upon a time, he deemed Jane and Jun Ti worthy of his attention, a worthy adversary deserving of further consideration. Now, it appeared he had overestimated them. If even Jun and Tai Yi could not be bested, they truly were regressing. "Do you think that just because we are here, we dare not act against you?" Jun's murderous intent surged, ready to strike, yet he was halted by Tai Yi's firm grasp. At that moment, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open, and two young attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, stepped forth. "Esteemed immortals, the sermon is about to commence. Please enter." Upon hearing this, Jane and Jun Ti rejoiced, eager to be the first to rush inside, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Yuanshi. "You think you are worthy to enter first?" Yuanshi stated arrogantly, his eyes filled with contempt. Allowing these two to precede him would undermine the authority of Pangu's orthodoxy. Although the location of the Purple Cloud Palace was predetermined, matters of face sometimes outweighed all else. "You." Jun Ti's face flushed with rage, the words of reproach lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced. Jane subtly signaled for him to remain calm and not act impulsively. The three pure ones paid no heed to them at all, unreservedly advancing into the palace. The countenance of Jane and Jun Ti turned a deep shade of green, having just been bested by the Golden Crow, and now subjected to the indignity of the three pure ones. Humiliation upon humiliation. Who could endure such a burden? "My dear friends, why are you both vying for the youngster's duties? Please, proceed inside. There is no need for you to guard this place." At that moment, the Tartesian Yuanzi and Hong Yun extended their invitation. A benevolent smile adorned Hong Yun's round face, leaving one uncertain whether it was sincere or mere pretense. Jane felt blood rush to his head, his face shifting from green to red, nearly exploding with rage. Hong Yun was unfazed, dragging them along as they entered, offering an apologetic smile to Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Witnessing this scene, Jun and Tai Yi were nearly in stitches with laughter. Truth be told, they could not discern whether Hong Yun's actions were deliberate or accidental. The assembly of powerful beings surged into the Purple Cloud Palace, dutifully seated, awaiting the arrival of the saints. This sermon would witness no presence of the witch race. After two defeats, Hutu had finally gained clarity. The powerful beings bore expressions of anticipation, silent yet immersed in their thoughts. This would be the final sermon, and indeed, the most significant one. The complete path to sanctification. How tantalizingly intriguing. They have not forgotten the words of the sage, who spoke of gathering a group of disciples after this sermon. This prospect stirs the imagination. Many formidable beings believe they have a chance at this opportunity. Among them, the one who feels the strongest inclination is the Eastern King. He has awaited this day for far too long. With great effort, he has orchestrated a temporary ceasefire between the witch tribe and the demon tribe, establishing a harmonious and peaceful order in the primordial world. The duties of the leader of the male immortals he has fulfilled impeccably. Surely, seeing his capability, the sage would reward him handsomely. Therefore, the sage's discipleship is within his grasp. In terms of both cultivation and merit, the Eastern King is fully qualified. As he contemplates this, a smile spreads across his face, an involuntary expression of joy. The powerful beings of the demon tribe share this anticipation. The ancestral witches are formidable, and only through listening to the sermon can they significantly enhance their strength to contend with the ancestral witches, thus giving their tribe a fighting chance. Seated in the front row, the figures of Jun and Tai Yi are meditating and healing, harboring deep resentment. Before arriving, they were confident about this sage's disciple. But after being soundly defeated by Jun and Tai Yi, their self-assurance has suddenly waned. An unsettling anxiety begins to creep in. They can only strive to recover from their injuries, regaining their peak condition to showcase their impressive selves to the sage. Only then will they have a chance. Nearby, the three pure ones are resting with closed eyes, their primary desire this time being to comprehend the complete path to sanctification. The sage's disciple is of lesser concern to them. As the powerful beings indulge in their musings, an inexplicable pressure descends, and Hongjun's figure gradually materializes. Salutations to the sage. We humbly welcome you, sage, a powerful being exclaims with fervor, already beginning to display their enthusiasm. Hongjun nods slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled powerful beings as it once did. Upon seeing the figure of the golden crow, he nods in satisfaction, but in the next moment, his expression shifts. Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Chapter 56. The Principled Eastern King and the Sage's Path. Hongjun's gaze flickers as he notices Jun and Tai Yi, surprise flashing in his eyes. Hunyuan Golden Immortal? These two golden crows have actually attained Hunyuan Golden Immortal status? Thoughts race through his mind, recalling his previous words that the path of the laws to enlightenment had become impassable. Now, with Jun and Tai Yi achieving Hunyuan Golden Immortal status, it feels as if he is being proven wrong. No wonder these two miscreants had inquired about the three paths to enlightenment, wanting to know which is the strongest. They had been secretly cultivating the laws all along. Did he not realize that his method of severing the three corpses to achieve sanctification was equally valid? These self-righteous fools likely remain unaware of the arduous nature of the path of the laws, as it becomes increasingly difficult to comprehend as one progresses. Even if they fortuitously attain Hunyuan Golden Immortal status, the road ahead will still be fraught with challenges. At this moment, Hongjun feels a surge of anger. These two golden crows, with their innovative approach to the path of the laws, seem destined to fall behind. For once he concludes this lecture, he will merge with the heavenly Tao, and at that time, the suppression of the heavenly Tao will become even more formidable, making the path of the laws even harder to grasp until it is entirely severed. When they realize that becoming Hunyuan Daiyuo Golden Immortals is utterly beyond reach, the demon tribe will inevitably become their sanctuary. Contemplating this, Hongjun's gaze subtly shifts towards Nuwa. Nuwa has ties to the demon tribe, which is indeed fate, though this fate has deviated. Once Nuwa attains sanctification, the karmic ties to the demon tribe will naturally sever, and at that moment, the golden crows will seamlessly take over. Perfect. As Hongjun ponders, the expressions of the powerful beings begin to grow peculiar. What is happening? Is it starting again? Why does the sage always seem to be lost in thought before each sermon? Is he drafting notes in his mind? Hongjun retracts his gaze and speaks softly, his voice melodious. This discourse on the sage's path will span 3,000 years. The words of the sage resound, enchanting as celestial music emanating from Hongjun's lips. The powerful beings listen intently, for they know this is the sage's final lecture. Missing it would mean losing the opportunity forever. This sermon primarily concerns the quasi-saints, how to achieve sanctification and the cultivation following it, thus becoming increasingly obscure and difficult to comprehend. The powerful beings gradually find themselves bewildered, as this knowledge seems too distant, especially since many practitioners are merely Daiyuo Golden Immortals. When the discussion turns to the sage's path, they are utterly lost, unable to grasp its essence. Even the three pure ones feel somewhat muddled. The sage's path is too profound for them at this moment. Hongjun pays no heed to the reactions below, continuing his exposition relentlessly. The sage's path emphasizes opportunity. Those without it cannot fathom its essence. The grand principles discussed previously could still be forcibly remembered and contemplated later, but this time, it revolves around great opportunity and fortune. Otherwise, it cannot be retained. And even if remembered, it will be forgotten. Forcing oneself to memorize it may invite calamities, potentially damaging one's spirit or collapsing one's foundational understanding. Consequently, the expressions of the powerful beings grow pained. Their suffering exceeds that of Jane, with few able to comprehend the teachings. Those who do not understand dare not ask. Even with 1,000 lifetimes of courage, they would not interrupt the sage's sermon. It is too difficult, too excruciating. Many powerful beings silently scream within, enduring torment. The sage's path lies before them, yet they cannot comprehend it. Is there anything more agonizing in the world? Thus, the powerful beings sit on their mats, feeling as if they are deciphering a heavenly script. Finally, after 3,000 years, as the last character falls, Hongjun ceases his discourse, bringing it to an end. A collective sigh of relief escapes the assembled powerful beings. They have nearly lost their sanity during these 3 millennia, and who knows how they endured. It is their first experience of how distressing it can be to listen to a sermon. Compared to the previous two occasions, the difference is stark. Fortunately, there is still a disciple of the sage to look forward to. Otherwise, this experience would have felt like an utter loss. This sentiment resonates with the majority of the powerful beings, yet a small fraction seems to have gained something, quietly meditating and cultivating. Jun and Tai Yi, however, remain unconcerned. Jun's teachings on the path of severing the three corpses to achieve sanctification do not pertain much to them. They only need to diligently contemplate the laws. After concluding his lecture, Jun surveys the room and says calmly, "If any of you have questions, feel free to ask them one by one." Upon hearing this, the powerful beings exchange glances, unsure of how to phrase their inquiries. What can they ask when they have not understood anything? After a brief silence, the three pure ones, Jane, and other powerful beings gradually voice a few questions. After Jun answers, he is about to transition to the next segment when the Eastern King stands up, hesitating before finally mustering the courage to ask, "May I inquire, esteemed teacher, is there a path to sanctification for the witch tribe?" He has taken a leap of faith. The Eastern King, bolstered by his determination, poses this question out of necessity, having promised Jiang that he would inquire about the path to sanctification for them. This moment is the perfect opportunity, and should he let it pass, he would feel remiss. The moment this question is posed, all the powerful beings are momentarily taken aback, astonished that the Eastern King would ask such a peculiar question. What does this mean? Does the Eastern King still possess the bloodline of the witch tribe? Has he comprehended his own cultivation, yet still inquires about the witch tribe's path to sanctification? The powerful beings of the demon tribe display signs of displeasure. The Eastern King's actions seem to slap them in the face, questioning the witch tribe's path as if he believes their demise has not been swift enough. Jun furrows his brow, a flicker of displeasure passing through his eyes. How could this fool, the Eastern King, ask such a question? Despite his dissatisfaction, Jun still provides an answer, for in the eyes of the public, failing to offer some insight would undermine his authority. The practitioners of witchcraft are inherently flawed, lacking the ability to comprehend the intricate changes of destiny, and are oblivious to the means of attracting fortune while evading calamity. To attain sanctity, one must possess immense fortune, significant transformation, and unparalleled perseverance. Only then is there a glimmer of possibility. As the words fell, he fell silent. Is that all? The Eastern King was left dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. What was articulated was so eloquent, yet it felt as if nothing had been conveyed at all. How was he to relay this to Jiang? Wouldn't he simply receive a slap for his trouble? Contemplating this, the Eastern King's expression twisted with conflict. Yet, he hesitated to pursue the matter further, fearing the wrath of Jun. Once the Eastern King settled down, and noting that there were no further inquiries, Jun spoke with a commanding voice. "I have been favored by the heavenly Tao and bear the responsibility of enlightening sentient beings. The celestial mandate dictates that I shall impart the teachings 3 times, each lasting 3,000 years. Now, with the completion of the 3 teachings, I shall select among you those with fate to become my disciples and shepherd the 4 corners in accordance with the heavenly Tao. From this day forth, I shall embody the heavenly Tao and no longer be known as Jun." Upon hearing this proclamation, the assembled great beings were instantly taken aback, realizing that the sage was now beyond their reach, and even more so, he intended to merge with the heavenly Tao. What a transcendent state this was. Even the 3 pure ones exhibited subtle changes in their expressions, their eyes betraying profound astonishment. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves, while the great beings were initially shocked. Excitement soon surged within them. To become a disciple of the sage was already an extraordinary privilege. To become a disciple of the heavenly Tao? Was that not akin to soaring into the heavens? In that moment, figures such as Jane, Zhuanti, Niuhua, Fuxi, and the Eastern King could hardly contain their elation and yearning. Chapter 57. The 6 Saints of Destiny, Enmity with 5? Jun paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd and continued. The heavens have their fixed numbers. Today, I shall take 6 disciples. Upon the utterance of this declaration, the great beings below were momentarily dumbstruck, as if witnessing their own forms being rent asunder. Was it true that only 6 would be accepted as disciples out of the 3,000 present? How could such a limited selection be fairly divided? They had initially assumed that a considerable number of disciples would be taken, but with only 6 spots available, hope seemed to dwindle. An air of anxiety enveloped the great beings. The number was too sensitive, too precarious to be broached. Jun observed the turmoil below with an unperturbed demeanor, then turned his gaze toward the 3 pure ones. 3 pure ones, you are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the great virtue of creation. You may become my personal disciples. As these words resonated, the expressions of the 3 pure ones shifted, their gazes laden with complexity. Particularly for Yuan Shi. whose pride was immense. The notion of becoming another's disciple was difficult to swallow. Hongjun discerned their thoughts with a single glance and, raising his hand, revealed 7 swirling strands of primordial purple energy. This was the primordial purple energy, the foundation of the Great Tao. Upon acquiring it and diligently cultivating, one could attain sanctity. Today, I bestow it upon you. With that, he bestowed 3 strands of primordial purple energy before the 3 pure ones. Laozi Yuan Shi and Teng Tian's expressions fluctuated rapidly before they ultimately reached a consensus and accepted the gift. Thank you, Master. Upon reflection, the idea of being a disciple did not seem so unacceptable after all. Hongjun nodded slightly, a rare smile gracing his features, indicating his satisfaction. At this juncture, the breaths of the assembled great beings became hurried. This was the genuine boon they had been awaiting. Jane, Juanti, Nuwa, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and others watched Hongjun with eager eyes. Most fervently anticipating was the Eastern King, who was nearly on the verge of rising. Given my performance, it would not be unreasonable to obtain a spot as a disciple. Would it? The Eastern King, not unreasonable at all. Having completed the selection of the 3 pure ones, Hongjun turned his gaze towards Nuwa and declared, Nuwa, your fortune is profound. You shall be my 4th disciple. With these words, he divided a strand of purple energy for her. Nuwa was overjoyed and hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Her elation was mirrored by Fushi and the other powerful beings of the demon clan, who had assumed they were out of contention. However, now that Nuwa had secured a position, there was hope for her to attain sanctity, thus diminishing the significance of the witch clan. In the blink of an eye, Hongjun had taken on 4 disciples, leaving only 2 spots remaining. Some great beings began to panic, acutely aware that this might be their only opportunity in life, one that they could not afford to miss. As they hesitated, Jane and Juanti sprang into action, kneeling before Hongjun, their voices filled with desperation. Master, we have traveled from the west, undeterred by peril, solely in pursuit of the Tao. We beseech your mercy. Accept us. Shameless. These 2 old rascals. The other great beings were incensed by Jane and Juni's actions, recalling how they had feigned pitifulness during their first visit to Xiao Palace to secure favorable positions, and now resorting to the same ploy again. Did they not realize that the selection of disciples by a sage was predetermined? Such pleas would bear no fruit. Amidst their anger, they could not help but mock them. Yet, the next moment, they were left in shock. Hongjun lifted his hand and said, your connections with me are shallow, but you may be considered my registered disciples for the time being. Subsequently, 2 strands of primordial purple energy flew forth, landing before Jane and Juanti. They were overjoyed. They had not anticipated success, merely testing the waters, yet they had indeed succeeded. Truly, a thick skin can yield great rewards. The sight of this left the assembled great beings in despair, and the Eastern King's face turned green with rage, nearly causing him to faint. It was unbelievable. He had been overlooked. Why, the Eastern King was no less worthy than those 2 old rascals from the West. In terms of contributions to the primordial realm, he could outshine Jane and Juanti effortlessly. These 2 shameless individuals only focused on their secluded cultivation, neglecting everything else. Unlike him, who had tirelessly labored for the order and peace of the primordial realm. After the fury and resentment subsided, the astute great beings discerned the pattern in the Tao Ancestor's selection of disciples. All were to be seated on the 6 cushions in the front row. Could it be that these 6 cushions were the fated saints? Had they known this sooner, they would have risked their lives to seize a spot. Draped in a gray robe, Kuanping's expression darkened, nearly dripping with bitterness. Once upon a time, he had also been among those 6 cushions. The opportunity for sanctity, the title of Tao Ancestor's disciple, all of it was now lost. Realizing this, he shot a murderous glance at Hongjun, his malice unmistakable. Had they been outside, he would have already acted against him. It was all this fool's fault. Had he not ceded his position to Jane and Juanti, he would not have been ousted from those 6 cushions. Feeling the murderous intent directed at him, Hongjun shivered, immediately recognizing Kuanping's fierce glare. Although honest, he was no fool. He understood perfectly why Kuanping harbored resentment toward him. Even he was bewildered. Who could have predicted the significance of those 6 cushions? Feeling somewhat guilty, he dared not meet Kuanping's gaze. Jun and Tai Yi gave him a thumbs up. They had long heard of Hongyun's relinquishment of his position in Xiao Palace. The entanglements were too vast, all intertwined with karma. They found themselves both amused and exasperated, setting aside everything else. 5 of Hongjun's 6 disciples were adversaries of the Jinwu clan. Among them were 2 whom they had recently defeated. If these 5 opponents were to attain sanctity, would that not be catastrophic? What a hasty decision. In that moment, Jun and Tai Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They needed to accelerate their cultivation. Otherwise, The consequences of their rivals attaining sanctity would be dire. Just then, they sensed two gazes directed at them, Jun and Tai Yi. Their faces adorned with smiles that hinted at ulterior motives. The figures of Jun and Tai Yi could be said to have instantly elevated their status, not only becoming disciples of the Tao ancestor, but also acquiring the foundational essence of sanctity, the primordial purple chi. Henceforth, the Golden Crows would merely be subject to their manipulation. With such a monumental advantage, defeat seemed an inconceivable notion. Once Jun had gathered his 6 disciples, the myriad powerful beings suddenly noticed that he still possessed a trace of primordial purple chi. Could it be that this piece of primordial purple chi was also to be bestowed upon them? Upon this realization, the powerful beings grew increasingly agitated. Although they could not become disciples of the Tao ancestor, the acquisition of a strand of primordial purple chi would certainly present a chance for sanctity. With the cautionary tales of Jun and Tai Yi fresh in their minds, the powerful beings could not help but start beseeching the Tao ancestor for the grant of the purple chi. Jun remained unmoved. Speaking in a calm tone, the heavenly Tao has its own determinations. The final strand of primordial purple chi shall depend solely on one's own fortune. As his words fell, he gently tossed the primordial purple chi, allowing it to choose freely. During this moment, Jun subtly cast a glance at Yun. The primordial purple chi hesitated for a moment before, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, it descended towards Yun. Chapter 58. The Attribution of Purple Chi. The Tao ancestor dispenses treasures. The primordial purple chi floated and swayed like snowflakes as it approached Yun. In that instant, gazing at the increasingly close primordial purple chi, Yun appeared somewhat dazed, as if he could hardly believe his extraordinary fortune. This was indeed the foundation for sanctity. However, a sudden realization struck Yun, and clarity returned to his eyes. He recalled the words of Ling Xiao: "Do not compete, do not covet. Swiftness does not guarantee victory, and success lies in not stumbling." Was not the scene before him reminiscent of Ling Xiao's teachings? Moreover, Yun noticed that as the primordial purple chi descended towards him, countless deadly gazes were fixated upon him. It felt like a dagger at his back. This purple chi must not be taken. A shiver ran through Yun's heart as he quickly made a decision. Should he accept it, he would surely incur the wrath of many powerful beings. With that thought, Yun raised his hand and released a stream of clear chi, pretending to be careless, and redirected the primordial purple chi aside, allowing it to settle upon Kunpeng instead. Yun gazed down with satisfaction, reflecting on how, in the past, his yielding had caused Kunpeng to lose his mat. Let this strand of primordial purple chi serve as compensation for his friend Kunpeng. With this thought, a gentle smile graced his lips, his plump visage resembling that of a prosperous gentleman. The myriad powerful beings stood in stunned silence, watching as the primordial purple chi changed direction and descended upon Kunpeng, their murderous intent shifting from Yun to Kunpeng. Yet, Kunpeng was oblivious to their gazes. He trembled with excitement, his scalp tingling, his eyes glued to the primordial purple chi. As it approached, he could no longer contain himself and inhaled it into his being. His face alight with unparalleled joy. It was a soaring moment. He felt as if he had transcended, overwhelmed by the urge to roar with exhilaration. After his ascendance, Kunpeng turned his gaze towards Yun, a look of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, this lad knew how to conduct himself. He had shown wisdom in his actions. For the moment, he would overlook the matter of the seat he had relinquished. The multitude of powerful beings wore expressions of despair, their envy and jealousy directed towards Kunpeng, especially the Eastern King, who felt as though he might explode with frustration. He had initially believed that the primordial purple chi was his for the taking, only to find that he had been mistaken, allowing a mere feathered creature like Kunpeng to claim it instead. In an instant, the Eastern King's gaze turned cold as he glared at Kunpeng, a sentiment echoed by other formidable beings like Mingi. However, Kunpeng was beyond such concerns. Completely engulfed by his overwhelming joy, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving the mirth in the other's eyes. Well done. This lad, Yun, has grasped the situation rather quickly. They had previously worried that Yun might falter and accept the primordial purple chi. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, this fellow had experienced an epiphany. Jun gazed on, his eyes narrowing as he observed the primordial purple chi being absorbed by Kunpeng. A rebellious nuisance, indeed. His gaze lingered on Yun and Kunpeng for a moment before slowly retracting. With so many variables at play, it was imperative to align with the heavenly Tao promptly. With this thought, Jun wasted no time, directing his gaze towards the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, stating, "Since you are my disciples, I shall bestow upon you some treasures for your protection. Master is benevolent." The disciples of the 3 pure ones rejoiced. Jun raised his hand and summoned several treasures, including diagrams, towers, and banners. Tai Ching, As my foremost disciple, today I bestow upon you the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram is formed from the axe face of the primordial axe and possesses the ability to stabilize the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as to suppress fortunes. Upon hearing the mention of an innate treasure, the myriad powerful beings could hardly contain their tears of envy. Many among them had yet to acquire even a spirit treasure, let alone an innate treasure. Laozi's face displayed joy, despite his cunning nature. He could not help but reveal his happiness. They were in dire need of treasures. Next, Hongjun produced several more treasures, addressing Yuan Shi. This is the Panga banner, an innate treasure formed from the indestructible spirit light of the primordial axe. It is one of the foremost weapons of attack in the wilderness and can also suppress fortunes. Yuan Shi accepted it with delight. Though he was proud, he could not help but feel exhilarated in the presence of such a treasure. Another innate treasure. The other powerful beings felt an itch all over, as if ants were crawling on their skin. They became acutely aware of the immense fortune it was to be a disciple of the Tao ancestor, with treasures in abundance. The Eastern King felt numb. The pessimism of cultivators was not uniform. I merely found them quite noisy. The only ones maintaining their composure were likely Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, for they did not lack in treasures. Jane and Jun rubbed their hands together in excitement. As disciples of the Tao ancestor, surely they would be entitled to a share of the innate treasures. After Hongjun conferred treasures upon Yuan Shi, he turned to Tang Tian, raising his hand to reveal a collection of treasures, among which were 4 swords exuding a palpable killing intent, particularly eye-catching. These are the 4 swords of extermination, classified as innate treasures. They are forged from the indestructible spirit light of the primordial axe. When used to form formations, they require 4 companions of equal standing to break them. The only drawback is that, due to their lethal nature, they cannot suppress fortunes. As his voice fell, he presented the treasures along with the formation diagram to Tang Tian. Tang Tian cherished the 4 swords of extermination, stroking them lovingly. As for the inability to suppress fortunes, he paid it no mind. The multitude of powerful beings gazed on in admiration. Was it not true that Tang Tian, wielding the 4 swords of extermination, could take on 4 opponents of the same realm? Hongjun continued to bestow treasures. Nuwa received the map of mountains and rivers, along with the red embroidery ball, while Jane and Junti were granted the 12-grade golden lotus and other treasures. Although these did not quite match their expectations of innate treasures, having anything was certainly better than nothing. With these treasures, their combat prowess would elevate to a new level. After the distribution of treasures among the disciples, the myriad powerful beings gazed on with longing, and Hongjun spoke lightly. There are more treasures upon the treasure distribution rock behind the purple cloud palace. Seek them according to your own fortunes. The throng of powerful beings expressed their gratitude and promptly made their way to the distribution rock. The grand distribution rock floated amidst the chaotic energies, radiating countless streams of spiritual light, all of which were treasures. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi followed suit, casting a glance at the distribution rock and unable to suppress their disdain. The truly valuable treasures had already been personally distributed by Hongjun. What remained on the distribution rock was merely the leftovers, with few exceptional items. At this moment, the myriad powerful beings had already begun to seize the treasures. The 3 pure ones, possessing innate treasures, were naturally unstoppable. With a mere flick of their hands, they could sweep away multiple treasures. Jun and Tai Yi seemed to have no intention of engaging in a confrontation. For a handful of trifling treasures, they were too apathetic to take action. Moreover, accepting them would imply a debt of gratitude to Hongjun. However, while they might abstain from claiming them, they could certainly prevent others from doing so. As they beheld the figures of Jane and Zunti, Jun and Tai Yi commenced their disruptive antics. Their enmity with Jane and Zunti had escalated to an irreconcilable hatred. Thus, depriving them of a few treasures would certainly be a worthwhile endeavor. At this moment, Jane and Zunti were fervently collecting treasures, resorting even to underhanded tactics to seize others' magical artifacts. Those who were robbed dared not voice their anger, for Jane and Zunti were now disciples of the Tao ancestor. Their status elevated beyond compare, rendering them untouchable by ordinary beings. With a shared glance, Jane and Zunti exchanged triumphant smiles. Just as they were about to continue their treasure hunt, Jun and Tai Yi approached, one on each side, resembling 2 guardians with mischievous grins upon their faces. My dear fellow Taoists, you must be weary from your treasure gathering. Allow us to assist you. Jun and Tai Yi, I see you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation. If you seek to provoke us, kindly step aside, and I shall deal with you shortly. Zunti initially faltered but quickly regained his composure. There was no cause for alarm. They had long since transcended their former selves, wielding formidable treasures and basking in their lofty status. rendering the golden crows insignificant in their eyes. Were these two golden crows not merely envious of their ascension to discipleship? Now is the time, Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed. As Jane and Zuni prepared to claim the magical artifacts, they swiftly intervened. We do not desire the treasures. We merely wish to play. Fools, are you courting death? Jane bellowed in rage as the coveted treasures slipped from his grasp, igniting his fury. Come forth. If you dare to strike first, I shall not hesitate to vanquish you. Tai Yi retorted boldly, unwavering in his stance. Jane and Zunti were wholly preoccupied with the treasures, their minds devoid of thoughts of combat. Yet, every time they attempted to claim a treasure, Jun and Tai Yi were quick to thwart their efforts. Although the treasures of the treasure-dividing rock were plentiful, they could not withstand the multitude of distractions. Amidst the chaos, the number of treasures dwindled before their very eyes. Jane and Zunti exerted every ounce of their strength, finally managing to exploit a small opening, just as they were about to seize a treasure. Suddenly, the magical artifacts upon the treasure-dividing rock transformed into radiant lights, scattering in all directions, destined to await their moment of emergence across the vast expanse of the wilderness. Jane and Zunti were left dumbfounded, their faces ashen with rage. Before they could retaliate, the Tao ancestor summoned them once more. The assembled formidable beings, still yearning for more, returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun surveyed the room and spoke with an air of detachment. This matter is concluded. I will align myself with the heavenly Tao to restore its balance. The countenances of the great beings grew solemn, their thoughts drawn back to the present. If the Tao ancestor were to merge with the Tao, did it not signify that, for a time, the wilderness would be free from the restraint of saints? Such a situation could very well lead to an upheaval in the wilderness. While the great beings were lost in contemplation, Hong Jun waved his hand, his gaze lingering momentarily upon them, and said coolly, "You may disperse." The great beings nodded in agreement and departed. Jun and Tai Yi did not linger either. They could not shake the feeling that the Tao ancestor had cast a knowing glance in their direction. What could it mean? What was he implying? They pondered briefly but could not fathom the answer. Upon exiting the Purple Cloud Palace, they encountered Jane and Zunti, who had already been waiting outside, their faces adorned with an inscrutable smile. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, they summoned fresh magical artifacts and launched an assault. Huh, do you truly believe that a mere collection of worthless treasures could best us? Jun scoffed, showing no courtesy as he summoned the river map and the Luo book alongside the 12-petaled pure world white lotus. We have not yet sought you out, and yet you come knocking at our door. Have you not received enough punishment before? Tai Yi chided simply as he activated the chaos clock to conclude the matter. Boom. The two sides clashed, engulfed in the chaotic currents, their immense divine might reminiscent of the very act of creation itself. The remaining great beings, unable to depart, paused to observe. With Jane and Zuni now disciples of the Tao ancestor and possessing numerous treasures, the golden crows were likely to suffer losses. Before the discourse could unfold, a thunderous sound resonated, akin to the collision of heaven and earth, as a figure was hurled through the air, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. It was Zuni. A great being exclaimed in surprise, "What a twist!" Just as we praised him, he was sent flying by the golden crows, battered and bruised, utterly disheveled. Zuni, astonished and furious, found the situation difficult to accept. Despite wielding powerful artifacts, he was still no match for Tai Yi. It must be that Tai Yi possesses a primordial supreme treasure. He consoled himself, wondering if he too would prevail if he possessed such a relic. Buzz, Jane, stepping upon the 12-petaled merit golden lotus, began to flee, fully aware that even defeating one of them would be a strenuous task, let alone facing the combined onslaught of Jun and Tai Yi. Today's defeat will bear fruit in the future. Golden crows, do not grow complacent, for it will not be long before you repay this debt in full. Though his escape was frantic, his words were imbued with a nonchalant bravado. Nowhere to run, Jun and Tai Yi pursued relentlessly, determined not to let them escape. Yet, they did not chase for long before encountering the three pure ones. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be two little golden crows. Yuan sure chuckled lightly, his gaze scrutinizing as he assessed Jun and Tai Yi. Do you aspire to be like those two old rascals from the West? Jun frowned, displeased by the term little golden crows. How absurd. Jane and Zuni are hardly worthy of comparison to us, Yuan sure declared haughtily, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Huh, in my eyes, you are no different from them. Are we not all brothers? Tai Yi retorted with a grin. The moment those words left his lips, Yuan Shi's expression soured, struck by the painful truth. Golden crows, do you truly believe we would not dare to slay you? By all means, come and test us. Jun and Tai Yi were equally defiant, their treasures glowing with brilliance, ready for battle, unwilling to show any signs of complacency. They understood well that the three pure ones were not to be trifled with. For Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian each possessed primordial supreme treasures. Even without them, the three were far more formidable than Jian and Zuni. Yuan Shi's expression turned cold as he prepared to strike, only to be halted by Laozi beside him. Enough, let the golden crows be. We shall spare them this once. He spoke with a smile. The world often foolishly compares the three pure ones with the three crows. Unaware of the absurdity of such a notion, Jun and Tai Yi, today we shall not engage you. Upon our return, inform Ling Xiao that the three pure ones wish to challenge the three crows. Laozi declared casually, for they were now disciples of the Tao ancestor. And to be compared with the three golden crows was a blow to their dignity. He intended to ensure that the entire wilderness recognized the three pure ones as unparalleled. Without any comparison. Indeed, return and inform Ling Xiao. I am eager to witness how much he has progressed in these years. Yuan Shi added with a smile, his tone light and nonchalant. Very well, you have my word. I shall relay your message to the third brother. Jun replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Chapter 60, Ling Xiao. It is time to stretch my legs, the looming crisis of the ancestor witches. Solar Star. Ling Xiao awoke from his meditative state. A glimmer of mysterious yellow flashing in his eyes. The law of earth has also transcended. The preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace has concluded. Ling Xiao murmured softly. Reflecting on the past several millennia during which, under Hong Jun's teachings, the law of earth has ascended to the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, his own cultivation is steadily advancing toward the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Considering the passage of time, Jun and Tai Yi should be returning soon. As he contemplated this, just as he expected, Jun and Tai Yi returned to the Sun Star shortly thereafter. Oh ho, third brother, your treasure palace is quite magnificent, Jun exclaimed. Having departed in haste last time, he had not noticed the grandeur of Ling Xiao's palace. Now, upon witnessing its splendor, both he and Tai Yi could not suppress their astonishment, accompanied by a hint of peculiarity. Third brother truly revels in self-admiration, with the name of his palace inscribed so boldly, as if fearing others might remain oblivious. Ling Xiao, not lingering on this matter, swiftly redirected the conversation. What did you bring back from the Purple Cloud Palace? Harvest? Although I didn't fully grasp the teachings, there was still a significant gain. We drove those two old scoundrels, Jane and Jun, into disarray. Jun replied with a hearty laugh, recounting the events in detail. Ling Xiao could scarcely contain his amusement, envisioning the disheveled appearance of the duo from the west. By the way, tell me about what transpired after the sermon. He suddenly felt a keen curiosity about whether Hong Jun had bestowed the Hongmeng purple qi upon Hong Yun. Tai Yi responded, summarizing the events that followed the preaching. Upon hearing that Hong Yun had passed the Hongmeng purple qi to Kunpun, Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Hong Yun could actually resist the temptation of the Hongmeng purple qi? Could it be that my words had an impact? If that is indeed the case, then my efforts were not in vain. Without the Hongmeng purple qi accompanying him, Hong Yun's calamities should have dissipated. Moreover, there is one more matter. Jun interjected suddenly, having nearly forgotten the topic in his excitement. What matter? Ling Xiao inquired with curiosity, wondering if something outrageous had occurred in the Purple Cloud Palace. On our way back, we encountered the three clear ones, and they expressed a desire for a direct confrontation. Jun recounted the events. After hearing this, a mysterious smile graced Ling Xiao's face. It appeared that the three clear ones had become somewhat inflated after receiving their share of treasures. Since the three clear ones wish to challenge us, let us oblige them, Ling Xiao said with a serene expression, eager to test how long they could withstand his prowess. All three possess innate treasures, which cannot be underestimated. Jun remarked with a serious demeanor. Huh, just innate treasures, who doesn't have them? Tai Yi replied with a smile, dismissing the concern. At this, Jun felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Who was he implying? Among the three of them, only his companion-born treasure was not an innate treasure. Adding the three clear ones to the mix, he would be the only one without an innate treasure among the six. This was no mere implication. It was a blatant statement. Not to worry, the two of us suffice, Ling Xiao shrugged and declared, next time we encounter the three clear ones, we shall definitively determine our standings. I am off to cultivate. I shall not emerge until I surpass both of you, Jun said, filled with determination, nearly reaching his limit. Brother, why must you be so hard on yourself? Tai Yi called after him as they departed. Ling Xiao smiled gently, watching them leave. With the conclusion of the third sermon, Hong Jun has harmonized with the Tao. At this juncture, it could be said that the entire Hong Huang is experiencing its most liberating period. Without the suppression of saints and the constraints of overwhelming powers, Ling Xiao felt it was time for him to venture forth and stretch his legs. As the Tao ancestors' third sermon concluded, various powerful beings began to return to the Hong Huang. The events that transpired at the Purple Cloud Palace gradually spread. With the Tao ancestors' harmonization, the 6 ordained saints became the focal point of the entire Honghuang world. In the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestors of sorcery learned of this news, which struck them like a bolt from the blue. For them, this was catastrophic, as 4 of the 6 ordained saints harbored a deep-seated enmity with their witch clan. They were in contention with the 3 clear ones for the authentic legacy of Pangu, as well as with Nuwa of the demon race. Even Kunping, who had acquired the foundation for sanctification through the Hongmeng purple qi, belonged to the demon race. This news was utterly devastating for them, as once the 3 clear ones and Nuwa attained sanctification, it would spell a cataclysmic blow to their clan. Brother, we can wait no longer. We must expand rapidly. Only then can our witch clan's strength grow stronger. Zhu Rong urged, his impatience palpable. Being naturally impulsive, he could hardly remain still upon hearing such news. Indeed, we must expand, seize resources, and even dominate the entire Honghuang world. Only then might we contend with the saints. Zhu Jiuyin remarked coldly. Once this suggestion was made, the majority of the ancestors expressed their agreement. Expanding their territory and seizing resources would greatly benefit them. If they could occupy the entire Honghuang, the possibilities were unimaginable. At that juncture, even saints could be challenged. I believe there is no need to overthink this. The 3 clear ones have not yet attained sanctification. Why not eliminate them while we have the chance? Shang Liang said bluntly, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. It is not that simple. Given their status as ordained saints, killing them is nearly impossible, Ho Tu interjected, having attended the sermon twice and possessing a certain understanding of the matter. That may be, but how will we know unless we try? Xian Ming replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. The assembly of ancestors engaged in fervent discussion. Di Jiang listened to their opinions without expressing his stance, as he was contemplating an individual. East King. Since returning from the Purple Cloud Palace, East King had not sought him out, indicating that the matter concerning the witch clan's path to sanctification had fallen through. Or perhaps he had not inquired on his behalf at all. This wretched being dares to play me for a fool. Di Jiang seethed, rising abruptly. We shall launch an offensive, expand our territory, and crush the demon race before they fully mature. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the movements of the 3 clear ones. If any developments arise, we will strike to eliminate them. The animosity between their witch clan and the 3 clear ones had reached a point of no return. Thus, regardless of whether they would become future saints, it was best to eliminate them if possible. Otherwise, once the 3 clear ones attained sanctification, their troubles would multiply significantly. Yes, brother. The assembled ancestors responded in unison, then exited the Panga Temple, returning to their respective clans to fulfill their duties. Di Jiang also departed from the Panga Temple, but instead of returning to his clan, he headed outward. No one has ever toyed with me and lived to tell the tale. His destination was none other than Purple Floating Island, where East King resided. On Purple Floating Island, East King had been contemplating future plans since his return. With no chance of becoming a disciple of the saints, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he had not lost the title of the foremost male immortal. East King's eyes glimmered as thoughts gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 61. The Legacy of Pangu. Di Jiang seeks to reclaim the eyes of the Father God? East King's expression turned contemplative. Although he had not become a disciple of the Tao ancestor, he was, after all, the Tao ancestor's appointed foremost male immortal, with the duty of leading all male immortals and maintaining order in the Honghuang. Such a title should not be squandered. With that in mind, I shall seize this opportunity to establish my own power. East King mused, a notion he had entertained for some time, but had previously hesitated to act upon. Fixated on the title of a Tao ancestor's disciple, now that hope had been dashed, he had no choice but to rely on himself. The Tao ancestor once mentioned the heavenly court. Why not establish an immortal court? It would be entirely reasonable for the foremost male immortal to establish an immortal court. The gaze of the Eastern sovereign grew increasingly fervent, as in a fleeting moment, he had meticulously charted out the future. Without hesitation, he rose, poised to take action. At that instant, a violent tremor shook the entirety of Zifu Island, as if an unparalleled ferocious beast were about to burst forth from the earth. The expression on the Eastern sovereign's face shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally to dread, for this malevolent and brutal aura was all too familiar to him. There was no mistaking it. Only the ancestor witches could emanate such a presence. With a thunderous crash, the cave dwelling where the Eastern sovereign had resided for untold years was obliterated by a colossal hand, revealing an enormous and grotesque visage that loomed above. Where do you think you are going, Eastern sovereign? Di Jiang inquired with a chilling smirk, his pupils radiating a divine light that warped the very fabric of the void. A shiver ran down the Eastern sovereign's spine. His instinct urged him to flee, yet he stifled the impulse, knowing that if he were to be captured in flight, he would undoubtedly face annihilation. The ancestor witches showed no mercy, regardless of his status as the foremost among male immortals. Haha, Dijiang, what brings you here? The Eastern Sovereign managed to regain his composure, feigning a smile that, despite its appearance, seemed rather unappealing. Heh, Eastern Sovereign, spare me the pretense. Do you recall what you promised me? Dijiang's voice dripped with menace, poised to strike at any moment. Of course, I remember. I was just on my way to seek you out, not expecting your personal arrival, the Eastern Sovereign replied, his heart racing while maintaining an outward facade of calm. Oh, is that truly the case? Dijiang's expression was skeptical, his trust wavering. Indeed it is. Please, take a seat, and I shall elaborate. The Eastern Sovereign responded with an amiable smile, though his heart was in turmoil as he concocted a strategy. Dijiang hesitated momentarily before shrinking to a normal size and entering the cave dwelling. Do not attempt any trickery. Some matters cannot be concealed from me, he warned, his gaze scrutinizing. Of course, the Eastern Sovereign replied with measured confidence, betraying no hint of guilt, fully assured in his scheme. I sought counsel from the Tao ancestor in private regarding the means by which the Witch clan may attain sanctification, and the answer I received was. The Eastern Sovereign spoke gravely, and an inexplicable solemnity enveloped the atmosphere, prompting Dijiang to lean in closer. What is it? Pangu, the Eastern Sovereign declared emphatically, uttering the name with weight. The Father God? A flicker of doubt crossed Dijiang's face, soon replaced by a darkening countenance. What does this imply, Eastern Sovereign? Dijiang, my friend, do remain calm. Allow me to explain. The Eastern Sovereign gestured for Dijiang to listen, continuing his fabrication. He had no choice but to weave a tale, for he could not utter the true words of the Tao ancestor. The notion that sanctification relies on great determination and fortuitous opportunities was nothing but platitudes. Were Dijiang to hear such nonsense, he would surely strike him down. You witches can be considered descendants of Pangu, especially your ancestor witches, who are manifestations of the divine blood of the great Pangu. Therefore, your chances for sanctification also stem from Pangu, the Eastern Sovereign continued, his confidence blossoming as he spoke of Pangu's legendary might, how he had created the heavens and the earth, transforming into all things. He deftly flattered Pangu, knowing well that the Witch clan delighted in such praise. Indeed, Dijiang's demeanor softened at these words, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Encouraged, the Eastern Sovereign elaborated, thus, the paths to sanctification for your clan consist of two aspects. He spoke with exuberance, having discerned how to proceed. Oh, please, dear Eastern Sovereign, enlighten me, Dijiang responded, his tone turning respectful. The Eastern Sovereign nodded and continued. Firstly, it is to worship and hold the great Pangu in the highest reverence, forging an unyielding conviction. Consequently, the world shaped by Pangu will protect your Witch clan, making sanctification a real possibility. Secondly, it entails gathering the remnants of Pangu, those things that he transformed. For instance, the Buzhou mountain formed from Pangu's spine, and the sun and moon born from his eyes. The more you collect, the more robust your clan's fortune becomes, thus providing your ancestor witches with opportunities for ascendance. The Eastern Sovereign articulated these points methodically, having gleaned insights from the actions of the Witch clan, enhancing and adapting them. Dijiang's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, for the Eastern Sovereign's words resonated deeply with him, evoking a sense of unbidden harmony. He had a premonition that these methods might indeed prove efficacious. However, even if he found them favorable, he could not openly express such approval. Eastern Sovereign, do not deceive me. Although our ancestor witches have not ventured to the Xiao Palace, there are certain matters that cannot be concealed from us. Dijiang's expression turned grave and vigilant. Rest assured, my friend, this was a private inquiry, and I guarantee its veracity. The Eastern Sovereign insisted earnestly, reiterating the confidentiality of his consultation with the Tao ancestor. Privacy implied no witnesses, and without witnesses, there would be no evidence against him, merely the weight of his own words. Dijiang nodded slightly, choosing to trust him for the moment, having sensed a notable shift in fortune since their recent conquest of Buzhou Mountain. Surely, this was the Father God's protection over the Witch clan. With this thought, Dijiang gazed up at the celestial bodies of the sun and moon, which were the transformed eyes of the Father God, destined to return to the Witch clan, illuminating their path forward. At that moment, the Eastern Sovereign interjected, by the way, Dijiang, are you planning to make a move against the Beast clan? A mysterious smile graced his face. Dijiang regarded him with a sidelong glance, replying with a nonchalant smirk. What? Do you intend to thwart us? His words dripped with sarcasm, having attained what he desired. Dijiang no longer regarded the Eastern Sovereign with any seriousness. Quite candidly, the Eastern Sovereign retorted, of course not. I merely wish to implore you, should you capture Kunpeng, to grant me the primordial purple energy within him, Such a treasure holds little value for you. The Eastern Sovereign smiled, having long coveted this prize. While he found it impossible to contend with Kunpeng directly among the Beast clan, leveraging the Witch clan's might would make it a simple endeavor. Kunpeng, with his character, is hardly worthy of primordial purple energy. Di Jiang chuckled, responding with amusement. Eastern Sovereign, you have a clever scheme. Allow me to ponder it further. With that, Di Jiang rose and departed, returning to his own affairs. Chapter 62, The Birth of the Celestial Court, Recruiting the Three Witches. The Eastern Sovereign watched Di Jiang's retreating figure, relief washing over his features. Finally, he was gone. He exhaled deeply, leaning back upon his throne. No sooner had Di Jiang departed than several streaks of light approached, belonging to formidable beings from the vicinity of Zifu Island, individuals with whom the Eastern Sovereign had occasionally associated. Eastern Sovereign, what transpired? Why did the ancestor witches seek you out? Inquired a man clad in a cerulean robe, named Xian Shui, a rare manifestation of divine water and one of the 3,000 guests of Xiao Palace. Beside him stood Jin Shi, garbed in yellow robes, a being transformed from stones imbued with the light of creation. Others present included Kong Ming and Yuan Mu, all esteemed figures within the 3,000 guests of Xiao Palace. The Eastern Sovereign straightened, a hint of authority gracing his expression as he prepared to explain. Jin Shi interjected, as the foremost male immortal. Surely the ancestor witches sought you for some matter of significance? His tone was dismissive, a mere guess at best. Yet, the words struck the Eastern Sovereign differently. Stealing a discreet glance at the assembled powers, he allowed a slight smile to surface. It is nothing of great significance. It merely pertains to my intention to establish the Celestial Court. Friend Di Jiang seems to have learned of this news from an unknown source, and has come to extend his congratulations. As you all are aware, the ancestor witches tend to be rather clumsy, lacking in finesse, and have inadvertently caused damage to my abode. He spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. Yet his words carried profound implications. The formidable beings, Xian Shui, Jin Shi, Kong Ming, and Yuan Mu, displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. The Eastern King intends to establish a celestial court? The ancestor witches have come personally to offer their congratulations? Such news is astonishing and profoundly impactful. In that moment, the glances exchanged among the great beings towards the Eastern King were imbued with a hint of reverence. It is only fitting. The Eastern King is the distinguished male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor, and he possesses the rightful credentials for such an endeavor. Thus, we too shall extend our congratulations to the Eastern King. Taoist Xian Shui clasped his hands and spoke with a smile. With his lead, the other great beings followed suit. Seeing this, the Eastern King ceased to feign modesty and took the opportunity to invite them. Esteemed friends, as the Celestial Court is in its nascent stages, it urgently requires like-minded companions to forge unparalleled achievements together. Might I inquire if any of you would consider joining the Celestial Court? As he spoke, the Eastern King emanated a faint aura of quasi-saintly power, enhancing his authoritative presence. Xian Shui, Jin Shi, and the other great beings exchanged glances, then nodded solemnly. We are willing to join the Celestial Court. The earlier they joined, the greater their future status and benefits would be. Given the current turmoil in the primordial world, aligning with a formidable faction is indeed prudent. Haha, splendid. With esteemed friends joining, the grand enterprise shall surely flourish. The Eastern King was elated, his ambitions soaring. Come, please take a seat. Let us deliberate on the developmental strategies for the Celestial Court. He waved his hand, conjuring several clouds to indicate to the others to join him in seating. Inspired, the Eastern King felt a surge of creativity. The Tao ancestor had once introduced the concept of the Heavenly Court to oversee the world and maintain order in the primordial realm. He aspired to shape the Celestial Court in a similar fashion. Upon reflection, the Tao ancestor had never again mentioned appointing anyone to establish a Heavenly Court, perhaps indicating an intention for him to assume that role. Regardless, the priority is to establish the Celestial Court. Although he may not become a disciple of the Tao ancestor, he aims to outshine even the disciples. I propose that our first step should be to persuade the esteemed beings to join the Celestial Court. Xian Shui offered his suggestion, quickly immersing himself in considerations for the future of the Celestial Court. Indeed, the Eastern King, being the male immortal designated by the Tao ancestor, is naturally suited to lead his fellow male immortals. First, we should gather a group of reputable male immortals. The rest will naturally follow. Kong Ming continued, offering a well-reasoned analysis. The Eastern King nodded slightly, casting an approving glance at Kong Ming. This individual is indeed worthy of trust. Based on your insights, esteemed Kong Ming, how shall we proceed? He sought to further test Kong Ming, eager to hear his esteemed opinion. Kong Ming smiled subtly, having already contemplated a strategy. I believe we should first approach the three crows of the Sun Star. Their cultivation is formidable, and if we can bring them on board, it would significantly enhance our celestial court. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King furrowed his brow and inquired, if I recall correctly, the three crows possess a proud disposition. Disinterested in worldly affairs, it may prove quite challenging to persuade them to join. The Xiao Palace has delivered teachings thrice. The Golden Crows attended twice, resulting in 2 conflicts. Even the Tao ancestors' proposal to establish a heavenly court did not entice them. How could they possibly join the celestial court? He found this notion difficult to endorse. Kong Ming chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as he replied, that was in the past. In my view, the Golden Crows harbor enmity against Jane and Juni, and there are also tensions with the 3 Pure Ones. Now that the 3 Pure Ones and Jane and Juni have become disciples of the Tao ancestor, they are now established saints, which presents immense pressure on the 3 crows. They must be feeling quite anxious. Therefore, inviting the 3 crows to join the celestial court and create great accomplishments together may not be met with outright refusal. Upon hearing these words, the Eastern King fell into deep thought, realizing there was merit to this reasoning. Faced with several established saints, the 3 crows could not maintain their previous arrogance. The overwhelming pressure would compel them to yield, provided the celestial court extends an invitation. In the end, it might not be impossible for them to withstand the saints. And to consider, once he devises a way to acquire the primordial purple energy, achieving sainthood would become a certainty. As long as they are offered adequate benefits and promises, they have no reason to decline. So it is settled. The Eastern King decisively proclaimed, with determination, Kong Ming, I would like to entrust you with the task of visiting the Sun Star. If you can persuade the 3 crows, you shall be appointed as the celestial teacher of my celestial court to enlighten the myriad immortals. Kong Ming shall not fail the Eastern King as trust. Kong Ming directly referred to the Eastern King as the Celestial King, no longer addressing him as merely a friend. And the 2 exchanged titles of Celestial Teacher and Celestial King, leaving the remaining esteemed friends in a state of bewilderment, feeling somewhat out of sync with the unfolding events. Celestial King, I shall take my leave now. At this moment, Kong Ming was filled with anticipation, eager to journey to the Sun Star. Go forth. The Eastern King nodded emphatically, then rose to escort him out of the cave, watching Kong Ming depart with a gaze filled with satisfaction. He had not anticipated that at the inception of the celestial court, he would attract such remarkable talent. How could he worry about the flourishing of his enterprise? At this moment, Kong Ming held a position in the Eastern King's heart that was not inferior to Bai Zhe. Both individuals were indispensable talents for the establishment of great enterprises. Upon exiting the cave, Kong Ming took flight, heading towards the Sun Star. Upon arriving at the Sun Star, Kong Ming cleared his throat and proclaimed with a resonant voice, esteemed friends of the 3 crows, Kong Ming of the Celestial Court has come to visit. I kindly request your presence. After his words echoed, a prolonged silence ensued. Just as he was about to call out a second time, a purple figure emerged, revealing itself to be the purple micro boy. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Ming's eyes, for the visitor's cultivation was not vastly inferior to his own. What business do you have with my master? The purple micro boy inquired suspiciously. Chapter 63. Ling Xiao takes action, casually striking down the 3 immortal islands. Detection of the Eastern King's establishment of the Celestial Court. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Accept the invitation, join the Celestial Court, and receive 1 piece of supreme innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Decline the invitation and receive 1 portion of the 3 light divine water. The Celestial Court? Ling Xiao's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity upon seeing this choice. It seems the Eastern King does not possess sufficient stature. The options presented by the system are rather dismissive. What he did not expect was that the Eastern King was quite audacious, not only establishing the Celestial Court, but also setting his sights on him. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao chose option 2, sensing the unfamiliar aura outside the Sun Star. He slowly spoke. At that moment outside the Sun Star, Kong Ming was explaining his intent to the purple micro boy. However, the latter refused entry as he had not received Ling Xiao's edict and thus dared not act independently. This left Kong Ming in a state of distress. He had assured the Eastern King of his success, yet upon arriving at the Sun Star, he found himself unable to even gain entry. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from deep within the Sun Star. Please send the envoy of the Celestial Court away. We have no interest in joining. Upon hearing this, Kong Ming's expression changed, and he spoke solemnly. Esteemed friends of the 3 crows, the Eastern King is the male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor. He is now establishing the Celestial Court to maintain order in the primordial realm. If you 3 esteemed friends join, the Celestial Court shall govern the heavens and the earth, and you shall bask in unparalleled glory alongside us. I urge you to consider this carefully. There is no need for consideration. Begone. Ling Xiao's voice rang out once more. Kong Ming's face darkened as he retorted coldly, "Esteemed friends of the Three Crows, the Eastern King is the male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor. Do you not heed his words?" As soon as these words left his lips, an immense aura emanated from deep within the sun star, followed by a colossal hand of law manifesting itself, seemingly slow yet arriving in an instant, seizing Kong Ming with a mere flicker. "What do you intend to do?" Kong Ming was gripped by the terror emanating from the colossal hand, his visage reflecting sheer panic, utterly losing his composure. In silence, the hand of the law, embodying the heavens, encircled him, imprisoning Kong Ming before casting him into the primordial chaos below. Space contorted, time danced, and Kong Ming found himself ensnared by myriad forces of the laws, akin to a celestial meteor streaking across the heavens, a shooting star that transcended both time and space, inexorably hurtling towards Zifu Island. With a thunderous crash, a cataclysmic sound erupted, as if a miniature world had plummeted down, vast and overwhelming. The laws raged, giving birth to numerous beings, causing Zifu Island to tremble violently, as though it were sinking. What kind of fiend dares to wreak havoc here? The Eastern King and his companions instantly emerged from their lair, bracing themselves, believing a fearsome entity had arrived. At that moment, the terrifying laws above Sanxian Island surged for countless miles, rending the void, while the surface of the Eastern Sea roiled with towering waves. "It's Kong Ming. I can sense his presence," Xian Shui remarked with an unusual expression. "Didn't this fellow just head to the Sunstar?" The Eastern King's consciousness enveloped the entirety of Zifu Island, locating the barely breathing Kong Ming. After a bout of healing, Kong Ming struggled to open his eyes. "Kong Ming, I sent you to the Sunstar. How did you end up in this state?" The Eastern King questioned sternly, a hint of dissatisfaction stirring within him. Contemplating the grim consequences had Kong Ming landed upon them. It could have been a complete annihilation. "I went, but was cast aside," Kong Ming stammered, still shaken, unable to fathom that a mere toss could have nearly cost him his life. The power of the hand's master must be immeasurable. It was crucial to note that he had attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In other words, had the Eastern King thrown him down from the sun, it would have been impossible to replicate such an effect. He would have been utterly exhausted. The Three Crows rejected it? The Eastern King's expression soured, disappointment mingling with his frustration. He had harbored hopes that this endeavor would yield a substantial success, especially given Kong Ming's overconfidence. Yet, this was the outcome. "Did you mention it was I who sent you? Did you proclaim that I, the Eastern King, am the chosen male immortal by the Tao ancestor?" The Eastern King asked, a tinge of reluctance in his tone. Kong Ming nodded wearily, grimacing as he replied, "I did, and that's why I was thrown away." "This is preposterous." The Eastern King seethed, feeling his dignity compromised. The Golden Crows had shown him a lack of respect, disregarding his authority entirely. Anger aside, the Eastern King retained his composure, fully aware that he could not confront the Three Crows alone. "When my celestial court grows stronger, I shall ensure you learn the meaning of cruelty," he silently vowed. Boom. The towering waves continued to surge. The power of the laws unleashed by Ling Xiao had yet to dissipate, akin to celestial thunder rolling across the skies of the Eastern Sea, altering the very weather. "Look! Over there, something appears to be emerging." At that moment, the keen-eyed Jin Shurdao spotted a radiant spectacle in the distant waters, akin to a fountain of celestial light, intensifying as time progressed. "What is this?" The Eastern King squinted into the distance, where the space above the boundless sea twisted, and the entire surface seemed veiled in a barrier. Realizing this, he raised his hand, unleashing a golden divine light from his dragon-headed staff, propelling it forth. Buzz! A shattering sound resonated as the sea trembled violently. An explosion of boundless celestial spiritual energy erupted, illuminating the heavens with divine radiance. Multitudes of auspicious colors swirled, shaping the fabric of creation. Before them, on the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, the projections of three islands materialized, transitioning from illusion to reality. Resembling a mirage upon the endless waters, their reflections shimmering within the depths. "Are these three islands?" Jin Shure exclaimed in astonishment. Witnessing the sudden emergence of such colossal entities on the previously ethereal surface, a sight that would astonish anyone. The Eastern King scrutinized the three islands, the hues in his eyes igniting with fervor. Cascading waterfalls and mist enveloped the ground. Upon these islands, a dense aura of primordial chaos lingered, starkly contrasting with the primal world, and in addition, three innate grand formations enveloped them, brimming with lethal intent. The preceding laws had triggered the innate formations, prematurely revealing the three celestial islands. In other words, they had been unearthed by Kong Ming's impact. What they currently beheld were merely the projections of the three celestial islands. The true islands remained hidden within the boundless Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea, vast and immeasurable, could encompass countless worlds of varying sizes. The three celestial islands appeared deceptively close. Yet they were mere phenomena, akin to mirages reflected in the primordial realm. These are indeed islands formed from fragments of chaos, yet to fully emerge. The Eastern King swiftly deduced the origins of the three celestial islands, his voice trembling with excitement. Such monumental islands, not yet fully manifested, promised untold opportunities and treasures. However, the Eastern King's expression soon darkened. Such an earth-shattering phenomenon would likely draw the attention of powerful entities throughout the entire primordial world, all hastening towards the Eastern Sea. Chapter 64. Winds rise and clouds gather, the choice to emerge. At Yujing Mountain, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian gazed upon the extraordinary spectacle in the heavens, their faces reflecting astonishment. The unparalleled phenomenon of the three celestial islands had spread throughout the primordial realm, where golden lotuses and auspicious signs flourished, life abounded, and all things rejuvenated. A grand opportunity is emerging in the Eastern Sea, and I can sense the aura of chaos, Laozi proclaimed in astonishment. This is 100 times more terrifying than the phenomenon of the gourd vine upon the former Buzhou Mountain. Such a monumental opportunity demands our swift action to seize the initiative, Yuan Shi asserted, rising to depart promptly. With the treasures amassed at Xiao Palace, it was no exaggeration to claim that they had no rivals in the primordial realm. Even against the 12 ancestral witches, they would emerge victorious. With such a magnificent opportunity, the three pure ones would undoubtedly secure the foremost position, unmatched by anyone. Indeed, given the scale of this commotion, the entire primordial realm must be aware by now. Let us depart at once. Laozi nodded in agreement, without hesitation. The trio moved in unison, disappearing from sight as they sped towards the Eastern Sea. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, the stronghold of the demon race, Niuhua, Fuxi, Kuanpeng, and other formidable demon beings also sensed the extraordinary occurrence. Such a grand spectacle must herald the emergence of numerous treasures. A tremendous opportunity for our demon race has arrived, Guiche exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, if we can seize the initiative, it will signify immense advancement for our demon race, Fuxi added, his spirits lifted. Any such extraordinary treasures emerging would be a boon for them, as the Wu clan, being utter fools, would never know how to wield such artifacts. With this, they would gain leverage against the Wu clan. The demon race was currently flourishing, radiating confidence. With Niuhua attaining the position of a predetermined saint, they glimpsed endless hope for the future. Furthermore, Kuanpeng had also acquired the primordial purple energy. Given time, he too might achieve sanctity, enhancing their demon race's formidable foundation. Then what are we waiting for? Let a portion remain here to guard, while the rest of the powerful beings make haste to the Eastern Sea, Kuanpeng declared, his presence commanding, as he stood to take action himself. Niuhua glanced at Kuanpeng, a flicker of meaning passing through her eyes, since returning from Xiao Palace. Kuanpeng had grown increasingly audacious. She refrained from expressing her displeasure, instead addressing the assembled powerful beings. Let us follow Kuanpeng's suggestion, leave some behind to maintain a presence here, while the rest proceed to the Eastern Sea. Yes, the demon race's powerful beings nodded in unison, swiftly organizing themselves. Soon after, a grand procession of demons set forth, making their way towards the Eastern Sea. At the Panga Divine Temple, the celestial phenomena heralded the emergence of a great opportunity. Should we not venture forth to witness it? Zhu Rong spoke with a hint of urgency, eager to partake in the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, we must go, replied Zhu Jiuyin gravely. I suspect the demon clan is already en route. Even if we lack magical artifacts, we cannot allow them to seize this opportunity unopposed. Let us proceed, Strong Liang exclaimed, rising with a voice that echoed like thunder. There is no need for everyone to go. The present moment is the most opportune for an assault on the demon clan. We shall split into two factions, one to engage the demons and the other to seize the opportunity, ordered Di Jiang, standing with authority. Thus, the Wu clan sprang into action, fervently and with an air of menace. In the western Shumi Mountain, the figures of Jane and Juanti sensed the extraordinary phenomena and immediately stood, laughing heartily. Behold this opportunity. Auspicious signs abound, with golden lotuses filling the heavens. Surely, we are destined to be intertwined with this fortune, Juanti declared confidently, his expression one of profound conviction. Look at these golden lotuses. They bear such a resemblance to my senior brother's 12-petal merit lotus. If this is not fate, then what is? Let us hasten. Our journey is long, and we must not delay for a moment, Jane affirmed earnestly with a slight nod. In an instant, two beams of golden light shot forth from Shumi Mountain, soaring towards the Eastern Sea. Simultaneously, powerful figures from the Blood Sea, Wuzhuang Temple, and the Western Kunlun set forth. their momentum like a raging tide racing towards the eastern sea. In that moment, the entire primordial realm was alive with tumultuous energy. The Sunstar. Detection of the emergence of the three immortals island. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Proceed immediately to contend for the opportunity. Reward. Chaos Green Lotus Seed. Choice 2. Remain cautious and inactive. What concern is the opportunity to me? Reward. 24 Sea Calming Pearls. The three immortals island has emerged? Ling Xiao awoke from his meditative state, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In the vast primordial world, how could one be unaware of the frequently appearing three immortals island? It is said to have been formed from the fragments of chaos by the mighty Pangu during the creation of the world, being remnants of chaos. The islands are saturated with chaotic spiritual energy, abundant in heavenly treasures, particularly the newly emerged three immortals island, untouched and untainted, makes it even more so. These three islands bear their own names: Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. Each is extraordinary in its own right. Among them, Yingzhou Island is notably the site of the fall of Dongwang Gong, vanquished by Tai Yi. Ling Xiao felt a surge of interest as he realized the timing of their emergence was fortuitous. He glanced at the choices presented, pondering silently. Surely, the system does not presume that he would opt to remain inactive? That would be a grave misunderstanding. With the Dao ancestor currently merging with the Dao, such a grand opportunity must be embraced. System, I choose 1. Ling Xiao made his choice. This time, there was no reason to linger in hesitance. He would gladly accept the seed of the Chaos Green Lotus. Just as Ling Xiao prepared to set forth, a sudden thought struck him, and he raised his hand to point. One chi transforming into 3 Wus. A doppelganger, identical to him, materialized. He intended to send this avatar forth while his true self remained behind to cultivate, thus not sacrificing either training or opportunity. Although this avatar possessed only a fraction of his strength, Ling Xiao was confident that, at present, no one among the great powers of the primordial realm could rival him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that wherever he went, victory would follow. With this resolve, Ling Xiao's true self remained within the treasure hall while his avatar ventured forth. Upon arriving at the Sunstar, he used his divine sense to awaken the meditating Jun and Tai Yi. Shortly thereafter, Jun and Tai Yi emerged from the depths of the Sunstar, quickly perceiving the vast celestial phenomena. What is this? Could it be that a great opportunity is emerging? Jun marveled, astonished at the spectacle that unfolded before him. Since his transformation, he had never witnessed such a grand display. I feel it. Treasures are beckoning to me, calling for my attention, Tai Yi exclaimed, visibly excited and enraptured. You guessed correctly. In the Eastern Sea, 3 islands formed from chaotic fragments are about to emerge. Ling Xiao declared with a smile. What are we waiting for? Let us depart. Jun rejoiced, pulling Tai Yi to set off, only to turn back and inquire, Third brother, will you join us this time? It was understandable that he asked, as their third brother had always been so attached to home, rarely leaving the Sunstar, not even venturing to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao. Ling Xiao chuckled helplessly and nodded. Of course I shall go. Chapter 65, Gathering at the Eastern Sea. The Might of the 3 Pure Ones. In the Eastern Sea, on Purple Mansion Island, upon sensing the emergence of the 3 Immortals Island, Dongwang Gong immediately united all the great powers around Purple Mansion Island to proceed toward the 3 Immortals Island. Such a grand opportunity could hardly be seized alone. Only through collective effort could they dominate the islands and plot their strategy. The formidable beings he had rallied shared this sentiment, sensing that countless powerful entities were converging upon this location. If they did not band together, the opportunity might slip away and their lives could be forfeit. Given their strength, they stood no chance against the top-tier powers. As the years swiftly passed, the Eastern Sea's Dongwang Gong and the others finally approached the 3 Immortals Island. Able to observe the celestial islands up close, the 3 islands floated in the endless sea, resembling Kunlun amidst the waters. Between the islands, floating worlds comprised of smaller chaotic fragments drifted. Dongwang Gong gazed upon the islands before him, his eyes reflecting a mix of greed and fervor. The myriad lights resembling stars were the radiance of spiritual treasures. Alas, 3 innate great formations shrouded the islands like a barrier, preventing any entry. The 3 islands had yet to reach their true moment of emergence. While they surveyed the islands, beams of divine light and waves of spatial tremors announced the arrival of other powerful beings who had also found their way here. Dongwang Gong's expression turned grave. The anticipated arrivals had come quicker than he imagined. From the river of blood, a blood-red cloud approached, exuding a sinister aura. An elderly figure with an unsettling visage sat cross-legged atop a crimson lotus platform, drawing near. The lotus platform blossomed with red lotuses that shielded him, and he bore 2 swords emanating overwhelming malevolence upon his back. Haha, fellow Taoist of the river of blood, Welcome to my Eastern Sea as a guest. Dong Wang Gong greeted with a smile, his intentions unmistakable. This was his territory. The River of Blood Taoist discerned his meaning and returned a sinister chuckle. Dong Wang Gong, do not harbor any illusions. You cannot swallow these 3 islands. As his words fell, he cast a dismissive glance at the lesser beings behind Dong Wang Gong, considering them unworthy of his attention. Dong Wang Gong awkwardly chuckled, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, yet he refrained from reacting. He was wary of incurring the wrath of such a notorious figure, whose malevolence surpassed even that of Kunping. Fellow Taoist of the River of Blood, why not join forces and strategize together? He proposed, believing that if he could enlist the River of Blood's aid, he might have a chance at securing one of the islands. He had no delusions of capturing all 3. No need. I am accustomed to working alone. The River of Blood replied without a second thought. As a quasi-saint, he wielded the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi. Once the 3 islands opened, he would plunge in and seize whatever he desired. What joy there would be in that. There was no need to burden himself with Dong Wang Gong and his entourage. The expression of the Eastern King was somewhat grim, but at that moment, a celestial melody gradually approached from afar, akin to the music of the heavens. A group of female immortals, adorned with starlight and riding on auspicious clouds atop divine birds, made their entrance. Taoist companion of the Western Queen, the Eastern King's countenance brightened, and he hurried to greet her. Taoist companion, the Western Queen returned the courtesy, her demeanor exuding an extraordinary grace and opulence, embodying a serene composure that would remain unperturbed even if the heavens were to collapse. As the foremost of male and female immortals, why not join forces? When the immortal island emerges, we could seize the opportunity together, proposed the Eastern King. The Western Queen, with her phoenix-like gaze surveying the 3 immortal islands, replied, is such a measure truly necessary? It is better to rely on one's own fate. Her words, though gentle, carried an undeniable firmness. The Eastern King hesitated, ultimately refraining from further persuasion, inwardly cursing the Western Queen's folly. Meanwhile, an increasing number of powerful beings arrived, the mighty of the primordial world flocking like moths to a flame, creating a dazzling constellation. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian arrived, their presence imposing as an ocean, unabashedly asserting their dominance. They approached the vicinity of the 3 immortal islands to study the innate great formation, disregarding the multitude of mighty beings around them. No one dared to express dissatisfaction. Even the Eastern King refrained from boasting, as the 3 pure ones not only possessed formidable strength, but were also disciples of the Tao ancestor, ordained saints by destiny. Shortly after the arrival of the 3 pure ones, the powerful beings of the demon clan, led by Nuwa, also made their appearance. The gathered aura was vast and boundless, rivaling that of the 3 pure ones. At that moment, among the demon clan's mightiest, the elder clad in a black robe, Mingi, along with the Eastern King and other powerful beings, revealed an intense killing intent in their eyes. The primordial purple energy had arrived. Mingi discreetly lingered at the back, gazing at the silhouette of Kunping, believing that no matter how extraordinary the opportunities of the 3 immortal islands, they paled in comparison to the primordial purple energy. Compared to achieving sainthood, all else seemed trivial. The multitude of powerful beings, as numerous as the stars, awaited the opening of the 3 immortal islands in silent anticipation. After a long while, the sea suddenly trembled, colossal waves surged, creating towering torrents. The 3 immortal islands seemed to quiver slightly. Is it about to open? A mighty being exclaimed in excitement and anxiety. Is that the ancestral shaman arriving? Accompanied by a voice of astonishment. In the distant sea, several towering figures, beyond measure, were striding forth. They were so immense that even the unfathomable waters of the Eastern Sea reached only to their waists. The waves rose to unimaginable heights, and the surrounding waters and vital essence surged toward them in a frenzy. The grand figures of the ancestral shamans, akin to deities who opened up the heavens and the earth, traversed the chaos, walking between heaven and earth. These ancestral shamans included Zhurong, Gonggong, Xiangliang, Jumong, Shiji, and Hutu, 6 in total. Half of the 12 ancestral shamans had arrived. Hutu remained unchanged, seated upon Xiangliang's shoulder, unable to bear such a dramatic entrance. Their display aimed solely to intimidate the assembly of mighty beings. Upon witnessing the arrival of the ancestral shamans, the powerful beings of the demon clan changed countenance. What business do these accursed ancestral shamans have here? Haha, esteemed friends are also present. As the opportunity emerges, we too wish to procure some magical treasures, Xiangliang thundered. No one paid him any heed. The assembled might displayed expressions of disdain. Do not forcefully blend into circles that do not belong to you. Can you even wield magical treasures? How pitiful it is for such beings to come and seek death. Yuanshi, with his hands clasped behind his back, fixed his gaze upon the 6 ancestral shamans, his eyes radiating unmasked killing intent. "So, you 3 pure ones are feeling a bit restless, are you?" Gong Gong sneered, the surrounding waters roiling in agitation. As the ancestral shaman of water, he symbolized invincibility in the Eastern Sea, utterly unafraid. "How amusing. It seems you all truly wish for your demise." Yuanshi chuckled lightly, bemused by the foolishness of this group of ancestral shamans. Just as he was about to summon the Pangu banner for a powerful strike, Laozi intervened. "Hold on. Something even more interesting is about to unfold." In the void above, 3 resplendent golden figures gradually descended, the 3 suns, finally making their overdue entrance. Upon witnessing Ling Xiao, Jun, and Tai Yi arrive, Yuanshi's smile broadened even further. It was double happiness. Not only was there a great opportunity, but he could also exact revenge, clearing all past grievances. "3 sons, I did not expect you to dare come. Are you not aware of our presence?" "Such commendable courage," Yuanshi proclaimed with a hearty laugh, his expression one of arrogant defiance. Ling Xiao remained unperturbed, responding in a nonchalant tone. "Did you not wish to determine our strengths? Now that we are here, we shall fulfill your desire." Upon hearing this, the mighty beings expressed astonishment. They had not anticipated such an arrangement between the 3 sons and the 3 pure ones. Even more surprising was the audacity of the 3 sons to attend. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that the 3 pure ones had long since transformed, not only becoming disciples of the Tao ancestor, but also possessing innate treasures. The assembled mighty beings scrutinized the unfamiliar Ling Xiao, who had only been known through the names of Jun and Tai Yi, as the 3rd golden crow was seldom seen. He was strikingly handsome, with brows that arched elegantly, clad in robes adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, exuding an unparalleled nobility. Compared to Jun and Tai Yi, Ling Xiao appeared notably younger, brimming with vigor, and emanated an air of untamed defiance. Indeed, rumors spoke of the golden crows being born with the fate of emperors, which held true. Many mighty beings thought thus. However, such a fierce disposition could be precarious. Knowing when to yield was crucial. Ignoring the presence of the 3 pure ones and daring to confront them was hardly a wise choice. Yuanshi, having listened to Ling Xiao's words, responded, "If that is the case, let us take this opportunity to determine our strengths." His tone was remarkably casual, as if he intended to resolve matters before the 3 immortal islands officially commenced, a testament to his confidence. "Very well, to prevent any future clamoring in my ear," Ling Xiao replied indifferently, his demeanor even more laid back. In an instant, a layer of ominous clouds enveloped the realm, creating a stifling atmosphere. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tontian stepped forth into the void, standing level with the 3 sons. This gathering encompassed over half of the mightiest beings in the primordial world, marking the moment to vanquish the 3 sons and restore the 3 pure one's rightful name. The heavens trembled, the sea boiled, and monstrous waves surged with an overwhelming force, as though the very void was tearing apart. The assembly of mighty beings felt a sense of suffocation, retreating frantically, fearful of being caught in the ensuing battle. Let us see if the 3 sons can compel the 3 pure ones to reveal their full strength. If they prove too formidable, we may need to summon our elder brothers to assist in their downfall. Zhurong sneered. Whether the 3 sons can truly elicit the utmost might from the 3 pure ones remains to be seen. Gong Gong chuckled. The powerful beings of the demon clan, including the Eastern King, Western Queen, and Mingi, each harbored their own thoughts, unexpectedly treated to a splendid spectacle before the opening of the 3 immortal islands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, as the entire sea surged violently, colossal waves crashing against the 3 immortal islands. An astonishing scene unfolded. The innate great formation enveloping the 3 islands shattered like glass. The 3 immortal islands had officially emerged. Terrifying chaotic spiritual energy erupted, spreading in all directions. And the sky was filled with radiant light, akin to countless stars illuminating the entire island. Auspicious energies surged forth, spewing forth purple mist, while golden light rolled like a rainbow. This sudden occurrence left all the mighty beings in the realm momentarily stunned, before they erupted into action, transforming into divine rainbows as they rushed toward the 3 islands. Across a vast expanse of the sea, the waters boiled with fervor. The 3 pure ones also changed countenance, abandoning the 3 sons to hasten toward the 3 immortal islands. They acted separately, each person targeting an island, showcasing their insatiable greed, unwilling to let go of any opportunity presented by the 3 islands. "Let us also part ways. I shall head to the central island," Ling Xiao declared, his gaze flickering with determination. "Very well, I shall seek out that old curmudgeon, Yuanshi." Tai Yi summoned the chaos bell, erupting in resplendent golden light, resembling a sun as he soared towards one of the islands. "Leave the heavenly connection to me." Jun, cradling the river map and Luo book, trampled upon the 12-petal pure world white lotus and charged forth. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao stepped forward, leaping through space, and in the next moment, he set foot upon the Penglai immortal island. Upon surveying his surroundings, he beheld a sky filled with celestial radiance and an endless array of living beings, flocking towards the three immortal islands like moths drawn to a flame. Among them, there were over 10,000 at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, while those below it were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Ling Xiao retracted his gaze, pressing deeper into the heart of Penglai Island. Though the islands were indeed islands, they were vast and boundless, resembling a grand world in themselves. They teemed with various spiritual roots and immortal herbs, rare celestial metals, divine stones, spiritual beasts, and an eclectic array of extraordinary phenomena. Being in Penglai Immortal Island felt akin to stepping into the world of the classic of mountains and seas. This was an ancient world yet to be enlightened, where even the most ordinary immortals would find it nearly impossible to explore its entirety over millennia. Ling Xiao made no hesitation. He gently stomped his foot, causing the land beneath to stir as it responded to the earth's principles. Numerous spiritual roots and immortal herbs were effortlessly extracted from the soil. He swiftly gathered them all into the Chaos Pearl for cultivation, planning to retrieve them when needed. With a leap through space, he traversed miles and arrived at another treasure-laden location. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. 5 elements spiritual roots. How fortuitous. Haha. This opportunity truly aligns with my destiny in the West. The joyous laughter of 2 individuals echoed from the farthest reaches, as Jane and Juni finally arrived just in time for the emergence of the 3 immortal islands. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the myriad treasures, and without hesitation, they rushed into the immortal island. Shortly thereafter, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also made their tardy appearances, joining the fray in the treasure hunt. Instantly, the 3 immortal islands became a bustling scene, as powerful beings reveled in their plunder. However, as the influx of living beings increased, so did the rising conflicts. The sounds of battle erupted in every corner of the islands as factions clashed fiercely over the treasures. Among them, the ancestor witches and powerful beings of the demon clan, male and female immortals alike, filled the 3 islands, each with their own schemes. The primary objective of the ancestor witches was to stir trouble, ensuring that the demon clan could not enjoy themselves. Soon enough, an ancestor witch encountered a powerful being from the demon clan, and a fierce battle ensued, sending shockwaves throughout the islands. Ling Xiao, unhurried and unfazed, continued to gather treasures on Penglai Immortal Island, turning a deaf ear to the external conflicts. Heh, little golden crow, have you unearthed any treasures? Show them to me. A voice resonated from afar, as Chong Liang's formidable figure appeared in an instant, causing the island beneath to crack open with a great chasm. Are you seeking trouble with me? Ling Xiao regarded him calmly and inquired. Enough with the nonsense. You golden crows dwell in the eyes of the Father God, and yet I have not held you accountable. Chong Liang retorted, his tone resolute. Having attained quasi-saint status and now facing any opponent without fear, Ling Xiao nodded slowly, replying, It seems you are courting death. As for the principles of thunder, I shall defeat you using your own strengths. At his command, the principles of thunder at the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal surged forth. Witnessing this, Chong Liang's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 67, Dominating the Ancestor Witches, Jun's Battle for Reputation. Chong Liang was taken aback. How could Ling Xiao wield the principles of thunder? And with such prowess comparable to his own? How could this be possible? Could it be that the Golden Crows were also manifestations of the Father God's essence? Realizing this, Chong Liang felt a mix of shock and fury, as though something precious was being snatched from him. You are unworthy to wield the principles of thunder. He roared in anger, unleashing a mighty thunderous blast that cascaded like a waterfall towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze deepened, his brow furrowing, yet he remained tranquil. When he struck, it was as if the heavens themselves were torn asunder. A deluge of divine thunder erupted forth, morphing into numerous devastating techniques. Boom! The battle erupted suddenly. The overwhelming pressure reverberated across the boundless seas, leaving the beings on the 3 immortal islands momentarily stunned, trembling to their very cores. The thunderous judgment of heaven. In this realm, few beings were unafraid of thunder. Ling Xiao was enveloped in an endless storm of lightning, shattering the void as if he were the thunderous deity of creation, with the entire expanse above the 3 immortal islands drowned beneath a vast sea of thunder. With a sweeping gesture, he shattered a portion of the void, and Chong Liang roared in anguish as lightning surged from every part of his body. Ling Xiao's attack nearly tore him apart, leaving him with numerous scars from the thunderous strikes. Chong Liang, filled with rage and disbelief, found himself at a disadvantage in a domain where he was typically at ease. In his fury, He bellowed, Ling Xiao, in the path of thunder, we are evenly matched. Let us compare our physical strength. The body of the ancestor which shimmered with radiance, as if forged from chaos divine gold. And a vast aura of blood energy surged like an ocean. As you wish, Ling Xiao replied, spreading his hands with a smile. For he possessed the principles of strength and had devoured the essence of Pangu. His physical prowess was not to be underestimated. With a single step, he shattered the void and appeared before Chong Liang, launching a powerful punch, the force contained within his very flesh echoing like thunder, each cell resembling a world of its own. One could only imagine the immense power contained within Ling Xiao's entire being. Come at me. Chong Liang laughed heartily, swinging his fist, ready for a clash without hesitation. Boom. The island trembled as the surrounding microcosm shattered, and the entire sea surged upwards towards the heavens. Chong Liang's expression changed drastically. He felt his arm go numb, and he was sent hurtling backward. Ling Xiao's every hair danced in the wind, radiant and glorious, each movement as if in harmony with the Tao. Following closely, he unleashed a relentless barrage, leaving Chong Liang dazed, his body nearly torn asunder. Buzz! Another punch sent Chong Liang flying, hurtling through the air from Penglai Island to Yingzhou, colliding with numerous microcosms along the way. At that moment, the ancestor witches on Yingzhou were engaged in battle with powerful beings from the demon clan. Upon witnessing Chong Liang's arrival, they were overjoyed. Chong Liang, your timing is impeccable. Quickly, let us unite and annihilate these vile creatures. Gong Gong exclaimed in excitement, failing to consider how Chong Liang had arrived. I'm on my way. Chong Liang struggled to rise from the rubble, a deep imprint from Ling Xiao's punch embedded in his chest. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have been obliterated. He tried to maintain an indifferent facade, not daring to retreat, casting a fearful glance back at Penglai Island as he joined the fray against the demon clan. Opposite the ancestor witches, the likes of Nuwa and Baizhe regarded Chong Liang with suspicion as they glanced towards the direction of Penglai Island. They sensed that Chong Liang had been sent flying by Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, the ancestor witches wasted no time, as Gong Gong, Shiji, and Chong Liang launched a concerted assault. In another part of Yingzhou Island, Tai Yi confronted Yuan Shi. Tai Yi's intentions were clear. He paid little heed to the treasures and headed straight for Yuan Shi. Golden Crow, you truly seek your own demise. I did not pursue you, yet you have come to me. Yuan Shi coldly proclaimed, summoning the Panga banner, enveloping the area in chaotic energy, heralding a wave of destructive force. The Panga flag possesses the formidable power to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, and govern the boundless laws of creation. At this moment, Yuan Shi had yet to fully master the Panga flag, yet it remained a force to be reckoned with. Tai Yi, adorned with the chaos bell atop his head, stood firm in an invincible position. Yuan Shi, I have come to deliver your end, he proclaimed. As he spoke, the chaos bell resounded, reverberating through the cosmos and obliterating time and space. You seek death. Yuan Shi's expression turned cold as he gently swayed the Panga flag, pressing it toward Tai Yi. Today, I shall witness whether your Panga flag is mightier or if my chaos bell reigns supreme, radiating an exquisite golden light. Tai Yi's true solar fire flickered around him as he stepped forward, intertwining the laws of order to confront Yuan Shi. The sound of the bell echoed mightily, dimming the heavens and earth. The clash between the chaos bell and the Panga flag unleashed a cataclysmic force that suppressed the universe and the boundless seas. From the immortal islands of Penglai and Fangzhong, the mighty beings gazed in awe at the direction of the battle, where chaotic energies swirled like the dawn of creation. As Tai Yi and Yuan Shi engaged in a fierce and relentless exchange, on Penglai Island, Laozi observed the struggle, silently pondering. My second brother's powers are second only to mine, and the Panga flag is renowned for its offensive prowess. Tai Yi cannot possibly be his match. Realizing this, he calmly gathered celestial treasures, for these herbs and elixirs were incredibly precious, potentially yielding great elixirs with boundless applications. There approaches the Golden Crow, Ling Xiao. While collecting treasures, he perceived a figure leisurely wandering the immortal island, drawing closer to him. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to notice him, directing a piercing gaze that radiated brilliance. Even from a distance, the sharpness of his aura was palpable. After all these ages, I wonder if you have fallen behind. Laozi murmured to himself, recalling how Ling Xiao had once defeated Jin and Junti atop Mount Buzhou. Yet, so much time had passed without his emergence or intervention. He had not attended a single sermon, which surely had impacted his cultivation. Ling Xiao, observing Laozi, sensed a faint yet resolute battle intent emanating from him. Just as he prepared to approach, his gaze shifted towards Fangzhong Island, where a great battle was unfolding. Emperor Jun and Tongtian have clashed. On Fangzhong Island, Emperor Jun wielded the river map and Luo book, standing atop the 12-petaled pure white lotus, maximizing his defenses. Tantian brandished the Excalibur of slaying immortals, its sword light piercingly sharp, intent on annihilating all. Using but a single sword, I do not deceive you, Tantian declared, his countenance as stern as the sword in his hand, radiating an aura of invincibility. United as the three pure ones, he had resolved to determine their standing against the three crows, necessitating his involvement. Come forth, lest my victory be deemed unjust, Emperor Jun replied gravely. Logically he, being the most powerful among the three crows, should confront Laozi. However, he found himself matched against the weakest of the three pure ones, a matter of considerable embarrassment. Yet, Tantian restrained himself, wielding only the Excalibur of slaying immortals. Am I not to preserve my dignity? This battle will undoubtedly establish my name. I, Emperor Jun, am not the weakest among the three crows. Chapter 68. Dominance of Tantian, the dark hand of the underworld river. With unwavering resolve, Emperor Jun let out a long howl, unleashing a vast torrent of law-infused power that shook the heavens. Boom. He conjured terrifying phenomena, as countless stars manifested around him, only to erupt in a brilliant display, rapidly transforming into myriad starry rivers within the boundless cosmos. Every thought, every intention, and every law he had encountered surged through the starry void encircling him. These universes, possessing physical forms, were constructed from the power of laws, their intricate formations a result of his recent contemplations during seclusion. Seizing the entirety of the starry realm, Emperor Jun charged forth as if he were wielding the weight of 3,000 worlds, intent on suppressing Tantian. Lacking innate treasures, I must refine my own law, he cried, his voice echoing as the ground of Fangzhong Island trembled and quaked under his immense power. Your magic is formidable, Tantian observed solemnly, performing a graceful flourish with the Excalibur of slaying immortals. But beings of our caliber can pierce through worlds, even should you conjure 3,000 primordial worlds and boundless universes. I too can shatter them all, Tantian proclaimed, radiating confidence as the Excalibur emitted a sword light that seemed to cleave the heavens. As the sword's edge pointed forth, worlds fell into oblivion, and the force of destruction rippled throughout the eastern sea, unsettling countless beings. Emperor Jun, resplendent in golden armor resembling the sun, evoked awe and trepidation. Around him, towering figures emerged on the great stars, surpassing the celestial bodies beneath them, reviving from desolation like primordial deities stepping into existence, descending from the heavens and charging towards Tantian in overwhelming force. These manifestations were born of law and formations, brimming with divine might. In an instant, Tantian, armed with a single sword, unleashed a barrage of millions of sword strikes, each imbued with profound meaning and infinite sword intent. Their titanic clash reverberated through the cosmos, the ocean's waves rising to monumental heights, even shaking the dragon palace beneath the sea. The beings on the three immortal islands gazed up in astonishment, witnessing the cataclysmic confrontation. The overwhelming aura radiating from Emperor Jun and Tantian was so potent that even the quasi-saints dared not look upon them. How astonishing is the Golden Crow! In the face of Yuan Shi, Tantian does not falter. A powerful being marveled, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Now, only the smallest of the Golden Crows and the foremost of the three pure ones remained. This confrontation promised to be riveting. On the three immortal islands, the mighty beings, while discussing the battle, did not neglect to seize the treasures scattered across the islands. Some gathered herbs, some mined, some sought treasures, and others chased after spiritual beasts. In a serene locale on Fangzhong Island, the leaders of the male and female immortals observed the fierce battle between the Golden Crow and the two pure ones, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Dao friend Dong Wang, perhaps we should form an alliance, the West Queen Mother suggested after a moment, sensing immense pressure that might soon engulf them in this chaotic conflict. Forming an alliance with Dong Wang would provide a stable force to seize more opportunities. For the treasures on the island were but a fraction. Ultimately, the ownership of the three immortal islands was paramount. In such a celestial realm, cultivation would yield exponential benefits, not to mention the endless opportunities for exploration. Together with Dong Wang, she sought to draw in other mighty beings, perhaps securing a whole island in the end. Haha, West Queen Mother, you have finally seen reason, Dong Wang replied with a smile, his long-lost confidence rekindled. With the West Queen Mother's addition, he contemplated ways to bring the underworld river into their fold, and with the support of other powerful beings, occupying an island would not be a difficult endeavor. The underworld river is engaged in battle? At that moment, Dong Wang's expression shifted as he sensed a surge of immense blood energy erupting above. A river of blood spanned the void, surging mightily. Let us investigate. Dong Wang stepped forth, flying towards the source. As he drew near, a furious roar pierced the air. "Underworld River, how dare you ambush me? We are fated to be adversaries." The voice was a tumult of rage and disbelief. Kunpeng. Dongwang's countenance changed slightly, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. He seemed to grasp the reason behind the Underworld River's audacity. Primordial purple chi. For this treasure. Not only would the Underworld River take action, but I too would be tempted to intervene. Yet he had not anticipated the Underworld River's boldness in launching a surprise attack amidst the gathering of formidable beings from the demon race. Even if you must engage in clandestine actions, seek out a secluded place, at the very least. For the sake of the primordial purple chi, Mingyi has already found himself ensnared, his mind clouded. At this moment, Kunpeng is consumed by rage, bearing a wound on his back, deep enough to reveal bone, which is proving difficult to heal. This injury was inflicted by the ruthless Yuan Tuobi. Had he been a moment slower in evading, he would have risked being cleaved in two. "Mingyi, prepare for the vengeance of my demon clan." While tending to his wounds, Kunpeng issued a menacing threat. Throughout the endless eons, he had never suffered such a substantial setback, a transgression he found utterly unforgivable. On Mingyi's gaunt visage, a cruel and malevolent expression emerged. He showed no signs of repentance or submission, still greedily eyeing Kunpeng. "Hand over the primordial purple chi to me." He was hardly intimidated by Kunpeng's threats. With his strength and attributes, there were few beneath the saint level who could hope to slay him. For the sake of the primordial purple chi, for the aspiration to become a saint, he was prepared to risk it all. "You insolent creature, I am not the only one to have acquired the primordial purple chi. Do you think me easy prey?" Kunpeng bellowed, his sharp eyes brimming with murderous intent. Were he not injured, he would have charged forth without hesitation. "Ask yourself, do you truly deserve this primordial purple chi?" Mingyi sneered. Among the 6 who had obtained the primordial purple chi, all were destined saints, disciples of Tao ancestors. Unless he was courting death, he would not dare to provoke them. Kunpeng, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. "I am unworthy? What of your tainted blood? Can you claim any worth? Come then, let us inflict mutual harm." He retorted, "Regardless, I am a part of the Pangu great deity, which is certainly superior to you. You abominable beast." Mingyi replied with a sinister grin, brandishing dual swords as he advanced toward Kunpeng. Once he secured the primordial purple chi, he planned to hide away, never to emerge until he became a saint. With a resounding roar, Kunpeng transformed into his true form and plunged into the eastern sea, stirring up tumultuous waves. "Mingyi, if you have the capability, come chase after me. I should mention, I have allies." His arrogant voice echoed through the depths of the sea as he made for the island of Yingzhou, intending to rendezvous with Nuwa and her companions. Mingyi's countenance darkened. Ever since his failed ambush, he had realized that killing Kunpeng would be exceedingly difficult. Setting aside other concerns, if this beast genuinely wished to flee, few in the vast wilderness could hope to pursue him. A new strategy would have to be devised. Mingyi muttered to himself, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Mingyi, my fellow Taoist, why not join forces to hunt down Kunpeng?" At that moment, Dong Wanggong appeared, his proposition stirring Mingyi's heart. Mingyi felt a flicker of interest but quickly regained his composure, regarding Dong Wanggong with a cold smile. "Even if we were to slay Kunpeng, the primordial purple chi is but a single entity. How shall we divide it?" Without hesitation, Dong Wanggong replied earnestly at that time. "We shall rely on our own abilities to negotiate." His demeanor was straightforward, devoid of any ulterior motives. Mingyi hesitated for a moment, then fell silent, tacitly accepting the proposition. In terms of strength, he was confident he could subdue Dong Wanggong. "Dear Mingyi, our immediate priority is to join forces and seize Sanxian Island," Dong Wanggong continued, seeking to draw Mingyi into his scheme. Mingyi paused briefly, casually remarking, "Although there is little of value on Sanxian Island, I can lend you my assistance." His sole desire was for the primordial purple chi, and he cared little for other worldly possessions. Dong Wanggong nodded, a sense of confidence swelling within him. At that moment, the entirety of Sanxian Island trembled violently, as a colossal surge of chaotic energy erupted from the center of Palai Island, soaring into the boundless void. Within this column of chaos, a sphere of primordial spiritual light slowly ascended, manifesting as a treasure that emitted brilliant radiance, unveiling celestial mysteries. While countless stars cascaded from the heavens above, the blossoms of the laws of the great Tao danced through the skies, swirling around Panglai Island endlessly. "Is this a congenital supreme treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure?" Dong Wanggong exclaimed, his expression one of shock, his eyes glimmering with excitement and longing. Sanxian Island was formed from fragments of chaos. It would not be surprising for a chaotic spiritual treasure to emerge from it. Meanwhile, Mingyi, still reeling from his earlier assertion that nothing of value resided on Sanxian Island, was now utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, All beings on the three immortal islands ceased their tasks and lifted their gazes toward the divine artifact hovering above Panglai Island, enveloped in rich, chaotic spiritual energy. Its true form remained hidden, yet those with keen insight recognized it as a supreme treasure, far surpassing ordinary congenital spiritual treasures. What a marvelous treasure! I sense a connection to my bloodline. This item is fated to be with my Western lineage. In a secluded corner of Ingzhou Island, Jun and Tai Yi gazed longingly at the skies above Panglai Island. I surmise this treasure is either a congenital supreme treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure. My Western lineage is desperately in need of such an artifact to stabilize our fortunes, Jiejing proclaimed, his eyes reflecting rare excitement. Now that the three pure ones each possessed a congenital supreme treasure, two of which could stabilize fortunes, while their Western lineage had none, it seemed only fitting that this treasure should belong to them. This treasure bears auspicious significance and is steeped in destiny. It is of utmost importance to our demon clan, and we must acquire it. Baze expressed a surge of eagerness in his tone. The ancestral witches, engaged in battle, paused to gaze at the divine artifact in the void, with a resounding voice declaring, "What a magnificent treasure! Let us seize it and hang it at the entrance of the divine hall." Indeed, it could also be displayed on Mount Buzhou. In any case, it must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. We shall retrieve it and drive them to despair. Gong Gong laughed heartily in agreement, unabashedly exposing his disdain, which left the demon clan members visibly agitated. These wretches, who could not even wield a treasure, dared to covet such a supreme artifact. The one who resided on Panglai Island, attuned to the essence of the supreme treasure, felt its immense pressure even through the shroud of chaotic spiritual light. This treasure was destined to be his. He emanated an overwhelming aura, sending a message to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, urging them to temporarily set aside their conflicts and converge upon Panglai Island to jointly seize the treasure. United, the three pure ones would face few challengers, not only on Sanxian Island but throughout the vast wilderness. This treasure would undoubtedly belong to them. On Ingzhou Island, Fang Zhang and the others received the transmission from their elder brother and immediately left Jun and Tai Yi behind, shattering the void as they hastened toward Panglai Island. This scene changed the expressions of many powerful beings. Witnessing the three pure ones' determination for this treasure, who could stand against them when united? Following closely, Jun and Tai Yi also sped toward Panglai Island to reunite with Ling Xiao. At this moment, somewhere on the immortal island, Ling Xiao observed the divine artifact in the void with keen interest. He had not anticipated such a treasure would emerge from Sanxian Island. The vast chaotic spiritual light might indicate it was a chaotic spiritual treasure. As he probed the artifact with his divine sense, the sphere of spiritual light enveloped in chaotic energy suddenly burst forth, radiating dazzling brilliance, akin to the first light that illuminated the world after creation. As the flowers of the great Tao began to bloom, the heavens resonated, and the sounds of the collision of laws filled the air. Ah, this treasure belongs to me. A powerful being could no longer restrain himself and transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the artifact. Impudent, audacious, shouts of admonishment rang out, followed by a barrage of attacks raining down upon him. The powerful being reached the artifact but was repelled by an invisible force, instantly obliterated by the multitude of strikes, vanishing without a trace. When a divine artifact emerges, it is destined for those who are fated to possess it. A radiant hand, imbued with the essence of celestial light, descended from the void, targeting the divine artifact, seeking death. As the air thickened with tension, the formidable beings could no longer restrain themselves, rushing forth like moths drawn to a flame. The collective might of over 10,000 great Luo golden immortals threatened to upheave the entire Eastern Sea. This was a grand contest between the mighty. The lesser beings beneath the great Luo dared not even gaze upon the spectacle, feeling powerless and desiring to intervene, yet refraining from doing so. With a thunderous roar, it was as if the heavens and earth were cleaved apart. The pathways of the Tao torn asunder. Techniques, laws, and treasures collided, creating a tumultuous symphony of destruction, resulting in a horrific tableau. In an instant, Panglai Island became the epicenter of annihilation, its blinding radiance wreaking havoc in all directions. The great powers struggled to ascend, as the Eastern King and the Western Queen joined forces, leading the assembly of immortals, wielding exquisite innate treasures with few rivals. The demon faction was fierce and numerous, gaining the upper hand. The 6 ancestral witches stood resolute, their towering figures akin to celestial pillars amidst the Eastern Sea, capable of annihilating countless foes with a mere gesture. Among them, the 3 pure ones were particularly formidable. A toss of their innate treasures could secure their invincibility. It was a chaotic melee, with all the mighty unleashing their full prowess. To neglect the pursuit of such high-level treasures would invite divine retribution. Ling Xiao, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi summoned their treasures, transforming them into a resplendent sun that descended upon the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of golden light that sent countless contenders reeling. Their entrance drew numerous astonished gazes. Chapter 70. The Innate Treasure, Defeating the Celestial Leaders. Ling Xiao, Emperor Jun, and Tai Yi appeared as three blazing suns, instilling terror across the realm, instantly clearing vast spaces. With ordinary powers too intimidated to approach, the three joined forces, advancing relentlessly toward the pinnacle of the immortal island, inching closer to the divine artifact amidst the boundless void. This was a fierce free-for-all. Any being daring to approach the divine artifact would face relentless assaults from the collective might of the powerful. Ling Xiao, with the Hongming cauldron hovering above him, effortlessly repelled numerous adversaries, his movements graceful and unburdened. In contrast, the three pure ones faced no challengers, effortlessly crushing all in their path. Then, the treasured artifact emerged. Was it a mirror? A mighty being suddenly roared, witnessing the ethereal chaos at the summit of the immortal island dissipating and shattering, revealing a mirror entwined with chaotic energy that shone brilliantly. This ancient chaotic mirror spun incessantly, its light radiating dazzling beams that struck the powerful, leaving those illuminated momentarily stunned, as if their very souls had been drained. I saw my past lives and future within the mirror, exclaimed a powerful being, lost in profound contemplation. Was my previous life one of chaotic divinity, struck down by Pengu? His face reflected shock, his eyes flickering, uncertain whether to lament or rejoice. All powerful beings found themselves entranced by the mirror in the sky, gazing in awe. Ling Xiao, too, was captivated, observing the blurred images within the mirror, scenes flowing past, visible only to him. Moments later, Ling Xiao's expression shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief shimmering in his eyes. Finally, the images coalesced into a blank slate, nothing remaining. Simultaneously, he grasped the essence of the mirror, the Tai Su mirror, an innate treasure. It possessed the ability to reverse time and observe the past, present, and future with limitless applications. It was an auxiliary treasure, not excelling in offense or defense, but steeped in profound mystery. Why had this knowledge of the treasure suddenly dawned upon him? Had it recognized him as its master? Ling Xiao mused curiously, only to notice the fervor mirrored in the expressions of the other powerful beings. Perhaps he was not the sole one privy to its secrets. This mirror, seemingly capricious, had revealed its origins and capabilities to all. It was no wonder the mighty were so fervent and covetous. Innate treasures were extraordinarily rare and precious. Even sages would find it hard to resist. Only a few ancestral witches exchanged glances, feeling nothing and witnessing no revelations, set apart from the surrounding fervor. Did you see anything? Why the frenzy? Asked Jamong, perplexed about the source of their excitement. Nothing much. I think I saw my own face in the mirror. And it looked quite good, replied Xiangliang, touching his rugged, unappealing cheek, pondering if this was truly the cause of their madness. Is it that significant? We are incomplete in our innate essence. It is natural to overlook some things. Perhaps they have uncovered the mirror's secrets, hence their frenzy, Hutu remarked seriously, a hint of envy in her tone. Such an extraordinary treasure, yet they could not utilize it. Even if they claimed it, it would merely adorn their home. Its sole utility might be to bestow a modicum of luck upon the witch clan. At that moment, the light of the Tai Su mirror began to wane, and the beings illuminated by its radiance gradually regained their senses, erupting into chaos. I am destined to possess this treasure. Do not contest with me. A powerful being bellowed, clearly losing their grip on sanity, heedlessly charging toward the Tai Su mirror. Fool, I am the true destined one. Instantly, another great battle erupted. More ferocious than before, a life-or-death struggle, as the void surrounding the three immortal islands threatened to collapse into nothingness, the air thick with the scent of destruction. The quasi-saint level beings no longer held back. The three pure ones, the demon faction, the male and female immortals, the duo from the west, and the ancestral witches all engaged fiercely. Like a constellation of stars, the powerful beings were successively cast into the eastern sea, stirring colossal waves. As more and more were flung away, the contenders dwindled. Ling Xiao too joined the fray, repelling the unwitting beings who dared to provoke trouble. Around him, the power of the laws surged, his body radiant, each movement exuding boundless divine strength, cleaving through the 3,000 realms. Before long, he encountered the Eastern King and the Western Queen, the male and female immortals united, invincible in their advance. Golden Crow, did you not strike at Kongming? The Eastern King, wielding a dragon-headed staff, inferred from Kongming's words that it was Ling Xiao who had attacked him. The one called Ziwei was merely a boy beside Ling Xiao. And what of it? Ling Xiao replied casually, his gaze drifting elsewhere as Emperor Jun and Tai Yi clashed with the figures of Jin and Junti, battling in a tumult of chaos. The sky and earth dimmed by their conflict. Fortunately, their advantage was apparent. The duo from the west was no match for them. Ling Xiao, do you dare to disregard me? The Eastern King's expression soured. And do you still regard the male and female immortals? Western Queen, let us act together. Anyone desiring the Tai Su mirror must face all contenders, the Eastern King declared, seeking to enlist the Western Queen's aid against Ling Xiao. It was not that he could not defeat Ling Xiao. Rather, with additional assistance, victory would be more assured. With 2 golden crows still to contend with, aligning with the Western Queen and adding the river of the underworld to their ranks would surely ensure triumph. He had already calculated his strategy meticulously. The Western Queen hesitated, an instinct warning her that this was not a wise choice. Yet Ling Xiao had already taken action. For him, battling 1 or 2 foes made little difference. Whether the Western Queen sided with the Eastern King was of no consequence. A voice resonated with cold authority, and the beams of light emanating from Ling Xiao's pupils stretched for miles. His thick black hair danced wildly towards the heavens, and within his eyes lay the celestial orbits of the sun and moon, alongside the ephemeral flickers of stars, etched with the traces of the Tao. Behind him, a golden overshadowed the sky, as a colossal hand of law descended from above. Zhuangmu was left dumbfounded, unprepared to take action, as Ling Xiao struck first. It seemed he scarcely regarded her presence, perhaps mistaking her intent to aid Dong Wanggong. There was no time for her to deliberate further, for Ling Xiao's assault had already arrived. They unleashed their magical artifacts with all their might. Vast streams of magical energy collided, producing a dazzling brilliance, only to be followed by an endless desolation. As if an entire star domain were collapsing, the radiant light compelled all living beings to shut their eyes, while the encroaching darkness threatened to engulf the souls of the weaker creatures. They scarcely had a moment to ponder. Ling Xiao had instantly engaged both Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu. Standing alone against 2, in a swift turn of fate, amidst the cataclysm, 2 figures were sent flying. Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu appeared pallid, blood staining their lips. Their eyes filled with terror. Ling Xiao loomed amidst the chaos, akin to a primordial deity, the light in his gaze terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 71. 3 Crows Against 3 Purities. Ling Xiao, single-handedly defeating Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu, instilled fear among the assembled powerhouses. Both of these individuals were of quasi-saint caliber, wielding supreme innate spiritual treasures. Yet they could not prevail against the Jinwu. There had been whispers that the 3rd Jinwu was the mightiest, and now those rumors bore truth. Some mighty beings recalled what they had once thought mere legend, now astonished by its veracity. How could this be possible? Dong Wanggong's expression turned skeptical, struggling to accept the reality. Did Zhuangmu perhaps hold back? Doubt crept into his mind, for it was utterly bizarre that their combined strength could not overcome Ling Xiao. Let us join forces, together against the Jinwu. Dong Wanggong bellowed, directing his subordinates to strike as one, his dragon-headed staff erupting with golden light, exuding unparalleled divine power. Seeking your own demise, Ling Xiao replied coolly, his eyes transforming into terrifying voids, as if 2 black holes from which stars fell. In that moment, he emanated an exceedingly formidable aura, as if he could cause mountains to crumble and oceans to dry with a mere gaze. He surveyed the vast wilderness, where mountains toppled and rivers surged. With the Hongming Ding hovering above him, he stepped forth, as if the primordial world itself were descending, his magical power boundless. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the entire eastern sea roiling beneath the force of his step, while all the mighty beings behind Dong Wanggong erupted into chaos, plunging into the vast ocean. Even Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu's countenances grew grim, their bodies trembling under this overwhelming pressure, their blood surging, on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao, do you dare to humiliate us? Do not forget, we are the chosen of the Tao ancestor. Dong Wanggong thundered, the supreme yang celestial light bursting forth, shattering the shackles upon him. The foremost among male immortals? Who is that? Do I know? Ling Xiao raised a finger, the Hongming Ding soaring forth, the boundless primordial worlds within it transforming, descending upon Dong Wanggong. Boom! Dong Wanggong's expression shifted slightly. He met the assault with his dragon-headed staff. Yet it quickly dulled and lost its luster. Bang! His form shook, as if countless worlds bore down upon him. He could no longer withstand it, and fell to his knees in the void, ensnared by the laws of space, as Ling Xiao had crafted a unique dimension just for him. Beneath Dong Wanggong, the spatial barriers were unyieldingly solid, preventing him from plummeting into the sea. Dong Wanggong howled, nearly crushed to powder. The assembly of mighty beings stood aghast. Ling Xiao treated the foremost among male immortals with such disdain, offering no mercy whatsoever. This starkly revealed the disparity in strength, despite Dong Wanggong's status as a quasi-saint. Being so easily manipulated by Ling Xiao was utterly inconceivable. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted as he noticed the three purities swiftly approaching the Tai Su mirror. At that moment, they found an opening, unchallenged, intent on seizing the mirror. Ling Xiao raised his hand, summoning the Hongming Ding back to him, once again sending Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu into the unfathomable depths of the ocean, their fates unknown. Then, with a single step, the heavens and earth transformed, time danced, and his figure became ethereal. In the next instant, he found himself in the vastness of deep space, confronting Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian. Ling Xiao shone like a blazing sun across the sky, exerting pressure upon the three immortal islands. Ling Xiao, do you truly believe you can stand against us? Yuan Shi barked, wielding the Panga banner, shattering the void, his divine might overwhelming. Step aside. The Tai Su mirror belongs to us. Laozi declared solemnly, supporting the Taiji diagram. Ling Xiao's countenance remained austere, undeterred. Did you not wish to determine superiority? Now is the time. Preposterous. You dare to challenge all three of us alone. Yuan Shi retorted, his pride wounded by such audacity. Who says so? We are here as well. Just then, two beams of golden light surged into the arena, revealing the figures of Jun and Tai Yi. Yuan Shi's expression faltered, turning to search for Jane and Zhuanti. Do not look for them. Those two old fools are no match for us, Tai Yi remarked, observing Yuan Shi's intent with a smile. At this declaration, the faces of the three purities darkened. There was no other implication. They simply believed Jane and Zhuanti to be utterly incompetent, unworthy to stand alongside them as disciples of the Tao ancestor. They could not even withstand Tu Jinwu. What use were they? If that is the case, all the better. Today we shall claim the treasure, determine our standings, and waste no time. Yuan Shi proclaimed, casting aside his prejudices against Jane and Zhuanti, brimming with ambition. That is precisely what we wish to convey. Dijun responded coldly, unwilling to yield. In an instant, boundless killing intent surged between the three purities and the three crows. All held their breath, awaiting this earth-shattering duel. Buzz. The resounding clashes commenced as the three crows and three purities engaged, their coordination impeccable, Ling Xiao against Laozi, Tai Yi against Yuan Shi, and Dijun against Tongtian. Aware that Laozi was the strongest among the three purities, Dijun and Tai Yi naturally deferred to him, entrusting their most formidable brother to confront the challenge. Ling Xiao, with the Hongming Ding above him, one hand wielding thunderous magic and the other manipulating time, unleashed a cacophony of thunder as chaotic energy surged, scintillating lightning flickering. Each bolt spanning the heavens, overwhelming countless beings with its majesty. Laozi stood upon the Taiji diagram, stabilizing the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, as well as the balance of yin and yang, standing invincible in his presence. In their initial encounter, Ling Xiao could sense that Laozi's magical power surpassed that of Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu combined, undoubtedly the strongest at present, aside from himself. Even should his own power exceed Laozi's, overcoming him in a short time would be difficult, unless he summoned his true form to crush him with absolute strength. Ultimately, the enhancement provided by innate treasures was immense, incomparable to that of innate spiritual artifacts. Unless one's realm vastly surpassed another's, absolute strength was required to dominate. Fortunately, he too possessed an innate treasure. A powerful individual wields a powerful artifact. Boom. The Hongming Ding emitted primordial energy, each strand imbued with tremendous divine might, spinning relentlessly. Its form radiating brilliance. Placed upon the Taiji diagram, it consumed the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the capability to refine the universe, causing the countless stars in the infinite void to dim in its wake. On the three immortal islands, all beings gasped in astonishment. Whether they were great Luo Jingxian or quasi-saints, they felt a profound sense of dread. They recognized the Taiji diagram in the void as an innate treasure, yet were astounded by the extraordinary nature of Ling Xiao's Ding, which inhaled primordial energy, manifesting a miniature version of the primordial world. Such might rival that of the Taiji diagram. It was magnificently grand, exuding an unparalleled pressure. If they were struck, even if they did not perish, they would surely sustain grievous injuries, much like the Eastern King, who remained submerged in the depths of the sea, leaving us uncertain of his fate. Is this also an innate treasure? They voiced their inquiries, gazing at the Hongming Ding with envy shimmering in their eyes, a mere admiration that dared not traverse into inappropriate desires. Boom. The Hongming Ding suppressed the Taiji diagram, while Ling Xiao moved with an elegance that transcended time, manifesting myriad laws in a breathtaking display of unmatched attack. Laozi, battered, summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower once more, only to be sent flying by a single punch from Ling Xiao, whose power was at its zenith. Laozi's expression shifted dramatically, his calm demeanor shattered. Chapter 72. Have you listened to the 3 times of the Tao? The urgency of Yuanshi. Laozi's heart trembled. His Taiji diagram was restrained by Ling Xiao's ding, ensnaring them in a struggle that rendered his defensive capabilities futile, swiftly placing him at a disadvantage. More astonishing was the realization that Ling Xiao's magical prowess surpassed his own. How could this be? How could one who neglects the Tao outpace him? He recalled the days atop Buzhou Mountain when Ling Xiao's cultivation was inferior to his own. Had it not been for this ding, he would have dispatched him then. What have I truly gleaned from the 3 times of the Tao? Laozi pondered, questioning the very teachings of the Tao, wondering why Ling Xiao, who had never sought the Tao, surpassed him in strength. Was there not a flaw in this? At that moment, Ling Xiao arrived, leaving no room for Laozi's contemplation. In a flurry, Laozi recalled the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower and summoned the flame light banner. Observing this, Ling Xiao wasted no time. He raised his hand and summoned the Hongming Liantian ruler, which burst forth with the brilliance of a galaxy, striking down fiercely. Laozi's body ignited with the light of Taiji, shielding him, yet he was still sent hurtling away. He pointed skyward, unleashing the Taiji divine thunder that shook the universe, seemingly descending from chaos to engulf Ling Xiao. This terrifying divine thunder could easily annihilate a great Luo golden immortal. The sheer horror of countless divine thunders was beyond comprehension. A glimmer of hope crossed Laozi's face. Without a protective treasure, how could Ling Xiao withstand this onslaught? Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. The once tumultuous thunderstorm grew docile, contracting until it coalesced into a sphere of thunder essence, cradled in Ling Xiao's hand. Laozi's expression faltered. Why had the divine thunder he summoned transformed into Ling Xiao's? Here you go. Ling Xiao smirked coldly, flicking his finger, sending the thunder essence soaring forth. Wherever it traversed, the void morphed into black holes. An aura of annihilation sending shivers down the spines of the inhabitants of the 3 islands. Do not approach. Laozi's pupils constricted, panic overtaking him as he shouted in desperation. Boom. A cataclysmic thunderclap erupted, consuming the void, the rampaging thunder obliterating countless stars. Amidst this devastation, Laozi ascended from the top of the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. His robe tattered, his body charred, stained with the remnants of unhealed wounds. Witnessing this scene, Yuanshi and Tongtian were taken aback. Their elder brother had been so thoroughly defeated? Was it that their brother had faltered, or was Ling Xiao simply too formidable? Should they perhaps switch opponents with their elder brother? Yuanshi, engaged in battle with me, yet daring to be distracted? Tai Yi bellowed, bringing down the Chaos Bell, an artifact with the power to suppress the world. Its might was evident. With a resounding crash, Yuanshi was sent plunging into the eastern sea, akin to a great star falling, stirring monstrous waves that threatened to overturn the sea itself. Enraged, Yuanshi wielded the Panga banner, parting the waters of the eastern sea, surging back towards the fray. Tai Yi met him head-on, radiating immeasurable divine light. Igniting the void with the flames of the golden crow, a moment's brilliance spanning countless miles, imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, intent on incinerating Yuanshi. The powerful spectators stood in stunned silence. Following Ling Xiao's overwhelming defeat of Laozi, it appeared Yuanshi was also no match for Tai Yi. 2 of the 3 Pure Ones had already succumbed. For reasons unknown, witnessing the 3 Pure Ones being bested brought an inexplicable sense of comfort to me. The ancestral witch Gong chuckled, his voice unabashedly loud, almost provoking Laozi and Yuanshi to the brink of bloodshed. Such a trio of golden crows. Barely worthy to contend with us, Zizing remarked, referring to the 12 ancestral witches. He then turned to the sturdy Qiangliang beside him, casually inquiring, Qiangliang, that fellow Ling Xiao, a golden crow, also wields the art of thunder. How does his skill compare to yours? Upon hearing this, Jiang chuckled. Is this not a question you already know the answer to? Qiangliang is the ancestral witch of thunder. Who could possibly understand it better than him? Right, Qiangliang? Shall we fight for the mirror? Qiangliang stammered, fumbling for words until he finally blurted out about the mirror. The other ancestral witches, oblivious to the underlying tension, remained perplexed. While Hotu appeared to grasp something, her gaze on Ling Xiao deep in thought. Could it be that the 3 crows are truly this formidable? Somewhere in the realm of the 3 Pure Ones, Xinyuanzi and Han Yun observed the battle, unable to suppress their astonishment. Following the previous encounter where Jun and Tai Yi had brutally defeated Jane and Zhuani, this instance was even more outrageous. As the 3 crows turned their ire upon the 3 Pure Ones, Ling Xiao is truly extraordinary, Han Yun exclaimed, marveling at the disparity between now and the days atop Buzhou Mountain. Let it be. This is beyond our reach. We should abandon any hopes of the Taishu mirror and instead seek some treasures to bring back for the ginseng fruit. Xinyuanzi mused, relinquishing any lingering fantasies about the Taishu mirror. Seizing the opportunity amidst their clash, he resolved to gather more treasures. Yuanshi, when do you plan to relocate? Red Cloud could not help but raise the question upon mention of the ginseng fruit. Xinyuanzi. Boom. The battle between the three Pure Ones and the three crows escalated into a fierce melee. Aware that victory was elusive in solo combat, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian joined forces. Bound by their shared origins, having experienced the passage of time together from the moment of transformation, an extraordinary synergy naturally flourished among them. Fight as you will. I shall ensure you are convinced of your inferiority, Tai Yi taunted, casting a scornful gaze upon the three Pure Ones, particularly fixating on Yuanshi, who bore the brunt of his attention. How dare you? What manner of gaze is this? Do you deem me inferior? Yuanshi seethed, feeling an immense affront. Indeed. He had recently found himself at a disadvantage. Yet how could he openly admit to such humiliation? Nay, it is you three who are inferior to us, Dijun interjected. Despite not having triumphed over Tongtian moments prior, the victories of his two brothers sufficed to tip the scales in favor of the three crows. Such audacity. Boom. The chaos erupted, engulfing the heavens and earth in boundless flames of the Tao, with lightning flashing in torrents. The brilliance of the battle was blinding. As the laws of the great Tao transformed into order, thunder, and immeasurable chaotic flames, the heavens trembled as beams of light danced throughout. A golden crow, its body seemingly cast from gold, soared through the cosmos, striking upward towards the 9 heavens, plunging downward into the 9 underworlds, fiercely battling. With a resounding crash, Yuanshi was struck by the Hongmeng Ding, his entire form exploding, the Panga banner's offensive nature contrasting sharply with the defensive Taiji diagram, leading to his rapid downfall against Ling Xiao. The light of the jade pure burned, as his shattered body reassembled, akin to porcelain, adorned with glowing Tao lines. Ling Xiao traversed upon the Ding, radiating a golden aura, akin to a blazing inferno, gazing down with an unmatched majesty, his tall and slender form crowned by flowing black hair, eyes deep with determination, exuding an unparalleled charisma. As if he were the sovereign of the world. The scene was magnificent and utterly unparalleled. As the Hongmeng Ding oscillated, one world after another manifested around it. And above the Ding's mouth, a resplendent river of stars danced in concert. Yuanshi's spirit stirred. He transmitted to Tongtian, third brother, swiftly arranged the extermination sword formation. Chapter 73, The Sovereign Golden Crow. Yuanshi, in a state of agitation, communicated with Tongtian, urging him to deploy the extermination sword formation. The Tao ancestor had once proclaimed that the extermination sword formation could only be shattered by 4 beings of equal caliber, yet the golden crows numbered merely 3. If the formation were to be established, what means would they have to resist? Was defeat not an inevitable outcome? How could the 3 Pure Ones, the true lineage of Pangu, possibly succumb to just 3 golden crows? Yuanshi's heart thundered with rage at the thought of being vanquished by the golden crows. He found it utterly unacceptable. Upon receiving Yuanshi's transmission, Tongtian hesitated momentarily, replying, "Second brother, pitting 3 against 3 on our merits, while setting up the extermination formation, seems rather imprudent." His inherent pride and spirited nature made him reluctant to rely on formations for victory. Tongtian, at this juncture, the priority must be victory. Yuanshi's frustration mounted. The usually composed Tongtian was now exhibiting uncharacteristic folly. Did he not grasp the gravity of the situation? Tongtian, wavering, disregarded Yuanshi's ire. At that moment, Ling Xiao erupted with an unparalleled aura, a golden radiance illuminating the heavens, exuding an overwhelming force. The Hongmeng Ding hovered above, pressing forward with immense might, each gesture embodying grandeur as the laws of attack and defense manifested, sending Yuanshi hurtling away, his form exploding into eternal fireworks. The Hongmeng Ding dominated the Tai Chi diagram, while Ling Xiao's outstretched hand propelled Laozi through millions of miles, traversing the 3 islands and soaring beyond the 9 heavens, entering the vast sea of clouds. Simultaneously, Tongtian, besieged by the combined might of Jun and Tai Yi, felt a mounting dread, daring not to linger and transforming into a divine rainbow to rescue his elder brother and second brother. Ling Xiao, retracting the Hongmeng Ding, was about to set his sights on the Tai Chi diagram, only for it to tear through the void and vanish without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, all beings were left in shock. The 3 Pure Ones had been soundly defeated, unable to withstand the onslaught of the 3 crows, ultimately rendered untraceable and uncertain of their fates. The disciples of the Tao ancestor, wielding supreme treasures, had united yet still faced defeat, a result that blindsided them. In this scenario, would the Tai Su mirror not fall into the hands of the 3 crows? Such thoughts plagued the minds of the mighty, their hearts unwilling to accept this outcome. This was a primordial treasure. Should they acquire it, their fortunes would surely soar. Jie and Jun and Tai Yi bore grim expressions, their gazes fixed on the Tai Su mirror suspended above the Penglai immortal island. So near yet so far, with the three crows present, they dared not make a move. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce battle between the three pure ones and the three crows, hoping to reap the benefits amidst their mutual destruction. However, they never expected such a dismal defeat for the three pure ones, who scarcely inflicted any harm upon the crows. What a disgrace. How can they claim to be the Dao ancestors' direct disciples? Jun and Tai Yi seethed, lamenting the connection he believed he had with the West, yet finding himself unable to seize the opportunity, forced to watch as it slipped into the clutches of evil. Meanwhile, on the side of the demon race, Niwa and other great beings also felt profound regret. Given the current circumstances, seizing the Tai Su mirror from the three crows appeared nearly impossible. Ling Xiao, employing thunderous might, vanquished his adversaries, his gaze sweeping across the inhabitants of the three islands, none daring to meet his eyes as he reclaimed the Hong Meng Ding. Intent on claiming the Tai Su mirror. Suddenly, the entire three immortal islands quaked, the sea roiling with tumultuous waves, an overwhelming aura spreading forth, causing the beings on the island to tremble. Gentlemen, to act so recklessly in my eastern sea seems rather unwise. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated, the waters of the eastern sea crashing against the shore, followed by a breathtaking sight that left all beings in awe. A true dragon ascended from the depths, its colossal form emerging within the three immortal islands, dwarfed only by the vastness of its own being. The abrupt turn of events caused the faces of all mighty beings to shift, particularly in response to the terrifying aura and pressure that was palpable, instilling fear in their hearts. What a magnificent dragon! Exclaimed a lesser being, nearly paralyzed by fear as the vast dragon form surged across the sea, its presence overwhelming and suffocating. Is that Ao Zhan, the current patriarch of the dragon race? A mighty being recognized the dragon's identity. Ao Zhan had first emerged during the Dragon Han calamity, and although the dragon race suffered tremendous losses during that tribulation, he, who was not particularly gifted, survived to lead the dragon race, hiding within the eastern sea in seclusion. The emergence of the three immortal islands had inevitably drawn the attention of the dragon race. You must depart swiftly. Do not commit further slaughter in my eastern sea, Ao Zhan declared, his voice akin to thunder, casting a scrutinizing glance at the Tai Su mirror. He had remained hidden beneath the sea, biding his time for the moment when all mighty beings had engaged in battle and sustained injuries, ready to seize the treasure. Though his expectations had not been fully met, he could no longer afford to wait. The Tai Su mirror was a primordial treasure, and if obtained, it might restore the fortunes of the dragon race, an endeavor of paramount importance that could not be taken lightly. Old dragon, if you desire the treasure, simply state your intent. What pretense of righteousness is this? Accusing others of slaughter while your dragon race has not committed enough? Tai Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Ling Xiao remained silent, scrutinizing the true dragon in the sea, astonished to discover that this dragon possessed strength at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, having somehow amassed such power. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. From the time of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin to the present, even a mere pig would not be too weak. Impudent, little golden crow. When my dragon race held dominion over the heavens and the earth, you were but a droplet of liquid upon the sun. What right have you to speak on our behalf? Ao Zhan thundered, causing the three immortal islands to tremble under the weight of his immense divine power. As his words echoed, Ling Xiao and the three crows exchanged glances, and, in unison, summoned their treasures, launching them into the air. The Hong Meng Ding and the Chaos Bell expanded, chaos energy enveloping them, their might astonishing the world. With a thunderous crash, Ao Zhan's entire form radiated light, every scale akin to a miniature world, brimming with boundless power. He summoned the waters of the eastern sea, withstanding the descending Hong Meng Ding and Chaos Bell. In the ensuing clash, everything was engulfed in brilliance, the heavens and earth transformed. At that moment, for beams of light pierced the void, racing towards the Tai Su mirror. These four were Jie, Jun and Tai Yi, and the lurking Ming He and Kuan Peng. They converged upon the Tai Su mirror, poised to seize it. But the mirror was encased in a layer of seals and bindings, merging with the void, requiring refinement to be removed. These four, sharing a common path, exchanged glances before collectively proclaiming, each shall rely on their own abilities. Whoever refines it first, it shall belong to them. Each possessed their own motives, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, yet they refrained from immediate action, seeking to secure the Tai Su mirror first. Ming He and Kuan Peng, who harbored deep animosity towards one another, nonetheless complied with the necessity of refining the Tai Su mirror. Their actions inevitably drew Ling Xiao's attention, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes as his figure vanished from sight. Have you refined enough? A voice suddenly echoed as Ling Xiao descended. Ling Xiao? The treasures belong to those with affinity. Do you intend to be so domineering as to swallow it whole? We are here. Do you wish to take us on 1 against 4? Jie and Jun and Tai Yi took turns speaking, emboldened by witnessing Jun and Tai Yi entangled with Ao Zhan. Enough with the pleasantries. Get lost. Ling Xiao snapped, offering no further discourse as he directly engaged, ready to face them all. In that moment, witnessing the chaos, the demon race and the ancestral witches could no longer contain themselves, eager to join the fray. Quickly, together. Victory amidst the chaos. Seize the mirror and hang it upon Mount Buzhou. Kongong laughed heartily, unable to contain his eagerness to take action. Their ancestral shaman was innately combative, and witnessing such a scenario made it hard for him to restrain himself. Indeed, this was an opportune moment. Even if we cannot seize it, we must not allow them to succeed. Juman echoed his sentiments. Do not act rashly. Do not act rashly. Let them fight amongst themselves. Xiangliang, in a rare display of composure, urged his brethren to remain calm. Upon hearing his words, the other ancestral shamans regarded him with astonishment, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Xiangliang, why have you become so timid? In past situations like this, were you not always the first to charge forward? Shizi inquired, bewildered. Xiangliang stammered, feeling inexplicably reluctant to engage, sensing that the situation was unfavorable. However, upon noticing the curious gazes from Kongong and the other ancestral shamans, he could no longer contain himself. He had been underestimated. He had been labeled as cowardly. Anger surged from deep within, and Xiangliang felt his dignity being slighted. He bellowed, "Fine. Let us go, who is afraid?" With that, he charged ahead. Hotu watched her brothers helplessly, aware of their nature, and refrained from advising them. In fact, she too felt a twinge of desire to seize the mirror. On the other side, upon witnessing the appearance of the Kuanping, the demon clan found themselves compelled to join the fray, for the Kuanping was one of their own. Instantly, a chaotic battle erupted, predominantly among those of quasi-saint caliber, all vying for the Taishu mirror. Ling Xiao's divine gaze shone brilliantly, his eyes tearing through the void, radiating with light as the laws of power erupted. The world's force resonated within his flesh and blood. He held nothing back, and with a single punch, he obliterated Mingyi. The remnants of Mingyi transformed into a torrential rain of blood that fell upon the vast ocean. Each droplet bore a contorted human face, roaring in anguish. Mingyi, both shocked and enraged, had not anticipated being so brutally destroyed. Kuanping's dark hair billowed as he exuded a fierce aura. Witnessing Mingyi being shattered by Ling Xiao's punch, his heart trembled with fear, and he dared not be careless. With a long cry, he revealed his true form. The sky was darkened by the monstrous bird, its black wings flapping, causing the heavens to tremble and the entire East Sea to surge, sweeping countless sea creatures into chaos. With another roar, he soared forth, causing the void to collapse, resembling a black sun traversing the heavens. Boom! Ling Xiao erupted forth, his body enveloped in the order of laws, dazzling and blinding. As he unleashed a punch aimed at the massive beak of the bird, a shrill cry pierced the air as Kuanping's beak, capable of shattering celestial gold, was brutally shattered, nearly causing his entire head to explode. Simultaneously, Jane and Jun and Tai Yi summoned their treasures. The 7 treasures' mysterious tree emanated a 7-colored sacred light, aimed directly at Ling Xiao. In Jane's hand, the Jane divine banner radiated with brilliant light, crashing down upon him. Buzz! Ling Xiao did not evade. He bore the brunt of the attack head-on, his body's laws of golden light compensating for the impact, as if a war god had awakened. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi's assault fell upon him, yet could not penetrate even a fraction, continuously eroded by his immense power. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi's expressions stiffened as they sensed a looming terror. Ling Xiao's body erupted with divine radiance, filling the sky with feather-like laws, reminiscent of the divine feathers of the golden crow, bursting forth from every direction. In an instant, Jane and Jun and Tai Yi were pierced by the celestial feathers, struggling to defend themselves against the myriad laws evolving into divine feathers, which were nigh impossible to withstand. Ling Xiao once more struck with his fingers, transforming the divine feathers into lethal swords, golden light surging forth like a refined galaxy, cleaving towards the edge of the heavens. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi were instantly bisected, their treasures unable to shield them in time. They roared in fury, quickly mending their forms. At their level, physical harm was no longer lethal. With a casual swipe, Ling Xiao severed Jane and Jun and Tai Yi, then swiftly seized Kuanping's wing, tearing it down, a deluge of blood raining down, staining the ocean red. Kuanping howled in rage, only to have his other wing yanked off as well. This horrified the other great demons who had rushed to rescue Kuanping, causing them to recoil in terror and turn to seize the Taishu mirror before retreating. Simultaneously, the ancestral shamans took action, their colossal hands reaching for the Taishu mirror, attempting to snatch away that expanse of void. You seek your own demise, Ling Xiao coldly admonished, and in that moment, he radiated with divine light. The chains of divine laws erupting forth, unmatched in valor, as he engaged them in a breathtaking showdown. Boom! The grasping hand of the ancestral shaman was instantly repelled, scattering both the void and the clouds. Jun staggered back a few steps, unknowingly trampling countless sea creatures beneath his feet, the waters beneath him turning crimson. Ling Xiao, surrender the Taishu mirror, and we shall withdraw at once. Zhu Jiuyin, with a grave expression, implored Jun. Ling Xiao's combat prowess made him uneasy, yet they had come this far. Retreat was not an option. If I surrender it, what use would you have for it? Such wastefulness. Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, his entire being beginning to glow. An endless torrent of divine fire surging forth. Across the heavens and earth, boundless seas manifested, Ling Xiao's figure expanding as the phantom of the golden crow emerged, reigning supreme over the cosmos, cutting through the skies with rays of golden light. At that moment, he was indistinguishable from the sun, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him, embodying the essence of an unparalleled sovereign, defying all reason, his magical might boundless. This was a cataclysmic assault, suffocating all life. The moment the golden crow's visage appeared, even beings from beyond endless time and space could feel its presence. Gazing upon the pinnacle of the East Sea, a golden sun slowly ascended, akin to the solar star in the firmament, its terrifying power and murderous intent reaching far and wide, illuminating the land. The great beings of the demon clan were instantaneously reduced to ash, some even losing their very souls. Among those retreating in the rear, Bai Zhe had already fled, vanishing into the sea. He had previously warned against opposing Ling Xiao, but no one heeded his counsel. You brought this upon yourselves, Bai Zhe thought, fleeing miles away toward the shores of the primordial sea, not daring to look back. Enhua's expression darkened. Her silver teeth clenched as she witnessed the core of the demon clan being annihilated. She gazed at Ling Xiao, standing resolute amidst the expanse, feeling both powerless and torn, contemplating whether to join the fray. Chapter 75, Is it just a clone? Enhua wrestled with her thoughts, and after a moment's hesitation, she cast forth the map of mountains and rivers, whisking away a portion of the remaining demon clan before turning to leave. Her feminine intuition warned her that intervening would bring calamity, foreboding misfortune. In stark contrast, the witch clan lacked such foresight, oblivious to the changing tides of fate, unversed in the art of seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. Ling Xiao's divine form was astonishing, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancestral shamans, his body entwined in blazing flames, radiating a fearsome murderous aura, standing against 6 foes. The battle was apocalyptic, the clash of laws resonating throughout heaven and earth. The 3 immortal islands trembled under the weight of the combat, on the brink of collapse. The beings upon the island, including several great powers, were left dumbfounded. The scene before them was unimaginable, far too shocking. Ling Xiao continuously shattered their preconceptions, surpassing what they believed to be the limits of strength. Just how powerful was he? Was there no end to it? He first defeated Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu, then led the charge against the 3 Pure Ones, followed by Jian, Zhuanti, Mingi, Kuanping, and the entire demon clan. Finally, it was the ancestral shaman's turn. Each one was a top-tier being of the primordial era. Typically, defeating even one would secure a resounding reputation. Yet now all had fallen to Ling Xiao's might. Such a record was nothing short of absurd. I declare henceforth, the 3 crows shall never again stand alongside the 3 Pure Ones, for the latter are no longer worthy. A being exclaimed with fervor, as if they had personally achieved this remarkable feat. The 3 crowns above, the 3 purities below, their reputation is well-deserved. Ling Xiao's actions have undoubtedly offended all 6 of the heavenly saints and the disciples of the Tao ancestor. In the future, when these 6 attain sanctity, the consequences will be unimaginable. Some beings remain pessimistic, believing that Ling Xiao's triumph is but fleeting. He has made enemies of the future 6 saints, and one can only imagine how terrifying their retribution will be once they achieve their sanctity. What does it mean to be a heavenly saint? It signifies those 6 beings determined by the heavenly Tao to undoubtedly achieve sanctity. While Ling Xiao is formidable, he is not a heavenly saint, and whether he can attain sanctity in the future remains uncertain. If he cannot become a saint, even great power is of no use. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were equally shocked, their scalps tingling. They had thought Ling Xiao strong enough, only to realize they had underestimated him. Yuanzi, when will you be able to attain such strength? Let us form a duo of clouds and bask in your glory, Hong Yun remarked, recovering from his astonishment. Go away. Isn't it because you lack effort yourself? Hurry, while the 3 immortal islands have not yet fallen under Ling Xiao's dominion, let us gather some treasures from him. Zhen Yuanzi replied with a serious demeanor, though his words felt somewhat discordant. Frustrated by Hong Yuan, he thought to himself, what duo of clouds? I might as well be a duo of elements. Meanwhile, Jun and Tai Yi, along with the primordial cauldron, were entangled in a fierce struggle with Ao Zhan and several powerful beings of the Dragon Clan. Ao Zhan had long coveted the opportunity to refine the Void Mirror, but Jun and Tai Yi would not allow it. Bolstered by their innate treasures, they unleashed a relentless assault. Ao Zhan, in a fit of rage, could do nothing against Jun and Tai Yi, witnessing Ling Xiao's unstoppable force as he effortlessly overwhelmed his foes, causing him to panic. Yet, he was unwilling to abandon the Void Mirror. In his eyes, this artifact had appeared on the 3 immortal islands, which were born in the Eastern Sea, rightfully belonging to the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the battle between Ling Xiao and the ancestral witches had reached a fever pitch. Ancestral witches of the same level were significantly stronger than ordinary quasi-saint powers. With a resonating surge of vitality and the oscillation of laws, Ling Xiao clashed with the ancestral, which using sheer physical strength. He resembled a primordial demon, his hair billowing wildly, exuding an overwhelming battle aura. With each movement, he unleashed boundless divine power, akin to the very act of creation. Boom! A peerless punch struck forth, shattering the body of Zhu Mang. Turning his entire arm into a mist of blood, his flesh obliterated. Ling Xiao condensed 5 laws within his fingertips, sparing no effort, piercing through Zhu Mang's essence. The radiance illuminating millions of miles, culminating in a thunderous crash as Zhu Mang fell into the sea. This strike nearly disintegrated Zhu Mang's corporeal form, the power of the 5 laws annihilating from within. Upon witnessing this scene, the other ancestral witches were filled with rage, their eyes bloodshot as they roared. You should have anticipated this outcome when you chose to intervene. Ling Xiao coldly admonished, continuing his assault, igniting Gong Gong with the law of fire. This was his most powerful law, its might evident. Once ignited, Gong Gong was driven to madness, unable to extinguish the flames consuming him. He plunged into the sea, causing the waters to boil instantaneously, and the beings within the marine realm were thrown into chaos, unable to endure the heat. Stop! Enough! Zhu Jiuyin bellowed, his eyes swirling with the passage of time, as he sought to heal Gong Gong and Zhu Mang. The law of time is not solely yours to command. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered, invoking the law of time as well, causing the very fabric of time and space to spiral into disarray. Zhu Jiuyin's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he realized Ling Xiao's command of the law of time was on par with his own. In that moment of astonishment, Ling Xiao unleashed his full might, overwhelming the remaining ancestral witches one after another. Run! Zhu Jiuyin shouted, fully activating the law of time as he, along with the remaining ancestral witches who still had strength, frantically fled. Ling Xiao chose not to pursue, instead flying to the side of the Void Mirror, wielding the spatial law to meld the void and grasping the artifact firmly in hand. This time, no one could impede him. Having secured the Void Mirror, Ling Xiao swiftly moved to Jun and Tai Yi's side, seizing the primordial cauldron, intent on decisively subduing Ao Zhan and the other powerful beings of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Ao Zhan was in utter despair. He had not anticipated the Golden Crow's ferocity to such an extent. He had intended to seize an opportunity for himself, yet found himself at risk of losing everything. Without any prior warning, the surface of the sea suddenly surged, and a colossal dragon had emerged, bearing the weight of ancient epochs, exuding an aura even more formidable than Ao Zhan himself, imbued with an ancient essence and marked by the passage of time. Ao Zhan's spirit soared with joy. He thought, I am saved. Golden Crow, Ao Zhan has made a grave mistake. Please spare me this once. The ancient dragon spoke. Atop its head stood the ethereal figure of a primordial being, an elder with white hair and a long beard. Ling Xiao regarded the ancient dragon with keen interest, inquiring, Who are you? The Zhulong? The ancestral dragon. He sensed the ancient dragon's immense power, though it appeared aged and frail. The vast strength contained within was beyond Ao Zhan's comparison. Such monumental and ancient power could only belong to the ancestors of the dragons. This is of little importance. It is all in the past. Golden Crow, would you grant me a favor and cease hostilities? The ancient dragon smiled, exuding an air of tranquility, confidence radiating from his very being, his aged gaze scrutinizing Ling Xiao before he continued. If I am not mistaken, this is merely a fragment of your being. Is it not? Chapter 76. Just how powerful is he? The elder dragon chuckled, astonishingly perceptive, instantly discerning that this form of Ling Xiao was not his true body. His words carried a hint of self-assertion, as if to showcase his own strength. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beings were momentarily stunned, their minds reeling. It was already astonishing enough that this was merely a fragment. How powerful must his true self be? They were filled with awe, suddenly recalling the formidable beings Ling Xiao had defeated, now departed. If they knew that they had been bested by just a fragment, would their mental fortitude not shatter? Even Jun and Tai Yi appeared bewildered, realizing that their brother had only sent a fragment. As expected, our third brother remains that same third brother, still attached to the Sunstar. However, this was overwhelmingly powerful. They had believed they were narrowing the gap with Ling Xiao, yet it now seemed even wider than before. Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. He had not anticipated the ancient dragon's insight, indicating substantial prowess. And what of it? Think you have unraveled my secrets? Are you attempting to showcase your strength by revealing this? He scoffed, unfazed by the ancient dragon's words. Should the dragon attempt any tricks, he would summon his true self and unleash a torrent of destruction. The imposing declaration caused the ancient dragon to twitch at the corners of his mouth, hastily replying, "My friend, I harbor no intentions of battle. At my advanced age, I have long grown weary of conflict. I cultivate a tranquil heart and seek not to compete." He spoke with a serene demeanor, exuding an ethereal quality that conveyed his disinterest in worldly affairs. Upon hearing this, Jun, the dragon clan leader, cast a surprised glance at the ancient dragon, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Ling Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, calmly stating, "You dragons initiated the provocation. It cannot simply be dismissed with a mere call for peace." The ancient dragon offered an awkward smile. In truth, their plan had been to make a grand entrance, sweep through, and seize the treasures, as normally, no being would pose a threat to them. However, they had not anticipated Ling Xiao as an exception. He could not discern the true strength of Ling Xiao, only aware that this was but an incarnation, leaving him uncertain of the might of Ling Xiao's original form. Thus he was reluctant to take risks. The dragon clan was no longer as powerful as it once was. Following a great calamity, they needed to exercise utmost caution, for any misstep could lead to their annihilation. "Ling Xiao, my friend, this has all been a misunderstanding. From now on, these 3 immortal islands shall belong to you. You may command the surrounding dragon clan at your discretion, without hesitation. Consider it a compensation from our clan to yours. Henceforth, the dragon clan and the golden crow clan shall be of one family. Wouldn't that be delightful?" The ancient dragon chuckled, his demeanor benevolent, radiating an aura of harmlessness. "Who claims kinship with you? It is far from delightful." Jun immediately objected. The golden crow clan consisted of only 3 members, all elites among elites. And how could they be equated with the dragon clan? Enough. This matter is settled. Henceforth, no one is permitted to approach the 3 immortal islands without our consent. Ling Xiao waved his hand, signaling the dragon clan to depart. The ancient dragon's power was inscrutable, and there was no need for feudal conflict. After all, he had already obtained what he sought. "Very well, my 3 crow friends. We shall be neighbors from now on. Do visit my dragon palace when you have the time." The ancient dragon laughed heartily, capturing Jun and the other dragons in his grasp before sinking into the depths of the sea. Indeed, there were some remarkable things. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted. Just this display was enough to ascertain the extraordinary capabilities of the ancient dragon. Truly a cunning old eel. After the dragon clan departed, Tai Yi promptly stepped forward to survey the battlefield. "Fellow Taoists, these 3 immortal islands shall henceforth serve as the domain of the 3 crows. Without permission, no one is to intrude. I kindly ask you to take your leave." The multitude of beings could not help but feel regret. Yet they had no choice but to comply, departing obediently, for even the most formidable among them could not stand against the 3 crows. "Congratulations, 3 crow friends." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun arrived, beaming with joy, presenting 3 ginseng fruits as a gift. Their gazes upon Ling Xiao resembled that of one witnessing a marvel. In any case, from the beginning until now, they were nearly overwhelmed by astonishment. "You are too kind," Jun replied as he accepted the ginseng fruits, distributing them among his companions. "Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, do come to the 3 immortal islands to discuss the Tao at any time without hesitation." Ling Xiao smiled, taking a bite of the ginseng fruit, immediately savoring its exquisite flavor, a taste he had never experienced before. Accompanied by the sea breeze, there was a hint of saltiness. "Hee Ling Xiao, I believe it would be more fitting to name these 3 immortal islands the 3 Crow Islands," Hong Yun suggested with a smile, showcasing his talent for naming. In fact, he felt no need to be modest, having recently amassed a considerable bounty, and thought he should contribute something. Beside him, Jin Yuanzi wore a face of dismay, thinking it best to remain silent rather than propose such a ludicrous name. Ling Xiao could not help but chuckle, casually replying, "That can be decided later." They then entered the island, exploring and conversing. The 3 immortal islands were vast beyond measure. Even with normal efforts, it would take millennia to fully explore them. Meanwhile, At Yujing Mountain, Tontian, after considerable effort, finally rescued Yuan Shi and Laozi. Laozi was relatively unharmed, but Yuan Shi was severely injured, having suffered damage to his fundamental essence. The humiliation of defeat weighed heavily upon him, causing him to faint several times. It took a considerable amount of time for his emotions to stabilize. How could we possibly lose to 3 golden crows? We are the true lineage of Pangu. Yuan Shi sat cross-legged on a mat, his aura waning. And faint traces of Dao scars could be seen on his body, wounds left by Ling Xiao. If not treated promptly, these could potentially affect his foundation in the future. Physical injuries were trivial, but psychological wounds were far more significant. He found it difficult to come to terms with the situation. I underestimated the 3 crows. If I am not mistaken, they tread the path of the laws to attain enlightenment, Laozi said with a grave expression. They cultivate the laws. No wonder their combat prowess is so formidable, Tontian remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, they are strong, but their path has reached an impasse, Laozi replied with a faint smile. Which puzzled Tontian. Elder brother, why do you say that? Though they have achieved the status of primordial golden immortals, advancing further will be exceedingly arduous. Let me ask you, when you were attempting to comprehend the laws, did you find it easy or difficult? Laozi inquired with a smile. Tontian paused for a moment and replied, difficult. It is naturally exceedingly challenging. Exactly, Laozi nodded, continuing, and this precisely proves that their path is blocked. Even if they achieve the status of primordial golden immortals, advancing further will be immensely difficult. We are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Our foundations and comprehension are the most formidable, if you and I find it challenging. The golden crows fare no better. His analysis conveyed a sense of confidence, as if he held the key to understanding. He had long attempted to comprehend the laws, yet his progress was slow. Even during the Great Luo Golden Immortal phase, it had been arduous, let alone as primordial golden immortals. And as for attaining the status of primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, that seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 77, Yuan Shi's realization and Dizhong's shock. Laozi's words alleviated Yuan Shi's frustrations, a hint of a smile gracing his face. The 3 purities were the destined saints appointed by the Dao ancestor, guaranteed to become saints in the future. No matter how powerful the 3 crows appeared now, it would all be in vain later. Just as Laozi had stated, the path of the laws was incredibly arduous. To attain enlightenment as primordial beings, one would need to cultivate until the end of time. They, however, followed the path of sanctification laid out by Hong Jun, destined saints who would assuredly become saints in the future. At that time, everything would be under their control. After this analysis, Yuan Shi came to terms with it, his anger dissipating significantly, leaving only a trace of dissatisfaction. He turned his gaze to Tontian, inquiring about past events. Third brother, when we fought the 3 crows, why did you not use the extermination sword array? The Dao ancestor once said that this formation cannot be broken by anything below our level. Had you set up the extermination sword array, we would not have lost to the 3 crows. He questioned, revealing his discontent, believing they could have emerged victorious, had Tontian not foolishly faltered. This tarnished what should have been a glorious life. Even if he became a saint in the future, killing the 3 crows would not erase this fact. All beings would remember that they had once been defeated by the 3 crows. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's inquiry, Tontian paused and replied, Second brother, the situation was urgent, and there was no time to set up the extermination sword array. Moreover, it was a fair battle of 3 against 3. Formations are external tools, and winning without them does not reflect my true abilities. He spoke with pride, holding his unique perspective, his brows furrowed in defiance. Yuan Shi's assumptions were too simplistic. Even if he wished to set up the formation, would the 3 crows simply stand by idly? Foolish, Yuan Shi shouted in anger. The first time he had directed such fury at Tontian. Part of his ire stemmed from his anger, but another part was genuinely provoked by Tontian's words. If you are so capable, why could you not defeat the 3 crows? Second brother, that remark is uncalled for. I have my reasons for acting as I did. What wrong have I committed? Tontian retorted, his anger rising as he disagreed with Yuan Shi's comments. Particularly stung by being called foolish, he felt uneasy, as if he were the one being unjustly reprimanded. Yuan Shi glared, about to rebuke him loudly when Laozi, who had remained silent, could no longer tolerate the discord and interjected. Enough, let us cease this quarrel. Tontian, your second brother's words are not without merit. In life and death battles, all methods must be employed. Even formations are part of your skills. Combat should not be driven by impulse. The greater picture must take precedence. To have a formation and not use it, shall we wait until we are on the brink of death to deploy it? By then, it would be too late. Brother, I hope you will remember this. Next time, never act on impulse. Laozi spoke in a composed manner, his voice soft, yet laced with reprimand. He naturally concurred with Yuan Shi's sentiments, harboring some discontent regarding Tongtian's previous actions. Both he and Yuanshi were almost rendered speechless, while Tongtian remained entangled in indecision. Frankly, who knew when he might meet his demise at Tongtian's hands? This was far too perilous, and it was imperative to alter his dangerously reckless mindset. Brother, I did not say we should forego formations, but rather that we need time to set them up. In the heat of battle, who has the luxury to arrange formations? Tongtian explained somewhat irritably, still unwilling to yield. Laozi chuckled lightly. My second brother and I will naturally assist you in buying time. Tongtian glanced at Laozi and Yuanshi, ultimately nodding in acquiescence, unable to refute their words. What more could he say at this point? Meanwhile, the 6 ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin, Gong Gong, Ho Tu, Chong Liang, Zhu Meng, and Shi Zi, had finally returned from their ordeal. Among them, only Zhu Jiuyin, Ho Tu, and Chong Liang appeared in a normal state, while the other 3 ancestral witches were carried back, incapacitated by the 3 who remained unharmed. Upon their return to the Panga Temple, Di Jiang, Xianming, and others quickly surrounded them, shocked by their dire condition. What transpired? Did you confront the demon clan? How did you end up like this? Di Jiang exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. What could have emboldened the demon clan to such ferocity? Were the 6 ancestral witches truly unable to best them? The pressure was palpable, an overwhelming sense of dread loomed. Ho Tu gently shook her head. It was not the demon clan. Then was it the 3 pure ones? Di Jiang inquired, realization dawning upon him. The current 3 pure ones were disciples of the Tao ancestor and purportedly possessed formidable artifacts. It was plausible they could defeat the 6 ancestral witches. It was the 3 golden crows. Zhu Jiuyin interjected, his expression grim. Leading the expedition, he found that of the 6, 3 had returned in a state of near death. 3 golden crows? Di Jiang momentarily struggled to comprehend, the peculiar title unfamiliar to him. After a brief pause, he recalled that it referred to the 3 golden crows of the sun. Zhu Jiuyin, you must be jesting. 3 golden crows could overpower the 6 of you? And to such an extent? Di Jiang's incredulity was evident. Even if the golden crows were quasi-saints, such strength seemed implausible. Not only us 6, but even the 3 pure ones were unable to contend with them. They were scattered like leaves in the wind, Zhu Jiuyin clarified, indicating that their defeat was not as disgraceful as it seemed, given that even the 3 pure ones had faltered. Are you saying that the 3 pure ones could not best the golden crows? Di Jiang, Xianming, and Zhu Rong were all astonished, finding the revelation almost surreal. The 3 pure ones had engaged in combat with them on numerous occasions, growing increasingly formidable, especially with their recent acquisition of a supreme treasure. In such circumstances, to think they couldn't overcome the golden crows was utterly absurd. Moreover, neither the likes of Jane and Puty, Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, the beings from the demon clan, nor anyone else have managed to defeat the 3 golden crows, Chong Liang recounted, his fingers trembling as he counted off the adversaries. Even now, he felt a lingering trepidation. Fortunately, during the battle with Ling Xiao, he had exercised caution and refrained from charging to the forefront. Or else he too would now be lying prostrate on the ground. Actually, it was just one crow. Collectively, we could not best that crow named Ling Xiao. He hastily added. As soon as these words were uttered, silence enveloped the room. An overwhelming stillness gripped the 6 ancestral witches of the Panga Temple as they exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. Were Zhu Jiuyin, Ho Tu, and Chong Liang truly in their right minds? Even if all 12 ancestral witches combined their strength, could they truly not contend against such formidable beings? Did the 3 golden crows attack with their heads? Moreover, it seemed as though it was that one named Ling Xiao who had taken them all on single-handedly. Are you mocking me? Chong Liang, what exactly transpired? Explain from the beginning. Di Jiang commanded, gradually recognizing the gravity of the situation. If what Zhu Jiuyin and the others said was not exaggerated, the implications were indeed terrifying. Chong Liang scratched his head and recounted the events honestly from beginning to end, subtly omitting the fact that he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Ling Xiao. Once he finished, Di Jiang and the other 5 ancestral witches were left in a state of utter confusion, lost deep in contemplation. Chapter 78. Should we attack the Sunstar? 9 difficult to conquer? The 6 ancestral witches bore grim expressions, deeply engrossed in thought, struggling to extricate themselves from the shock that had enveloped them for what felt like an eternity. Wait, what about Gong Gong and the others? One of the ancestral witches suddenly snapped back to reality, and they collectively turned their gaze towards Gong Gong, Zhu Meng, and Shi Zi, who lay unconscious on the ground. Their fates uncertain. In their astonishment, they had completely forgotten about them. The 6 ancestral witches gathered around, their expressions growing increasingly grave as they assessed the injuries which were far more severe than they had anticipated. Zhu Meng's entire being was shattered. his bones and blood pulverized by the horrific force, his life force dwindling to a mere flicker. Their physical forms were renowned among the ancestral witches as their most powerful treasures, yet now this treasure lay in ruins, with vitality gradually ebbing away. As for Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water, no one understood water better than he, yet now flames that could not be extinguished ravaged his body, consuming his life essence. And Shizi, the ancestral witch of electricity, who excelled in the elemental laws of electricity, now lay charred and battered, his body resembling a decayed wooden stake that had been struck by lightning. Merely gazing upon their tragic condition allowed Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches to grasp the sheer brutality of the battle they had endured. Quick! We must carry them into the temple for healing. Di Jiang immediately ordered, acutely aware of the urgency. Delay could mean their return to the embrace of the Father God. And you all, in such a critical situation, why did you not inform me sooner? Di Jiang chastised Zhu Jiuyin, Ho Tu, and Chang Liang, their earlier conversation having distracted them from the pressing matter at hand. Without delay, the ancestral witches carefully lifted their incapacitated comrades and transported them into the Pangu Temple. In the center of the Pangu Temple lay a blood pool, vast and boundless, its aura shrouded in a mist of sanguine energy, exuding an ancient and majestic presence. They gently placed the 3 wounded ancestral witches into the blood pool, and instantly, the once calm blood energy surged and roared to life, as if imbued with consciousness, wildly enveloping Gong Gong, Zhu Meng, and Shizi, penetrating into their very beings. In that moment, an inexplicable bond seemed to form between them and the blood pool, with the powerful rhythm of heartbeats resonating, echoing like the morning bell and evening drum, sending tremors through the blood pool. The blood from the pool infiltrated their injured bodies, forcefully entering their almost lifeless hearts, igniting the rhythm of life anew, as the blood contained an immense vitality that spread throughout, awakening their dormant forms. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches watched with solemn expressions, even now unable to guarantee that the 3 would emerge unscathed. If fortune favored them, even if they could be saved, it would require a considerable expanse of time for their recovery. This meant that the witch clan would be deprived of the combat prowess of 3 ancestral witches for a prolonged period. A tremendous loss. Brother, we must avenge our fallen brethren. An ancestral witch, Tian Wu, declared with a face full of sorrow and rage, his words brimming with fury. This was the first time they had faced such a setback since their inception. It was utterly unacceptable. They, who were accustomed to rampant dominance, had suffered a blow, and all that filled their minds was the desire for vengeance. After all, it had always been the 12 ancestral witches who dealt with everything. When had the tables turned against them? Upon hearing these words, Di Jiang, with an expression of deep remorse, remarked, "It is entirely my elder brother's fault. We should not have been separated. Had all 12 of us ancestors acted in unison, this calamity would never have befallen us." As he spoke, a glimmer of crimson fury flashed in his eyes. If they had all 12 together, no matter the 3 crows or the 3 pure ones, they would have been utterly vanquished. How could they allow 3 of their brothers to suffer such grievous harm? Elder brother, I cannot endure this. Let us ascend to the Sun Star and exact our vengeance. Zhu Rong, consumed by righteous indignation, declared, such a profound humiliation must not go unpunished. I wish not to delay even a moment. At this proclamation, many of the ancestors were stirred. Though only those who had endured the torment of Ling Xiao harbored reservations about such a notion, believing it to be open to debate. Immediately, Ho Tu interjected earnestly, "Elder brother, we must refrain. Now is not the time for vengeance, as it may present an opportunity for the demon race to exploit." "What opportunity?" Zhu Rong retorted coldly. "Should they dare to disrupt us, we shall annihilate them without hesitation." Ho Tu, incensed, was about to counter when Chang Liang could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Let me say this. I believe we 9 may not necessarily triumph over the 3 crows. Consider this. Of our 6 ancestors, we could not even subdue Ling Xiao. And now we face 2 additional golden crows, adding to the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, the 3 crows are not currently on the sun, but rather at the Immortal Isle." As his words settled, the ancestors regarded Chang Liang with peculiar expressions, questioning if he had lost his senses. How could one known for his combative nature express such doubts? Upon reflection, Chang Liang's words bore some merit. Yet acknowledging such a truth was unbearable. To concede that they, the ancestors, were inferior to the golden crows? To accept that 9 of them could not best a mere trio, or even a single one? Chang Liang, we are the true descendants of Pangu, with our father deity before us, standing tall and formidable. Do not utter such despondent words again, Di Jiang reprimanded, invoking the authority of the elder brother. In that fleeting moment, he felt a fraction of doubt, recognizing the validity of Chang Liang's observations. Analyzing the situation, If 6 ancestors were dispatched and 3 were felled, could they guarantee victory with 9? Moreover, if they sought vengeance now, even if they performed beyond their usual capabilities and overcame the 3 crows, they might still fall prey to a surprise attack from the demon race. It was conceivable that they could inadvertently drive the golden crows towards the demon's side, a scenario that must never come to pass. With these thoughts in mind, Digimon cleared his throat and said, "Let us spare the golden crows for now. Once our 3 brothers return, they shall exact their own revenge. What a splendid endeavor that would be." He crafted a rationale that preserved their dignity and garnered applause from the assembly, with nearly all the ancestors in unanimous agreement. The pressing matter at hand remained the swift subjugation of the demon race. Changliang had previously noted that the demon race had suffered substantial losses during the battle at the Immortal Isle. This was indeed their opportunity. Digimon proclaimed with fervor, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination, "Let us obliterate the demon race. Were it not for them, we would not have ventured to the Immortal Isle." Changliang was instantly invigorated, eager to lead the charge. The other ancestors, too, found some logic in this, their bloodlust towards the demon race intensifying. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the stronghold of the demon race, the atmosphere was notably heavy. The once crowded Grand Hall now bore numerous empty seats. Kuanpeng had been violently torn apart and had yet to return, his whereabouts unknown. Among the 10 great demons, some would never return, having been annihilated in battle by Ling Xiao, their forms obliterated by the Great Sun. Fei Dan, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Shangyang fell dead on the spot. The remaining 6 included Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Ing Zhao, Fei Lian, Gui Che, and Jiuing. These 10 formidable demons were among the most powerful of their kind. Second only to Nuhua, Kuanpeng, and Fuxi, losing 4 of them was a staggering blow. Fuxi, remaining at the stronghold, could scarcely fathom that such calamities would befall them. The already beleaguered demon race found their plight compounded further. Chapter 79. The demon race's plans and the aftermath of the Great War. Fuxi surveyed the room, eventually fixing his gaze upon Bai Zhe, who held a feather fan. "Bai Zhe, why did you return before the others?" His tone bore an accusatory undertone. Struggling to comprehend why Bai Zhe had chosen to return prematurely, having remained at the demon stronghold, he was unaware of certain developments. Upon hearing this, the other demons directed their discontent towards Bai Zhe. While they fought valiantly, he had fled without a backward glance, which left them feeling betrayed. Bai Zhe waved his fan dismissively, his expression untroubled, and responded with an air of entitlement. "I had long advised you not to oppose the 3 crows, but rather to cultivate goodwill with them. Yet you all ignored my counsel. What is this look? Do you believe I have betrayed you? We could have fostered a beneficial relationship with the 3 crows, even had the chance to integrate them into our ranks, but now that singular opportunity has been squandered, and you dare to blame me? I have yet to cast blame upon you." Bai Zhe rebuked them without mercy, pointing with his fan. From the outset, he had envisioned the 3 crows as valuable allies, seeking to draw them into the demon race. However, some foolish companions had failed to cooperate. Though Nuhua held the title of demon sovereign, she sometimes lacked the necessary decisiveness, easily swayed by others and susceptible to misjudgment. Calm down, Ji Ming interjected, attempting to placate Bai Zhe, who had garnered considerable respect. "If we could persuade the 3 crows to join the demon race, the Witch clan would be of little consequence. With our formidable demons, we could wreak havoc." Yet, dissent lingered in the air. Gui Che scoffed dismissively. "You speak so lightly, yet those are primordial treasures. Do you comprehend what such treasures entail? If we were to possess them, we might not need to fear the Witch clan at all. While the 3 crows are powerful, I do not believe their significance eclipses that of the primordial treasures. Besides, can you truly guarantee that the 3 crows would ally with us?" Gui Che raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, believing Bai Zhe's perspective to be overly optimistic. If it were truly feasible to persuade them, wouldn't it have been accomplished long ago? He refrained from voicing this directly, allowing Bai Zhe some dignity. Bai Zhe regarded Gui Che, asserting, "Everything must be attempted. There was an opportunity that has now been irrevocably lost. Why should we cower before the golden crows, diminishing our own aspirations? Are we truly so inferior that our fate must be dictated by outsiders?" Gui Che rose, exuding a formidable presence, with 9 phantoms rising behind him. Bai Zhe spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, recognizing that certain remarks could be too damaging to their pride. Gui Che, perceptive to Bai Zhe's disdain, bristled with anger. Noting the brewing conflict, Nuhua finally broke her silence, stating, "Let this matter rest. While we may not have cultivated goodwill with the 3 crows, no irreparable enmity exists. Reconciliation remains possible. For now, we must locate Kuanpeng and brace ourselves against the impending Witch clan assault. What we need is time." Her tone bore a hint of resignation, reflecting on the continuous setbacks since the establishment of the demon race. She remained perplexed as to the true purpose behind Ling Xiao's suggestion for Bai Zhe to seek her out. She had longed for an opportunity to confront Ling Xiao directly. Yet suitable moments had eluded her. This nagging concern felt akin to a thorn in her heart, one that could not be easily removed. The assembly of demons nodded in agreement with Nua's words, understanding the implications of her call for time. As a disciple of the Tao ancestor, she held the potential to attain sanctity in the future. Once she achieved such a status, the 12 ancestral witches would be rendered insignificant, merely a handful of dust scattered by a breath. This represented the greatest hope and reliance of the demon race. Even though they may not stand a chance against the witch clan at present, there will inevitably come a day when the tides will turn. Subsequently, the formidable entities of the demon race dispersed, each fulfilling their respective roles, seeking out the Kunping to combat the witch clan. Soon after, the events transpiring on the three immortal islands began to echo throughout the vastness of the primordial world. The three islands, formed from fragments of the primordial chaos, brimmed with countless opportunities and treasures of heaven and earth, drawing over half of the mighty beings in the primordial realm to contend for these fortunes. Consequently, an innate treasure was born, igniting fierce competition among numerous powerful entities. Even without witnessing the spectacle firsthand, many beings could vividly imagine the intensity of the battles that ensued. What none anticipated was that what was expected to be a chaotic clash of multiple factions would ultimately devolve into a one-sided affair. With the participation of the demon race, the primordial ancestors, the three pure ones, and the foremost female immortals, including the likes of the river of underworld, the sun star's three golden crows swept through all opposition. Notably, a golden crow named Ling Xiao engaged in a cataclysmic duel atop the eastern sea, turning the waters crimson with blood. In the end, he claimed dominion over the three islands and acquired the innate treasure. It was a moment that resonated profoundly, as the name of the three crows echoed throughout the entire primordial world, etched into the memories of countless beings. Previously, the three pure ones had been the most frequently mentioned, with the three crows only casually acknowledged in passing. Their true might was a concept that remained abstract to many. Now, however, they could fully comprehend the extraordinary power of the three crows, which stood in a league of its own, uncomparable to any other existence. The three pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, and Jun, the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor, all projected to become saints, could be vanquished by the three crows. Did that not suggest the latter also possessed the potential for sanctification? Some beings expressed such sentiments, grounded in logic. Yet, others believed that becoming a saint depended on immense fortune and fortuity, arguing that sheer strength did not guarantee a more prosperous future. Take, for instance, the once illustrious demon ancestor, Levu. In terms of combat prowess, he was undoubtedly superior to the Tao ancestor, yet he ultimately met his demise. There were also those who lamented the future of the three crows, as they had antagonized 6 potential future saints. Whether this was a grand display of audacity or sheer folly remained uncertain. After all, had they offended even one, it would have left them in a state of perpetual anxiety, living in fear of retribution. Moreover, the three crows had simultaneously offended 6 formidable beings. Such pressure could easily crush a lesser spirit. Having witnessed the might of the saints, they understood profoundly that the realm of saints was an entirely different concept from that of lesser beings. Those who had visited the Purple Cloud Palace could attest that saints were invincible. Even if all 3,000 listeners of the Tao joined forces, they would still fall short against a mere glance from Hongjun. Amidst the tumultuous events shaking the primordial world, on the 3 immortal islands, Ling Xiao and his companions, Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, engaged in profound discussions, exploring the beauty of the islands before the time came to part ways. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun had garnered significant gains, undoubtedly among the most fortunate aside from Ling Xiao. Others who came to the 3 immortal islands either perished or fled, unable to seize any treasures. Fellow Taoists of the three crows, we take our leave. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun waved goodbye from atop the clouds as they departed. Chapter 80. I shall first achieve the primordial unity, Kunpeng in distress. As they watched Xinyuanzi and Han Yun depart, Emperor Jun laughed heartily, declaring, "The 3 islands now belong to us brothers at last. More than the islands themselves, what brings me the greatest joy is having defeated the 3 pure ones. Let us see if that old relic, Yuan Shi, dares to flaunt his power before us again. Isn't he just pathetic for insisting on measuring himself against us? Being compared to the 3 crows is a tremendous honor for the 3 pure ones." Tai Yi beamed with satisfaction, recalling the day they returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, where they had been confronted by the 3 pure ones, putting on airs of superiority. Now, witnessing their public humiliation brought him unparalleled comfort. This was far more rewarding than acquiring any treasure. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Moreover, Those two old codgers, Jane and Jun, were also subdued by our younger brother. Emperor Jun added. His expression relaxed, though soon it shifted to one of gravity. However, one must consider that both the three pure ones and Jane and Jun are destined to become saints. If, hypothetically, they were to achieve such status, would we not be in dire straits? His serious tone conveyed the weight of the thought, pondering the consequences of their ascension to sainthood, which could strip them of all power. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi paused, then turned to Ling Xiao, asking, "Younger brother, do you think such a possibility exists?" Ling Xiao smiled enigmatically, his gaze deep and distant. "It is utterly impossible. I will certainly achieve primordial unity before they do." Though his words were light, they carried an unwavering conviction, radiating immense confidence. The three pure ones and Jane and Jun would require countless eons to reach sainthood, contingent upon Nuwa creating humanity. Only once humanity came into being would they begin their ascent. If he could attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal before that pivotal moment, then everything would be within his grasp. At that point, he would truly stand tall. Even if he were to confront Han Jun, it would be challenging for him to exert dominance. If necessary, he could retreat into the chaos. Attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal would render any confrontation with the three pure ones or Jane and Jun inconsequential. Excellent. If that is the case, we must strive diligently ourselves. Younger brother, you have instilled in me a profound sense of confidence. Emperor Jun nodded earnestly, determined to motivate himself. With the potential for battle against the three pure ones, Tai Yi and Ling Xiao had both triumphed over adversaries, leaving him feeling inadequate in comparison. Brother, are you going to retreat into seclusion again until you achieve the great Luo golden immortal? Tai Yi teased with a smile, referring to past instances. Oh, you speak as if I chose to emerge from seclusion willingly. It was our younger brother's call that brought me forth. You cannot blame me for that. Emperor Jun replied with utmost seriousness, showing no hint of embarrassment, for it was indeed as he claimed. His emergence this time was involuntary. Each time, he had prepared himself to refrain from breaking through or emerging from seclusion, only to be interrupted yet again. Ling Xiao, listening to their exchange, could not help but chuckle, saying, "Let us first scour the three immortal islands for treasures before returning to the Sun Star for seclusion." Agreed. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi nodded in unison, each setting to work on their respective islands. Ling Xiao on Penglai, Tai Yi on Yingzhou, and Emperor Jun on Fangzhong, a judicious allocation of their efforts. Meanwhile, in the Northern Sea, a fierce battle raged. River of Underworld, you are indeed unrelenting. Do you believe that because I am wounded, you can defeat me and seize the primordial purple chi? In the skies above the Northern Sea, tempests brewed, and darkness enveloped the land as boundless gales swept through the cosmos, the atmosphere of battle reverberating throughout the universe. Two quasi-sages clashed, representing the pinnacle of combat strength within the primordial world, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The one issuing the furious roar was none other than the Kunping. Facing him was the malevolent, blood-soaked figure of the River of Underworld, grinning with malice. Why not give it a try? However, considering your current injuries, you might find it difficult to contend with me. It would be wise to relinquish the primordial purple chi, and I may spare your life, the River of Underworld replied, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The Kunping's current plight was largely due to Ling Xiao's influence, though he too had been severely wounded. His true form resided in the Blood Sea, sustaining minimal damage. The Kunping, however, was flesh and blood, thus could not be compared to such a unique existence. In terms of recovery and vitality, he would claim second place in the entire primordial realm, with no one daring to contest his supremacy. What is a mere flat-haired beast compared to him? Thus, after witnessing Kunping being ruthlessly beaten by Ling Xiao, Mingyi stealthily followed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Filthy waste. Do you think you can covet the Hongmeng purple chi just because I am injured? Do not presume that I am powerless against you. Kunping roared, exuding an aura of invincibility, appearing to be the strongest in the world. Yet beneath this facade lies a fragile core. He had sustained injuries to his essence from Ling Xiao's assault and had retreated to his lair in the North Sea to recuperate, only to find Mingyi had stealthily pursued him. Hidden in the shadows, he attempted a surprise attack. Had it not been for Kunping's quick reflexes, he would have faced dire consequences. Enough of this nonsense. Surrender the Hongmeng purple chi, or perish. Mingyi's cold voice shattered the void as he unleashed the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, transforming them into a crimson rainbow that surged towards Kunping. He could hardly contain his eagerness, his desire for the Hongmeng purple chi overwhelming. Damn you! Kunping let out a long howl, fierce and menacing, an overwhelming malevolence that seemed to draw down the stars from the heavens. In an instant, they clashed. The battle between Kunping and Mingyi was ferocious, devoid of any pretense. They immediately unleashed their most lethal moves, granting no opportunity for reprieve. Both were formidable foes, with malicious intent, engaging in acts of utter annihilation, each strike intent on delivering fatal blows, showing no mercy. Should either party resort to probing tactics at the onset, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, perhaps even find themselves at a disadvantage, unable to reverse their fate. Kunpeng's corporeal form was extraordinarily robust, his divine powers formidable, his body akin to an innate spiritual treasure, impervious to harm. Meanwhile, Mingi's Yuan Tu Abi was equally extraordinary, capable of killing without entanglement and karmic retribution, wielding immense destructive force. With a resounding clash, Kunpeng and Mingi collided, radiant beams illuminating the world, their brilliance stretching for billions of miles, slicing through the stars like sharp blades. In that fleeting moment of their intersection, a crimson beam erupted from Kunpeng's back, pierced through by Yuan Tu, leaving a gaping wound. Though his back was torn, Kunpeng remained fiercely resilient. He had survived Ling Xiao's ravages before, and this wound would not be his demise. Huh, Kunpeng, you are no match for me. Stop putting on a brave front. Mingi laughed heartily, not only suppressing his opponent in battle, but also seeking to gain the psychological upper hand, shattering Kunpeng's mental defenses. Kunpeng let out a cold snort, ready to retort when another voice interjected, preempting him. Indeed, do not persist in your futile struggle. The Hongmeng purple chi is beyond your capacity to bear. As the words fell, two celestial figures, adorned with auspicious light, appeared. Chapter 81. Who would ever think there could be too much Hongmeng purple chi? Upon seeing these two figures, Kunpeng's countenance darkened considerably. Jane, Juanti, do you also covet my Hongmeng purple chi? Kunpeng was infuriated. These two shameless beings had previously deceived Han Yun out of his position in the Zhixiao Palace, seizing his mat as well. Not only had they robbed him of his position, but now they sought to take his Hongmeng purple chi as well. Jane and Juanti remained silent, their intentions unmistakably clear. Enraged, Kunpeng demanded, you possess the Hongmeng purple chi bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Why do you covet mine? Juanti, wearing a smile, replied, such a divine artifact as the Hongmeng purple chi is not something one could ever have too much of. Jane nodded in agreement. Having journeyed from the distant west, they certainly could not return empty-handed. They had missed the opportunity at Sanxian Island and failed to seize an innate treasure. They must at least bring something back. How could one ever have too much of such a divine entity? With an additional portion of Hongmeng purple chi, who knows, it might hasten one's path to sanctity. My dear friends, Kunpeng was my initial target. The Hongmeng purple chi on him should be relinquished to me, and I shall consider it a debt owed to you. Mingi said with a cheerful demeanor, his attitude amicable, not wishing to rupture relations with Jane and Juanti. Internally, however, he was already cursing their ancestors for 8 generations. Truly insatiable greed. It was utterly incomprehensible, and even he found it outrageous that, having attained Hongmeng purple chi, they would still seek to acquire more. Jane chuckled softly, stating, Mingi, the Hongmeng purple chi is a treasure that only future saints are entitled to possess. We merely wish to reclaim it to prevent it from gathering dust. His reasoning was so self-evident that Mingi's scalp tingled. It was the first time he had encountered such shamelessness, reaching an unprecedented level. Just as he was about to speak out in anger, Jane continued, however, circumstances dictate that if we encounter a fated individual, we may be willing to negotiate. Yet, having traveled such a great distance, it would be rather unfortunate to return empty-handed. As he spoke, Jane's gaze fell upon the dual swords of Abi in Mingi's grasp, making no effort to conceal his intentions, essentially hinting that should they be given a toll for passage, the issue would be resolved. Mingi felt choked with indignation, wishing to slay these two shameless creatures, who spoke so eloquently, yet ultimately aimed for his Abi swords. These two blades were his lifeline. With the Hongmeng purple chi still unattained, would he truly sacrifice them? While Mingi pondered, Kunpeng was left in a state of bewilderment and fury. Even with him present, these three nefarious beings had begun to debate the distribution of spoils. Were they treating him as heir? Upon this realization, Kunpeng could no longer contain himself, instantly transforming into his true form and soaring into the sky. His speed was remarkable, his reactions swift and smooth, without a hint of hesitation. However, Jane, Juanti, and Mingi, being exceedingly cunning, had long anticipated this maneuver. The moment Kunpeng morphed into his true form, the three launched their assault, overwhelming him with relentless attacks. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Kunpeng let out a wail. His colossal form, akin to a dark sun, was struck down into the North Sea, creating towering waves. Kunpeng, being an amphibious creature, could fly and swim, excelling in both. He bore the agony and transformed into a flying fish, darting through the water at an astonishing speed. Dazzling to behold. Where do you think you're escaping? Jane, Juanti, and Mingyi all surged forth simultaneously, shattering the void in pursuit. Injured, Kunpeng's speed underwater was not as remarkable as in the sky. As he felt himself being overtaken, despair and unwillingness surged within him. He had just acquired the Hongming Purple Qi, the key to his future as a saint, only to face such calamity. How could he accept this fate? A future saint meeting his end on the way. Who could bear such a reality? Kunpeng, you are a figure of great renown. Why not afford yourself some dignity? Hand over the Hongming Purple Qi voluntarily, and perhaps you might be spared. Mingyi called out, his killing sword unrelenting in its assault on Kunpeng. Dream on. Kunpeng bellowed in fury, fully aware of his opponent's nature. Even if he surrendered the Hongming Purple Qi, the only fate awaiting him would be death. He understood all too well. Were the roles reversed, he would not show mercy. As his words fell, Kunpeng fled for his life, only to suddenly freeze, his expression shifting to one of wild joy. Salvation had arrived. Simultaneously, Jane, Jun and Tai Yi, and Mingyi also changed their expressions, instinctively turning towards a single direction. There, several powerful auras surged forth, rapidly approaching. Fushi, accompanied by several mighty demons of the demon clan, had come to provide assistance. My three friends. What is the meaning of this? Are you seeking conflict with my demon clan? Fushi's voice thundered across the heavens and earth even before his arrival. Jane and Jun and Tai Yi halted, their expressions softening as they replied. Fushi, dear friend, you misunderstand. We have merely encountered a misunderstanding with Kunpeng and harbor no intention of opposing the demon clan. At last, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Allow us to extend our greetings to the esteemed Taoist Nuwa. Farewell. With a beaming smile, the Taoist Jane uttered these words without a trace of hesitation before turning to depart. Since Fushi had apprehended him on the spot, he could no longer pursue the Kunpeng. Nuwa, being a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor, was not one to harbor enmity. Such matters ought to be conducted in secrecy, leaving no evidence of wrongdoing. Now that he had been discovered, retreat was the only viable option. Once Jane and Jun and Tai Yi had left, only the river of the underworld remained. At that moment, his countenance was exceedingly grim, fluctuating between despair and fury. Just then, the Kunpeng let out a piercing cry and charged back. You abominable creature, come and face your doom. With reinforcements at hand, the Kunpeng felt emboldened and sought to turn the tables on the river of the underworld. Without a word, the river of the underworld swiftly turned to flee. After releasing a breath of frustration, the Kunpeng chose to withdraw. He understood that the river of the underworld was not so easily vanquished and did not wish to waste his efforts. My heartfelt thanks to you, Taoist Fushi, for your assistance. The Kunpeng transformed into human form and respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude, genuinely appreciating the help for the first time in his life. Had it not been for Fushi and the other demons' support, the consequences would have been dire. This experience served as a lesson. He had assumed his lair was secure, yet it was, in fact, the most perilous, as its location was well known. Henceforth, he would remain within the stronghold of the demon clan, diligently honing his skills, leaving no room for error until he attained sanctity. No need for such formalities. I had not received any updates about you, so I thought to visit the Northern Sea, only to stumble upon this situation. Fushi casually explained. Subsequently, the Kunpeng, along with Fushi and the other great demons, departed the area and returned to the 10,000 Great Mountains. A millennium later, the war between the demon and shaman clans reignited, with the shamans exhibiting unprecedented ferocity. Meanwhile, in another realm, Ling Xiao, Jun and Tai Yi had finally finished gathering the treasures of the three immortal islands. They retreated to seclusion, vowing not to emerge until they had attained the status of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Jun reiterated his solemn oath. As golden crows, it was only fitting that they meditate in the Sun Star. Soon after, they set up formations upon the island and returned to the Sun Star. Chapter 82. Not ashamed, but rather proud. Upon returning to the Ling Xiao treasure hall, the two Ling Xiaos exchanged knowing smiles, merging into one. We are finally back. It feels so reassuring to be in my true form. Ling Xiao murmured to himself, stretching his limbs as though reborn. This venture had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired the three immortal islands, but also a piece of innate treasure. Although it may have lacked subtlety, every effort was worthwhile. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from unnecessary outings and devote himself to seclusion. Ling Xiao firmly resolved that Hong Jun had completed the teachings of the three Tao, and according to the original timeline, the next events would involve Nuwa creating humanity and the six saints making their appearances in succession. Of course, this period may still be far off, for at present, Nuwa was preoccupied with overseeing the demon clan, likely focused on its development rather than other concerns. Reflecting on it now, his seemingly trivial action had led to Baizhe inviting Nuwa to lead the demon clan, which had indeed proved effective. If he could delay Nuwa's creation of humanity, he would gain additional time for growth. Daoist Nuwa, keep up the excellent work. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, dismissing further thoughts as he settled into a meditative state. The conflicts between the shaman and demon clans in the primordial world grew increasingly fierce and escalated. Thanks to Ling Xiao's intervention, 3 ancestral shamans had been incapacitated, alleviating some pressure on the demon clan. Although they remained unable to completely overpower their foes, the situation had improved somewhat. Besides the ongoing war between the shamans and demons, strife was rampant throughout the primordial world. In the Xiao Palace, treasures were continually emerging from the Finshua Cliff, drawing the attention of numerous mighty beings, often leading to fierce battles over a single piece of innate treasure. The dire circumstances left many in poverty, for not every powerful being possessed an abundance of treasures. Aside from a select few, innate treasures remained rare and elusive. Regardless of strength, the foremost importance of innate treasures lay in their utility for slaying the 3 corpses. Thus, many formidable beings toiled for 3 pieces of innate treasure before attempting to eliminate their corpses, preparing in advance without considering whether they possessed the capability to achieve such a feat on Zifu Island, following the confrontation at the 3 Immortal Islands. Dong Wanggong had been plunged to the seabed by Ling Xiao. He had feigned death and returned secretly. Initially, Dong Wanggong felt humiliated, as the foremost male immortal. How could he endure being defeated by a mere golden crow? Yet upon learning of Ling Xiao's exploits, he found solace in the fact that even the ancestral shamans and the 3 pure ones could not prevail against him. His own defeat was thus understandable. He even leveraged this to attract powerful beings to join the immortal court. Dong Wanggong subtly proclaimed that he had battled Ling Xiao for 300 rounds before ultimately succumbing, encouraging his subordinates to widely circulate this narrative. Not ashamed, but rather proud. On that day, many who witnessed Dong Wanggong being effortlessly subdued by Ling Xiao either perished or incurred injuries, while others chose to retreat from the world. Those aware of the truth were either too disdainful to speak or reluctant to offend Dong Wanggong. While the outside world knew of Dong Wanggong's defeat at Ling Xiao's hands, few were privy to the finer details. Dong Wanggong graciously admitted his loss, but framed it as a well-timed defeat that showcased his grace. Upon hearing this, others noted that even the 3 pure ones and the 6 ancestral shamans had failed to overcome Ling Xiao, yet Dong Wanggong had managed to last so long, which only served to affirm his strength. Consequently, Dong Wanggong leveraged this narrative to advance his ambitions over the millennium, leading to significant success. Nowadays, Zifu Island was adorned with resplendent palaces that illuminated half the sky, and the immortal court's stronghold finally began to resemble its intended grandeur. Celestial beings frequently flitted in and out, lending a hint of the immortal court's essence. In the grandest palace at the center, Dong Wanggong and the core members of the immortal court were receiving newly allied celestial beings. Esteemed celestial leader, we have come in admiration. Having heard of your brilliant performance in the battle at the 3 Immortal Islands, where you engaged in an earth-shattering duel with the mightiest of the 3 crows, Ling Xiao. A group of celestial beings stood at the foot of the hall, the leader expressing admiration, as they had recently heard of Dong Wanggong's renown. They sought to join a powerful faction and thus chose to test the waters with the immortal court. With the primordial world increasingly unstable, aligning with a formidable faction provided a measure of security. The limitations of the shaman and demon clans rendered the immortal court their optimal choice. Dong Wanggong, seated upon a throne crafted from celestial gold, listened with an air of nonchalance. Once the speaker concluded, he slowly replied, "Hee, esteemed friend, you flatter me. Daoist Ling Xiao truly possesses extraordinary strength and invincible presence. Even the 3 pure ones and the ancestral shamans are no match for him, nor can they withstand a single exchange." He shook his head with a sigh, feigning humility while inwardly reveling in the opportunity to elevate Ling Xiao's status, thus indirectly amplifying his own. As soon as he finished speaking, the gathered celestial beings were left in awe, realizing that such a formidable existence as the ancestral shamans could not withstand even a single blow from Ling Xiao. The fact that Dong Wanggong could engage in 300 rounds, despite ultimately losing, was ample proof of his might. It became evident that Dao Ancestor's choice of Dong Wanggong as the foremost male immortal was not without merit. In an instant, the celestial beings seeking allegiance gained a deeper understanding of Ling Xiao's strength, and their gazes toward Dong Wanggong brimmed with renewed respect. Upon further analysis, did this not imply that Dong Wanggong had become the most potent being aside from Ling Xiao? Naturally, this consideration excluded the Dao Ancestor. Joining such a powerful faction was indeed a source of great reassurance. A boundless future awaits. What they failed to notice, however, was the discomfort etched upon the faces of several other key figures within the celestial court, such as Xian Shui and Yuan Mu, who awkwardly glanced around, desperately seeking a fissure in the ground to escape. They had once accompanied the Eastern King to the Three Immortals Island, where they witnessed firsthand the Eastern King being brought to his knees by Ling Xiao, ultimately sinking into the depths of the sea. It was not merely a matter of a fierce battle lasting 300 rounds. Even 3 rounds would have been a stretch. Moreover, this had occurred while he was allied with the Western Queen Mother. Such a dismal performance, yet embellished with such grandiosity, left those privy to the truth feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although this was not their first encounter with such a scenario, every occasion bore a unique sense of humiliation. Whenever powerful beings came to seek allegiance, the Eastern King would always selectively recount his exploits to showcase his might. Each time, it sounded fresh, yet the underlying embarrassment remained constant. However, as esteemed members of the Celestial Court, they naturally refrained from exposing the truth, instead striving to collaborate wholeheartedly. For the honor and disgrace of the Celestial Court were intricately linked to their own fates. The Eastern King's actions were also aimed at attracting more powerful beings to join the Celestial Court. Thus, the cadre of the Celestial Court could only grit their teeth and boast, engaging in nonsensical proclamations. The Eastern King, steadfast in his commitment to his legacy, maintained a composed demeanor throughout the process, accepting the extravagant claims with a sense of inner solace. This was not solely for himself, but rather to uphold the order of the primordial world, for he bore a great responsibility. Chapter 83. Ling Xiao, my avatar has been exposed? As the Celestial Court steadily expanded and flourished, the Eastern King's ambitions soared. Everything seemed to unfold in alignment with his grand vision. Should this momentum persist, it was only a matter of time before the Celestial Court unified the entire primordial realm, commanding the world without opposition. Presently, the only apparent shortcoming lay in the opportunity for sanctification. If he could acquire the primordial purple energy of Kunpeng, everything would be perfect. Seated upon his throne, he pondered thus, his gaze flickering with contemplation. For only through sanctification could he secure his greatest assurance. Reflecting upon the past at the Three Immortals Island, he felt a surge of both rage and humiliation. The once mighty leader of male immortals had been treated like a subordinate by Ling Xiao. This was an indelible stain upon his honor. Had he possessed formidable strength or achieved sanctification, how could he have found himself in such a passive position? There would be no need to leverage Ling Xiao's name to entice talents into the Celestial Court. Therefore, his current lack of strength was his most significant vulnerability, one he needed to address. Consequently, the Eastern King subtly confided this thought to Kong Ming, hoping to solicit his counsel. Despite Kong Ming's previous misstep, the Eastern King still sought his insights. Kong Ming did not disappoint. He immediately began to strategize, and the two engaged in a fervent discussion on the matter. That day, a rumor sparked considerable commotion throughout the primordial world. Following the battle at the Three Immortals Island, the once dreaded Ling Xiao was revealed to be merely an avatar? According to the enigmatic powerful beings of the Dragon Clan, that was merely a manifestation of Ling Xiao, not his true self. Upon the emergence of this news, all sentient beings were left bewildered, especially those who had ventured to the Three Immortals Island. They had directly experienced Ling Xiao's terror, and now to learn that it was merely an avatar was simply unbelievable. Many had perished, while others had fled, leaving only a scant few. When the old dragon disclosed Ling Xiao's identity, many powerful beings had already departed, leaving only minor figures to absorb this revelation. Upon hearing this news, those mighty beings were incredulous, utterly shocked, and found it utterly absurd. Naturally, the vast majority of sentient beings deemed the veracity of this rumor questionable. After all, rumors are notoriously unreliable. There were once whispers that the three Wus were inferior to the three Pure Ones, unworthy of comparison. Yet what transpired? After that battle, the situation had entirely shifted. At Yujing Mountain, upon learning of this news, the three Pure Ones erupted in outrage. Their formidable opponent, whom they had exerted their utmost efforts against, was revealed to be merely an avatar. If the true self were to make an appearance, would they not be obliterated instantly? Absolutely impossible. Yuan Shi wore an expression of fury, unable to accept this as reality, having already suffered a humiliating defeat. To discover that it was but an avatar they lost to was beyond bearing. His pride had been severely wounded. The second brother, however, remained composed, reminding him that this was merely a rumor and should not be taken too seriously. Laozi, sensing Yuan Shi's unsettling demeanor, quickly intervened. After finally recovering from their last defeat, to be struck with such news was intolerable for the prideful second brother. If not addressed promptly, it could give rise to inner demons. There were also rumors that the Eastern King had battled Ling Xiao for 300 rounds, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat. Could that also be true? Laozi chuckled softly, remarking that when he first heard this news, it had struck him as humorous. Was this not even more absurd than the avatar rumor? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's expression shifted, gradually relaxing. Upon reflection, He recognized the rationale behind it. He had been somewhat obstinate. Second brother, remember that we are the saints appointed by the Tao ancestor. We shall undoubtedly achieve sanctification in the future. Do not become overly fixated on the present. Sanctification must be our primary goal. Once we achieve sanctification, all this will merely be a fleeting memory. By then, will the golden crows even matter? Laozi imparted his wisdom, not only to Yuan Shi, but also to Tong Tian. As the elder brother, he always exerted himself diligently. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Shi's mind began to clear, as if shackles had been broken, allowing him to rise anew and dispel the shadows of doubt. Once again, he felt his fighting spirit rekindle. His elder brother spoke with conviction. He had been too focused on the present. Little did he realize that the one who laughs last is the ultimate victor. As long as they achieve sanctification, an entirely new realm awaits. Now, they must diligently cultivate and swiftly eliminate the remaining 2 corpses. Laozi spoke solemnly, his countenance grave. He never treated cultivation lightly. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded gravely in agreement, though they were the future saints designated by the Tao ancestor. Neglecting cultivation was not an option. In the west, at Mount Shumi, upon receiving this news, Jia and Jun and Tai Yi immediately rose to their feet. Brother, could this truly be possible? The being we fought against was merely an avatar of Ling Xiao? Jun and Tai Yi inquired, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Recalling the circumstances of their battle, he felt a shiver of trepidation. They had been slaughtered by Ling Xiao as if slicing through vegetables, only to find that it was but an avatar. Jia wore a contemplative expression, his gaze wavering as he too found himself at a loss, unable to discern the truth. After a moment, he finally spoke. This rumor may very well have originated from the golden crows themselves. However, considering various signs, it seems Ling Xiao's cultivation far surpasses ours, and he walks the path of the laws. He mused, pondering deeply. The path of the laws? Jun and Tai's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly questioned, did not the Tao ancestor proclaim that the path of laws is impassable? How could Ling Xiao's powers be so profound? His confusion was palpable. Jia smiled gently, replying, it is not necessarily impassable. I suspect that the golden crow possesses some treasure or opportunity that enables such rapid cultivation. While the path of laws is undoubtedly arduous, it is not inherently insurmountable. The Tao ancestor likely stated this to encourage the practice of the method of severing the 3 corpses. He contemplated, though he refrained from articulating this thought for fear of attracting trouble. Treasure, opportunity, Jun and Tai murmured, somewhat agreeing with Jia assertion. Thus, are we not left hopeless in our quest for vengeance? His countenance darkened, for from the very first clash with Sanwu, he had scarcely emerged victorious. Each attempt at retribution ended in a brutal defeat, accumulating both fresh grievances and old resentments. Yet he remained utterly powerless to exact revenge, a feeling that was excruciating. To attain sanctity, Chengyin softly uttered these words. First, one must sever the second corpse. Once sanctified, who would fear the inability to avenge? Upon hearing this, Kunti nodded in agreement, promptly ceasing further discourse and settling into meditation for cultivation. Aside from the great powers of the western Shumi Mountain, the demon and witch clans each held their own opinions on this matter. Some believed, others did not, but universally, they felt an immense pressure. On the Sunstar, after Ling Xiao received this news from the Ziwei boy, he found himself in a state of bewildered amusement. My separation has been exposed. Chapter 84. The opportunity to attain sanctity, marrying heaven? Upon learning that his division had been revealed, Ling Xiao was left in a state of ironic laughter. Though it wasn't a secret, the uproar it stirred throughout the entirety of the Honghuang was entirely unexpected. Was it truly necessary? Such a revelation seemed to run counter to the path of prudence. Too conspicuous. With this thought, Ling Xiao focused his mind and placed the chaotic green lotus seed, previously rewarded by the system, into the chaos pearl for cultivation, pondering whether it could yield another pangu. Ling Xiao mused that if one day this chaotic green lotus were to produce a pangu, it would indeed shatter the chaos pearl. Such an absurd notion brought a smile to his face. The level of divine objects like the chaotic green lotus was such that who could predict when it would bloom and bear fruit, perhaps in an age long beyond reckoning. Having planted the seed into chaos, Ling Xiao cast another glance at the black gourd, which had grown increasingly formidable, brimming with a surging aura, showing signs of taking shape. What marvel would this black gourd bring forth? While one could hardly anticipate the chaotic green lotus seed, this object held promise for a quicker emergence. In addition to the black gourd, the Huangzhong Li, nurtured with the Jiutian Shirong, was also thriving, showing signs of blooming and bearing fruit. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Ling Xiao withdrew from the Chaos Pearl and engaged in focused cultivation, not giving undue attention to the minor episode regarding his division. Meanwhile, in the Honghuang world, the pressure stemming from this rumor weighed heavily on many powerful beings, plunging them into frenzied cultivation. The Tao ancestor had imparted the three Tao, leaving them no choice but to engage in earnest cultivation without shortcuts. As time flowed and ages shifted, the Honghuang world was engulfed in constant warfare. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. During this time, the powerful beings in seclusion had merely experienced a fleeting moment of drowsiness. However, for the witch and demon clans, the situation was markedly different. They had fought countless battles, both great and small, during these several millennia. Several prominent demons, such as Beis, Goeche, and Jiuying, gradually ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Meanwhile, within the witch clan, every ancestral witch had achieved the status of quasi-saint, with Emperor Jiang even reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. This exacerbated the pressure on the demon clan, who, after tens of thousands of years of conflict, found themselves on the losing end more often than not. Naturally combative, the witch clan launched fierce assaults, leaving the demons unable to hold their heads high. Against the ancestral witches, the mighty beings of the demon clan found themselves at a disadvantage, often forced to flee in disarray. As the survival space of the demon clan dwindled, Nuwa became increasingly anxious. Upon a mountain within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Nuwa stood silently, motionless, day and night, unraveling the secrets of the heavens. It had been tens of thousands of years since she established the demon clan, and, to this day, her cultivation had stagnated, having yet to sever the second corpse. Witnessing the continuous defeats of the demon clan, with losses far outweighing victories and their living space shrinking, she could not afford to remain idle. Only by severing the second corpse, or even attaining sanctity, could she hope to reverse the tide. She tirelessly analyzed the celestial mechanisms and contemplated the primordial purple energy, hoping for enlightenment. At this moment, Nuwa's Dharma body radiated brilliance, her serpentine tail weaving between the void and reality, its scales reflecting all mysteries. Like the clearest mirror, it refracted the subtleties of all things in the world, revealing the patterns of the great Tao. This was a flawless corporeal form, an innate divine being, nearly devoid of any weaknesses or flaws. Where lies my opportunity? After a long while, Nuwa opened her eyes, softly speaking to herself. She had gained a glimmer of understanding, yet could not fully grasp it. It felt as though something was just out of reach. Ah, the merit. Nuwa's eyes brightened as she recalled the merit bestowed upon her when she established the demon clan. Perhaps this was her opportunity. However, how could she obtain such merit? Nuwa fell into deep thought, her brow furrowed. The heavenly way was not naive, and merit was not freely given. In these tens of thousands of years, the instances of acquiring heavenly merit were exceedingly rare. One must perform acts that contributed to the heavenly way for merit to descend. Moreover, merit varied in magnitude. The greater the contribution, the greater the merit. Nuwa pondered earnestly, feeling that the opportunity lay just before her, merely one step away. Within her phoenix-like eyes, divine patterns shimmered, revealing profound truths as she traced back through various events in search of answers. Suddenly, her heart stirred as a red embroidered ball appeared before her, shimmering with a scarlet hue, rising and falling incessantly. The red embroidered ball. This treasure was an exquisite innate spiritual artifact, conferred upon her by Hong Jun after imparting the Tao, capable of witnessing the marriage of heaven, earth, and humanity. At this moment, the red embroidered ball seemed to guide her, its radiance growing ever more intense, emanating waves of energy. Could this be my opportunity to attain sanctity? As Nuwa sensed the red embroidered ball, her understanding deepened. Her thoughts became increasingly lucid. Finally, she raised her head abruptly, gazing at the sun and moon above, her eyes sparkling with delight. Establishing yin and yang, instituting the three principles, the unity of the sun and moon could witness the heavenly marriage, serving as a model for future generations. Establishing moral laws. This was indeed a significant merit. The sun and moon were the most suitable candidates for this heavenly marriage. One cannot thrive in isolation. For yin cannot give birth to life, and yang cannot grow alone. Harmony between yin and yang embodies the ultimate truth. As the witness to this marriage, I would naturally acquire great merit. With this thought, Nuwa's countenance brightened. The celestial mechanism clarified. Her opportunity for sanctity lay within this marriage. Eagerly, Nuwa returned to the demon clan stronghold to share this idea with Fushi, seeking his counsel. After listening, Fushi pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. Sister, your idea is commendable, but the question remains, will the rulers of the sun and moon agree? The sun-star deities were none other than the three Wu. He believed Nuwa's notion was sound, balancing yin and yang, establishing the three principles, and setting an example for future generations would undoubtedly yield great merit. Yet, the issue lay in obtaining the consent of the parties involved. Nuwa paused momentarily and replied, the heavenly marriage would also benefit them. They would not forsake merit, would they? The union of the sun and moon, the harmony of yin and yang, offers numerous advantages. I trust they would not refuse. She spoke with confidence, believing the matter could be achieved, for who would willingly forego benefits and merit? The heavenly marriage was advantageous to both sides. A win-win situation that would not jeopardize their own interests. A mutual joy, what reason would there be to decline? Fushi, after considering his sister's words, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this reasoning held merit. Upon reflection, there seemed to be no flaws. It was logical and substantiated. This matter presented benefits for both the sun and moon. Though the unpredictable nature of the sun stars, Wu left him somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, such a fortuitous occurrence ought not to be rejected. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fushi felt a surge of joy. If his sister were to achieve sanctity, then the plight of their demon clan would be alleviated. For thousands of years, they had been on the brink of madness due to the Wu clan's relentless pursuits. It was high time to turn the tide. Soon after, Niwa departed from the demon clan's stronghold, ascending confidently towards the heavens. She was determined to affirm the celestial marriage. Chapter 85. There are 3 suns and 2 moons. As Niwa soared towards the heavens, she oscillated briefly between the solar star and the lunar star, ultimately heading towards the lunar star. The celestial deities of the lunar star, Shiha and Changshi, were well acquainted to her. They had crossed paths several times during her visits to the Xiao palace. Not long thereafter, Niwa arrived at the lunar star, which radiated an awe-inspiring aura of immense power. From a distance, amidst the endless cosmos, it was one of the most resplendent stars. Upon drawing near, Niwa was greeted by a chill that was both icy and clear. Shiha, Changshi, esteemed friends, it is Niwa who comes to visit, she announced, subtly releasing her aura, her voice ringing clear. The grandeur of the lunar star was so vast that one could hardly discern its boundaries up close. Yet, her voice seemed to vanish into the abyss, creating not a single ripple in response. After a brief moment, 2 ethereal figures, one tall and one petite, emerged gracefully. With delicate features and enchanting skin, they each possessed their own unique allure. Niwa, dear friend, what brings you here? Please come in, Shiha and Changshi said with warm smiles. Pleasantly surprised by the sudden visit of Niwa, the current sovereign of the demon clan and a formidable quasi-saint. My dear sisters, it has been quite a while. How fare you? Niwa inquired casually as she stepped into the lunar star, engaging in light conversation. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness crossed the faces of Shiha and Changshi. We're doing well, but our stagnation in cultivation has been a source of concern. Shiha replied with a touch of bitterness. After their discussions at the Xiao palace, they had entered seclusion, having already attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet they remained unable to break through to the quasi-saint level, stuck in this limbo. In the pursuit of cultivation, one sometimes encounters obstacles akin to being trapped in a dead end, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself for a long while, she lamented. Is it true that you 2 have yet to break through to the quasi-saint level? Niwa asked, her surprise genuine, not a hint of mockery in her tone. It was hard to fathom that Shiha and Changshi, who were on par with the sun god Sanwu, had not yet surpassed this threshold. Perhaps we have been overly ambitious, attempting to explore other paths to quasi-sainthood, which has caused us to squander precious time, Shiha admitted with a resigned smile. Their inspiration stemmed from the legendary battle on the 3 Immortals Island decades ago, where it was said that Jinwu Ling Xiao's strength derived from his mastery of the laws of the universe. This was not a secret. Any enlightened being could discern it. In their attempts to pursue the path of the laws to achieve sanctity, Shiha and Changshi had spent millennia in vain, only to find themselves unable to sever their ties to their former selves. Thus, they had accumulated knowledge without depth, resulting in an interminable delay in their breakthroughs. Akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. Niwa, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. From my experience in breaking through, the best path is the one that suits you. Sometimes, a bit of fortuity is also necessary. It seems my visit today is quite timely. An opportunity may present itself that could aid you, without beating around the bush. She spoke directly of the benefits of the celestial marriage, suggesting it might help Shiha and Changshi transcend to quasi-sainthood. Sister, what opportunity do you speak of? Changshi asked with bright, eager eyes, her heart nearly overwhelmed by the worries that had plagued her for years. Watching her peers ascend to quasi-sainthood while remaining stagnant at the great Luo Golden Immortal level was indeed a cause for anxiety. Shiha shot her sister a reproachful look, then turned to Niwa with a smile. Sister, let us speak within. Niwa nodded, and the 3 women made their way to the Guanghan Palace, where they set out spiritual springs and celestial fruits. Shiha then spoke slowly. Sister, can you elaborate on the opportunity you mentioned earlier? Though her heart brimmed with excitement, she also felt a twinge of doubt, realizing that Niwa had likely come specifically for this opportunity. But why would Niwa personally visit to bestow such a chance? Was it merely a generous act? Shiha, unlike her naive sister Changshi, understood that even if Niwa brought an opportunity, there must be a motive behind it. prompting her to seek clarification. Nuwa smiled serenely, revealing no hints of concealment. Dear sisters, I must confess that I have come today regarding the matter of the celestial marriage. The celestial marriage? Shiha and Changshi exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled by the implications. Indeed, the union of yin and yang embodies the principles of the Great Tao. Harmonizing with yin and yang aligns with the natural order, yielding tremendous merit, Nuwa explained, her demeanor tranquil. You mean? Shiha's gaze faltered for a moment before she comprehended, casting her eyes toward the direction of the solar star. As someone of considerable cultivation, she felt an innate resonance upon hearing these words. Yet Changshi remained somewhat bewildered, deep in thought. Nuwa, her face aglow with mirth, nodded, exactly as you surmise. The combination of the lunar and solar energies can affirm the celestial marriage, leading to great merit. Consequently, your breakthrough to quasi-sainthood will be far from difficult. Is this not the opportunity you seek? Ah, do you mean for us to marry the solar star god? At last, Changshi grasped the concept, exclaiming in surprise. Her demeanor shifting as she fidgeted with her garment, lost in her own imaginings. Shiha, exasperated, delivered a light smack to her foolish sister's head. How could she embarrass her so in front of others? Then, turning to Nuwa with a look of uncertainty, she questioned, Sister, is this truly appropriate? Observing the exchange with amusement, Nuwa noted that Shiha had not outright rejected the proposal, indicating she too entertained the notion. Sister, the adage lonely yin does not give birth. Lonely yang does not thrive speaks to the harmonious balance of yin and yang, which is the fundamental truth of the universe. At this juncture, Nuwa produced the red embroidered ball. Continuing, you must recognize this artifact. It was bestowed upon me by the Tao ancestor to affirm the marriage of heaven, earth, and humanity. Recently, I sensed that using it to affirm the celestial marriage would yield immense merit. The synergy of the lunar and solar energies is the optimal choice, promising significant benefits for you both. She was forthright, presenting the red embroidered ball without a hint of secrecy. For this was a matter of clear virtue that would benefit both parties involved, nothing to be ashamed of. Once the celestial marriage is affirmed, I am confident that your breakthrough to quasi-sainthood will be effortless, Nuwa added, tucking away the red embroidered ball. Shiha fell silent, torn between a desire to refuse and an unwillingness to disappoint. Sister, have you ever visited the solar star? She suddenly asked, as if recalling something. Nuwa shook her head slightly, not yet. However, I believe the three crows will not refuse your request if you consent. Her beauty radiated confidence. Shiha nodded thoughtfully, her expression shifting as she mused. With 3 suns and 2 moons, how shall we pair them? Chapter 86, Changshi's Request and the Emergence of the Black Gourd. Shiha spoke with a peculiar expression, and upon hearing her words, Nuwa paused momentarily. After a brief silence, she inquired, What are your thoughts, dear sisters? Shiha and Changshi exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Though they exchanged no words, each harbored a singular aspiration within their hearts. Shihi, observing her sister's bashful demeanor, could not help but smile wryly. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to the figure of Nuwa before her, and a thought struck her mind, compelling her to voice it. Sister, there are 3 suns and only 2 moons. Why not join us? Would that not create a harmonious balance? She remarked with a playful tone, blurring the line between jest and earnestness. Upon hearing this, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, startled by Shihi's outrageous proposition. She had come to officiate a celestial marriage. Could it be that she would inadvertently become a participant in it? Such a path had never crossed her mind. Sister Shihi, you jest. How could I, who am not a moon, partake in officiating a celestial marriage? The sun and moon embody the extremes of rigidity and softness. Only through their harmonious balance can one attain the supreme path. Moreover, if I were to join, who would officiate your wedding? Nuwa explained, her reasoning somewhat strained, as the abruptness of the suggestion left her momentarily at a loss. Shihi smiled gently, aware that her whimsical thought had been somewhat abrupt, and she did not take it to heart. In that case, let my sister wed Ling Xiao in the celestial marriage. I shall refrain from participating. She spoke with earnestness, already formulating a plan in her mind, thinking that a representative from either the sun or the moon sufficed. Over the years, she had discerned her sister's inexplicable affection for Ling Xiao, a sentiment that had blossomed since their first encounter, which had ended with Ling Xiao delivering a rather unexpected blow. Ever since then, whenever Shihi mentioned Ling Xiao, her sister Chang, she would respond in a peculiar manner, much like she was doing now. Upon hearing these words, Changshi looked up in astonishment, poised to deny the implication, but was interrupted by Shihi, who earnestly inquired, Sister, what is your opinion? Answer truthfully. Opportunities such as these do not come again. Speak your mind, and I shall acquiesce. Changshi toyed with the hem of her garment, her heart embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. At the precipice of her decision, she mustered her courage. I do not wish to part from you, sister. I want you to marry Ling Xiao with me. Ling Xiao, awakening from his meditative state, cast his gaze towards a certain location in the sun star, sensing two ethereal presences growing stronger, drawing ever closer. Have they broken through? He murmured to himself, a note of surprise coloring his voice. After countless millennia, Jun and Tai Yi had finally ascended to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. It must be said that once one reached the primordial golden immortal stage, the speed of comprehending the laws diminished significantly. It was akin to constructing a skyscraper. The higher one ascended, the more arduous the journey became. However, he was on the verge of completion. A smile graced Ling Xiao's lips as he realized that his mastery of the fire laws had already reached the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. With perfection not far off, once he achieved perfection, he could ascend further, ultimately attaining the status of a primordial Deluo golden immortal. Soon, he would be able to transition from being a mere pawn to becoming the master of the game. Setting aside other concerns, at the very least, his personal safety would no longer be a matter of excessive worry. At that moment, Ling Xiao's gaze shifted, a hint of intrigue crossing his face. An anomaly had manifested within the Chaos Pearl. His consciousness stirred as he entered the Chaos Pearl, and upon arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Is the gourd going mad? Ling Xiao thought, his heart racing, for he beheld the black gourd amidst the boundless chaos, seemingly stimulated into a frenzy, voraciously devouring everything around it. Like a vast black hole, chaotic winds surged forth, coalescing into a massive vortex, all rushing towards the gourd's opening. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with intensity as he observed the terrifying sight, his gaze fixated on the black gourd, eager to uncover the truth. This gourd possesses the power of the law of devouring, and world laws as well. Ling Xiao was astounded, for he detected multiple law powers emanating from the black gourd. Among them, the law of devouring was predominant, explaining its relentless consumption of everything nearby. By devouring the surrounding energy, it was continuously augmenting itself. Is it about to emerge? Ling Xiao pondered, raising a finger to distance the chaos Qinglian seed from the black gourd. He could not allow this precious seed to be swallowed. Then, with determination, Ling Xiao began to refine the black gourd, feeding it the treasures he had gathered from the Isle of Immortals, including numerous ordinary, innate spiritual treasures. As the black gourd consumed the surrounding energy, its aura grew increasingly potent. If sufficient energy was provided, it would have remarkable potential for growth. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sensed the state of the black gourd. The treasures flowed into it incessantly, and he could distinctly perceive the myriad laws contained within, all evolving and strengthening. Particularly, the aura of the law of devouring emanated with such power that it left Ling Xiao in awe. The law of devouring is undoubtedly among the top-tier laws within the 3,000 great paths, akin to the law of destruction, both being immensely destructive forces. After a considerable interval, the treasures from the Isle of Immortals were nearly consumed, and the black gourd's aura intensified. There is still room for more. Ling Xiao, fully engaged in the refinement process, sensed the state of the black gourd. He immediately sent a message to the sequestered Jun and Tai Yi. In truth, they would have emerged from their seclusion without his prompting, having broken through their realms and naturally seeking to stretch their legs. Before long, they arrived at Ling Xiao's palace. Elder brother, second brother, could you lend me the treasures you collected from the Isle of Immortals? Ling Xiao stated directly. Jun and Tai Yi, upon hearing Ling Xiao's request, hesitated not a moment, promptly presenting a wealth of treasures, enough to nearly fill the palace. With a flick of his mind, Ling Xiao gathered them all into the Chaos Pearl, transforming them into a colossal stream that cascaded into the black gourd. It consumed like an insatiable abyss, devouring every offering, even the chaotic energy. O gourd, I have provided you with such marvelous treasures. Do not let me down. Ling Xiao mused, uncertain of what level the black gourd might ultimately attain. Before long, as the treasures neared depletion, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He produced a fragment of the creation jade plate and cast it into the gourd. Having already fed it so much, he thought it prudent to test just how far the gourd could develop. As the gourd consumed the fragment of the creation jade plate, a myriad of immortal divine lights erupted forth, releasing a hint of chaotic energy into the air. Chapter 87, Celestial Marriage? What purpose does that serve? The black gourd radiated with the innate immortal divine light and chaotic energy, undergoing a profound transformation after consuming the fragment of the creation jade plate. Ling Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his exhilaration. He sensed the aura of a chaotic spiritual treasure emanating from the black gourd. Indeed, all that feeding had not been in vain. Ling Xiao rejoiced, initially considering offering more treasures, but soon realized that the black gourd had reached its saturation point. On the verge of taking form, further offerings might be counterproductive. He raised a hand to refine it further, aiding the black gourd in its final metamorphosis. Generally speaking, If a chaotic spiritual treasure were to appear in the primordial realm, it would likely incur heavenly wrath. However, within the confines of the Chaos Pearl, it faced no such danger, even escaping the grasp of heavenly tribulations. After a lengthy interval, as tranquility enveloped the surroundings and divine lights along with strange visions gradually faded away, Ling Xiao raised his hand with a flick, summoning a black gourd into his grasp. With his spiritual consciousness penetrating deep within, he meticulously contemplated the essence of the gourd. The Chaos spiritual treasure, the Gourd of Heaven Swallowing? Also known as the Gourd of the Great Thousand Worlds, capable of devouring 3,000 vast realms. It is insatiable. Ling Xiao gazed at the gourd in his hand, somewhat astonished. This artifact was ferociously powerful, belonging to an extreme category of treasures, akin to the four swords of extermination, with formidable lethality. However, its ferocity was overwhelming, rendering it incapable of suppressing fortune. Apart from its immense destructive capacity, it possessed numerous profound, transformative abilities. For instance, the gourd could yield innate spiritual water, accelerating the growth of innate spiritual roots, much like the Huangzhong Li and the Chaos Green Lotus within the Chaos Pearl. In essence, possessing this object would indefinitely shorten the maturation period of the Chaos Green Lotus, allowing it to ripen in a remarkably brief span. Yet, should it remain in the external world, this black gourd would likely be obliterated by the heavenly Tao before it could fully take shape. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao returned the black gourd to the nurturing embrace of the chaos, acknowledging its tremendous strength, yet deciding it should not be revealed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, Ling Xiao withdrew his spiritual awareness and departed from the Chaos Pearl. Third brother, what do you require such a plethora of heavenly materials and treasures for? In the Grand Hall, upon witnessing Ling Xiao conclude his endeavors, Jun and Tai Yi could no longer contain his curiosity. The mountain of heavenly materials had all been consumed by the third brother, leaving them puzzled about his intentions. No worries, I am nurturing a spiritual treasure. It has quite the appetite, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. A spiritual treasure? That can consume? Jun and Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering what kind of treasure could devour sustenance. Are you certain you are not raising a spiritual beast? Ling Xiao merely shrugged, offering no further clarification. He then focused his thoughts and produced the Taishu mirror. Elder brother, please make use of this treasure, he said casually as he handed it to Jun. Feeling no particular affection for it, with an abundance of treasures at his disposal, he preferred to enhance Jun's combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Jun was stunned, gazing at the Taishu mirror in disbelief. Third brother, I cannot accept this. You have gone to great lengths to acquire it. It is best kept for your own use. Truthfully, he never expected Ling Xiao would so casually offer such a precious artifact. A primordial supreme treasure that had once incited a frenzy among countless mighty beings in the primordial world. Although he indeed desired a primordial supreme treasure, he found it difficult to accept the Taishu mirror before him. Elder brother, do not be stubborn. I know you have long coveted a primordial supreme treasure. My own treasures far surpass the Taishu mirror in power. I have no need for it. Ling Xiao chuckled, waving the Taishu mirror enticingly before Jun. With a firm resolve, Jun replied, very well, let this be a temporary borrowing. I shall return it when you require it. With that, he seized the Taishu mirror, relishing the thrill of having acquired a primordial supreme treasure, even if only for a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Nuwa departed from the Tyne Star, soaring directly toward the Sun Star with a look of entanglement and helplessness. The sisters Shiha and Changshi had agreed to her terms, but were reluctant to part ways. In response to their request, Nuwa could only promise to do her utmost. It is no exaggeration to say that it was the first time she had encountered such a request. After some time, Nuwa arrived outside the Sun Star, which was in stark contrast to the Tyne Star, being exceedingly scorching and exuding a greater pressure. Logically, the Tyne and the Sun should be in balance. Yet Nuwa could distinctly sense that the Sun Star was considerably more formidable, likely attributable to the celestial deities governing the two stars. 3 Wu Dao friends. Nuwa comes to visit, Nuwa announced, adjusting her demeanor and speaking in a resonant tone that echoed through the depths of the Sun Star. After a moment, a young boy clad in a purple Taoist robe emerged. Upon recognizing Nuwa, he clasped his hands and inquired, what brings you to seek my master? What a formidable Taoist boy. Nuwa thought to herself, startled to discover that this young lad was not inferior to the celestial deities of the Tyne Star, Shiha and Changshi, having already attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. She suddenly felt that the sisters Shiha and Changshi might not be entirely deserving of Ling Xiao. The balance between the Sun and Tyne was disrupted. The strength of the two sisters was comparable to that of mere attendants. Please inform your master that Nuwa has matters of great importance to discuss. Nuwa replied respectfully, showing no hint of disdain towards the Ziwei boy, as such a cultivation level would be renowned even in the external world, considering the scarcity of quasi-saints in the current primordial realm. The Ziwei boy nodded and departed, making his way to Ling Xiao's palace to inform him of Nuwa's arrival. In truth, there was no need for him to report, for Ling Xiao and his companions had already sensed Nuwa's approach. What brings Nuwa here at this time? Ling Xiao pondered, then gestured to the Ziwei boy. Please, admit her. As you wish. The Ziwei boy complied and exited. Third brother, could it be that Nuwa intends to invite us to join the demon tribe? Dijun inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity while toying with the Taishu mirror, clearly enamored by it. As long as she possesses wisdom, she would not pursue such a course. We shall discern her true intentions upon her arrival, Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly, dismissing further speculation. After a considerable time, the Ziwei boy escorted Nuwa into the grand hall. The moment she stepped into Ling Xiao's palace, Nuwa immediately felt an overwhelming sense of suppression, as if her cultivation and magical power were being restricted. Before her, 3 resplendent golden figures sat in meditation. Ling Xiao occupied the center, with Tai Yi and Dijun flanking him, resembling 3 miniature suns exuding vast, overwhelming pressure. Nuwa felt a tremor in her heart, becoming somewhat reserved. I have met the 3 Wu Dao friends, she said, bowing with a smile. Nuwa Dao friend. What brings you here? Ling Xiao's calm voice resonated throughout the hall. Nuwa hesitated for a moment before stating frankly, I have come to discuss the celestial marriage, to harmonize yin and yang in accordance with heavenly will. As her words fell, Dijun's voice rang out in the tranquil hall. Celestial marriage? What purpose does that serve? Chapter 88. Ling Xiao. System, are you human? Upon hearing Nuwa's declaration, Ling Xiao was suddenly enlightened, as he had been pondering the purpose of her visit. It turned out she had come to act as a matchmaker. He had overlooked the notion of a celestial marriage, and Nuwa could be considered one of the earliest matchmakers in history. What surprised Ling Xiao further was that even without the establishment of the heavenly court, Nuwa would still come to discuss the celestial marriage. Truly, the essence of things remains unchanged. Nuwa, taken aback by Dijun's remark, felt a tinge of embarrassment, and then began to explain, reiterating the age-old principles. The notion of solitary yin failing to generate life and isolated yang failing to thrive posits that the union of yin and yang is the supreme path, bringing endless benefits to both the Taiyin and the sun. Are you suggesting that we should unite with those 2 celestial deities of the Taiyin star? Dijun queried in astonishment, finally grasping her meaning. Indeed, Nuwa affirmed, nodding. However, she refrained from articulating certain details, for in truth, it was not a matter concerning both of them, but rather solely Ling Xiao. This was a delicate topic, and she feared it might provoke dissatisfaction or discomfort in Jun and Tai Yi. However, to her surprise, upon hearing her words, Dijun merely scoffed and remarked, This union is not for me. It would hinder the pace of my cultivation. Following suit, Tai Yi nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 of them promptly rejected the proposition. Their past conflicts with Shi He and Chang, she had left them with little fondness for these celestial beings. At present, their sole focus was on cultivation, striving to catch up with their younger brother. And Aiwa felt a surge of joy, not at all angered by Dijun and Tai Yi's refusal, for this heavenly marriage was never aimed at them. Their rejection was, in fact, to her liking. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words, fearing to bruise their egos. As she was well aware of the close ties among the 3 crows and did not wish to offend any one of them, thereby implicating the others. And Aiwa's gaze turned towards Ling Xiao, and simultaneously, Dijun and Tai Yi's eyes also fell upon him, all awaiting his response. Ling Xiao did not rush to reply, for the system's options had once again presented themselves. Detected that Aiwa has come to certify the heavenly marriage. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Agree to the heavenly marriage and wed the moon goddess. Reward. 1 fragment of the yin-yang principle. Option 2. Refuse the heavenly marriage. Women will only impede my cultivation speed. Reward. 1 random fragment of the principle. Option 3. I want them all. Address Aiwa. Your arrival is fortuitous. Let us invite you to the heavenly marriage. Reward. 1 fragment of the yin-yang principle, 1 fragment of the devouring principle, and half the merit of becoming a sage. What the hell, system? Are you even human? Upon glimpsing the third option, Ling Xiao felt he could barely contain himself. Shi He and Changshi were not enough. Now, and Aiwa was being thrown into the mix? Your arrival is fortuitous? Isn't that a scene straight out of some past life drama? Nonetheless, one thing was certain. He could not agree to this heavenly marriage. His path lay in the principles. What use would he have for the merits of the heavenly Tao? Even if there were no cost involved, he would still reject it. Once he accepted Hong Jun's merits of the heavenly Tao, he would be tainted, and it might one day become a handle against him. The third option, though seemingly bountiful in rewards, was not essential. He already possessed the principle of Yang and merely lacked the principle of Yin, thus presenting an opportunity to forge the Yin-Yang principle. As for the devouring principle, he had the devouring gourd, and with the chaos pearl, grasping its essence would not be overly difficult. The so-called half-merit of becoming a sage was, in essence, insubstantial. System, I choose option 2. Ling Xiao swiftly scanned the options, and a decision formed in his heart. During this brief moment, Jun and Tai Yi's gazes remained fixed upon him. In reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Felt a glimmer of hope. Ling Xiao's slight hesitation indicated that he was intrigued. This was precisely what she had wished for, and he and Changxi shared this sentiment. It was a harmonious convergence. Such is the nature of fate, indescribably wondrous. However, the next moment, was taken aback as Ling Xiao's subsequent words sent her plummeting from her lofty expectations. Dear Aniwa, we appreciate your goodwill, but as the 3 brothers, our cultivation is still lacking. How could we possibly establish a family? Lacking in cultivation? Aniwa felt a pang of disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. You are already the strongest beings beneath the Tao ancestor. If this is considered weak, then what hope is there for other beings to thrive? This excuse felt egregiously feeble. Did they look down upon Shi and Changxi? After a brief silence, she, unwilling to relent, continued, Dear 3 crows. The heavenly marriage offers numerous benefits and great merits. The harmony of yin and yang is a fundamental truth of the universe. Is it merely a question of family? Do you not desire the merits? Aniwa's expression turned solemn, her urgency palpable. Upon hearing her words, Ling Xiao and the others exchanged glances, then unanimously shook their heads in response. It was an astonishingly harmonious rejection. Aniwa was rendered speechless, feeling a tumult of emotions surging within her. Her breath irregular, her feelings unstable. Who could possibly not desire merits? Was the very thing she yearned for devoid of allure? She wished for some sign of reaction. Ling Xiao observed Aniwa's demeanor and shrugged, saying, Dear Aniwa, are you all right? He tossed her a cushion. Don't stand there. Have a seat and rest. Aniwa had no retort, yet complied obediently, sitting cross-legged. She was truly unwilling to accept this. Everything was in place. She had finally persuaded Shi and Changxi, only to find the Sun faction unwilling. How was she to explain this upon her return? The 3 crows found you inadequate? Believed you unworthy? Seated on the cushion, Aniwa wrestled with her thoughts, then turned to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, dear friend, will you truly not reconsider? I can wait. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, contemplating. He seemed to grasp why Aniwa was so eager to validate the heavenly marriage. The witch clan was powerful, while the monster clan was weak. Her actions were likely a means to secure merits and perhaps even ascend to sagehood. However, the question arose, if he rejected the heavenly marriage, would Aniwa seek alternative paths, possibly resorting to creating humans in desperation? He had intended for Aniwa to take charge of the monster clan, delaying the creation of life. Yet, would this backfire, with the witch clan's dominance hastening Aniwa's learning of creation? If so, that would create substantial complications. Although the likelihood was slim, Ling Xiao felt he could not afford to be complacent until he attained the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Such occurrences must be prevented at all costs. He needed to devise a way for Aniwa to gain a portion of merits to buy some time. Ling Xiao's thoughts raced, reflecting on past events in the Honghuan. Perhaps the demon script held promise. If he could have Aniwa promote the demon script, wouldn't that yield merits? The merits from the demon script could surely allow Aniwa to sever her second corpse. With this thought, Ling Xiao resolved, since Aniwa sought merits, he would grant her some. Dear Aniwa, I cannot fulfill your wishes regarding the heavenly marriage. Your intention to certify this union is likely to acquire the merits of the heavenly Tao, is it not? Chapter 89, A New Opportunity. You are too early in your joy. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, leaving Aniwa in a state of emotional upheaval. Ling Xiao, what do you mean by this? Aniwa asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, perplexed by his refusal of the heavenly marriage while questioning her about merits. I perceive that you, dear Aniwa, seem to be encountering a hurdle in your cultivation. You wish to utilize merits to advance further, do you not? Ling Xiao inquired with a smile, his gaze profound and inscrutable. In truth, he was merely engaging in some theatrics, but to Aniwa, he suddenly appeared more formidable. After all, Ling Xiao's past deeds and conduct had rendered him inscrutable in her eyes. I do indeed harbor such thoughts. It would benefit us all. Aniwa conceded after a brief pause, realizing there was no point in dissembling any longer. It would only serve to amuse. This was not a scheme. It was a legitimate pursuit, perfectly reasonable. Actually, I believe one does not necessarily need to validate a heavenly marriage to obtain merits, Ling Xiao continued. At these words, Aniwa's expression shifted, and she blurted out, What do you mean, dear Ling Xiao? She sensed the hint of opportunity in his words. Had it been anyone else, Aniwa might have dismissed such a statement. But before her stood the individual almost universally acknowledged as the most powerful being beneath the sages in the current Honghuang world. His words carried an undeniable weight. As the sovereign of the demon race, commanding myriad demons, Have you ever contemplated the creation or dissemination of a written language uniquely belonging to our kind? Ling Xiao spoke slowly, his gaze keenly observing Nuwa's reaction. A written language belonging to the demon race. Demon script? Nuwa's eyes flickered with intrigue, her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered and deliberated. After a brief moment, her expression softened, her visage blooming like a field of flowers, radiating with newfound brightness. Through her calculations and intuition, she sensed that this might indeed be a significant opportunity. Ling Xiao, my friend, could you elaborate further? Nuwa's phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Ling Xiao, sparkling with anticipation. She had begun to formulate an idea, but was uncertain of how to implement it. You continue your discussion. We shall return to our cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi rose to their feet, pushing and jostling each other as they hastily exited, their demeanor inexplicably hurried and peculiar. There was a hint of secrecy in their actions. What is the meaning of this? Ling Xiao raised a hand, intending to call them back, but ultimately let it fall. It was a serious topic, yet their sudden antics had rendered the atmosphere somewhat odd. Nuwa, however, remained undeterred, her gaze persistently fixed on Ling Xiao, shining brightly as if a river of stars had descended. Her thoughts were solely focused on the creation of the demon script, eagerly awaiting Ling Xiao's insights. Entirely oblivious to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's strange behavior, Ling Xiao cleared his throat, composed himself, and began to articulate his understanding. In truth, he too was uncertain of what the demon script would resemble. However, it likely bore resemblance to the pictographs of his previous life. After all written languages initially stem from pictorial representations, with only a few primitive civilizations being exceptions. Ling Xiao spoke, while Nuwa diligently took notes below, drawing connections and engaging in self-reflection within her mind. At her level of cultivation, profound wisdom was not lacking. Comprehending these concepts was relatively effortless for her. What she lacked was merely an opportunity. After a while, Ling Xiao finally concluded his explanation. Having expended considerable effort to ensure that Nuwa's strength would not be overshadowed by the ancestral witches. Nuwa, do you believe you grasped what I conveyed? Listening to your words is more valuable than a millennium of cultivation. Nuwa exclaimed in delight, a statement that nearly caused Ling Xiao to choke. In that case, if there are further uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your kin, the Kuanping, regarding matters of the demon script, Ling Xiao added, preemptively warning Nuwa that the Kuanping was the true expert in this domain. Thank you for your guidance, Nuwa replied, somewhat taken aback by Ling Xiao's unexpected turn of phrase. She had initially anticipated a request for further clarification, only to be met with the suggestion of seeking the Kuanping's counsel. Very well, that shall suffice. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave, Ling Xiao said, rising to escort her out. Having reached this point, if Nuwa could not devise the demon script, the blame could not rest upon him. Nuwa did not hasten to rise. After a moment of silence, she inquired, Ling Xiao, could you tell me why you once sent Bays to seek my intervention in uniting the demon race? This question had troubled her for eons, and she had long been perplexed by Ling Xiao's motives. Upon hearing her query, Ling Xiao responded nonchalantly, Nuwa, I believe you have misunderstood. I did not instruct Bays to seek you out. My intention was for him to request the three Pure One's assistance, but unexpectedly, he sought you instead. It can only be said that it was fate, not my design. His demeanor remained candid, devoid of any peculiarities. Is that truly the case? Nuwa asked, her expression laden with skepticism. Though she found it hard to believe, she could not formulate a rebuttal. Indeed, Ling Xiao affirmed with conviction. With such a response, Nuwa chose not to pursue the matter further, her mind now solely occupied with the creation of the demon script, showing no inclination to linger. After departing from the Sun Star, she hesitated briefly before heading to the Moon Star. Although the celestial marriage had not come to fruition, she felt it necessary to inform Shiha and Changxi. Nuwa was somewhat overwhelmed. In truth, she had suffered no loss from this journey, merely transitioning from securing a celestial marriage to creating the demon script. However, it would be challenging to explain the situation to Shiha and Changxi. She had confidently assured them that the celestial marriage would succeed, only for it to fall through. Steeling herself, Nuwa arrived at the Moon Star. Upon seeing her, Shiha and Changxi could not contain their curiosity, their expressions tinged with a vague shyness. Sister, how did it go? The two sisters appeared inexplicably joyful, assuming that the matter had been resolved. Observing their excitement, Nuwa internally sighed, realizing they were celebrating prematurely. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, Dear sisters, I have informed Ling Xiao of the celestial marriage, and he expressed great interest. However, he believes it is paramount to focus on cultivation for the time being and has temporarily set aside the notion of marriage. Nuwa delicately conveyed her message, avoiding any bluntness. Upon hearing this, Shiha and Changxi's expressions froze, and the atmosphere of the entire Moon Star seemed to chill. They were not naive. They understood the implications of her words, which essentially conveyed their rejection. They had not been deemed worthy. Sisters, this is my oversight. Please accept these two innate spiritual treasures as tokens of my apology. Nuwa said apologetically, presenting them with two treasures as she departed from the moon star. Having left the moon star with the two spiritual treasures, Nuwa hurried back to delve into the creation of the demon script. Meanwhile, Shiha and Changshi's countenances darkened, fluctuating between anger, resentment, and embarrassment, resembling a pie chart of emotions. Sister, does Ling Xiao think we are too weak in our cultivation and thus looks down upon us? Changshi blurted out, her expression bitter as she questioned. The imbalance between the sun and moon means he is far superior to us. It is impossible for yin and yang to harmonize. Her voice rose, attributing the reason for Ling Xiao's reluctance to the perceived inadequacy of their cultivation. Sister, do not belittle yourself. Your heart has become chaotic, Shiha calmly interjected, attempting to soothe her sister's agitation. The grace of our elder sister remains undiminished. If he is unwilling, so be it. Why must you seek fault within yourself? If blame is to be assigned, it ought to fall upon Nuwa, who made promises that have yet to be fulfilled, leaving you in vain anticipation. Although Shiha herself harbored equal parts anger and frustration, a significant portion was directed at Nuwa, who had assured them of a favorable outcome, only to leave them disappointed. Was this not a mockery of their hopes? Changshi felt a surge of frustration, speechless as her emotions spiraled out of control. The disparity between expectation and reality was overwhelming. I shall retreat into seclusion. If I am indeed lacking in strength, I shall strive to prove myself. She had declared, her expression cold, and with that, she turned and walked towards the Guanghan Palace. Changshi watched her sister's retreating figure, sensing an inexplicable chill. She understood that her seemingly unaffected sister was far from tranquil within. Meanwhile, at the Sun Star, Ling Xiao was engaged in opening a magical box, anticipating the random fragments of laws awarded by the system. Intrigued by what kind of principles might emerge. As his consciousness immersed itself in the fragments, he felt an overwhelming surge of life force, vibrant and flourishing. The power of the green law permeates the heavens and the earth, bestowing vitality upon all things. The law of wood. Upon sensing the power of the law, Ling Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated the emergence of a supreme law, only to find it was the rather unremarkable law of wood. Nevertheless, it was reassuring to note that the law of wood is one of the 5 elemental laws. Now, he had already grasped the laws of earth, fire, and water. Once he comprehended the law of metal, the 5 elemental laws would be within his grasp. With this thought, Ling Xiao began to absorb the fragments of the law. Meanwhile, Nuwa returned to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon seeing his sister's cheerful demeanor, Fushi could not help but inquire, Sister, has the matter of the heavenly marriage been settled? At that moment, the pressure on his heart seemed to lighten considerably. If the heavenly marriage were to proceed, his sister would enjoy boundless merits. Just as she had said. It might even lead her to sanctity. However, to Fushi's surprise, Nuwa slowly shook her head. The heavenly marriage has fallen through. The Sunstar God is unwilling to proceed. She spoke with a smile, leaving Fushi somewhat bewildered. How could she remain so cheerful after such a setback? Was she perhaps a bit dazed by the blow? Sister, take it easy. If the heavenly marriage has fallen through, so be it. We shall seek other means. Fushi consoled, yet the weight of his worries returned. For he felt that the path ahead for the demon race was shrouded in darkness, devoid of hope. Brother, how do you know there are other means? Nuwa said, her face alight with mirth. This left Fushi momentarily speechless. Sister, is there truly a way? Are you all right? Of course I am well. Although Taoist Ling Xiao declined the heavenly marriage, he has provided me with other insights, leading to great opportunities and merits, Nuwa declared with a resonant voice, her eyes sparkling with invigorating confidence. Is that so? Fushi exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Sister, do tell me more. Nuwa nodded, revealing the details without reservation. After hearing her account, Fushi fell into silence, a flicker of envy stirring within him. The 2 lunar goddesses were willing to wed Ling Xiao, yet he had turned them down. Even more astonishing was that he had proposed the method of creating demon texts. Fushi mentally deliberated and soon realized that this venture was indeed feasible, representing a significant opportunity and merit. It was not merely a boon for Nuwa, but a tremendous benefit for their entire demon race. In the present day, certain powerful demons possessed innate spiritual light and could cultivate their abilities independently. However, over thousands of years of propagation, a differentiation had emerged between the innate and acquired demons. Compared to the innate demons, the acquired were evidently weaker, as their magical abilities and spells required oral transmission from their ancestors. Should an ancestor unexpectedly perish, that lineage would lose its inheritance, forfeiting the chance for cultivation and gradually devolving into mere beasts, devoid of intelligence. Thus, the establishment of a record for the demon race's inheritance through demon texts became exceedingly vital. Taoist Ling Xiao's method of demon texts was truly astonishing. It could resolve the future inheritance issues of the demon race. Who would have thought that Taoist Ling Xiao, despite not being part of the demon race, could identify the fundamental problems that plagued them? Fushi lamented, realizing the immense significance of these demon texts for their race. Such opportunities and merits would not only benefit Nuwa, but countless demons as well. Ultimately, this was far superior to the validation of the heavenly marriage, which was merely Nuwa's personal opportunity, while the demon texts represented a grand opportunity for all demons. Indeed, Ling Xiao's method of demon texts is truly remarkable. Nuwa nodded, her face radiant with admiration. It appears that Taoist Ling Xiao still cares deeply for our demon race. Fushi marveled, then suddenly turned to Nuwa, asking, Sister, did you not take the opportunity to invite Taoist Ling Xiao to join our demon race? He sensed that Ling Xiao harbored a genuine desire to join, merely lacking a suitable opportunity. At this, Nuwa's face reflected a hint of regret at that moment. I was so absorbed in contemplating the demon text that I completely overlooked this aspect. Fushi expressed his disappointment. Well, if it was missed, it simply means the heavenly mechanism has yet to align. We shall wait for another chance. The pressing matter now was to refine the method of the demon texts, as it was of utmost importance to their race and could not afford any delay. By the way, Taoist Ling Xiao mentioned that if there are any uncertainties regarding the demon texts, we could consult Kunping. I am still unclear about the purpose of this, Nuwa suddenly recalled, still unsure as to why Ling Xiao had suggested she seek Kunping. After a brief pause, Fushi replied, perhaps Taoist Ling Xiao believes that Kunping, being a venerable figure of our demon race, could provide some useful insights. He stated with a degree of certainty, unable to conceive of any other reasons. Then let us seek out Kunping to discuss this matter, Nuwa said with a smile. Thus, the brother and sister made their way to Kunping's abode. Chapter 91, Kind-Hearted Bird Kunping. The emergence of demon texts. In one of the mountain ranges of the 10,000 Great Mountains lay Kunping's retreat. Recently, he had been attempting to refine the primordial chaos energy, seeking guidance, yet had yet to attain any significant understanding. On this particular day, upon sensing their presence, Kunping felt a wave of puzzlement wash over him. What business did these siblings have here? Were the demon race and the witch race about to engage in a great battle? Or did they seek to seize his primordial chaos purple energy? After all, Fushi lacked primordial chaos energy, and as a disciple of the Tao ancestor, Nuwa might wish to procure a strand for her brother. In the fleeting moment, Kunping concocted numerous hypotheses. After being ambushed multiple times during the battle at Three Immortal Island, he had become increasingly cautious. However, despite his musings, he nonetheless went out to greet them. Esteemed friends, what brings you here today? Kunping greeted them, addressing them as friends, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. As one imbued with primordial chaos purple energy, he had placed himself on an equal footing with the disciples of the Tao ancestor. This was an unspoken posture, radiating from within. It is nothing of great import. We merely wish to seek your counsel, esteemed friend, Fushi replied with a smile. Seek counsel? What could I possibly offer? Kunping thought to himself, puzzled, yet outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor while remaining vigilant. Please, come inside. Once settled in the cave, Kunping slowly spoke. Pray, what questions do you wish to pose? To speak candidly, your cultivation is indeed above mine. I truly do not know what you wish to consult me about, he said with a smile, feigning humility. In truth, Kunping considered himself on par with any mighty being, especially one of Fushi's caliber. It is thus. I wish to inquire about the matter of demon texts, Nuwa began after a brief pause. Demon texts? Kunping's expression shifted, sensing an inexplicable allure. Indeed, it is the demon texts. I would like to hear your esteemed insights on this matter, Nuwa continued, outlining the essence of the demon texts, sharing what was appropriate while withholding certain details. Upon hearing her explanation, Kunping's eyes sparkled. For some reason, a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Under the praise of Nuwa and Fushi, Kunping found himself articulating his ideas without restraint. It was as if a dam had burst, unleashing a flood of inspiration. He understood it profoundly. Nuwa and Fushi listened with wide eyes, compelled to acknowledge that some of Kunping's ideas had illuminated their understanding in unexpected ways. Especially Nuwa, who had already heard Ling Xiao's words. Now, with the addition of Kunping's insights, her understanding of the demon script became ever more lucid. It seemed she had discerned the path forward. My esteemed companions, has my discourse proven useful? Kunping inquired with a grin after he had poured forth his thoughts. He was quite pleased with his own eloquence, his reasoning coherent and methodical, with flashes of inspiration flowing profusely, his thoughts remarkably clear. Indeed, most certainly. Nuwa nodded in profound agreement, realizing why Ling Xiao had directed her to seek Kunping. His grasp of the demon script was indeed exceptional. She was astonished that the usually ruthless and unreliable Kunping possessed such remarkable insight. Ling Xiao is truly formidable. He can even predict matters like this. Nuwa marveled inwardly, her admiration for Ling Xiao deepening, as if nothing in the world could elude his perception. It would be splendid to assist my fellow Taoists, Kunping remarked jovially, pride glimmering in his eyes. He could sense that Nuwa was already captivated by his knowledge, her respect evident. To say he had never witnessed her in such a manner over the years would not be an exaggeration. Kunpeng, you have not merely aided my sister, but indeed the entirety of the demon race, Fushi interjected, his view of Kunpeng shifting somewhat. You flatter me, esteemed Taoist. Are you implying? Kunpeng's gaze faltered as a realization dawned upon him. The demon script. Is this a script created for all demonkind? Nuwa intended to disseminate the demon script among all demons to accrue heavenly merit, and Kunpeng swiftly grasped Nuwa and Fushi's intentions. He understood that if the demon script were to be widely adopted, it would yield immense merit. Do you still not comprehend? This demon script is crafted precisely for our kind. With it, countless issues regarding the inheritance of the demon race will be resolved, Fushi stated with a smile, expressing his gratitude. However, to Kunpeng, this smile felt tinged with mockery. He sensed he had been utilized. You did not mention that this was created for the demon race. Kunpeng felt a surge of indignation, maintaining a facade of calm as he merely smiled faintly and replied, to contribute to the demon race is indeed my great honor. With Kunpeng's aid, our demon race is truly fortunate. Fushi responded with appreciation. Haha, you flatter me excessively. Kunpeng waved his hand, smiling to decline the praise. Yet his smile bore an unmistakable stiffness, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze. Once you depart, I shall take the lead in establishing the demon script and spreading it among our kind. That opportunity shall be mine. He had formulated a plan. Such a monumental merit could not be relinquished to Nuwa. If he were to establish the demon script ahead of others and gain heavenly merit, he could even sever his second corpse with the prospect of attaining sanctity. At that juncture, the entire demon race would be under his dominion. Should Nuwa and Fushi dare to defy him, he could easily suppress them. In the end, the merits of the demon script will be mine. Kunpeng pondered, already devising his strategy, sensing this was his chance, one that would not come again. It was no wonder he had struggled in contemplation for so long. The opportunity had indeed come knocking at his door. You may proceed with your affairs. We shall take our leave. Nuwa and Fushi rose, smiling as they spoke. Farewell. Fare thee well, Kunpeng replied courteously, eager to expedite their departure and commence his plans for the demon script. Subsequently, as Nuwa and Fushi exited Kunpeng's lair, at that moment, the concept of the demon script within Nuwa's heart had been fully realized. She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering brilliantly, divine radiance emanating from her. Heavenly Tao above, I, Nuwa, perceive the arduous journey of the demon race and their cultivation. Today, I shall create the demon script and impart the methods of cultivation. Nuwa's voice resonated grandly, echoing across the realms, as beams of golden light burst forth from her brow, manifesting 3,000 demon scripts. The heavenly Tao responded, and under a surge of influence, countless demons across the vast wilderness felt a sudden awareness, visions of 3,000 demon scripts appearing in their minds. Then, in the boundless void, golden light flowed, and a vast radiance of merit descended, invigorating all living things, countless phenomena emerging. Most of this immense merit enveloped Nuwa, while the remainder was distributed among Fushi, Kunpeng, various great demons, and all members of the demon race. In an instant, the fortune and power of the entire demon race surged dramatically. Chapter 92, Severing the Second Corpse. The three purities take notice. Kunpeng, bathed in the golden light of merit, felt his cultivation steadily rise, yet he was devoid of joy. His expression instead wrought with astonishment and fury. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nuwa would commence the establishment of the demon script immediately upon exiting. Why the urgency? He had intended to refine the demon script after Nuwa and Fushi's departure, planning to act stealthily for a surprise. But Nuwa had begun right away, without the slightest hesitation. How sudden? Was she afraid of my swift actions? Kunpeng's countenance darkened, his eyes igniting with extraordinary fury. Although he was a renowned figure among the demon race and had received a fraction of the merit, his long-stagnant cultivation was gradually advancing. Even this meager portion yielded such benefits. Had he claimed the majority of the merit like Nuwa, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Infuriating. This merit was rightfully mine. Kunpeng seethed, his heart brimming with resentment, wishing he could level mountains in his rage. Witnessing such a splendid opportunity slip away was unbearable. As the demon script emerged, the heavenly Tao showered vast merit upon the world, illuminating the wilderness, and the entire demon race experienced an accelerated surge in fortune. The cultivation levels of numerous great demons also ascended, for this was not solely Nuwa's merit. It was a jubilant celebration for the entire demon race. Occupying a significant portion of the merit, Nuwa became enveloped in the nine-colored divine light, her stature soaring as her cultivation rapidly approached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. With a solemn and sacred demeanor, her crimson lips pressed tight, golden radiance cascading from above as a colossal serpent coiled around her, undulating and swallowing immeasurable merit. Ascending towards the heavens, the spiritual energy of the 10,000 mountains converged upon Nuwa, forming a colossal cloud of spiritual energy. Nuwa gently inhaled, effortlessly drawing the vast cloud of spiritual energy into her being. Then, raising her jade hand, she swept through the void before her. In a hazy vision, a palace-clad girl, bearing some resemblance to Nuwa but appearing younger and more innocent, emerged, bowing reverently, her countenance radiant as a blooming flower. Nuwa returned the gesture, and the girl nodded gently, transforming into a beam of golden light that entered Nuwa's body. Instantaneously, Nuwa's aura surged dramatically, her cultivation officially advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, and even continuing to grow as she absorbed the remaining merit. An unfathomable aura radiated from her, reaching far and wide, as countless demons bowed in reverence towards her, expressing gratitude and sincere admiration. The various demon tribes within the 10,000 mountains erupted in jubilation. Nuwa's enhanced strength invigorated their spirits, dispelling the shadows cast by their previous defeats at the hands of the Witch Clan. A blessing for the demon race. Even Bai exclaimed, acknowledging the profound benefits he had gained from the recent heavenly merit, which had bolstered his cultivation. He had learned from Fuxi not long ago that Nuwa had gone to the sun and moon to seek heavenly marriage, yet unexpectedly, she had established the demon script. This led him to speculate, and even foresee that this matter might be connected to Ling Xiao. In Bai's perspective, it seems that with Nuwa's unparalleled intellect, creating the demon script would pose considerable challenges. Without external guidance, the endeavor would undoubtedly be far from straightforward. The demon clan rejoiced exuberantly. Powerful beings such as the Ghost Cart, the 9 Infants, and Ji Ming could hardly contain their excitement, sensing a bright future ahead for their kind. The merits gained from establishing the demon script elevated Nuwa to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. With such cultivation, combined with her immense merits, she is likely the foremost being beneath the saints. Not only did Nuwa experience a tremendous enhancement, but even their own cultivation saw significant growth, rendering them less passive in the face of the Witch Clan. They could even engage in confrontations head-on. The demon clan erupted in joyous cries, reveling in the splendid scene. In an instant, the entire Honghuang realm became a hub of activity. As Nuwa severed her second corpse, the vast aura of her burgeoning power swept across the boundless, desolate land. Many mighty beings sensed this grand presence. On Jade Capital Mountain, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian awakened from their meditative state, collectively gazing in one direction. Nuwa's junior sister has severed her second corpse. Tong Tian exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively sensing an overwhelming pressure. Heh, yet another merit, Yuan Shi remarked with a faint smile. His words tinged with a hint of disdain. He perceived the merits gained from severing corpses as somewhat of a crafty shortcut, not a true testament to skill. Nuwa had now consecutively obtained merit enhancements, further advancing down this path. Nevertheless, it is commendable that Nuwa can sever corpses through merit. It undoubtedly attests to her exceptional fortune and immense merits, which should not be underestimated. Laozi nodded, a serene smile gracing his face, displaying no trace of pressure regarding Nuwa's achievement of severing her second corpse. This calm demeanor surprised both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who soon seemed to grasp the implications. Elder brother, could it be that you too intend to? Laozi stroked his lustrous white beard, chuckling. Indeed, I too shall sever my second corpse. As his words fell, auspicious clouds of black and white rose from above Laozi's head, forming the ethereal image of the Taiji disc, with the two complementary forces of Taiji enveloping the surroundings. A stern-looking Taoist, bearing some resemblance to Laozi yet exuding an air of arrogance and coldness, stepped forth. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were taken aback, realizing that their elder brother had secretly reached this stage, severing his second corpse. In the west, on Mount Shumi, the presences of Jane and Juni were stirred by the aura emanating from Nuwa's severed corpse. The two brothers, adorned with radiant halos, exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. Nuwa has actually used merits to sever her second corpse, Jun remarked, a hint of envy lacing his words, as he expressed profound admiration. Unbeknownst to us, Nuwa has indeed severed her second corpse. Her insights into the path of merit are quite remarkable, allowing her to advance ahead of us. Jane responded in a harmonious tone, though his heart brimmed with envy. Fortunately, we are not the last. We still have the 3 pure ones accompanying us, Jun said with a cheerful note, attempting to console himself. Although Nuwa had severed her second corpse, at least they were accompanied by the 3 pure ones, which mitigated their perceived shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Jane nodded gently in affirmation. They had always enjoyed comparing themselves with the 3 pure ones. As long as the 3 pure ones had yet to sever their second corpses, their psychological burden would be considerably lighter. What is this? Suddenly, Jane and Juni turned their gazes toward a particular direction, perceiving a vast aura akin to that which had surrounded Nuwa when she severed her second corpse. Laozi has severed his second corpse? Jane's expression grew solemn as he spoke, and Junti's countenance followed suit, turning pale. Just a moment ago, they were lamenting how the 3 pure ones were in the same predicament as themselves, only to be met with this slap in the face.